The protagonist, Zhou Qing, originally an urban youth, inadvertently becomes embroiled in the ancient war of deities. With his extraordinary talent, he traverses freely among the realms of heaven, earth, humanity, demons, as well as the paths of Buddhism, Taoism, immortals, and monsters, gradually unveiling the ultimate mystery of their shared origins. The novel follows Zhou Qing's rise as the central narrative, illustrating his journey from a mere mortal to a saint of chaos. Encompassing epic events such as the War of Sorcerers and Demons, Pangu's creation of the universe, and Hongjun's teachings. Ultimately, Zhou Qing proves his path, shattering the fate that declares heaven and earth as the plate, all beings as its children, thereby reconstructing the cosmic order. Chapter 1. A murderous heist in a modern metropolis. Within an aged apartment, Zhou Qing wore a furrowed brow as he clutched a short sword, measuring over a foot in length and 2 fingers in width, its body a translucent yellow adorned with a few dark specks. Last month, I finally attained the realm of guiding chi into the body, a hard-won achievement theta. Allows me to wield a flying sword. However, crafting this sword has proven to be an arduous task. I utilized 500 pounds of superior red copper, 300 pounds of red steel, and a fortune in gold, silver, and jade shards. Yet the result is a sword of lamentably imp. Your quality. Zhou Qing is a practitioner of the Tao, having been trained under the Refining Tools sect, a school primarily focused on the art of crafting magical instruments. This sect is so obscure that many other sects in the realm of cultivation are entirely unaware of its existence. Zhou Qing, fortunate enough to have entered university, was filled with youthful zeal and a desire to do good, akin to the spirit of Lei Feng. After rescuing a beggar by offering him a bottle of mineral water, he unwittingly became the disciple of a self-proclaimed Taoist known as Ling Yun. Little did he know that after merely a month's training in the Tao, Ling Yun would depart this world, leaving behind a tome titled Essentials of Tool Refinement before succumbing to his fate. It turned out that Ling Yun had been gravely injured in a dispute over a piece of yellow cloud crystal with a disciple from the Mount Changbai and Shushan sword sect, leading into a brutal beating by several disciples. Zhou Qing's timely intervention saved Ling Yun, albeit as he lay on the brink of death. Thus, Zhou Qing became the rightful leader of the Refining Tools sect, albeit as a solitary figure without followers. He had envisioned himself as the protagonist of countless web novels, destined for extraordinary adventures, only to discover that he still had to navigate the world with humility. The night was cool as water, with a round, bright moon suspended high in the sky, casting a soft, pale glow. It was already the midnight hour. On the balcony, Zhou Qing retrieved several pieces of lustrous jade. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he arranged a small concealment formation to prevent any leakage of his aura during meditation. Since the inception of his cultivation journey, Zhou Qing had resolutely vowed to keep his strength undisclosed until he attained a formidable power, lest he suffer the same fate as that old ghost Ling Yun. Seated cross-legged within the formation, Zhou Qing directed his heart and mind towards the heavens, and a beam of moonlight enveloped him, only to vanish moments later. A gentle, cool essence flowed through his meridians toward his Pantheon, as Zhou Qing immersed himself in the ethereal moonlight, refining his physical form, expanding his meridians, and augmenting his true energy. Drawing chi into the body for cultivators, the initial step is to cultivate a singular breath of true energy. While ordinary individuals may take 5 years to sense their chi and a decade to circulate it throughout their entire being, the process of drawing the essence of heaven and earth into oneself to temper the flesh requires decades of arduous effort. Zhou Qing could be considered a prodigy in merely 5 years. Through the Refining Tools sect, a second-tier cultivation method, he had successfully broken through his 100 Mary Dians and attained the realm of drawing chi into his body. The chi cultivation technique of the Refining Tools sect was indeed of a lower tier, yet its formations were of the highest caliber, as the practice of refining tools relied fundamentally on these formations. However, despite the profound teachings on formations, alchemy, talismans, and sword crafting documented in the Refining Tools Compendium, practical challenges remained. Crafting a slightly superior flying sword required materials like steel, iron, and copper, which were measured in tons. Zhou Qing, After graduating from university, utilized his knowledge of artifact crafting to delve into the business of antique jade, driven by two motives: the pursuit of wealth, FO. Are in these times, without money, one cannot accomplish anything, and the hope of unearthing treasures passed down by esteemed predecessors amidst the antique relics. It is known that each generation of the artifact cult is lamentably weaker than the last, yet their expertise in discerning treasures is unparalleled by other sects. Through years of toil and perseverance, Zhou Qing amassed a fortune of a few million, that while not a billionaire by modern standards, he found himself free for financial worries. However, crafting a quality magical instrument demands not only extraordinary materials, but also jade, which is excellent for storing true essence and carving formations. A single piece of top-grade jade is likely to cost no less than 10 million. Over the years, Zhou Qing managed to collect only a few modest pieces of Lantian jade, sufficient to set up a few formations of limited power. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Zhou Qing sensed a slight increase in the richness of his true essence. The path of the heavens is long and winding, there is no need for haste. One day, I shall attain the great way. With fingers entwined, he commanded swift. A flying sword erupted from the crown of his head, transforming into a streak of yellow light that spiraled around him. Given the poor quality of materials, achieving this much is commendable. Yet, my power is insufficient. If only I could unleash the three flames of true fire to refine away the impurities, perhaps it could bear me aloft. Zhou Qing mused, envisioning himself gliding through the lofty clouds atop his flying sword, traversing renowned mountains and rivers. There is a ripple of vitality. Someone is employing a spell. Being attuned to the influx of heavenly essence into his being, Zhou Qing, despite the subtlety of the disturbance, was still able to perceive it in contemporary society, whether it be ascetics or malevolent creatures. They have all melded into the urban landscape, each exerting influence over each other. Several prominent sects have established their own enterprises among mortals, for the resources available today pale in comparison to those of ancient times. In the past, cultivators could seek out iron mines and gather metals, jade, and other materials to forge a flying sword. Nowadays, mineral resources are state-owned if one desires them. One must pay a price. Indeed, without wealth, even deities are rendered powerless. Exquisite treasures and rare materials have long been depleted by the major sects over millennia. The pursuit of cultivation is remarkably inefficient often. A spirit herb that has thrived for millennia is devoured in mere moments by cultivators. The imbalance is palpable. The few resources available are fiercely contested, leading to inevitable conflict, as was the fate of Ling Yun. After preparing the vermilion powder, he inscribed a concealment talisman over his chest to mask his presence, affixing a swift travel talisman to his leg. Zhou Qing stealthily made his way towards the source of the disturbance. Young ones are far too arrogant. The python spirit seethed and raged. For a 500-year-old ginseng, it had been pursued over 1,000 miles by two disciples from a Shu mountain sword sect. Once a white python dwelling in the deep mountains, it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for over 2 centuries, ultimately shedding its original form to assume human guise. Upon discovering this ginseng on the Tian Shan Mountains, it had just prepared to consume it when confronted by 2 disciples intent on theft. Although its cultivation was more than double theirs, the formidable power of their flying swords proved overwhelming. The male, around 20 years of age, wielded a verdant flying sword that stretched several feet in length amidst swirling azure light, while the female, of similar age, commanded a sword radiating a purple glow. The intertwining streams of purple and azure light shattered the aura of the demon. The innate elixir should never fall into the hands of wicked demons. The young girl, tall and slender, with willow-like brows and a lotus-like face, was dressed in a fashionable manner, embodying the essence of a modern urban beauty. Junior sister, why waste words with him? Just kill him, it counts as vanquishing evil. The young man, brimming with arrogance, replied impatiently. What a noble sect, so eloquently justifying murder and theft. The python spirit retorted with a mocking fury, seeking death. The young man bellowed in anger. Twin swords converge. The two shouted in unison. Instantly, beams of violet and azure light surged forth, intensifying as they raced towards the python spirit. The air was filled with a piercing shriek, sending ripples through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were being rent asunder. The python spirit's expression turned grave with a sharp exclamation. It expelled a ball the size of a chicken egg, a shimmering emerald orb that was the culmination of its arduous training. A demon core. Boom! The sword and core collided. A tremendous surge of vital energy erupted, sending three figures hurtling backwards over 10 paces. The python spirit's face turned ashen. Its lower half, originally 2 human legs, had now transformed into a colossal white serpent's tail. Its cultivation had regressed by at least half. The python spirit could only manage a bitter smile as it gazed at the unconscious young girl and the young man, who leaned on his SWO. RD, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Both were gravely injured. With a flick of its tail, a gust of demonic wind allowed the python spirit to shield itself. Not one to shy away from malevolence. It contemplated advancing to finish off the young man, but hesitated, wary of his potential retaliation in his dying moments. Furthermore, even though this was a suburban fight, the fear of confronting a cultivator weighed heavily on its mind. After a moment's reflection, it deemed the risk unworthy and chose to retreat. Upon witnessing the python spirit retreat, the young man let out a sigh of relief, sheathing the flying sword that had been dislodged by the demon's essence. He approached the young woman to assess her injuries. Fortunately, she has merely been knocked unconscious. That wretched python spirit has inflicted harm upon both my junior sister and myself. Once we recover, I shall rally several of my fellow disciples. If I, Zhao Yang, do not strip the hide from that beast, then I am no longer a man. Just as he was plotting, an excruciating pain surged through his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a yellow, flying sword, adorned with black spots, protruding from his heart, rendering him breathless. With great difficulty, Zhao Yang turned his head and, through a haze, glimpsed a figure cloaked in black before he succumbed to an all-encompassing darkness. Initially, Zhou Qing's prowess was far inferior to Zhao Yang's. However, amidst the fierce battle, Zhao Yang had sustained significant injuries. Coupled with Zhou Qing's deliberate concealment of his aura and a successful ambush, the outcome was swift. In no time, he had stowed away 2 flying swords, searched the body, and uncovered 2 wallets, a tome of secrets, and several jade stones. In an instant, he had been thoroughly searched, the entire process taking less than a minute. Someone was approaching. With 2 talismans affixed to his legs, Zhou Qing successfully made his escape. In the following month, Zhou Qing engaged in no training whatsoever. Instead, he frequented the antique market, conducting business. He indulged in the mundane activities of eating and sleeping, living the life of an ordinary person. Caution is the key to longevity, Zhou Qing mused. Before long, a month had elapsed without incident. In the second month, he cautiously resumed his training at night, practicing diligently without interruption for a month, finally allowing himself to relax. In a dimly lit chamber, Zhou Qing picked up a sword that resembled the shimmering autumn waters, measuring 2 feet in length, radiating an ethereal azure glow. What an exquisite blade! Zhou Qing marveled, examining it closely. Crafted entirely from the rare Tai golden essence, even the hilt is made from over a century-old heartwood of Aro. Seawood. It is well known that this rosewood possesses a formidable capability to subdue vengeful spirits and malevolent entities, rendering it superior to peachwood. Even that wick is aged over a century. Furthermore, the Tai golden essence is an extraordinary material to refine. A mere gram requires 500 pounds of the finest steel, tempered with the elusive 3 flavors true fire. Typically, when forging flying swords, adding just a couple of ounces can enhance the quality manifold. These 2 swords, each 2 feet in length, likely weigh over 10 pounds combined. Just imagine the quantity of steel required. Particularly, the 3 flavors true fire can only be wielded by masters of the refining chi to transform spirit technique. The refining chi to transform spirit is distinct in that it utilizes the practitioner's own spiritual consciousness as a conduit, engaging the physical body as a medium, allowing one to harness various energies from the cosmos without relying on any external artifacts. With a mere gesture, They can summon thunder and lightning, manifesting the incredible power of the three flavors true fire. The Shushan sword sect is indeed as wealthy as a nation. The centuries of plundering are not to be underestimated. Even the replicated purple and green twin swords are extraordinarily powerful. If the genuine Ziying sword and Qingxua sword were in play, even masters of refining spirit and retur, Ning to Void would find themselves in contention. No wonder the ancient blood demon met his demise beneath the united blades of these swords. Surely, if the disciples of Shushan wield such exceptional flying swords in their quest across the world, the death of that old scoundrel Lingyun seems justifiable. By seizing two exquisite flying swords and a secret manual, my strength has significantly increased, and it can be considered a form of vengeance against that old rascal Lingy. However, Zhou Qing has miscalculated. Although these are replicas, there are only a handful within the Shushan sect, as the acquisition of Tai gold essence is no simple feat. After millennia of accumulation, it amounts to merely a few dozen pounds. Only exceptionally talented disciples can obtain such treasures, and given that Zhao Liang and his martial sisters' forebears wield considerable influence and wealth in the mortal realm, the elders of Shushan are particularly protective of them, thus granting them the swords. Otherwise, how could two individuals at the mid-stage of Qi induction injure a white python with 2 centuries of cultivation? Forming a demon core elevates one's strength to the late stage of Qi induction, yet their respective cultivation levels differ by more than thrice. As Zhou Qing opened the ancient thread-bound book titled Sword Qi Piercing the Sky, even with his remarkable composure, he was taken aback. This is a profound technique for the cultivation of sword immortals. Utilizing the sword as a medium to commune with the heavens and absorb energy, the better the sword, the swifter the absorption, far surpassing the physical body. No wonder ancient sword immortals roamed freely. I wonder how those 2 youngsters managed to reach the mid-stage of Qi induction in just over a decade. A surge of air enveloped him, drawing the azure silk sword into his being. The purple Ing sword, intended for women, was not something Zhou Qing foolishly claimed for himself. Although he adhered to the principle of not wasting anything, with his current cultivation level, he was unable to erase the formations inscribed upon it and reforge it. Thus he set it aside. My desires are boundless, yet without formidable strength. All is mere talk. From this day forth, I shall seize everything to enhance my power. What a morality and righteousness! What a great Tao! Let them all be damned. As long as my strength is sufficient, I am the Tao. I am heaven. The reason heaven and earth possess such might is because they are unfeeling. They treat all living things as mere fodder. Were gods, demons, immortals, or Buddhas, they are but illusions of the highest order. Only that eternal power is the essence. Zhou Qing's thoughts surged like a tempest, roaring within him, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Zibo, Zhou Qing's university classmate, had aspired to be a collector since childhood. After graduation, he opened this antique shop with his girlfriend, unlike Zhou Qing, who wandered aimlessly. A piece of dark blue fabric caught Zhou Qing's eye, and he pushed it aside, addressing Zibo. Share these with me. How much do I owe you? All right. They'll take them. I'll pay you tomorrow. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's have a couple of drinks. First, I happen to have a few bottles of beer here. After months of cultivation, the sword Qi ascending technique had yielded some modest accomplishments. His true essence within the Pantheon had thickened, and his physical body had grown over twice as strong. Remarkably, a mere few months had achieved what 5 years of arduous training could not. Zhou Qing marveled at the significance of the cultivation techniques, yet he found himself less than satisfied. Old Master Lingyun remarked that although the Shushan sword sect is a prominent faction, it ranks below Kunlun, Tianshi, and Maoshan. While its approach of cultivating energy through swordsmanship progresses swiftly, it remains a deviation from the orthodox path, rendering its foundation rather unstable. Alas, if I were to adhere strictly to my own cultivation methods, it would likely take me several decades to reach the mid-stage of Qi induction. And perhaps it is time to venture out and encounter some Kunlun disciples to seize a few techniques. After all, this is not my first endeavor in such matters. They are indeed a sect descended from the ancient Taoists, and they must possess some invaluable treasures. Ding, ding, ding. As Zhou Qing slowly rotated, A melodious sound resonated. A tranquil Zen essence flowed within his heart. How peculiar. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure, Zhou Qing mused. Calm the mind and quell the demons, this is a relic of the Buddhist sect. Yet, why does it emit no discernible aura of spiritual power? Especially since it appears to bear the ancient Sanskrit, which is believed to have been lost to time. Truly, this is exceedingly strange. Unable to fathom the mystery, Zhou Qing opted to set it aside. He was inherently eccentric but not overly impulsive. Recognizing that this item was far from mundane, he sighed in resignation upon observing that after attempting 36 different methods of ritual refinement, the artifact remained. Edaterli responsive. His thoughts then returned to the sword chi ascending technique, as he gradually absorbed the celestial energy of the world into his Pantheon. Chapter 2. Mutual scheming. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a luminous glow upon the earth, while a few feeble stars languidly orbited around it, helplessly witnessing their brilliance overshadowed. A shadow, resembling a bat, descended upon the platform of the 17th floor. Liao Shaojin clutched his charred chest, cursing furiously, damn it. Those old geezers, I just ascended to the rank of a minor baron last month, and now they want me to undertake such perilous tasks, trailing the Holy See's bright priest. Although his status is not particularly lofty, he is still beyond the reach of a mere viscount like me. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise, I would have been scorched to a crisp by the holy light. Cursing aside, Liao Shaojin greedily absorbed the essence of the moon. A slender ray of azure light descended from the moon, entering his mouth, and the charred flesh of his chest began to mend gradually. In the name of the Master, I cast away the evils of this world. Suddenly, a divine light manifested, striking Liao Shaojin, who was recuperating under the moonlight. With a resounding crash, he was propelled several meters away, nearly plummeting from the building, which would have resulted in his utter demise. In a display of skill, Anthony brandished a distinctly Western rapier, triumphantly lunging it towards Liao Shaojin's chest. In a shocking turn of events, a dense mist of blood erupted from Liao Shaojin's body, enveloping him entirely. Anthony momentarily froze. Realizing it was a blood escape spell, he attempted to flee. Do you think you can escape? To still wield a blood escape spell after sustaining such grave injuries is truly astonishing. In the name of the Master, the radiant light of the holy aura emanated from Anthony, reaching a distance of 3 yards. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as Liao Shaojin plummeted to the ground. Forced to smile wryly, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Despite his efforts to conceal his power, intending to deceive the predator, it was clear that a mere baron of the bloodline could not contend with a priest of the Holy See. Even evolving into a baron would be futile. Damn it, I will fight back. Liao Shaojin clasped his hands before his chest, murmuring incantations. A dense, dark aura surged from his body, and 2 fangs emerged at the corners of his mouth. With a violent rip, his clothing was torn asunder, revealing 2 inky bat-like wings that unfurled from his back. Anthony, with an unchanging smile upon his handsome visage, mused, I underestimated you. It appears you are on the verge of evolving into a viscount. But what does that matter? Prepare to meet Satan. Judgment light. A seemingly gentle beam of white light burst forth from Anthony's head, and in an instant, the entire rooftop was enveloped in the radiance of the holy light. The judgment light, summoned by the devout faith of believers, served to eradicate all dark creatures from the world with immense power. As Liao Shaojin was struck by the judgment light, the dark aura surrounding him vanished without a trace. His body emitted tendrils of black smoke, and he let out a harrowing wail of agony. Yet Anthony refrained from unleashing the full force of the holy light, seemingly intent on tormenting this eastern vampire. By divine command, thunderous justice, with a swift motion, a streak of azure sword energy cleaved through the encompassing judgment light. Bolts of lightning, 7 or 8 feet long, cascaded from the void, crashing heavily upon the self-satisfied Anthony. The tides of fortune had shifted. This year, it was our turn. This perfectly echoes the ancient saying. At this moment, Anthony, charred and emitting a foul odor, was bewildered by the thunder and lightning. Just as he was about to vociferously inquire, a colossal iron block, spanning a radius of 4 zhang, plummeted towards him. How could this be? If struck, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp, a mere patty of flesh, with no hope of survival. For a fleeting second, Anthony's mind short-circuited. A surge of immense pain coursed through his neck. Liao Shaojin, straining with all his might to withstand the force of the judgment light, was on the verge of annihilation had it not been for Anthony's deliberate torment. Suddenly, the pressure relented, and he beheld his opponent, cloaked in darkness, seemingly gravely injured. Unable to restrain himself, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the adversary's neck, voraciously drawing forth blood. The vampire, renowned for its swiftness, caught Anthony off guard. The blood of the light sacrificial, a potent elixir. Once drained, I shall swiftly evolve into a viscount. The masked figure shook his head. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. Those not of my kind harbor ill intentions. A resurgence of azure light appeared as a sword aura, 10 zhang long and 1 zhang wide, cleaved towards the radiant mass. Alas, Anthony let out a wretched scream, his vitality severely depleted. He could not withstand the sharp sword energy forged from Tai Yi's essence. In a single strike, he was cleaved in two, and the following massive iron seal crushed him into mere pulp. Silently, blood splattered all over Liao Shaojin. He stared blankly at the masked figure as 6 jade pieces were cast into the air, shimmering in a faint azure glow, with tiny runes flickering upon them, forming a Tai Chi diagram. A crimson light emanated from the diagram, illuminating the ground, and instantly, the residual blood and flesh were incinerated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace in the gentle breeze. Liao Shaojin swallowed hard, contemplating. This individual possesses formidable skills and ruthless methods, leaving no room for error. He is undoubtedly a person of great ambition. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate a relationship. It might yield unforeseen benefits. Having spent years as a vampire, Liao Shaojin had become exceedingly astute. Drawing upon the movements learned from ancient martial arts films, he expressed his gratitude with a flourish. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. I am eternally grateful. May I inquire about your honorable name? Zhou Qing nearly burst into laughter. Recently, his cultivation had progressed significantly, his true essence abundant, and he had gained a profound understanding of formations. He had also deciphered several less potent formations from the essence of artifact refinement. Eager to test their efficacy, he had been in search of a suitable opponent. Little did he expect that just as he was seeking a chance, a conflict would arise nearby, and with his cultivation nearing the mid-stage of Qi induction, he could hardly miss it. The thought of the benefits he had reaped from the last opportunity filled Zhou Qing with warmth. Upon witnessing the fierce conflict between the representatives of the Holy See and the vampires, curiosity was further piqued. During his academic years, Zhou Qing had perused numerous fantasy novels featuring vampires as protagonists, developing a slight fondness for the sanguine kin while harboring a profound disdain for the ecclesiastical authorities. Particularly upon realizing that the vampire in question appeared to be of Chinese descent, he resolved to extend his aid to the unfortunate creature. Surely, it would not do to allow foreign entities to slay a compatriot, would it? Anthony, possessing considerable strength, would not be easily vanquished in a direct confrontation. To defeat him would undoubtedly come at a significant personal cost. However, a stealthy assault offered a different prospect. The sword aura, forged from the essence of Tai Yi's finest gold, sliced effortlessly through the judgment light. Coupled with the recently crafted 5 Thunder Jade Talisman, which summoned the innate lightning elite, Anthony was left with little hope of escaping unscathed. Yet, to Zhou Qing's astonishment, even in a severely weakened state, Anthony managed to evade his triple lethal strike. A single blow from the little Pantheon seal. Had it not been for the vampire's cunning diversion, which afforded Zhou Qing the time to coalesce a second sword aura, the outcome could have been dire, leaving lingering repercussions. With his thoughts now crystallized, Zhou Qing gleaned valuable insights from this encounter. He overheard Liao Shaojin speaking and felt little trepidation towards the vampire, whose power was woefully inadequate. Any hint of hostility would surely meet with a swift demise at his hands. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to inquire about the dynamics between the foreign blood kin and the Holy See, for knowledge is never a burden. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Follow me. Along the way, he employed several minor misdirection spells, leading the little vampire in circles until Zhou Qing finally guided Liao Shaojin to his abode. Your abilities are truly extraordinary and boundless. Gazing upon Zhou Qing's visage, Liao Shaojin was taken aback. Judging by the power Zhou Qing displayed, one would expect a venerable sage with a flowing beard and an otherworldly aura. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Qing was so youthful. The Taoist arts of China are indeed miraculous. It seems that the legends of immortality are true. Even we vampires can only live for about a millennium. And we still age gradually. Liao Xiaojin's eyes darted about, lost in thought. There is no need for astonishment. My actual age aligns with my appearance. As for your kind, the blood clan, I am not familiar enough to discern your age, Zhou Qing remarked, sensing Liao Xiaojin's thoughts and injecting a hint of inquiry into his tone. Zhou Qing finally burst into laughter. What era do you think this is? Do you think we are in a movie? How amusing. My name is Zhou Qing. You may address me by my name. Seeing Zhou Qing's amiable demeanor, Liao Xiaojin also chuckled, and the distance between them seemed to diminish. Brother Zhou, your skills are truly remarkable. You vanquished that light priest of the Holy See with such ease. Surely, no one can stand against you? Liao Xiaojin probed cautiously. While secretly plotting, he is quite young. If I could obtain cultivation secrets or methods from him, I would evolve rapidly. That Edward dares to snatch my Jenny. I will drain your blood and turn you into my blood slave. And that old ghoul, Kalak, is just an earl, if not for your support. How could Jenny have been taken away by that mere Viscount, Edward? 20 years have passed, and this young man, in his early 20s, possesses strength surpassing that of a marquis. What about me? A flicker of menacing light flashed in Liao Xiaojin's eyes. There are many who are more formidable than I. I have merely just begun my journey. You are bleeding profusely from your chest. It seems your injury is quite severe, yet you act as if nothing is amiss. Zhou Qing remarked with curiosity. Liao Xiaojin found no astonishment in this statement, for Zhou Qing's prowess eclipsed that of a marquis. However, there are still the ranks of Duke, Grand Duke, and even princely bloodlines to consider, not to mention the vastness of the Chinese mainland. It is the time of the full moon. Zhou Qing approached the window, drawing back the curtains. A pale azure light, reminiscent of water, flooded in, illuminating the majesty of the full moon hanging high in the sky. Zhou Qing mused silently. Liao Xiaojin nodded and let out a low growl. Suddenly, wings and fangs manifested. Zhou Qing, with keen eyes, noticed a tiny silver-white object swiftly darting into Liao Xiaojin's mouth amidst the azure moonlight, briefly glimmering at the heart before vanishing. The wounds on his body began to heal at a perceptible pace, visibly mending before one's eyes. So the blood clan cultivates through the essence of the extreme yin found within the moon. Yet, according to Taoist theory, the balance of yin and yang is disrupted. With such an accumulation of pure yin energy, devoid of its yang counterpart, it will inevitably lead to trouble. No wonder they resort to blood consumption, after all. Blood is the embodiment of the utmost yang. How curious that they do not draw from the primal, true yang energy of the sun. Would not such harmony of yin and yang be far more beneficial? Zhou Qing pondered this perplexity, glancing at Liao Xiaojin, who was engrossed in his feeding, and shook his head. The vampire was peculiar. Despite losing so much blood, it appeared unaffected. The crimson radiance, with temperatures potent enough to liquefy gold and iron, bathed the blood, yet proved ineffectual. Fleeting glimmers of gold within the blood momentarily negated the radiant heat. Zhou Qing was astounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. How could this be? Even though he only employed a fraction of his true essence to activate the Taiji Lihua formation, it should have swiftly melted even a slab of iron, let alone a small pool of blood. In haste, he dispelled the Taiji Lihua formation and swiftly approached the blood. Dipping a finger into it, he scrutinized it meticulously, a faint wisp of his divine sense analyzing it through his true essence. His mind raced through the records in the compendium of artifact crafting, 9 Li sacred blood, Qiyu celestial vein. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through his mind. Casting a glance at Liao Xiaojin, who was fully absorbing the power of ultimate yin, Zhou Qing produced a jade vial and carefully collected the blood. Chapter 3. The Art of Talismans. With a ferocious roar, Liao Xiaojin unleashed a formidable aura. His once ebony wings now revealed streaks of silver. Concentric currents of air scattered papers and books throughout the room. Even heavier benches and desks showed signs of movement. Abruptly, the powerful air currents subsided. Liao Xiaojin leaped up, his bones cracking like popping soybeans. He gazed in bewilderment at the 6 jade tablets hovering above his head. Liao Xiaojin emitted a piercing scream, fearing that Zhou Qing had suddenly turned lethal. After all, Liao Xiaojin had witnessed Zhou Qing incinerating Anthony's corpse with those 6 jade tokens, leaving no room for fearlessness. Noticing Liao Xiaojin's distress, Zhou Qing hastily reassured him, "Do not misunderstand. I merely assisted you upon seeing you draw upon the power of Taihua for healing. Only then did Liao Shaojin feel a sense of relief, becoming aware of his transformation. Upon noticing the silvery streaks adorning his wings, he was seized by astonishment and elation. How is this possible? How have I suddenly evolved from a baron to a viscount? I am but a hair's breadth away from attaining the rank of count. How could this happen so swiftly? Other bloodlines typically require over 50 years for such advancement. Thank God, Liao Shaojin exclaimed in a frenzied outburst. Hearing him invoke the name of God, Zhou Qing chuckled. Do you bloodlines also revere God? At Zhou Qing's teasing, Liao Shaojin's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied. Having spent several years in England, I have grown accustomed to such expressions. Naturally, we bloodlines worship Satan. My earlier excitement merely led me to invoke our old adversary, God. However, I trust that Lord Satan will forgive me. What is there to be so excited about? Just now, I absorbed the Taihua energy from the moonlight spanning several miles using the Tai Chi diagram formation, giving you a substantial boost. What do you think? Our esteemed Taoist tradition is profoundly powerful, surpassing any deity or demon by countless magnitudes. Should I attain the exalted state of transforming Qi into divinity, drawing forth the immense energies from hundreds of miles around, I am confident that elevating you to the rank of a noble would be an effortless endeavor. Zhou Qing administered a potent stimulus to Liao Shaojin, observing the latter's wide-open mouth with a sense of triumph. Tempting with allure, I am untroubled by your reluctance, particularly since your bloodline reveres strength above all else. I have no doubt you will follow me obediently. It seems we are witnessing a modern rendition of Liangzhu, albeit through the lens of contemporary vampires. Zhou Qing mused, recognizing Liao Shaojin as a pitiable soul. It appears that love can ensnare even the most cunning and ruthless of vampires. I wonder if the celestial beings beyond the 9 heavens share the same fate. This is a secret art of our sect, one that ought not to be divulged to outsiders. Yet is there truly no way? Zhou Qing paused, gazing at Liao Shaojin's hopeful visage, and inquired, what method? If you would take me as your disciple and accept me into your fold, I shall not only impart the Tai Chi formation, but also share the profound secrets of our school one by one. Upon hearing this, Liao Shaojin rejoiced, hastily kneeling before Zhou Qing and exclaimed, Master, I humbly beseech your guidance and offer my first bow. Before you prostrate yourself, allow me to elucidate. Entrance into my tutelage entails a lifelong commitment, a vow of unwavering fealty. Betrayal or defection to another master is strictly forbidden. Zhou Qing emanated an overwhelming aura, nearly suffocating Liao Shaojin, despite his recent evolution to a late-stage baron. A beam of azure light, a dozen feet in length, pulsed from Zhou Qing's hand, its formidable sword energy emitting eerie howls. Should you violate this oath, I shall grind your bones to dust and forge your very soul into a magical artifact, condemning you to eternal damnation. Liao Shaojin, prostrate on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly. I today acknowledge Zhou Qing as my master. A day as master, a lifetime as master. Should I ever betray this sacred bond, may I be condemned by gods and men alike, struck down by thunder and lightning. Entering your tutelage and acknowledging you as my master entails no loss for me. I can acquire unparalleled skills. There's no reason for me to betray, so why would I? It would be senseless. Furthermore, when I confront Edward and Karak in the future, would you, as my master, dare to abstain from assisting me? Judging by your countenance, that old devil Karak is no match for you. Liao Shaojin mused, harboring ulterior motives as he lay prostrate. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing schemed, I'll intimidate him first, ensuring he obediently becomes my disciple. Afterwards, I'll simply fabricate some cultivation technique or other. Extracting his blood will be effortless. After all, he's a member of the blood clan, possessing the Qi celestial vein, an inexhaustible source of blood. Once I've refined 9 drops of the 9 Li sacred blood, consuming them will be equivalent to at least several centuries of arduous cultivation, potentially even enabling me to transcend the Qi induction stage and attain the realm of Qi transformation. Master, what is the name of our sect, and are there any other members? Liao Shaojin inquired of Zhou Qing. Ah, yes. Our sect is called Alchemic Craft. Our sect is called Tiandao Sect. Originally, we intended to name it the Instrument Crafting Sect, but the name lacked grandeur, so Zhou Qing decided to change it. Our greatest expertise in the Instrument Crafting Sect lies in formations and the creation of magical treasures. Unfortunately, we lack the materials to forge such treasures, which is an unavoidable predicament. As for formations, they are fundamentally about aligning with the way of heaven and harnessing celestial power. One could indeed say it embodies the essence of the Tao of heaven, Zhou Qing mused. Thus, the nascent form of the Tiandao sect, destined to resonate throughout the three realms, began to take shape. As for disciples, our Tiandao sect has a lineage of singular transmission. My master, who is also your esteemed ancestor Lingyun, ascended to enlightenment over a decade ago. Zhou Qing spun tales without restraint. If he were to reveal that his master had met an untimely demise at the hands of others, this newly accepted disciple might swiftly betray the sect. Does such enlightenment and ascension truly exist? Liao Shaojin expressed doubt. Why not? Is the bloodline not a legendary entity? Zhou Qing countered. Are you not a part of it now? The vast world is full of wonders. Upon reflection, Liao Shaojin found solace in this reasoning. Master, do these squiggly symbols truly serve a purpose? They are making my head spin, Liao Shaojin exclaimed, wielding a vermilion wolf hair brush, attempting to replicate a peculiar longhorn symbol on a piece of yellowed paper. You are indeed exceptionally slow-witted. It took you 3 days to comprehend a single soul fire talisman. Your master, on the other hand, grasped it in an instant. Zhou Qing, who had been meditating on the formations, opened his eyes and reprimanded him. What use is that? This soul fire talisman can gather and summon the fire spirit energy from the heavens and the earth. Observe closely. Zhou Qing pinched the freshly drawn talisman of Liao Shaojin between his fingers, commanding, Spirit of earth and fire, heed my call, swiftly as the law dictates. With a slight tremor of his hand, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a diminutive fireball. Truly remarkable. Yet, master, I still harbor doubts regarding its utility. This tiny orb of flame may suffice for lighting a cigarette, but in confrontations, it seems rather inadequate, does it not? Liao Shaojin remained skeptical. After merely 3 days of studying the arcane arts, conjuring such a flame is commendable. How much true essence do you possess? Indeed, the martial prowess of your bloodline is formidable, yet our celestial Tao sect emphasizes harnessing the immense forces of the universe. No matter how powerful your bloodline may be, can it surpass the vastness of heaven and earth? Do you truly believe the power of the soul fire talisman is so minuscule? Upon concluding his words, Zhou Qing seized a vermilion brush and, with fluid strokes, inscribed 5 distinct talismans. Lifting the fire talisman he had just created, Zhou Qing proclaimed, "Let me demonstrate the fundamental might of the soul fire talisman." Before Liao Shaojin's incredulous gaze, a colossal fireball hovered in the air, radiating intense heat, causing Liao Shaojin to feel as though his hair was on the verge of igniting. Zhou Qing then hurled 4 additional talismans, blue, white, yellow, and green, into the fireball, which swiftly absorbed their essence. Be cautious, Zhou Qing called out to Liao Shaojin. Let's see if you can withstand this. Liao Shaojin nodded vigorously. All right. With a swift motion, he retreated a full 10 feet, barely reaching the wall. Wings, subtly streaked with silver, shielded his entire form as sharpened claws extended from his fingertips. His eyes, gleaming with intense light, fixed intently on the massive fireball hurtling towards him. As the fiery orb approached within a foot of Liao Shaojin, Zhou Qing offered a sinister smile, altering his hand seals with a casual gesture, inverting the elements, and transmuting yin and yang. The 5 elements reversal, yin-yang transmutation, he uttered. The fireball vanished abruptly before Liao Shaojin, leaving him disdainful. Much ado about nothing, he thought. Suddenly, he felt as though he had stumbled into a dense fog, blurring the surrounding world. Sensing imminent peril, Liao Shaojin roared, pushing his vampiric speed to its utmost limit, attempting to break free of the haze. Ordinarily, his velocity would have carried him over 30 feet in less than a second. However, as soon as he moved, a force, as substantial and unyielding as the earth itself, descended upon him. With a resounding thud, Liao Shaojin was struck senseless by the immense power. Barely regaining his footing, another force, acutely sharp and accompanied by eerie shrieks, hurtled towards his chest. Unable to evade in time, Liao Shaojin shielded himself with his wings, enduring the blow. With a tearing sound, his wings, ordinarily as resilient as tempered steel, were sliced open, creating a gash over an inch deep and 4 inches long. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, eliciting a pained cry from Liao Shaojin. Gazing at Zhou Qing, who wore a serene smile and exuded an aura of an otherworldly sage, Liao Shaojin remained in a state of shock, exclaiming, "What kind of skill is this? I cannot fathom its direction at all. Such power is utterly beyond my capacity to withstand. Our blood clan's wings are renowned for their resilience. I aspire to evolve into a count among the blood kin. I dare say, not even a bullet could pierce them. How can a mere piece of talisman possess such formidable strength? Indeed, just now you observed me drawing 5 talismans. Did you not? They represent the 5 elemental forces: fire, water, earth, metal, and wood. Each one can summon the elemental energies within a 10-mile radius. I have arranged a modest 5 elements reversal formation with them. You must have felt its effects within the array. Do you still contend that it is ineffective? However, Zhou Qing paused momentarily before continuing. This formation is not without its vulnerabilities. Had you attacked me with your speed while I was setting up the array, I might have become flustered and lacked the time to complete it. This is a common flaw of formations. The most effective way to counter them is to prevent their establishment. Once the formation is in place, it transcends mere combat between individuals, becoming a struggle against the heavens. Unless one possesses significantly greater power than the one setting the formation, or wields a magical artifact capable of dismantling it, or possesses knowledge of the formation's key, one is left with no recourse but to await their demise. Moreover, Zhou Qing added, the use of cinnabar and yellow paper as talismans has a limited efficacy in storing true essence, lasting no more than 3 hours. Once the time passes, the spiritual energy dissipates, rendering it useless. Only natural treasures capable of absorbing spiritual energy, such as cold jade, warm jade, or amethyst, can be utilized indefinitely. With a sigh, Zhou Qing concluded, is that so? I comprehend. Heh. Even the practice of the sacred arts requires financial means. It seems that money indeed holds paramount importance. Liao Shaojin expressed such sentiments, reflecting on his time in England when he found himself devoid of wealth and influence, unlike the detestable Locke family, who, with their immense fortune, maintained a significant number of blood slaves, able to indulge in the sanguine essence of virgins at will. As for me, I had no choice but to procure blood from hospitals, secretly siphoning from a few homeless souls, all while fearing discovery by the church. By the way, master, why don't we devise a scheme to amass a considerable fortune? How shall we acquire such wealth? Zhou Qing inquired. The quickest method would be to rob a bank. A single heist could yield tens of millions, and a dozen such endeavors could accumulate hundreds of millions. Upon hearing Liao Shaojin's audacious suggestion, Zhou Qing, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked. You, Zhou Qing exclaimed, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Liao Shaojin. Why don't you go perish? If that were a viable option, I would have pursued it long ago without your prompting. Do you think that having a modicum of ability grants you the liberty to act with impunity? Decades ago, the state established a clandestine organization. Its name eludes me, specifically tasked with thwarting the criminal use of supernatural abilities and esoteric arts. Countless experts have been recruited, with renowned sects such as Qiangshan, Kunlun, Tianshi, and Shushan dispatching their elite disciples. Such brazen theft is tantamount to courting death. You, as a vampire, must not allow them to uncover your identity. The consequences would be dire, though I cannot foresee their exact nature. You, after all, had to resort to purchasing human blood in England, too fearful to directly ingest it. Similar institutions exist in every country. Otherwise, chaos would have already ensued. Do not tell me that the United Kingdom lacks such organizations. Zhou Qing seized the opportunity to threaten Liao Shaojin. Liao Shaojin awkwardly chuckled. Just kidding. I heard from the elders of the Blood Clan that there is an organization in the UK called BBL, which comprises individuals from all walks of life, including the Holy See's light priests, paladins, and, if I am not mistaken, even a cardinal. Additionally, members of our Blood Clan and dark sorcerers also participate. I truly wonder how they coexist. What is so astonishing about that? Under the influence of profit, it is not surprising to see cats and mice collaborating. Zhou Qing remarked. By the way, my apprentice, you wouldn't be advocating such a foolish idea, would you? Zhou Qing slowly savored a sip of tea. Of course not. In fact, we could gamble. With Master S prowess, wouldn't money come easily? Zhou Qing shook his head, saying, that approach is not advisable. I have heard that several practitioners from the South Seas are stationed in the casinos over in Macau, and they are not to be trifled with. Given our current weakness, it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once I attain the transformation realm and refine a few treasures with the 3 flames of true fire, the vast world shall be mine to traverse. Chapter 4. The reappearance of Mount Shu 3 months is just enough time to consolidate one's cultivation and identify any available magical artifacts. Zhou Qing was aware that combat was inevitable upon his return. Thus, preparing adequately would be prudent. In a secluded area, several elegant hills rise several dozen miles from the city. Though the spiritual energy here is not particularly abundant, it is undoubtedly superior to the increasingly polluted urban environment. Zhou Qing often visits for leisure, and today, accompanied by Liao Shaojin, he chose an exceedingly hidden valley. Utilizing his flying sword, Zhou Qing carved out a small cave, arranging several concealed formations within. He meticulously inscribed a massive stone at the cave entrance with symbols of vermilion, crafting a primitive taiji formation to absorb the celestial essence of the moon's energy. Although it pales in comparison to the meticulously refined jade talisman Zhou Qing had previously created, 2 months is sufficient for Liao Shaojin to evolve into account. This formation is indeed profound and extensive, however, lacking any personal cultivation techniques. It is no wonder that our weapon-refining sect has fallen to such a state. Look, this Qing Suo sword, forged by a master of the Huashan sect at the god transformation stage, is formidable, yet in terms of formations, it falls woefully short of our sect's capabilities. What purpose does the sealed demon 8 trigrams formation serve on the hilt, with all its ostentation? Yet, the wielder possesses profound power. The 3 flavors true fire can melt anything. They achieve success through sheer force. While borrowing the immense power of heaven and earth is clever, it ultimately lacks the foundation of one's own cultivation, presenting numerous drawbacks. Especially with intricate formations, without profound cultivation, one cannot comprehend them. However, I now possess the cultivation method of the sword immortal, and the two will complement each other magnificently. With the sword chi ascending technique and the formations of the weapon refining sect, my self-created Taoist sect will surely flourish one day. When that time comes, I shall be revered as the founding patriarch, a great man who has not lived in vain if he has not achieved great deeds. Resolute in his determination, Zhou Qing summoned his flying sword. The Qing Suo sword, forged from Tai's exquisite gold, transformed into a canopy of azure light, enveloping Zhou Qing's form. Streams of spiritual energy were absorbed by the Qing Suo sword, transmuting into his true essence and flowing into his dantian. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing's mind plunged into a realm of contemplation, as peculiar yet grand images, imbued with an ancient and desolate aura, unfolded before his consciousness. Talismans, the fundamental laws of the universe, deciphered by countless Taoist sages and saints, emerged as simple symbols that, when combined with one's innate potential, could harness the wandering energies of the cosmos and summon formidable entities from parallel dimensions. Recently, Liao Shaojin had also made significant progress in his cultivation, evolving to the rank of count within the span of 2 months. Notably, he had shed the necessity of blood consumption, liberating himself from the defining traits of his vampiric lineage. Producing a talisman from his pocket, Liao Shaojin mimicked the incantation with commendable proficiency. Heaven and earth, golden spirits, heed my command, swift as the law dictates. The yellow talisman transformed into a slender beam of golden light, slicing through the air. With a swift motion, it cleaved a small fragment from the solid flower-patterned rock. Observing the mirror-like incision, Liao Shaojin erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel and stretching for an indeterminate length, struck down at the entrance of Zhou Qing's secluded cave, not far from Liao Shaojin. The thunderous crash shattered the tranquility, obliterating the cave's entrance into a shower of debris, which left Liao Shaojin battered and bruised, howling in dismay. In a moment of urgency, he transformed back to his original form, shielding himself with his wings as the cascade of stones continued to rain down. After a considerable time, the tumult subsided. Liao Shaojin surveyed the 3-zhang radius of pulverized rock and the now-vanished cave entrance, his mouth agape like that of a frog. Oh my, the power is astonishingly immense, far surpassing that of a grenade, almost rivaling that of a bomb. Is the master unharmed? How could lightning strike without warning? Could it possibly be the legendary heavenly tribulation? Lost in such thoughts, a fierce and overwhelming sword aura surged forth from the shattered rocks of the collapsed entrance, and a disheveled and dirt-covered Zhou Qing stumbled before Liao Shaojin. However, Zhou Qing's eyes shone with a piercing brilliance, his gaze tangible, subtly emanating a sharp sword energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Liao Shaojin, a novice in the realm of Taoism, could discern that Zhou Qing's martial prowess had significantly advanced. Barely had Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin departed when a sword light, several zhang long, shot across the distant sky, halting precisely above the valley where Zhou Qing had been in seclusion. A remarkably handsome young man clad in white stood atop a golden sword, 3 feet in length and 4 fingers wide, suspended 3 zhang above the ground. Had Zhou Qing still been present, he would have recognized that this individual practiced the same sword qi ascending technique and was of profound mastery, capable of flying with his sword, merely a step away from the elusive realm of transformation. Those ancient elders are far too indulgent towards their junior disciples. They have even given away Tai pure gold. Now, it appears, all the flying swords have been seized, and a person has been gravely injured. Even the fundamental techniques of our sect have been taken, compelling me to investigate further. The young man's demeanor was exceedingly haughty as he meticulously examined the valley ravaged by lightning. Suddenly, his expression shifted. With a grasp of his hand, he seized a rock that had been scarred by Zhou Qing's sword aura, transforming into a streak of golden light as he soared southward. Having yet to master walking, one aspires to run. Zhou Qing remarked, "First, you must thoroughly learn the various talismans. This is the foundation. It is akin to the fundamental operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in mathematics, as well as the vocabulary in English. The essence of this practice lies in the talismans, in their application, which is also the cornerstone of the formations. Though the invoking the divine chapter wields immense power, the associated dangers are exceedingly high. My master narrowly escaped being struck down by his own lightning just moments ago. Do you still wish to pursue this?" Liao Shaojin chuckled lightly. To perish is to ascend towards the heavens. If one does not perish, they become immortal. However, it is prudent to be cautious with powers one cannot yet control. Liao Shaojin's eyes darted about, seemingly lost in thought. Let us not dwell on this for now. Tomorrow we shall proceed with the formalities and head to Las Vegas to seize a substantial fortune. With my master's enhanced abilities, we need not fear a few Americans. Zhou Qing had already experienced the lethargy of government bureaucracy. What could have been accomplished in mere days dragged on for over 10, despite Zhou Qing's earnest entreaties, ultimately resorting to an enchantment to expedite the process. Chapter 5. The Art of Puppetry. Sitting in the bustling airport terminal, Zhou Qing reflected upon his past. The simplicity of his elementary, middle, and university years had cultivated in him an affinity for a tranquil existence. Now, the prospect of an exhilarating life felt somewhat disconcerting. He rubbed his temples, while Liao Shaojin fixated on the throng of travelers, his eyes scanning restlessly, seemingly pondering something inscrutable. Noticing Zhou Qing's gesture, Liao Shaojin could not help but exclaim, "Master, your profound skills and mastery over the essence of creation. And yet you still feel fatigued. It is truly remarkable. Go on, what do children understand?" Zhou Qing waved his hand, feigning maturity. TSK, Master, you are not much older than I. You are also a fine young man, in the prime of life, indulging in merriment and striving for great achievements. Why act like an old man?" Liao Shaojin, having accompanied Zhou Qing for several months, had long discerned his character. He understood that although Zhou Qing could be ruthless and meticulous in his endeavors, he was also quite amiable, prompting Liao to speak more freely. Upon observing this, Zhou Qing discreetly nodded and closed his eyes, contemplating. This lad, despite his infatuation with beautiful women, is genuinely sincere towards that Jenny. Suddenly, an inexplicably ominous aura flickered by, and in an instant, Zhou Qing felt as if he had plunged into the abyss of hell, amidst a slaughterhouse of vengeful spirits, their wails echoing in his ears. Startled, Zhou Qing swiftly opened his eyes. The sinister presence had vanished without a trace, so fleeting that it seemed but a figment of his imagination. Yet, Zhou Qing was acutely aware that the Qing Suo sword within him had stirred slightly. This sword, forged from Tai gold, was indeed a spiritual artifact, and further enhanced by the elder of Mount Shu with his profound cultivation, layered with countless magical wards, rendering it exceedingly sensitive to vengeful spirits. Pondering, Zhou Qing glanced at the group of 6 passing by him, and then his gaze fell upon the girl nestled in the embrace of a young man, a face of unparalleled beauty, pure and exquisite, as if the essence of heaven and earth had coalesced to form it. However, Zhou Qing only noticed the girl's hollow and vacant gaze. It was as if her eyes lacked any vitality, resembling those of a soulless being. Master, you just told me not to look, yet now you are gazing. Is this not? Liao Shaojin chuckled mischievously. Zhou Qing, however, refrained from engaging further. And only after the passerby entered the VIP room did he cast a severe glare at Liao Shaojin and whisper with a grave expression, "What do you know? That girl had an empty stare. She is either dead or has fallen under some malevolent spell. Especially that young one, reeking of sinister energy. She clearly practices dark arts." Humph, quite intriguing indeed. It seems they are on the same flight as us, heading to America as well. We shall observe the situation and discern their origins, Zhou Qing remarked. At that moment, a clear voice echoed through the speakers. The flight to Las Vegas will depart in 15 minutes. We kindly ask all passengers to prepare for boarding. Master, they are seated not far in front of us, Liao Shaojin said shortly after the plane took off. Zhou Qing nodded and replied softly, "Indeed, I have been pondering it. That girl seems to be under the influence of puppetry magic." "What is puppetry magic, Master?" Liao Shaojin inquired. "Puppetry magic, you see." Zhou Qing flicked his fingers, setting up a soundproof barrier. Clearing his throat, he organized his thoughts regarding the teachings of puppetry magic from the Compendium of Artifact Refinement, my disciple. Regardless, the journey to Las Vegas will take at least a day and a night. The Master shall impart some teachings to prevent rumors from spreading that I, a disciple of the Heavenly Path sect, am woefully ignorant. This art of puppetry originates from ancient sorcery, which delves into the secrets of the human body and seeks to unlock its potential. It differs fundamentally from our Taoist principles of attuning with nature and harnessing the cosmic energies that permeate the universe. The tome of puppetry seals the consciousness of an individual using a unique method, subsequently transferring one's own consciousness into another's body, rendering them a mere automaton, obedient to commands. Originally, this technique was employed by ancient sorcerers to combat ferocious beasts. However, during the Tang dynasty, it was appropriated by a figure named Iga Taro, who, after several generations of modifications, adapted this sorcery for use on humans, giving rise to the contemporary art of puppetry. Humph. I have long been aware of the nefarious intentions of these invaders, and now they dare to come to my homeland to wreak havoc. Although I, Zhou Qing, have always adhered to prudence and refrained from unnecessary conflicts, today I shall make an exception. Now that I am aware, do these scoundrels still wish to survive? As he spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from his eyes. Liao Shaojin, burning with righteous indignation, declared, "Although I am of the bloodline, I too am a descendant of Yan and Huang, am I not? I share the blood of Yan and Huang. These invaders are more detestable than Kalak. If I do not eliminate them, I shall suffer from insomnia every night." Zhou Qing, overhearing this, could not help but chuckle inwardly. "But the blood you bear is not that of Yan and Huang. It belongs to their mortal enemy, Qiyu." Yet, such words were not meant to be spoken aloud. As Zhou Qing nodded, he remarked, "Look at those four burly men. Their hands are calloused, surely masters of karate. Yet to you, they are merely insignificant. That little Japanese fellow, however, is peculiar. An aura of sinister energy clings to him. Even I cannot fathom his depths. Exercise caution once we disembark. Eliminate those four bodyguards and lure that little Japanese into Maitiji Li Hua Grand Formation. Seize the opportunity to rescue that girl. If we cannot save her, so be it. We must, at all costs, ensure the demise of that little Japanese." Noticing Liao Shaojin's hesitation, Zhou Qing's voice thundered, "Are you feeling pity for the delicate? Humph. This sorcerer from the East, if left alive, could cause untold harm to our compatriots." Seeing Zhou Qing's ire, Liao Shaojin promptly nodded in agreement, vowing not to delay. Chapter 6. The Fourfold Absolute. Kill. The day passed in silence. Both Liao Shaojin and Zhou Qing diligently preserving their energy and spirit. The little Japanese remained quiet, seemingly preoccupied with some significant matter, not daring to provoke any trouble. By the following evening, the plane finally touched down in Las Vegas. Upon disembarking, a wave of heat enveloped them. Las Vegas, a mere oasis in the desert, had miraculously developed into its current splendor. Zhou Qing gazed at the shimmering neon lights and the uniquely grand hotels, overwhelmed with emotion. "Master, spare us your reflections. That little Japanese has already fled," Liao Shaojin urged. "Fear not, for our Chinese Taoist arts are beyond comparison to the half-baked sorcery that little Japanese has pilfered. Let us first find a place to rest. We shall act under the cover of night." In the Old Town Hotel of Las Vegas, Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin surveyed the room filled with a musty odor, dim lighting, and faded carpets. Zhou Qing sighed. I never imagined that accommodations here would be so exorbitant. I have only a little over $100,000 to my name. How long will that last? And what about you? Zhou Qing pointed at Liao Shaojin in frustration. Considering you have just a few hundred yuan, it drives me to despair. Liao Shaojin chuckled awkwardly. Master, I admit I am indeed a pauper. By the way, let us go deal with that little rascal. Just look at those 4 burly men carrying the boxes. It's evident they hold something valuable. No need for you to remind me. Zhou Qing pulled out a jade token, casually tossed it, and proclaimed, as the heavens command, the essence is void, and the spirits guide us to the north, south, east, and west. Swiftly, as the law dictates, the jade token spun and stood upright, pointing westward. To the west, 30 miles from here, in a derelict warehouse. Mitsui Taro anxiously glanced at his watch, inquiring in Japanese of a burly man beside him. Kumada, why hasn't the Grand Elder of the Luing sect arrived yet? It's nearly 8 o'clock. The man referred to as Kumada quickly bowed and replied, Young master, there is no need to worry. The Grand Elder is always punctual. Taro continued, however, I must say, this Chinese woman is truly striking. If she weren't designated by the Grand Elder, I would have had her long ago. My grandfather told me that during the days in Manchukuo, he indulged in many Chinese women, and they were particularly delightful. Ha ha ha. Mitsui Taro erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Young Master Mitsui is in high spirits. A hoarse and somber voice echoed through the air, articulating in the precise tones of Mandarin Chinese. A diminutive elder clad in black emerged within the warehouse, facing the shadows, accompanied by 4 individuals entirely shrouded in dark cloth, with only their eyes visible, each carrying a coated suitcase. Upon sighting the elder in black, Mitsui Taro immediately stifled his laughter and respectfully remarked, Elder Iga, you are indeed punctual. However, why resort to the foolish language of the Chinese? Baka. To conquer a nation, one must first embrace its culture. The richness of Chinese civilization is profound, far beyond what our Yamato people can compare. It is precisely by assimilating the essence of other cultures that our Yamato people have carved a niche in the world. Is arrogance truly the spirit of our people? Mitsui Taro nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, the elder speaks wisely. This time, my father has sent me to engage in trade with you, precisely to learn from your wisdom. So, have you succeeded? Upon hearing Mitsui Taro's words, Elder Iga's expression softened slightly as he inquired. Indeed, this endeavor was no easy feat. We spent half a month planning, ambushing near the location where this woman studied, only to discover she was guarded by numerous skilled protectors. Out of the 28 experts I brought from China, 24 perished, and even our elder, Lord Yamamoto of the Kikyu faction, sacrificed himself in a self-explosion to ensure our escape. Fortunately, we managed to bribe a local official, allowing us to board this flight. The Grand Elder nodded, acknowledging the commendable efforts. There are indeed numerous skilled individuals in China, yet their lack of unity serves as a silver lining. Nevertheless, they remain formidable opponents. China has never been devoid of traitors, willing to sell their ancestry for mere trifles. It is precisely due to these turncoats that our Yamato nation can gradually infiltrate China and undermine them from within. What do you think? This is a matter of $300 million entrusted to me. Our Iga clan's Ryuing faction and your Jejupo were originally of the same lineage, but alas, they diverged during your grandfather's generation. Sigh. Otherwise, how could we be subjugated by the Black Dragon Society now? Mitsui nodded in agreement, gesturing for the 4 robust men, led by Kamita, to take the password box from the hands of the 4 black-clad individuals, just as they were about to hand the girl over to the Grand Elder. A shadow, moving with such speed that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly snatched the girl from Mitsui's grasp. The Grand Elder let out a sharp command, unleashing a burst of gray light towards the shadow, which was none other than Liao Shaojin. Having launched a surprise attack, he seized the girl from Mitsui with the swiftness befitting a bloodline count. Just as he prepared to confront the approaching gray light from the so-called Ij, Grand Elder, he heard Zhou Qing's urgent voice, Fool, that is the stone demon curse hand. Do not confront it directly. Liao Shaojin reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively pulling back his hand amidst the chaos, and forcibly yanked the burly man named Kamita in front of him as a shield. Despite Kamita's decades of rigorous training in karate and his status as a skilled fighter, He stood no chance against someone of Liao Xiaojin's extraordinary caliber, and without any resistance. He was struck by the burst of gray light. Bam! With a resounding crash, Hito was hurled to the ground by Liao Xiaojin, shattering like stone. Liao Xiaojin shuddered, finally comprehending the reason behind Zhou Qing's warning against taking it head-on. Though his heart raced, Liao Xiaojin's actions were resolute. Anguished cries echoed as 3 of Mitsui Taro's subordinates met their demise, his speed astonishingly swift. The speed of a vampire count could only be described as extraordinary, especially after Zhou Qing had enhanced him with several swift movement talismans on his legs, arms, and body. Even the elder only reacted when he saw Liao Xiaojin clutching the girl and making a hasty exit. Mitsui Taro, along with the elder Iga and 4 subordinates, let out furious roars, disregarding even the money in the safe as they pursued Liao Xiaojin. Just a short distance from the doorway, they spotted him standing 10 zhang away. His 2 silver-gray wings, each measuring a zhang in length, fluttering incessantly as he gazed eerily at the group of 6. Mitsui Taro stepped forward to strike, but was halted by the elder Iga, esteemed friend of the bloodline count. Our Shadow Flow faction's ninjas have always maintained a good rapport with your dark association in Europe. Why must we be at odds? Liao Xiaojin let out a sinister chuckle, remaining silent as he flicked his wrist, unleashing 6 yellow talismans that transformed into 6 orbs of golden light, hurtling towards Mitsui Taro and his companions. The elder Iga, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized the golden light and shouted, "Everyone, disperse quickly. This is Chinese Taoist magic." However, it was too late. The meticulously crafted golden spirit talisman by Zhou Qing had summoned the essence of Western metal, manifesting 6 radiant beams of golden light that swiftly morphed in the air. 1 transformed into 2, 2 into 3, and in the blink of an eye, they coalesced into hundreds of razor-sharp sword energies capable of slicing through even the most resilient of rocks. These energies descended like a torrential storm upon the 6 individuals. The Grand Elder of Iga exhaled, enveloped in a faint phosphorescent glow that flickered like ghostly flames, shielding his entire being. Clang! A cacophony erupted as the piercing golden light collided with the phosphorescence, igniting sparks. Mitsui too found himself unharmed amidst the chaos. Yet, the subordinates of the Grand Elder were not so fortunate. They fell to the ground, their bodies mangled and bloodied, their cries echoing in the air, gasping for breath with no respite. Before 5 minutes had elapsed, the Grand Elder of Iga and Mitsui Taro found themselves isolated, their entire entourage decimated. The Grand Elder's fury ignited, his voice a venomous growl, his face contorted in rage. So you are not of the Blood Clan, but a Chinese. I shall slay you, tear you to shreds." From the Grand Elder's form, streams of phosphorescent fire began to emerge, gradually coalescing into a shadowy figure towering over 10 feet high, shrouded in swirling black smoke, obscuring its true visage. The colossal apparition roared, "Iga, why have you awakened me?" Mitsui Taro suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "The divine Shikigami. The Grand Elder has actually mastered the divine Shikigami. Honored Lord Sasaki, grant me the power to eliminate this Blood Clan member, and I shall prepare 100 souls for your enjoyment." Upon witnessing the Blood Clan's formidable speed, Elder Iga realized the formidable nature of his opponent, prompting a surge of urgency within him as he unleashed his most powerful techniques. The shadow emitted a chilling, discordant screech, its voice dripping with malice as it declared, the human soul. Iga, should you renege on your words, I shall consume you first." With that, it lunged towards Liao Xiaojin, who remained oblivious to the nature of the celestial spirit. However, the bizarre entity instilled a sense of trepidation within him, prompting him to quickly invoke a Vajra charm, amplifying his defenses against the Blood Clan's relentless velocity. In a fleeting moment, 2 eerie shadows collided in midair, producing a resounding crack. Liao Xiaojin was propelled backward, landing several yards away, as an overwhelming and malevolent force, seemingly infused with the wails of countless tormented souls, surged into his body, rendering him immobile. The shadow, identified as Sasaki, was equally taken aback, muttering in disbelief, "Who is this person, that he is harder than iron? Yet, having succumbed to my vengeful blood curse, can you still move? I shall devour you first." Transforming into a colossal blade, the shadow aimed a deadly strike at Liao Xiaojin. Meanwhile, Elder Iga, succumbing to the intensity of the moment, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The spirit was intrinsically linked to his consciousness. Witnessing its injury left no room for idle observation. Upon hearing Sasaki's anguished cries, Elder Iga hastily formed a peculiar hand gesture, muttering incantations under his breath. Although the content remained obscured, as he expelled another 3 mouthfuls of blood, Sasaki reacted as though under the influence of an aphrodisiac, letting out a ferocious roar. With an overwhelming surge of dark energy, Zhou Qing inadvertently breached a small gap in the fire formation, allowing Sasaki to frantically burrow into the body of the Elder Iga, ceasing all movement thereafter. The Elder Iga's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Qing. Realizing unexpectedly that there was a master of Taoist arts lying in ambush, it seemed that today would be their downfall. Mitsui, we must depart. To flee, one must first leave their life behind. Zhou Qing clasped his hands in a salute, extending his right index and middle fingers. Calmly, he intoned, for directions seal the demon. Heaven and earth strangle. Suddenly, a yellow curtain, adorned with countless talismans painted in vermilion and measuring 2 yards wide and 4 yards long, erupted from the ground, encircling the Elder Iga and Mitsui Taro completely. Chapter 7. The Blood Transformation Divine Blade. This 4 directions divine talisman was hastily crafted by Zhou Qing. Capable of forming the most formidable formation he had learned thus far, the 4 directions absolute kill formation. The azure energy intensified, and under the incredulous gazes of the Elder Iga and Mitsui Taro, an immense azure dragon began to manifest, extending dozens of yards in length. Indeed, it was a dragon. Zhou Qing had unleashed the 4 directions absolute kill formation to its fullest extent, drawing in the ethereal energy of the surrounding area within a 10-mile radius. Thus, the representative entity of the wood element, the azure dragon of the east, emerged. The dragon roared, and colossal azure trees, echoing with thunderous crashes, surged from all directions toward the Elder Iga and Mitsui Taro. The sheer force of the impact promised to reduce them to mere pulp upon collision. The Elder Iga's face turned a ghastly shade of blue. There was no time for words. Rubbing his hands together, a peculiar armor materialized around him, enveloping both him and Mitsui Taro in a strange, greenish glow. A colossal tree, as long as 3 zhong and as thick as a water barrel, came crashing down with a resounding boom, colliding against the emerald glow of Elder Iga's armor. In an instant, the green light erupted into a ball of phosphorescent fire, incinerating the tree entirely. However, Elder Iga let out a muffled groan, staggering back 3 steps, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Zhou Qing and Liao Xiao observed the situation within the formation with keen insight. Remarkable. This old wretch still possesses some prowess. Managing to endure under the assault of the azure dragon's wood, Liao Xiao remarked. If it were a direct confrontation, we could easily handle him. Zhou Qing replied, Humph. This 4 elements killing formation can ceaselessly gather spiritual energy, yet alas, I can only unleash a quarter of its potential. Otherwise, if all 4 elements were to manifest, we would annihilate that old scoundrel in an instant. Within the formation, Elder Iga was relentlessly battered by the enormous trees, struggling to catch his breath. With his previous injuries compounded by the continuous assaults, even his marvelous protective armor could not withstand such relentless attrition. Mitsui Taro, witnessing the elder spitting out another mouthful of blood, anxiously inquired, Elder, how do you fare? Elder Iga, pallid and feeble, replied, This is a miraculous technique from China. Once ensnared within, even the mightiest are rendered impotent. It seems we are destined to perish here today. I can endure no longer. Before he could finish his words, yet another tree collided with the protective green glow of his armor, causing Elder Iga to finally lose his footing and collapse to the ground. Ah, it appears you are of no further use. Then meet your demise. With a sinister grin, Mitsui Taro suddenly drew a short blade, measuring over a foot in length, as thin as a cicada's wing and blood red in hue. He plunged the dagger forcefully into the back of Elder Iga's heart, catching the elder completely off guard, leaving him with a chilling realization as he locked eyes with Mitsui Taro. Why? His gaze then fell upon the long knife in Mitsui Taro's hand, and a look of relief washed over his face. So, it was the holy blade in the possession of the 9 Chrysanthemum sect. Indeed, it is the holy blade. Fortunately, Elder, since you have mastered the heavenly Shikigami, the holy blade will absorb the Shikigami within you and break the seal. Haha. Can you still not unravel this peculiar formation? Mitsui Taro erupted into maniacal laughter. With a flick of his wrist, he twisted the knife. And a hissing sound erupted as blood-red light surged from the blade. An overwhelming crimson radiance enveloped both Elder Iga and Mitsui Taro, while the massive azure tree collided with the bloodlight, sinking into it as if it were a stone cast into the ocean, producing not even a ripple. The sudden turn of events astonished even Liao Xiaojin and Zhou Qing, who were observing from outside the formation. Particularly, when Zhou Qing caught sight of Mitsui Taro brandishing the blood-red dagger. He leapt in astonishment upon noticing the hilt was shaped like a two-headed wolf, the heavenly Luo blood transformation blade. How is this possible? How could it be in the hands of a demon? This is disastrous. Observing Zhou Qing's alarm, Liao Xiaojin understood that the situation had changed. Master, what is the heavenly Luo blood transformation blade? Stop with the trivialities and guard me with all your might. We must not allow him to break through the formation, otherwise we are doomed. Zhou Qing exclaimed urgently, rapidly shifting his hand gestures. Endless Universe, Supreme, Taiji Formation. 6 jade plaques ascended above the 4 directions deadly formation, whirling gracefully as streams of mysterious light flowed from them, coalescing into a magnificent Taiji diagram. Striking crimson rays converged from all directions, transforming the originally dark jade plaques into a vibrant red, as if they were on the verge of melting. With a resounding blast, the Taiji diagram absorbed sufficient essence of the southern Mingsley fire, emanating a flame as thick as a barrel, directed towards the figure of Mitsui Taro, shrouded in bloodlight. Barely discernible, the bloodlight clashed fiercely with the fiery column, both forces evenly matched. At that moment, Mitsui Taro's eyes burned with an intense crimson glow, his hands gripping a blade nearly as long as himself, particularly the hilt adorned with a colossal double-headed wolf carving, whose 4 eyes radiated a ghastly green luminescence, evoking a sensation of plummeting into the depths of hell. Liao Xiaojin stood transfixed, his gaze fixed upon Mitsui Taro, who reveled in the contest between the fire column and the arcane light. With a sinister grin, Mitsui Taro summoned all his strength and swung his blade at Zhou Qing. A thunderous roar erupted as an even thicker stream of bloodlight surged forward, crashing against the fire column, merging with the initial bloodlight, gradually overpowering the flame. As the fire column grew thinner and shorter under the relentless pressure, Liao Xiaojin sensed the dire situation. He propelled himself forward, reaching the limits of his speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged at Mitsui Taro. However, just as he approached within 10 feet, an immense, indifferent force repelled him 2 yards away. A thick, almost tangible stench of blood invaded Liao Xiaojin's nostrils. Even as a member of the Blood Clan, he struggled to endure the overwhelming scent, nearly retching from its intensity. Come to my side. The little devil possesses the blood transformation divine blade for protection, rendering him nearly unreachable. Zhou Qing declared, as just moments ago, Mitsui Taro, after a prolonged struggle against the bloodlight, boldly charged forward, swinging his blade towards the fiery column. The true might of the blood transformation divine blade was colossal. With a single strike, the fire column diminished by more than half. Observing this, Zhou Qing let out a long howl and unleashed the Qing Suo sword, which barely ensnared the blood transformation divine blade. The pressure alleviated considerably. Master, what shall we do now? Inquired Liao Xiaojin anxiously, witnessing Mitsui Taro frantically slashing at the Qing Suo sword. Each time the Qing Suo sword grazed the bloodlight of the divine blade, its own azure glow dimmed significantly. Although the Qing Suo sword was a spiritual artifact crafted by a master, it remained a mere imitation, incapable of rivaling such an ancient malevolent weapon. Despite Zhou Qing's efforts to maneuver the Qing Suo sword to avoid direct contact with the divine blade, even the bloodlight emanating from the blade was insurmountable. Upon hearing Liao Xiaojin's question, Zhou Qing suddenly conceived a plan. There is still a way. This little devil cannot fully unleash the power of the divine blade. Extend your hand. Though perplexed, Liao Xiaojin complied. Suddenly, Zhou Qing, amidst the chaos, diverted his focus and unleashed a stream of yellow light, inflicting a deep cut on Liao Xiaojin's wrist, causing blood to gush forth. Master, what are you doing? Do not speak. Concentrate all your energy to force out your blood, quickly. Zhou Qing shouted anxiously. For the Qing Suo sword had just been struck by the bloodlight and was perilously close to plummeting to the ground. Liao Xiaojin was acutely aware that the situation had reached a critical juncture, leaving no room for further discussion. With all his might, he channeled his energy, causing blood to erupt like a fountain. Zhou Qing tongue extended both hands, invoking a sword technique, as the blood was swiftly transformed into shimmering golden talismans in midair. Zhou Qing adopted an unusual stance, stamping his foot with great force and bellowing. I humbly summon the thunder god of the 9 heavens. Heed my command. Swiftly, as the law dictates, it is said that the blood transformation divine blade clashed fiercely with the heavenly thunder, and the sky was filled with a radiant crimson light that was shattered by the strike of the thunder. However, the blood transformation divine blade, being a fearsome relic of ancient times, managed to withstand 99% of the thunder's might, with only a mere 1% of its power impacting the blade's essence. Drawing upon Liao Shaojin's blood as a conduit, Zhou Qing summoned the divine power of the thunder god of the 9 heavens, notably enhanced by the presence of saint blood from the Jiu Li within Liao Shaojin's essence. Even with just a fraction of the power remaining, the blood transformation divine blade sustained considerable damage, emitting a mournful wail that echoed through the heavens, gradually shrinking to a length of merely a foot. Its form as delicate as a cicada's wing. Witnessing the blade's extraordinary spirit and marvel, Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin exchanged knowing glances. Approaching the blade, Zhou Qing utilized the remaining blood of Liao Shaojin to inscribe a sealing talisman, temporarily confining the blade's spirit before stowing it away in his sleeve. Chapter 8. The Six-Winged Golden Silkworm. In one of the grandest hotels in Las Vegas, the opulent Caesar's Palace, Liao Shaojin gazed excitedly at the enormous bed overflowing with stacks of money. $300 million. $300 million. What could these little devils possibly need with such a vast amount of cash? Is this girl truly worth such an exorbitant sum? In the midst of his excitement, Liao Shaojin felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed that only after Master awakened the girl would he gain clarity. However, Zhou Qing wore a solemn expression, his fingers delicately resting on the wrist of the unconscious girl, shaking his head repeatedly. Liao Shaojin couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, when did you become a doctor, Master? Did you not say that puppetry is centered in the brain? Why are you checking her wrist? What is the point of this charade? Zhou Qing offered an awkward smile, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Am I not merely taking her pulse? I'm checking to see if she has sustained any other injuries, he retorted, though it was evident he was merely putting on a show. A charade indeed. So, Master, does she have any hope of recovery? It would be such a pity for such beauty to perish. It's quite troublesome. I cannot be certain. Her consciousness has been ensnared by the puppetry worm residing in her brain. To extract the worm, I must nurture her slowly. Otherwise, if too much time passes, the worm will lose control and consume her mind entirely. At that point, even a celestial being would be of no help. Zhou Qing analyzed solemnly. What can we do then? Is there a way to draw out the puppetry worm? Liao Shaojin inquired eagerly. That will require your assistance, Zhou Qing replied. Me? How can I assist? Though there are many varieties of puppetry worms, most have an affinity for blood. If you could spare a bit of your own, I can use my method to direct the scent of blood into her brain, enticing the puppetry worm to emerge. Then, I will gradually nurture her with the ethereal energy of the wood element. Must it always be my blood? Why is it always me? Is there no alternative? Would you prefer to use your own blood, Master? Or shall I take your place as the Master? Regardless, you belong to the bloodline. So losing a few pounds is of little consequence. You will recover in an instant, unlike Master. Zhou Qing chuckled heartily and thought, your blood contains the sacred blood of the Jiu Li, which serves as an excellent supplement for those insects. If not for your use, then whose? Very well. For the sake of beauty, I shall make this sacrifice. Liao Shaojin spoke with a sense of righteousness. Zhou Qing did not elaborate further. He concentrated his energy, forming a blade with his qi, and made a small incision on Liao Shaojin's wrist. When you see something peculiar emerge, swiftly remove it. Moreover, affix this talisman of exorcism to her body. That way, when the puppet worm emerges, it shall not infiltrate. Timing is crucial. As soon as it appears, immediately apply the talisman, Zhou Qing instructed. He dipped his fingers in the blood, inscribing a symbol upon his palm before placing it near the girl's ear. With a surge of energy, a faint stream of blood light, flecked with hints of golden radiance, penetrated her ear. In mere moments, a peculiar sound emanated from within, and a golden, silkworm-like creature, measuring over an inch in length and as thick as a chopstick, slowly emerged. Even more astonishing was the fact that this golden worm possessed a pair of wings, thinner than cicada wings, shimmering with golden light as they fluttered incessantly. Upon its emergence, The golden worm transformed into a burst of golden light, swiftly darting towards Zhou Qing's palm. Zhou Qing, his face awash with astonishment, could not help but exclaim, "The six-winged golden silkworm! The six-winged golden silkworm! It truly is the six-winged golden silkworm! Which fool would dare to cultivate such a treasure into a puppet worm? Utterly lacking in discernment? What a squanderer!" Observing Zhou Qing's unrestrained excitement, Liao Shaojin inquired, "What exactly is this six-winged golden silkworm? Why are you so elated?" Zhou Qing chuckled, "Go, affix a few wooden spirit talismans around the girl. I estimate she shall awaken within a few hours." This six-winged golden silkworm is indeed a remarkable spiritual entity. However, it is rather unsuitable as a puppet worm. Once the task is accomplished, I shall elucidate the matter further for you. Zhou Qing, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Master, everything has been arranged. Indeed, quite commendable. The wooden spirit talismans are drawn with considerable skill, and the spirit-gathering formation is set up adequately." Zhou Qing's spirits were elevated, and he rarely offered praise to Liao Shaojin. "It seems you have indeed been diligent in your studies lately." Liao Shaojin, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Master, when that beautiful lady awakens, please refrain from saying such things about me, or I shall be utterly embarrassed." "Oh." Zhou Qing's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Very well. I shall have something to request of you shortly, so do not delay." Liao Shaojin eagerly nodded in agreement, thumping his chest. "Master's affairs are my own. At your command, I would not hesitate to brave fire and water. By the way, what exactly is this six-winged golden silkworm? It only possesses a single pair of wings, does it not?" The six-winged golden silkworm is a preeminent spirit creature of the world, an ancient and rare species from primordial times. It lays a single egg only once every millennium, and it takes a century for this egg to hatch into a larva. The newly born larva possesses feeble abilities. Equipped with merely a pair of wings, and only upon maturing into an adult does it develop 3 pairs, culminating in 6 wings. The prowess of a mature six-winged golden silkworm is nothing short of terrifying. It can soar to celestial heights and plunge into the abyss. Exhibiting a brutal temperament, yet lacking in intelligence, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. It is said that during the ancient War of the Gods, the six-winged golden silkworm faced near extinction, with adult specimens being transformed into magical artifacts and larvae nurtured as pets. Following the war, the eminent figures of the realm mostly perished, leading to the disappearance of the six-winged golden silkworm until 6 centuries ago when the malevolent sorcerer of the green robe discovered a larva in the Miao region. This green-robed patriarch was a prodigious talent, managing to breed the six-winged golden silkworm with another exotic species, resulting in a multitude of golden silkworms. Though their abilities paled in comparison to the mature six-winged counterparts, they inherited a trace of their noble lineage, showcasing formidable powers, particularly due to their vast numbers and the green-robed patriarch's practice of nourishing them with human blood, which rendered them even more ferocious than their ancestors. Thus, the notorious reputation of the green-robed patriarch as a master of the dark arts was solidified. Eventually, he was eradicated by the united forces of the various sects of the Shushan, meeting his end beneath the blades of the Ziqing twin swords. Since then, the six-winged golden silkworm has not re-emerged, until now, revealing itself here as a mere larva, perfectly poised to be kept as a pet. A fully matured six-winged golden silkworm could rival a formidable master at the peak of the transformation stage. The evolution into a 4-winged golden silkworm is undoubtedly beyond our capabilities. It could very well rival the entities of the early divine transformation. At that time, the vastness of the world would be ours to explore. Master, how long will it take for that 6-winged golden silkworm to evolve into an adult? Surely, it cannot be a brief period, considering that even laying an egg takes a millennium. Liao Shaojin instinctively sensed the grimness of the situation. Alas, what use is that? Such a protracted duration means I, as a vampire, would likely perish, let alone you, master. By then, our bones might serve as mere instruments for drumming. Liao Shaojin, overwhelmed by frustration, began to speak recklessly. Zhou Qing, unperturbed, chuckled. I refer to the normal circumstances, implying its natural growth. I certainly possess methods to expedite its evolution into a 4-winged golden silkworm. What methods? By nourishing it with human blood. That was precisely how the green robe ancestor operated, and the 6-winged golden silkworm particularly relishes the essence of souls. Haha. Zhou Qing smirked ominously. Surely not. Liao Shaojin gazed at Zhou Qing, his face paling. Do not regard me with such eyes. I would never engage in the act of murder for souls, as that is the domain of the demonic path. Besides, what kind of society are we in now? Even the murder of a single individual would cause an uproar. Would I be foolish enough to commit such acts? Let us not forget the celestial blood god saber we acquired last night. Within the Dutian 12 divine kill formation, countless malevolent souls have been imprisoned for millennia, perfectly suited to nourish the golden silkworm. As for human blood, haha, Zhou Qing chuckled a few times. Liao Shaojin resembled a deflated balloon, expressing his discontent. Now we have come to an understanding. The treasure I receive must at least be on par with your little turning seal. No problem, 20 pounds of blood will suffice. Suddenly, Liao Shaojin, in a frenzy, trembled uncontrollably and pointed at Zhou Qing, exclaiming, You, are you the vampire, or am I? A flat rate of 5 pounds, 15 pounds, 8 pounds, 12 pounds, 10 pounds at most. Otherwise, farewell. A faint moan echoed, prompting Liao Shaojin to shout, Master, she has awakened. Zhou Qing, puzzled by her quick recovery, soon realized. It must have been the blood essence he transferred while summoning the golden silkworm. Indeed, the blood of the 9 Li was formidable, feeding the golden silkworm with it. I am eager to see just how powerful this 6-winged golden silkworm can become. Haha. When Ling Ruoshui regained consciousness, her head spun. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find a man nearly in her face, resulting in a shrill scream that nearly caused Liao Shaojin to faint. Clutching her hands tightly to her chest, she checked her attire, relieved to find it intact, which eased her anxiety somewhat. Chapter 9. The Second Soul Disciple, You Frightened Her. Zhou Qing said with a grin directed at Liao Shaojin. It's unreasonable. How could someone as handsome and charming as I be frightening? Master, do you think her mind might have been impaired by the insects? Liao Shaojin had just been startled by the girl, and he retorted sharply. Your brain must have been eaten by insects. Ling Ruoshui, visibly agitated, had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner. Without reflecting on how she had arrived at this peculiar situation, she lashed back at Liao Shaojin. My dear girl, my apprentice was merely jesting. Please, do not take offense. Suddenly, the half-archaic words of Zhou Qing echoed in her ear, leaving Ling Ruoshui momentarily bewildered. She recalled wandering with her close friend, when a group of men in dark clothing had emerged from the shadows near the school, and a young man in a white suit had hurled a golden light in her direction before she lost consciousness. Upon hearing the terms girl and apprentice, a wave of shock washed over her. Had she traversed through time and arrived in antiquity? Quickly surveying her surroundings, she spotted a mountain of cash, American dollars. To be precise, piled on the bed. Despite her affluent upbringing, the sight of such a vast amount of currency was indeed rare. Thank goodness. She was still in the modern era. After all, how could ancient times possess American dollars? With a sigh of relief, she patted her chest, her cherry lips slightly parted. A hint of blush gracing her pure, youthful face, exuding an undeniable charm. Suddenly, a laugh escaped her lips. Observing Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin, she mused. You two look like young heroes from a martial arts film. Are you filming a wuxia drama? Rising to her feet, she extended her right hand, introducing herself. I am Ling Ruoshui. Thank you for rescuing me. Zhou Qing silently approved of her demeanor, recognizing that this young lady was no ordinary individual. He stepped forward to brush aside Liao Shaojin's outstretched hand, gently clasping Ling Ruoshui's delicate fingers. The sensation was as soft as if it were devoid of bones, smooth and rounded, conveying a subtle warmth to Zhou Qing's palm. Yet, Zhou Qing remained utterly unfazed, elegantly withdrawing his hand and stating, Do not heed his nonsensical remarks. He is merely jesting. We are here in Las Vegas for a vacation and, upon noticing your distress, came to your aid. Please, do not take it to heart. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Ruoshui's eyes. She had encountered countless men, most of whom were utterly captivated by her charm. Yet this gentleman seemed entirely indifferent. For the first time, she found herself doubting her allure. Little did she know that Zhou Qing had spent 5 years honing his spiritual path. Despite lacking a mentor's guidance and relying on herbal elixirs, his progress remained modest. However, he excelled in the arts of talisman and formation, bridging the realms of heaven and earth, emphasizing the communion between his heart and the celestial essence. Though his heart was not entirely unmoved, akin to a tranquil ancient well or an unblemished mirror, he had long since mastered the art of emotional restraint. Not even Ling Ruoshui, regardless of her beauty, tenfold more stunning, could sway his composure. One must ponder the magnitude of the universe's power and the profundity of its essence. Without a resolute heart to navigate such forces, one risks losing oneself, with dire consequences leading to disintegration into mere dust, devoid of even a soul. In the annals of spiritual cultivation, numerous instances exist where practitioners have been undone by their own intricate formations. The virtue of water is profound. It nourishes all beings without contention, residing in places most detested by the masses, thus approaching the Tao. Miss Ling, what a lovely name. Zhou Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Observing that Zhou Qing was only a few years her senior, yet carried himself with the demeanor of a venerable sage, Ling Ruoshui smiled once more, radiating like a garden in full bloom. All right, do not call me Miss Ling, just call me Ruoshui instead. For some reason, Ling Ruoshui felt particularly elated. Typically, she never engaged in pleasantries with the young men around her, yet today, she surprised even herself by willingly sharing her name. Hey Ruoshui, do you know why those ruffians attempted to abduct you? Liao Shaojin promptly seized the opportunity. Ling Ruoshui found this handsome young man rather agreeable. I am unsure. My family's business is quite substantial, and my father has assigned bodyguards for my protection. Perhaps it is a rival from my father's business? She replied to Liao Shaojin. Miss Ruoshui, now that you are awake, you should call your parents to alleviate their concerns and arrange for them to come pick you up. Zhou Qing recognized the gravity of the situation and desired to extricate himself from the predicament swiftly. Casting a furtive yet intense glance at Liao Shaojin, Zhou Qing began to formulate his own plans. Very well. It is quite late now. Shaojin, please secure a separate room for Miss Ruoshui. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Ling Ruoshui hurriedly knocked on the door. When Liao Shaojin opened it, he found Zhou Qing sitting cross-legged on the bed. You truly possess martial skills. You don't even need to sleep, just like my father, elder brother, and second brother. Would you teach me martial arts? I have long desired to learn. Those martial arts clubs at school seem so impressive, but unfortunately, my father forbids me from joining. Ling Ruoshui clung tenaciously to Liao Shaojin. Liao Shaojin nodded repeatedly, not blaming Liao Shaojin for his reaction. Ling Ruoshui possessed an innate charm that was hard to resist. Being a member of the blood clan, Liao Shaojin's inner demons weighed more heavily than those of ordinary individuals. Although he had practiced the arts, his time was still limited. And were it not for his feelings for Jenny, he would have succumbed to her allure long ago. Hurry up. It has been ages since I last visited America, and I have yet to explore Las Vegas. You are truly affluent. The Caesar's Palace is not a place for just anyone. Ling Ruoshui urged the leisurely Zhou Qing, who was tidying up his belongings. You must treat us later. Master, your wisdom is unmatched. I truly should have rid myself of this burden long ago. Liao Shaojin, burdened with countless bags of clothes and food, was panting despite his robust physique. This woman had been shopping from dawn until noon, and now well into the afternoon. How did she still possess such vigor? It seemed she rivaled the celestial beings of lore. Zhou Qing, laden with just as many items, could not help but smile wryly at Liao Shaojin's words. This little lady has already spent over 100,000 in just one day. Does her family run a bank? Fortunately, she hasn't indulged in gambling, and we did come into some unexpected wealth. Otherwise, we would be completely drained. I am leaving it to you tomorrow. I must retreat to refine my magical artifacts now. I need to remake my flying sword. Just as Liao Shaojin was about to lament, Ling Ruoshui called out from a distance. Why are you both so slow? Come quickly. There are marvelous items for sale. It seems this young lady regards us as her attendants, Liao Shaojin remarked. Surrounding Las Vegas lies a desolate expanse of desert, where the scorching heat of day gives way to a chilling night that can be quite alarming. Rattlesnakes and scorpions abound, making it a perilous endeavor for anyone with an ounce of prudence to venture into the desert after dusk. Zhou Qing stood quietly atop a sand dune, gazing at the celestial tapestry above. The outcome of his endeavors hinged upon this moment. He retrieved the Tianluo blood transformation blade, its delicate, blood-red edge quivering with a faint resonance. The hilt, adorned with a two-headed wolf and its 4 eyes, emanated a sinister green glow that illuminated the surroundings for 10 paces. Zhou Qing planted the blade into the ground and arranged 7 large stones in accordance with the positions of the Big Dipper. The handle of the dipper pointed directly at the blade embedded in the earth, which corresponded to the direction of the North Pole. Once the arrangement was complete, Zhou Qing took out a jade vial containing a six-winged golden silkworm and gently caressed it. It had been soaked in the blood of Liao Xiaojin for an entire day, absorbing a trace of the sacred blood of the Jiuli. As he poured the silkworm from the vial, it expanded in the wind, growing from a mere inch in length and the thickness of a chopstick to over a foot long and as thick as an arm, its wings fanning out like a palm leaf. The creature's size had increased tenfold. Gazing at the shimmering golden silkworm under the starlight, Zhou Qing mused to himself, "What a stroke of luck. How fortunate I am to have the wit not to keep this creature as a pet. Had I released it without taming, it could have turned on me, and I would have met my demise. Thankfully, I have dulled its senses. Now it is akin to a vegetative state, growing in body yet devoid of thought, perfect for cultivating my second spirit. Haha. Now, who possesses materials as exceptional as mine in the realm of Taoism? I am utilizing the sacred blood of the Nine Li to nurture an ancient and extraordinary species, forging a second primordial spirit." In Chapter 10, The Northern Dipper Sealing Demons, Zhou Qing punctured his fingertip and approached the golden silkworm, rapping gently upon its shell, which shimmered like golden leaf. Remarkably, it rivals the essence of Tai golden metal. My heavens! It has yet to evolve into its six-winged form and already exhibits such formidable prowess. What might its power be once it attains 6 wings? Zhou Qing inscribed a mystical symbol upon the head of the golden silkworm with his own blood, and immediately, a sensation of profound connection surged through him. Indeed, this ancient witchcraft technique is wondrous. The feeling manifests with such swiftness. Ah, this compendium, Essentials of Artificing, resembles a veritable hodgepodge, encompassing all manner of knowledge, from ancient secrets to various magical artifacts and formations, as well as rare treasures of heaven and earth, yet conspicuously lacking in cultivation methods. Is this tome incomplete? Perhaps there exists a volume above or below. It seems our sect once held great significance, yet alas, that old ghost Ling Yun remained rather vague, failing to elucidate matters clearly. However, it appears he himself may be unaware. Shaking his head, Zhou Qing dismissed these errant thoughts, with a slight tremor of his hand. A droplet of blood, no larger than a bean, penetrated the body of the six-winged golden silkworm. A faint, almost imperceptible consciousness swiftly traversed within the creature, allowing Zhou Qing to comprehend the structural characteristics of the six-winged golden silkworm in the span of a single tea session. Subsequently, the consciousness lingered in the brain of the silkworm, gradually nurturing and strengthening itself. Left, right, attack. A radiant orb of golden light flitted through the sky, its wings, resembling those of a fan, stirred the winds and sands within a Tenjong radius, undoubtedly frightening away countless nocturnal creatures such as rattlesnakes and scorpions that ventured forth in search of sustenance. As Zhou Qing unleashed his attack, the golden silkworm emitted a golden, arrow-shaped beam, approximately a foot in length, which struck the ground with a resounding plop. Zhou Qing hurried to inspect the site. To his astonishment, the earth bore numerous deep, dark holes, their openings a foot wide, with the surrounding gravel having been incinerated. As the cool breeze swept by, the melted grains transformed into crystalline formations, glimmering like exquisite rubies. It became evident that this golden silkworm possessed fire attributes. No wonder it delighted in consuming souls, for only such potent true fire could refine the souls of the departed and convert them into its own magical essence. Zhou Qing channeled all his focus into the golden silkworm's being. Oh, the exhilaration of soaring through the air was unparalleled. In that moment, the golden silkworm embodied Zhou Qing. Gazing upon his insect-like form, he marveled at the wonders of creation, realizing that such divine phenomena were beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. This second primordial spirit was nothing short of extraordinary. It felt as though he possessed 2 bodies, 2 identical selves. The might of this golden silkworm was formidable, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal. It seemed imperative to diligently cultivate himself to soon attain a humanoid form, thereby truly embodying his second primordial spirit. With the power of his will, the six-winged golden silkworm transformed into a diminutive form and flew into Zhou Qing's mouth. Zhou Qingming turned his gaze inward and beheld the six-winged golden silkworm resting within his dantian. A delicate stream of spiritual energy flowed from his spiritual platform through the meridians, merging seamlessly with his true essence, infusing the golden silkworm. Its head gradually became indistinct, faintly resembling his own visage. Having thoroughly comprehended the cultivation method for the second primordial spirit, Zhou Qing was not the least bit surprised. Cultivating the second primordial spirit required an immense amount of spiritual energy. The Yin spirit is indeed a conglomerate of spiritual energy. If this golden silkworm were to absorb a substantial quantity of Yin spirits, combined with Liao Zhao's sacred blood of the Jiuli, I am confident I could cultivate the second primordial spirit within a month. Perhaps I would be the sole individual throughout history to achieve this. Zhou Qing mused with pride. It seemed the time had come to confront this formidable entity. Speaking to himself, he glanced at the Tiangong blood transformation divine blade. Ensnared within his beta ceiling formation. Might you lend a hand, dear blade? Please refrain from mischief. Just a smidgen of the Yin spirits you absorb would suffice. As if comprehending his words, the blade's body suddenly quivered, emitting a series of piercing cries, much like a night owl's shriek in the still of night. Zhou Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that the blade had developed its own consciousness? Such a notion seemed improbable. Throughout history, it had never been heard that magical artifacts possessed sentience. Even the legendary treasures from the ancient times of the divine sealing did not exhibit such traits. Though you hail from that era, you remain incomparable to the likes of the divine whip, the fan of heaven, the primordial golden dipper, the pearl of the sea, and the central flag of the universe, among other artifacts, do you not? How could you possess sentience when they themselves are devoid of it? Zhou Qing voiced his perplexity. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's query, the blade trembled with increased ferocity, causing the surrounding 7 colossal stones to vibrate in unison. The 4 emerald eyes of the two-headed wolf on the hilt blazed intensely, exuding an almost palpable, chilling aura that stirred the surrounding sand and gravel. Alarmed, Zhou Qing swiftly retrieved the vial containing Liao Shaojin's blood and, with deftness, inscribed 7 arcane runes upon the massive stones. The runes shimmered with a fleeting golden light, as if ethereal rays were ascending towards the heavens. Abruptly, the radiance of the Big Dipper intensified, casting subtle beams of light upon the stones. With a resonant hum, the stones reflected the celestial power of the Big Dipper, emitting 7 crystalline rays that converged upon the sky net blood transformation divine saber, which was pointed towards the North Star. The resplendent beams clashed fiercely with the saber's emerald glow, unleashing an invisible pressure and an intangible force field that reverberated outwards. Zhou Qing staggered back 3 steps from the impact. Undeterred, he remained composed, knowing that the sky net blood transformation divine saber would not yield easily, given its reputation as an ancient malevolent artifact. Taking advantage of the apparent sealing of its main body, its subsequent wounding by heavenly lightning, and employing the Northern Dipper demon sealing formation passed down from the Xiantian Northern Dipper, true martial great emperor, to harness the unique demon-subduing power of the Big Dipper. Zhou Qing sought to suppress the saber's malevolent spirit. His intention was to examine the saber's 12 divine capitals, heavenly gods, and demons' great array, a formation renowned as one of the 3 great ancient malicious arrays, alongside the immortal slaughtering sword formation and the 2 elements dust formation, in order to unravel its secrets. Ordinarily, treasures are inanimate objects, posing no threat without human control. However, the blood-transforming divine saber is an anomaly. Over countless years, the 12 divine astral array of the heavens within the saber has absorbed so many vengeful souls and malevolent spirits that the saber's very essence has been affected. It has gradually developed a trace of consciousness, capable of manipulating the saber's fundamental functions. Zhou Qing, recognizing this unique characteristic, intends to use the Big Dipper demon sealing formation to suppress this nascent consciousness. His goal is to decipher the mysteries of the 12 divine astral array of the heavens within the saber. By harnessing the array's power, he plans to dissipate the consciousness, allowing his second primordial spirit, the golden silkworm, to absorb the residual spiritual energy of the souls. This would enable the golden silkworm to solidify its true form and achieve supreme arcane power. Zhou Qing, beads of perspiration dotting his brow, gesticulated with his hands. In response to his gestures, the starlight emanating from the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Tian Shu, Tian Quan, Tian Xian, Tianji, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang, intensified dramatically. The 7 crystalline pillars of light grew increasingly thick, gradually suppressing the green radiance of the blood-transforming divine saber. Blast it, he thought. This is draining my power. Had I not cultivated the soaring sword chi art, greatly augmenting my power, I could never have sustained this formation for so long. Although the formation's power is not comparable to the 4 elephants' absolute killing formation, its unique divine power to dispel evil is proving invaluable at this moment. Observing the green light dimming, yet remaining stubbornly resilient, Zhou Qing exerted sudden bursts of power, yet failed to break through. Abruptly, Zhou Qing's mind delved into a realm of exquisite and profound mystery. The surroundings seemed to momentarily freeze in Zhou Qing's perception. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he unleashed his trump card. The blood, imbued with 5 years of painstakingly cultivated vital essence, crashed into the starlight. The emerald radiance shattered, and Zhou Qing's vital essence, combined with the 7 starlight beams, struck the blade with tremendous force, eliciting a mournful wail from it. Already severely damaged by the celestial thunder and with the vengeful spirit not yet fully formed, most of its essence was firmly restrained by the 12 divine demon array. It could only control the blade's basic functions, otherwise. Even if Zhou Qing were 10 or 100 times more powerful, he would not have been able to breach the emerald defenses. In the instant the starlight impacted the blade, a sliver of Zhou Qing's consciousness swiftly located the 12 divine demon array that the demonic predecessor had implanted in the double-headed wolf on the hilt. Countless arcane symbols and diagrams flooded Zhou Qing's mind. Even with his exceptional composure, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was a close call. Had the blood transformation blade not been wounded by the 7 treasure mystical tree staff, and had the 12 divine demon array not been preoccupied with suppressing the pure, righteous energy left within the blade by the staff, it would have consumed my consciousness entirely, leaving me trapped for eternity. Upon the entry of the vengeful spirits into the 12 celestial god-slaying formation, they would be stripped of their consciousness, transforming into the most fundamental form of spiritual energy. How could they possibly retain their awareness? Now I comprehend. I have begun to unravel the fundamental utilities of this grand formation. While I may not possess complete control over it, the ability to obliterate consciousness and extract the residual spiritual energy is indeed sufficient. Given time, once I fully grasp the operational intricacies of this formation, it will be under human command. Expelling the energy left by the 7 treasures mystical staff from within my body shall not pose a challenge. At that moment, I shall forge this celestial blood transformation blade into my own treasured artifact, rendering myself invincible across the realm. Zhou Qing marvels at his extraordinary fortune, truly igniting a flame of excitement within him. North Dipper Seal of Demons, activate. Having discovered the solution, the lingering consciousness of the vengeful spirits outside has been vanquished and absorbed into the 12 celestial god-slaying formation. Thus, the North Dipper Seal of Demons is no longer necessary. Zhou Qing stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the blade. Drawing upon his nascent understanding of the 12 celestial god-slaying formation, he channeled his true essence, activating the soul-refining function of the formation. The formation is remarkably wondrous. Although 99% of its power is required to suppress the pure righteous energy left within the blade by the 7 treasures mystical staff, refining the flicker of consciousness generated by these vengeful spirits is a trivial task. He sensed streams of imperceptible, yet pure spiritual energy escaping from the blade. Zhou Qing promptly summoned his primordial spirit, the golden silkworm, which took an entire incense's duration to fully absorb the energy. Crack, 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 crack. The 6-winged golden silkworm absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy, causing its head to fracture like delicate gold leaf. Yet its exterior was more resilient than the finest celestial gold. As this occurred, the head gradually morphed into the visage of Zhou Qing, ultimately transforming entirely into a head that mirrored his own. Witnessing such an uncanny phenomenon, Zhou Qing felt no trepidation, only elation. The formation of the head is splendid. He allocated a fragment of his spirit into the silkworm's head, merging it with the essence he had previously retained, only to discover that the spirit he had left within the silkworm's brain had expanded exponentially, over 100-fold, surpassing even the potency of his own consciousness by several magnitudes. Once fully coalesced into its true form, this secondary spirit would wield powers far superior to his primary self in the execution of Taoist arts and the arrangement of formations. It was imperative for him to diligently cultivate, for he must not forsake his own training simply because of the formidable nature of this secondary spirit. After all, should he aspire to attain the celestial path, it would ultimately rely on his corporeal self. Looking down at his peculiar form, a human head atop a worm's body, Zhou Qing felt an even stronger sense of absurdity. Glancing upward, he noticed the morning star had appeared in the sky. Dawn was approaching. In just one night, Zhou Qing realized the magnitude of his gains. Not only had he formed a secondary spirit, but his understanding of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation had deepened significantly. Previously, his fragmented knowledge regarding the application and arrangement of various talismans had become remarkably clear, elevating his comprehension of formations to an entirely new level. Although Zhou Qing's own cultivation has not progressed, and the most troubling issue remains unresolved, his combat prowess has undoubtedly increased severfold. It is akin to an ordinary person suddenly wielding a submachine gun. Alas, it seems that once his second primordial spirit fully materializes, he will likely reach the initial stage of the transformation realm. At that time, he plans to forge an exceptional flying sword by refining the Qing Suo sword and the Ziying sword with the 3-flavor True Fire, to aid his practice of the sword Qi ascending technique. Currently, with his flying sword destroyed, encountering troublesome situations could prove troublesome. While he can utilize his second primordial spirit to confront adversaries, any inadvertent harm to his main body would be dire, as his physical form lacks the resilience of the golden silkworm. Chapter 11. The bowl overflows. Master, what should be done about that little vixen? She is like a stubborn piece of gum, a restless spirit. If she clings to me, I cannot possibly knock her unconscious, can I? Liao Shaojin expressed his deep distress. This is indeed a predicament. We cannot resort to enchanting spells. Otherwise, when she awakens, she might suspect our intentions. She could leverage the connections of the Japanese Kyukiku sect, which, I suspect, boasts a distinguished lineage. There is no reason to provoke her. Yet we cannot allow her to roam freely. I estimate that members of the Kyukiku sect and the Luing sect may have arrived in Las Vegas, especially since we have eliminated their young master and elder. If they discover us, it would be troublesome. You must exercise utmost caution when you go out and avoid any conflicts, Zhou Qing cautioned, to which Liao Shaojin nodded gravely. What can be done? This little vixen cannot be dealt with forcefully, so how can we ensure her compliance? Zhou Qing pondered, his mind swirling with confusion. In the interim, as Zhou Qing contemplated how to placate Ling Ruoshui, a dozen uncanny figures materialized within the dilapidated warehouse. The very site where Zhou Qing had vanquished the Grand Elder of IGA and Mitsui Taro. These figures were entirely enveloped in black attire, with only their keenly gleaming eyes visible. One of the figures meticulously examined the terrain within a radius of 20 zhang around the warehouse, and then addressed an individual who appeared to be the leader. Uttering in Japanese, Lord Aso, the young master's scent lingers here. He has been here. The black-clad leader, referred to as Aso, nodded and instructed. The young master's clandestine rendezvous with the Grand Elder of IGA from Ri resulted in their abrupt disappearance. Emissaries from Ri will soon arrive. We must preempt them in locating the young master, the sacred sword, and this Chinese woman. Also produced a photograph, revealing Ling Ruoshui. Hi. The dozen black-clad figures responded in unison, their forms twisting as they vanished into the darkness, which had just begun to yield to the first light of dawn. The sky had fully brightened, and the fiery morning sun illuminated the earth with its radiant glow. It was yet another beautiful day. Zhou Qing stood by the immense, transparent window wall, observing the ant-like throngs of people bustling below. It's advantageous to be affluent, Zhou Qing mused, gazing at the entirety of Las Vegas from the vantage point of the 70-story building. This room is indeed spacious and opulent, albeit excessively expensive, costing a staggering $10,000 per night. Zhou Qing inwardly sighed. This girl has watched too many gambling films. This isn't a special ability. It's an ancient Chinese art known as Taoism. As long as one possesses the method of cultivation, anyone can achieve what I have. The fireball danced in the air, swaying with Zhou Qing's gaze. So, are you interested in learning? I can teach you. Zhou Qing's expression suddenly turned cold, a deep killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you have seen through me, what do you intend to do now? Ling Ruoshui's face suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, countering with a question rather than answering. The waters here are quite deep. I do not wish to wade any further. Zhou Qing replied with a grin. You have slain the heir of the 9 chrysanthemum sect. You cannot avoid this murky water. Ling Ruoshui's face again donned an innocent smile. Zhou Qing could only shake his head in silence. Indeed, I have killed the heir of the 9 chrysanthemum sect, and I also happen to eliminate the esteemed elder IGA of the Flowing Shadow sect. But who truly knows? Zhou Qing maintained his half-dead, hollow smile. Ling Ruoshui felt a pang of irritation. Oh, what a pity. I informed our people yesterday about your killing of Mitsui Taro. The news has likely reached the ears of the 9 chrysanthemum sect by now. Upon hearing Zhou Qing mention the death of Elder Iga, Ling Ruoshui, though outwardly composed, was secretly astonished. This young man possesses an unfathomable depth of power. Even I, having consumed countless spiritual herbs under my master's guidance throughout my life, have only reached this level. Tiandao sect? I have never heard of such a sect. Ling Ruoshui stared blankly at the small talisman on her wrist, feeling a swirl of emotions within her. She had always prided herself on her cleverness, believing she could manipulate Zhou Qing and his companion. Little did she expect to be outmaneuvered by Zhou Qing instead. A rare flush suddenly swept across Ling Ruoshui's face as she scolded Zhou Qing, exclaiming, "Shameless!" Zhou Qing, taken aback, hastily replied, "Do not misunderstand. I am unaware of your changing clothes, bathing, or sleeping." This poorly veiled statement immediately caused Ling Ruoshui's cheeks to burn with embarrassment, and she was about to stomp her foot in anger. However, Zhou Qing commanded, "5 elements misty maze, heed my call." Instantly, a thick mist enveloped the entire room, and within it, Zhou Qing's calm voice resonated. "Miss Ruoshui, I must impose upon you. You cannot escape this 5 elements misty maze. Please remain here. I have matters to attend to. Your snacks from the other day are on the bed, and you may watch television. All your needs can be met within this room. I shall release you once I have completed my tasks." 5 days later, Zhou Qing finally reappeared before Ling Ruoshui, observing her ashen face. Staring at him in silence, stripped of her former vivacity, Zhou Qing understood that further words would be futile. Casting a glance at Liao Shaojin, he declared, "The killer shall be killed, and the one who calculates shall be calculated. No matter how great the powers one possesses, they cannot transcend the karmic retribution of cause and effect. Apprentice, let us depart." With that, Zhou Qing vanished in an instant, leaving behind a faint flicker of talismans on the walls, evidence of his dismantling of the 5 elements misty maze. Liao Shaojin, gazing at the silent Ling Ruoshui, felt a pang of sympathy. Gently, he produced a card and placed it beside her on the bed, saying, "My master is aware that you have no money with you. This card contains 200,000 yuan, and its password is today's date. The little devils have all been dealt with by my master. You are free to leave." Upon finishing his words, Liao Shaojin transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing beyond the door, leaving behind a pair of bewildered eyes. Chapter 12. The emergence of the Celestial Sword in the outskirts of Beijing, a sprawling modern pharmaceutical factory covering 10,000 acres, remains illuminated day and night. Despite its designation as a pharmaceutical facility, few individuals are seen entering or exiting. The 2 security guards at the entrance stand rigidly, resembling statues. An astute observer would recognize that only special forces trained within the military could maintain such vigilance. As one ventures further inside, passing through numerous expansive workshops, a straight, tree-lined avenue comes into view, stretching endlessly. The road, 3 zhang wide, boasts a remarkably smooth concrete surface, flanked by towering poplar trees typical of northern landscapes. Traversing the several miles of this avenue, a grand office building, soaring 49 stories high, emerges in sight. This edifice occupies a vast expanse, with a modest garden of over an acre nestled in front. Were Zhou Qing present, he would discern that this small garden has formed a considerable spirit-gathering formation, with the ethereal energies of the surrounding landscape being drawn in, coalescing around the 49-story office building, imparting a refreshing aura to all who enter. In a colossal conference room on the top floor, many individuals are seated. At the helm is a middle-aged man clad in military attire, adorned with 4 stars on his shoulder, exuding an air of authority. Arrayed before him is a group of young men and women, each possessing a spark of brilliance in their eyes, clearly indicating their considerable prowess. The middle-aged man's commanding voice resonated. "You are all elite disciples from various prominent sects, nurtured from a young age. Your families are among the most loyal to the nation. Now, the nation has selected you and incorporated you into the military. From this moment forward, you are all soldiers. All actions must adhere to orders. Do not bring dishonor to your families. Understood?" "Yes." The young men and women below responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, then clapped his hands. The conference room door creaked open, and a young man of about 27 or 28 entered, offering a crisp salute to the middle-aged man. "General Chun, Ling Fei, leader of the Dragon Group, reporting for duty." "Wow, he's the legendary divine sword, Ling Fei. Indeed, he's the most exceptional disciple of the Kunlun sect in 3 centuries. His cultivation seems to be approaching the transcendent transformation stage. The transcendent transformation stage. That's the pinnacle of cultivation. Even in Maoshan, only a few elders who have cultivated for countless years possess such power. I also heard that a couple of years ago, the 4 Grand Ninjas of the Black Dragon Society, the largest organization in Japan, secretly infiltrated China to gather intelligence. He encountered them and instantly killed 2, with the other 2 escaping only after losing their hands. The Japanese are nothing. The leader of the Northeast underworld, that bear spirit with 300 years of cultivation, was single-handedly defeated by him. These were the hushed discussions among the men. The women were also chattering excitedly. Wow, so handsome, so manly, so stylish. This particular woman was a quintessential infatuated admirer. Once the scions of those aristocratic families had departed, General Chun regarded Ling Fei with a genial smile, remarking, "Ling Fei, your prowess has evidently advanced once more. It would seem that you shall attain the realm of divine transformation within the year. Amongst this assemblage of aristocratic progeny, there exist several restless spirits. It behooves you to maintain vigilance over them, lest they instigate some untoward incident." Uncle Chun. Ling Fei addressed the general with a familiarity that suggested a bond of considerable intimacy, now that they were alone. "I am cognizant of your inquiry," the general sighed. "Alas, these are indeed tumultuous times. The Black Dragon Society, the Sand Group, the IGA Ninja Clan, the Chrysanthemum Sect, and the Shadow Stream Sect of Japan are all exhibiting signs of restive ambition. The bioengineered warriors of America, it appears, have also achieved fruition in their research. Taiwan, too, is exhibiting certain movements. Your Dragon Group has undoubtedly received intelligence of the clandestine accord struck between America and Japan. Their Lupin designs necessitate our utmost vigilance." Ling Fei concurred with a nod. Indeed, the familial power and influence of these newly inducted members are formidable. It is prudent to cultivate and control them, lest certain families, for a pittance of personal gain, betray our nation and become collaborators, striking us from behind in a manner most difficult to forestall. General Chun expressed a measure of astonishment. Even old Tang has sustained grievous injuries? The Chrysanthemum Sect has invested a considerable sum, it seems. Who was it that rescued that lass, Roashui? To wrest her from the clutches of the Chrysanthemum Sect bespeaks a cultivation of no mean order. It would appear that our populace harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Pray, did the lass divulge the identity of her rescuer? It is well that the last Roashui is now at peace. General Chun glanced at his watch. "I have a meeting this afternoon. See to it that you placate the new recruits and prevent any discord between them and the veteran team members." "There shouldn't be any issues, considering some of them are fellow disciples," he replied. "Nevertheless, I shall personally look into it." With that, he vanished in a flash. General Chun was taken aback. That child, still as temperamental as ever. "Master, have you become an immortal?" Liao Shaojin was utterly dumbfounded. He watched as Zhou Qing emitted a glimmer of golden light from his mouth, which gradually expanded and coalesced into a human form, a perfect replica of Zhou Qing himself. Seeing 2 identical Zhou Qings, Liao Shaojin realized he had never truly understood his master, perceiving him as unfathomably profound. From that moment on, Liao Shaojin genuinely acknowledged Zhou Qing as his master, never entertaining any thought of betrayal throughout his life. Do you still recall the 6-winged golden silkworm?" Zhou Qing inquired. "This is my second primordial spirit, crafted from that very silkworm. It is akin to a second me, only far more formidable than my original self. Didn't you desire a flying sword? As luck would have it, I possess the necessary materials to forge one for you without delay." Liao Shaojin ecstatically exclaimed, "Excellent. I've been eager to witness how you concoct magical treasures, master." Ethereal flames enveloped the purple firmament sword, causing it to tremble with reluctance. Zhou Qing meticulously dismantled the 81 grand formations imposed upon it by the elders of Mount Shu, before reshaping the blade with samadhi fire. After a painstaking 3 hours, Zhou Qing had completely eradicated the formations, and the sword's form had been remodeled into a short, broadsword, 4 inches wide and 1 foot long. Even if the sword was presented before the disciples of the Shushan sect in the future, it would likely go unrecognized. With a shift in his divine consciousness, Zhou Qing infused several small, yet remarkably potent formations, gleaned from the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, into the sword. Zhou Qing's second primordial spirit, being a fire attribute golden silkworm, allowed his 3-flavor true fire to surpass that of the average transformation stage master significantly. He effortlessly completed the reforge of the flying sword. The efficacy of formations lies not in their quantity but in their precision. The crafting techniques of Shushan are rather lacking. Amongst the multitude of formations, how many could be utilized in combat? There are even defensive formations. Why would a flying sword, a weapon meant for killing, require defense? Is one afraid of having it severed? A single lethal strike is the essence of the flying sword's path. Does one truly intend to engage in combat with it, as if it were merely a magical artifact? Truly absurd, Zhou Qing lamented. As he withdrew the three-flavor true fire, a refreshing coolness enveloped the room. Liao Shaojin, who had endured the intense heat for 3 arduous hours, finally relaxed and collapsed into a heap on the ground. However, after enduring the high temperatures for those 3 hours, he had reaped some rewards, at the very least. His internal true essence would be significantly enhanced upon recovery. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Qing cast an ethereal wood talisman onto Liao Shaojin. As its cool spirit energy coursed through Liao Shaojin's body, eliciting soothing moans from him as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Liao Shaojin beheld a broadsword, measuring 1 foot in length and 4 inches in width, hovering 3 feet before him. The blade glimmered with a crystalline sheen, resembling exquisite amethyst, radiating intense heat. Hurry and use your blood to temper the fire. Once it cools, it will be of no use. Zhou Qing's urgent voice echoed in Liao Shaojin's ears. Liao Shaojin understood the unspoken command, biting his tongue and allowing 3 consecutive droplets of blood to spatter onto the sword. Typically, the forging of a flying sword requires the potent spiritual energy of the cold spring water. Using ordinary water would significantly diminish the sword's quality. With no means to procure the cold spring water at that moment, Zhou Qing suddenly recalled that Liao Shaojin's blood was far superior to the cold spring water by 100-fold. The moment the blood made contact with the sword's surface, a tremendous surge of Western metallic energy erupted, nearly propelling Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin away. Were it not for Zhou Qing invoking his secondary spirit to firmly suppress the sword's violent transformation, it is likely that his newly acquired villa would have been reduced to rubble. The sword energy soared into the air as myriad swords returned to their origin. Liao Shaojin employed the method of subduing the flying sword taught to him by Zhou Qing a few days prior, particularly effective now that the sword was imbued with his blood, which allowed him to effortlessly grasp it. A profound sensation, as if connected to flesh and blood, coursed from Liao Shaojin's hand to his heart, making him feel that the sword he held was an extension of his own body. Ah, truly a magnificent sword, Zhou Qing exclaimed as he and Liao Shaojin meticulously examined the sword's body. This time, the blade had transformed. Once resembling pure amethyst, it now bore 9 golden stripes. These stripes formed an intricate, archaic, and desolate symbol that Zhou Qing had never encountered before. Utilizing his secondary spirit to investigate, he sensed that something was being absorbed by the symbol, seamlessly integrating into the sword's essence, without any trace of leakage. This sword had become a vessel of boundless possibilities. It was no longer an ordinary object. Zhou Qing's expression turned grave. Ah, my flying sword, though tempered with the fiend's blood and surpassing the Qing Sua sword in quality, lacks this peculiar symbol. Zhou Qing was lost in thought when Liao Shaojin gleefully absorbed the sword into himself. Chapter 13, The 8 Extremes Wolf King. A secluded knoll on the outskirts of the city, once tranquil, is now a scene of turmoil. 7 or 8 burly men have encircled a fair maiden, her age around 23 or 4. The ground is marred by blood, and several fallen giants lie amidst a macabre tapestry of viscera and scattered human remains. Mayhu, cease your resistance. Our numbers alone are sufficient to exhaust you, and I have already sent word to the venerable Wolf King. He shall arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Surrender the Gouchen heavenly book, and perhaps the Wolf King, in his benevolence, may spare your life. The leading brute declared in a deep voice. Eldest brother, why parley with her? Let us seize her. The Mayhu clan is renowned for its beauties. She would provide ample pleasure for us brothers. Ha, ha. The surrounding men erupted in lewd laughter. Mayhu clenched her teeth with unwavering resolve. Yet she was nearing her limit. To speak would be to release her chi, potentially succumbing to unconsciousness. Instinctively, she clutched the Gouchen heavenly book within her bosom, the hope of her clan resting upon its pages and her own shoulders. But alas, her alluring eyes, tinged with a resolute glint, fixed intently on the leaden brute. Suddenly, she lunged, her grasping hand a tempest of shadows that enveloped the imposing figure. Caught utterly unawares, the brute, Never expecting his quarry to resist with such ferocity, bellowed in response, channeling his might to parry the attack. A harrowing shriek tore from his throat as her razor-sharp claws tore away a considerable chunk of flesh. His abdomen became a grotesque canvas of blood and gore. Had her strength not waned, he would have been disemboweled. The leaden brute, in haste, produced a medicinal pill, crushed it into a powder, and applied it to the wound. His countenance twisted in a savage grimace as he howled at the panting woman. "Brothers, slay this wench. Preserve her form. For I shall arrange her corpse in a myriad of lascivious poses." The pain threatened to overwhelm him, and his heart seethed with malice. As 7 figures charged toward her, her vision blurred. Was this to be her end? Was her lineage doomed to extinction? A profound despair washed over her. Then, a languid voice cut through the air. "Is it not unseemly for so many to assail a lone woman?" An immeasurable sword energy coalesced from all directions. With a thunderous impact, the 7 brutes were hurled backward, their bodies lacerated by the sword's aura, each wound weeping crimson. They groaned in agony. Fortunately for them, Liao Shaojin had only employed 30% of his true energy to wield his sword, refraining from lethal force. Otherwise, the 7 men, none of whom had even reached the qi induction stage, would have been torn asunder by the sword's wrath. As the pressure on Meihu eased, she found herself collapsing into the arms of an exceedingly handsome young man, instantly losing consciousness. Liao Shaojin, witnessing the girl lying in his embrace, couldn't help but smile with delight. Indeed, a quintessential tale of a hero rescuing a damsel. How could Liao Shaojin not feel triumphant? Observing the burly men moaning around him, Liao Shaojin remarked, "Today, I am in a good mood. I shall spare your lives. To surround a beautiful girl in such a manner surely reflects poorly upon your character. Begone." With that, Liao Shaojin retrieved a wooden talisman and placed it upon the girl resting in his arms. Meihu suddenly sensed a familiar essence weaving through her body, a comforting presence imbued with a natural fragrance. A melodious sound escaped her lips, akin to the chime of silver bells, which captivated Liao Shaojin's attention. Goodness, how enchanting is this girl's voice, he pondered. Upon awakening, Meihu beheld the striking young man, realizing he was her savior. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, embarrassment flooded her cheeks as she recognized she was still nestled in his embrace. Struggling to rise from Liao Shaojin's hold, she managed to say, "Thank you, kind sir, for saving me." Hearing that celestial voice, Liao Shaojin's heart soared with joy. "Do not mention it, dear lady. To assist others is the essence of true happiness, especially when it comes to saving lives. By the way, I am Liao Shaojin. You may call me Liao Gu. What is your name?" Liao Shaojin revealed his true nature once more, for he was of the bloodline, burdened by the weight of his inner demons. Suddenly, Meihu felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground, her strength nearly exhausted. Although awakened by the Ethelwood's spiritual energy, she remained exceedingly weak. With swift action, Liao Shaojin caught Meihu in his arms once more. He chuckled inwardly, musing, "Am I experiencing a streak of good fortune and love lately?" Observing the 7 burly men on the ground, groaning in agony from the wounds inflicted by Liao Shaojin's sword energy, the Wolf King's expression shifted. "Soaring sword energy. Are you a disciple of Mount Shu?" Liao Shaojin inwardly lamented his foolishness. "How could I be so muddle-headed today, when I'm usually so clever? I should have left immediately after saving her. Why did I have to engage in idle chatter with this damsel? Now, I've attracted some real trouble." Seeing Liao Shaojin's silence, the Wolf King grew increasingly indignant. "I am the 8 Extremes Wolf King. Even your esteemed leader, Qingshu Taoist priest, treats me with courtesy. You must be a 3rd-generation disciple of Mount Shu. Our demon alliance has always maintained a respectful distance from Mount Shu. Why are you interfering in our internal affairs?" The 8 Extremes Wolf King embellished his importance, as he had never actually met the leader of Mount Shu. However, the power of Mount Shu was undeniable, and their elders were fiercely protective of their disciples. Provoking a disciple of Mount Shu was akin to stirring up a hornet's nest. Even the 8 Extremes Wolf King had reservations. Otherwise, his temperament would have led him to attack without hesitation, rather than engaging in such lengthy discourse. Liao Shaojin was taken aback. "How is this old codger's speed comparable to that of our blood clan? I would need to transform to reliably surpass him in speed." The 8 Extremes Wolf King was equally astonished. Do the disciples of Mount Shu, who primarily cultivate the way of the sword, also practice physical arts? How is he so fast? My greatest strength, speed, is proving ineffective against him? Liao Shaojin gazed at his tattered garments, hastily releasing the woman he had been holding. He unleashed a flurry of 13 punches towards the 8 Extremes Wolf King, the sound of impact resonating continuously. Neither employed magic nor wielded weapons. They engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, their formidable energy radiating outwards, undoubtedly wreaking havoc upon the surrounding flora. With a resounding crash, the two figures clashed and then separated abruptly. Liao Shaojin staggered back 3 steps, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, he was a fraction slower, and the 8 Extremes Wolf King breached his guard, landing a powerful blow to his chest, causing his internal organs to jolt. Had he not been a member of the Blood Clan with extraordinary resilience, that punch could have claimed his life. Liao Shaojin's eyes rolled momentarily, and with a cold snort, he forcefully retreated, vanishing into the shadows. The 8 Extremes Wolf King relaxed slightly, advancing a couple of steps to gaze upon the unconscious Mei who sprawled on the ground. Indeed, he chuckled, it is said that the women of the Mei Fox clan are all beauties, and this one is no exception. The burly leader quickly approached, eager to ingratiate himself. Wolf King, why not search her for the Gochen heavenly book first, and then indulge yourself? After all, our master desires that tome. The woman herself is of little concern. The 8 Extremes Wolf King laughed lewdly, stepping forward to seize Meihu's outer garment and tearing it asunder. With a rip, a substantial piece of her clothing was torn away, revealing her delicate pink undergarments. The Wolf King swallowed hard and sighed. This woman truly possesses an exquisite figure. If it weren't for Lord Blood Demon's orders to silence her, I would be reluctant to part with her. Alas, today I must endeavor to seize the moment, for such an exquisite opportunity may not present itself again. With mounting anticipation, I reached out to grasp the voluptuous bosom of the bewitching fox, only to be met by a swift, piercing sound that tore through the air. It was the unmistakable sound of an object hurtling at great speed. Sensing imminent danger, the 8 Extremes Wolf King exerted every ounce of his strength to evade the attack, but he was a fraction of a second too late. A razor-sharp wave of sword energy had already ripped a gash over a foot long and several inches deep into his arm, revealing the stark white of his bone. Blood gushed forth in torrents, and the agonizing pain caused the 8 Extremes Wolf King to howl in undignified agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The languid, mocking voice of Liao Shaojin drifted through the air. Oh dear, what's this, esteemed 8-legged Wolf King? Why the unseemly haste? Surely you wouldn't engage in such affairs in this desolate wilderness? Or perhaps you truly are a beast at heart. Only beasts conduct their business in the wild. The 8 Extremes Wolf King, still reeling from the near-fatal blow, was further enraged by Liao Shaojin's taunts, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. It was a crimson testament to his fury. Elbow! Elbow! A deafening howl erupted from the 8 Extremes Wolf King's maw, heedless of who might hear it. Concentric circles of energy spiraled outwards, and Liao Shaojin watched with unwavering clarity as the wound on the 8 Extremes Wolf King's arm healed at an astonishing rate. His hands transformed into furry wolf paws, the claws gleaming with a deadly, silvery luminescence. Strange, this fellow seems to transform like a werewolf. He mentioned something about a monster alliance. Could it be that he is indeed not human, but a wolf demon? The 8 Extremities Wolf King gazed in astonishment at his own claws, noticing that several of his inches-long, razor-sharp nails had been severed. Observing his bare claws, the 8 Extremities Wolf King chuckled instead of fuming. Indeed, you possess the Tai golden essence. It seems you are no ordinary disciple of Mount Shu. If I slay you today and seize your treasured sword, my strength shall undoubtedly increase by 30%. At that moment, the 8 Extremities Wolf King produced a bone-short staff resembling a flute, with a skull the size of a fist adorning its tip. He transformed into a fleeting shadow and lunged at Liao Shaojin's chest. The speed of his attack was thrice that of his previous move, revealing that he had merely concealed his true power earlier. Liao Shaojin, taken aback by this monstrous speed, had no time to contemplate other options. He swung his sword with all his might, aiming to dodge and transform into a bloodkin to match the 8 Extremities Wolf King's velocity. However, as the skull staff sliced through the air, it emitted a piercing, eerie wail, reminiscent of a chorus of tormented souls, enveloping the entire arena in a chilling aura. The haunting cries echoed in Liao Shaojin's ears, causing his heart to race as though it would leap from his throat. He could hardly move. Clang! The flying sword was knocked to the ground. After all, Liao Shaojin had only practiced the sword chi soaring decision for a brief period, less than 3 months, and how could he possibly contend with the seasoned 8 Extremities Wolf King? With a thunderous force, the eight extremities Wolf King struck ferociously at Liao Xiaojin's chest. Expelling a torrent of blood, Liao Xiaojin was hurled back a considerable distance, nearly 8 zhong. Were it not for the protection of the Vajra amulet, this blow would have undoubtedly resulted in either his demise or grievous injury. As he attempted to rise, the eight extremes Wolf King planted a foot squarely upon his head, declaring, "Youngster, before attempting a heroic rescue, one must first assess one's capabilities. Remember this in your next life." The bone cudgel transformed into a blur of white, descending upon Liao Xiaojin's head. Judging by the momentum, impact would assuredly result in a shattered skull, his head resembling a pulverized melon. Liao Xiaojin inwardly regretted his overconfidence. Had he transformed into a member of the Blood Clan? Such a defeat could have been averted. Just as he resigned himself to his impending doom. Chapter 14. Ancient Secrets. The atmosphere abruptly shifted, becoming intensely torrid. The spectral aura and chilling miasma emanating from the eight extremes Wolf King's bone skull cudgel were instantly dispelled. Liao Xiaojin opened his eyes to behold a pure, almost ethereal flame lashing out at the bone skull cudgel, mere inches from his head. The intense heat singed his hair, summoning an unknown reserve of strength. Liao Xiaojin emitted a cry and executed a clumsy roll, propelling himself 10 feet away, narrowly escaping a tonsorial transformation. Nonetheless, a quarter of his hair was reduced to ash. Bang! The bone skull cudgel, scorched by the flame, disintegrated. The eight extremes Wolf King was aghast. For this bone flute had been meticulously crafted from the bones of individuals who had succumbed to a particularly malevolent death 3 centuries prior. The esoteric method was meticulously honed for 3 years before achieving success. It not only possesses the resilience of refined steel but also emits a chilling aura during combat that can infiltrate the opponent's body if they are even slightly inattentive, disrupting their vital energy circulation. More importantly, the skull atop the bone-wind flute can unleash piercing ghostly wails when in motion, disorienting adversaries and rendering it a formidable magical artifact. However, it has now been damaged, causing the eight extremes Wolf King to feel both astonished and enraged. Yet, upon witnessing the pure, translucent flames, he let out a shriek that was sharper and more discordant than the eerie howls of his own bone-wind flute. The three-flavor true fire. My heavens! The eight extremes Wolf King clutched his head and fled. Although he was conceited, he had not yet reached the point of fearing death. The one capable of wielding three-flavor true fire was at least a formidable master in the early stages of the transformation realm. Despite having formed a demon core, he was, in terms of cultivation rank, merely a late-stage chi-gathering practitioner. While the difference might seem but a step away, the disparity in power was all too evident to the eight extremes Wolf King. One was in the heavens, the other on the ground. Master, you are being overly cautious. That wolf spirit is so frightened it has lost control of its bowels. Does it dare to approach again? Liao Xiaojin remarked, admiring Zhou Qing's meticulous arrangements of several large formations to conceal his presence around the villa. Zhou Qing cast him a glance, but remained silent as he proceeded to the training room, where he sat cross-legged. Liao Xiaojin followed him in. That wolf spirit possesses quite a high level of cultivation. If you had transformed, you would have had a fighting chance. Why be so reckless? If I hadn't arrived in time, you wouldn't have seen Yin Lao Wu, would you? Liao Xiaojin chuckled dryly, stating that he would not meet Yin Lao Wu, and that if he were to meet someone, it would certainly be Lord Cain. Zhou Qing, weary of frivolous chatter, inquired about the origins of the woman. I am unsure. It seems to be an internal matter of the Monster Alliance, as that wolf spirit mistook me for someone from Shushan. Well then, let us awaken her and ask. Liao Xiaojin suggested, pointing at the woman lying on the ground. No need to wake her. She has long been awake. Miss, please rise. No need for pretense. Zhou Qing responded. Who are you? Mei Hu was well aware of Liao Xiaojin's identity. Upon realizing that her act of feigning unconsciousness had been discovered by Zhou Qing, she retorted, a fox spirit? Zhou Qing's keen eyes sparkled as he quietly summoned his second incarnation, which allowed him to discern Mei Hu's true form. You can see my original form? Mei Hu exclaimed in shock, suddenly feeling a chill at her chest. Glancing down, she noticed her undergarments had become exposed, and her face flushed crimson as she instinctively clutched her chest with both hands. Zhou Qing casually grasped the air, and a men's coat materialized in his hand. Here, wear this, he offered, handing the garment to Mei Hu. As she regarded this seemingly ordinary yet enigmatic man, Mei Hu was overcome by an indescribable sensation. In truth, Zhou Qing had cleverly utilized his second incarnation to discreetly retrieve a piece of clothing from next door, employing a concealment talisman to mask his movements, thus creating the illusion of conjuring the coat out of thin air. This is nothing. Not only can I discern your true form, but my master could effortlessly tackle even more formidable challenges. After all, my master is a transcendent being, Liao Shaojin remarked. A transcendent being? Mei Hu was naturally aware of the implications of such a designation. In a moment of bewilderment, he repeatedly bowed to Zhou Qing, causing her to startle in surprise. What are you doing? Are you unwell? She inquired. I implore you, esteemed elder, to take me as your disciple so that I may seek vengeance. He continued to bow fervently. Zhou Qing, puzzled, responded, Vengeance? What do you mean? Has your Mei Hu clan been annihilated? Liao Shaojin interjected, intrigued. A flicker of hatred passed through Mei Hu's eyes as he recounted. Over a decade ago, the mountains and forests were ravaged beyond measure, forcing many of our kind to abandon their homes and adapt to life in the cities, living alongside ordinary humans. However, the number of human cultivators is overwhelming, leading to frequent conflicts with our kind. In response to the threat to our existence, we established the Monster Alliance 10 years ago, a coalition urging us to unite and maintain a balance with human cultivators. Liao Shaojin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What is so strange about that? Humans have their paths, and demons have theirs. In ancient times, humans, demons, immortals, and fiends coexisted. Zhou Qing admonished Liao Shaojin. Surely, your Mei Hu clan must also be part of the Monster Alliance? Indeed, although our alluring fox clan inherently shuns conflict, we have reluctantly allied ourselves with the Yokai League, for our strength alone is insufficient to survive in human society. However, 5 years ago, an enigmatic and exceptionally powerful creature of unknown origin emerged within the League. This being amassed nearly half of the formidable yokai forces, propelling himself to the position of the League's leader. Previously, the Yokai League had no such leader. Decisions were made collectively by the 3 esteemed elders. Yet, ever since this creature assumed leadership, he has accomplished a few commendable deeds. Nevertheless, villains in novels often follow this predictable pattern. One can easily foresee their actions. Upon hearing Liao Shaojin's words, a fleeting ray of hope illuminated Mei Hu's previously despondent heart. Just as she was about to speak to Zhou Qing, he pondered for a moment before suddenly interjecting, I understand your intent. You seek to take me as your mentor in order to exact vengeance upon that creature, correct? Surely, it must be that this creature covets something from your alluring fox clan. The only possession of value you possess is the Book of the Celestial Order, is it not? I surmise that this creature is after that very tome. What? You are also aware of the Book of the Celestial Order? Mei Hu exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively clutching the item in her arms. This is disastrous. Having just escaped the wolf's den, I have now stumbled into the tiger's lair. If he knows of the Book of the Celestial Order, what reason would he have to refrain from seizing it? Is it truly the fate of my alluring fox clan to face annihilation? With this thought, Mei Hu's complexion drained of color, and her body began to tremble. The Gochen Tianshu is a revered tome passed down from the great Emperor Gochun. In ancient times, humans, demons, immortals, and spirits coexisted in a state of chaos. To rectify this disorder, the 3 great sages of the era, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun of Tai Qing, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign of Yuqing, and the Taoist Lord Pantheon of Yuqing, along with the 2 teachings and the 3 merchants, collectively endorsed the Fengshen Bang. They established the heavenly realm to provide a sanctuary for those endowed with supernatural abilities, including demons, immortals, and spirits, to govern this celestial domain. The 3 sages appointed the 4 sovereigns and 365 deities to oversee the myriad celestial beings. Among them, the great Emperor Gochan stands as the sole representative of the demon race, while the other 3, Emperor Zhenwu of the Northern Dipper, Emperor Zy of the Southern Pole, and the Jade Emperor, are all immortals. This Gochen Tianshu is a relic from that era, containing the ancient secrets of the demon race. Alas, it is inscribed in the archaic script of the demon clan, rendering it indecipherable to contemporary eyes. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, Mei Hu breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. Zhou Qing, captivated, realized that his own compendium on weapon crafting lacked in detail. Yet he knew that the Mei Hu clan possessed such a celestial manuscript. He never imagined it to be a legacy of the great Emperor Gochun. Chapter 15. The Alliance of Monsters. Do you have any remaining relatives? Liao Shaojin inquired. With tears welling in her eyes, Meihu responded, "No, I am the last of the Meihu clan. My father and brother were slain by that monster. The elders of my clan, in a desperate bid to protect me, fought valiantly against that fiend using the dissolution technique, managing to send me to safety. But wait, my sister is still alive. When I was sent away by the elders, I saw my sister being captured by that monster. I must go rescue her." With that, Meihu sprang to her feet, determinedly rushing towards the exit. Liao Shaojin grasped her firmly and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You cannot possibly contend with them. That Wolf King is formidable, and he is merely one of their subordinates. Your Meihu clan stands no chance against such a monster. If you go now, you will be courting death." Suddenly, Meihu broke free from Liao Shaojin's grip and rushed to Zhou Qing, clasping his hands in desperation. "I implore you, please, I beseech you to save my sister. She is my only family left. Your powers are so great. You must be able to rescue her. I will repay you in any way you desire. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden, as long as you help me save my sister." As she spoke, she prepared to kneel and bow her head in reverence. Liao Shaojin watched with envy. Damn it, having strength is truly delightful. And to have a beautiful woman plead like this? Goodness, they are practically offering themselves. If only I could attract such attention. My master Wu Ti dare to compete with my charm. Why is it that no girl has come forward for me? It seems that prowess is far more beneficial than mere good looks. Liao Shaojin's mind was awash with swirling thoughts. Zhou Qing pulled Meihu up. Rescuing someone is certainly within the realm of possibility, but where exactly is this monster alliance? What formidable beings reside within? We are unaware of the specifics, and I fear that we might lose our lives without even securing your sister's safety. From what you say, that monster possesses considerable power, and I cannot guarantee success. I know where the monster alliance is. I shall lead you. The monster alliance currently lacks formidable experts. The recent incident involving that monster has instilled fear among our alluring fox clan, and it is certain that not many monsters will be present at the headquarters. He possesses merely 4 loyal subordinates, a monkey spirit named Yuan Wuji, the 8 Extremes Wolf King, a feline demon, and a ghost in human form known as the Nether Ghost, all seemingly at the late stage of Qi induction. That monster has been injured by the Elder's disintegration technique and is likely recuperating, rendering him incapable of thwarting our efforts. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's agreement, Meihu quickly added. Zhou Qing's eyes darted around. This young lady possesses the Book of Go Chun, although it is inscribed in the ancient script of the demon clans, which is now largely forgotten. Yet, the timing of this monster's actions, seizing the opportunity to act against so many other demons, suggests he has discovered a method to decipher the heavenly tome. It warrants investigation. Thus, Zhou Qing remarked, however, your current abilities are quite feeble, and your presence may hinder us rather than assist. Yet, we are unfamiliar with your sister in this place. You must accompany us, despite the complications. What a predicament! He then exchanged a knowing glance with Liao Shaojin. Meihu, upon hearing this, found herself in a quandary. Frozen in place. Liao Shaojin, however, quickly discerned Zhou Qing's intentions. Damn it! My master seeks to play both the role of the virtuous mentor and the benefactor. Previously, when one wished to become your disciple, you feared the ensuing troubles. Now that an opportunity has arisen, you are eager to step forward but lack the courage to voice it. Very well. It falls upon me to assist in deceiving this poor, yet enchanting girl. Master, you truly possess a heart of stone. Could it be that you are indeed so unyielding? In his heart, he held a profound disdain for Zhou Qing. Master, do you possess any methods to enhance one's abilities? If only we could elevate Meihu's powers, then there would be no issues. Indeed, there are methods. However, Miss Meihu is not a disciple of our Tiandao sect. Such techniques cannot be employed on outsiders, Zhou Qing sighed. Hearing this, Liao Shaojin nearly rushed forward to confront Zhou Qing. Meihu, upon hearing the news, was elated and exclaimed, Have you agreed to accept me as your disciple? Master, please allow your disciple, Meihu, to pay my respects. Zhou Qing, seeing no reason to resist, endured Meihu's 9 profound blows. Liao Shaojin felt a wave of frustration rise within him, prompting peculiar thoughts. Could it be that this fellow had ulterior motives when he took me on as a disciple? As for Meihu's veneration of Zhou Qing as her master, she harbored no reservations. Although she appeared to be merely 23 or 24, in human terms, she was at least 30 years senior to Zhou Qing. However, the demon race reveres strength above all, and due to their significantly longer lifespans, Their maturity often lags behind that of humans. Thus, Meihu's temperament reflected that of a youthful human female. Zhou Qing laughed heartily. Excellent. Meihu, you are now a disciple of our Tiandao sect. By the way, is your name truly Meihu? What of your sister? Master. All the women of the Meihu clan are named Meihu. We do not have individual names. Zhou Qing frowned at this. That won't do. Since you have joined our Tiandao sect, it would be advantageous to have a distinct name. Meihu is not only peculiar, but could also lead to indiscretions. Henceforth, you shall adopt my surname and be called Zhou Chun, with Chen meaning morning. Mih acquiesced, finding the reasoning sound. Zhu Qing then elucidated, originally, your demon kindred are born from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thus are also known as and. With sufficient spiritual energy, you can evolve. My heavenly Tao sect is quite adept in this regard. Having spoken, he cast forth 8 jade tablets, which arrayed themselves in midair to form a grand bagua formation. Zhuchn. Calm your mind and spirit, and no matter what occurs, remain composed. Practice as you normally would. The jade tablets Zhu Qing had originally used for the formation were destroyed in the fray with New Jersey Til, but now, flush with funds. He immediately procured several of the finest quality, surpassing the originals threefold. Seeing Zhuch North obediently close her eyes and sit within the formation, Liu Xiaojin gave Zhu Qing a thumbs up, exclaiming, TSK, TSK. Master, you are truly a paragon of our generation. You even deceive young girls. Your heart is truly as steel. Zhu Qing, mortified and enraged, smacked Liu Xiaojin on the head. I am helping her. Don't you see I am increasing her power? What do you know? He glared fiercely at Liu Xiaojin and produced a fist-sized, crimson glowing pearl, which was none other than the inner core left by the 8 extremes Wolf King. With a thought, Zhu Qing's second primordial spirit emerged, using a mouthful of samadhi fire to incinerate the fiery red inner core into a plume of scarlet gas. With a sword incantation, Zhu Qing guided the red gas into the bagua diagram, where it enveloped Thichu who sat below. Zhu Qing said triumphantly to Liu Xiaojin, this is the later heaven bagua formation of King, one that I have recently comprehended. Its power is not bad, is it? Liu Xiaojin scoffed and said, you are using the inner core of the 8 extremes Wolf King to increase her power. Are you not afraid that she will not be able to bear it? Did I not know? It's no trouble, just a bit painful. Indeed, Liu Xiaojin observed Shouchen enveloped in the crimson mist, her body trembling incessantly. Her face contorted in agony, with beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading from her forehead, evaporating instantly in the fiery heat of the red fog. Zhou Qing remarked, this girl possesses remarkable endurance, managing to remain silent. Liu Xiaojin, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied to Zhou Qing, she is already pitiable enough. Do not torment her further. Is there not a way to alleviate her suffering? There are methods. Zhou Qing suddenly sensed something amiss in Liu Xiaojin's words. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by tormenting her? Do I appear as a villain? I'm acting in her best interest. The Dan Qi is expanding her meridians. The pain is to be expected. However, you do have a point. She is indeed quite unfortunate. I shall endure a loss today. The text is somewhat brief, as I have matters to attend to today. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 16. The Monster Alliance. To all things gather spirit. Earth, fire, water, wind. Swiftly as commanded. Gather. Under Liu Xiaojin's astonished gaze, Zhou Qing manifested his second primordial spirit, exhaling a breath of his life essence. The faint golden mist swiftly merged into the bagua array, which then began to rotate rapidly, drawing in a considerable amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. With a resounding crash, the doors were flung open by the surging celestial energy, showcasing the immense suction power generated by the bagua array upon the activation of Zhou Qing's life essence. Zhou Qing, feeling quite pleased with himself, declared, how about that? I actuated the acquired 8 trigrams formation, impelled by the vital essence of my second primordial spirit. Although my second primordial spirit has not yet evolved into a 4-winged golden silkworm, it is still an entity at the nascent divinity stage, is it not? The ambient spiritual energy within approximately 100 li was drawn in, and after being refined by the 8 trigrams formation, only the quintessence remained. The benefits to her are immeasurable. By Jove, I have transacted a losing bargain today. That core was originally intended to nourish the primordial spirit golden silkworm. So what? Liao Shaojin remarked. She is now your disciple, and also my junior sister. The fertile water has not flowed into another's field, has it? Indeed. Zhou Qing assented. Within the formation, Zhou Chun was pressed by the crimson mist transformed from the core, feeling as if his entire being was being roasted by fire. Wisps of elixir energy penetrated his meridians, causing excruciating pain akin to 10,000 needles piercing him. Zhou Chun was aware that this force was catalyzing his transformation, so he gritted his teeth and guided the elixir energy into his dantian, converting it into his own true essence, demonic power. Just as he was struggling to persevere, an immense, unparalleled wave of coolness poured down from the crown of his head. Zhou Chun felt as if he were reclining amidst clouds. A gentle breeze caressed him, making him feel as if he were about to dissolve into the wind. The fiery energy of the core and this immense coolness merged perfectly, forming a languid yet exceedingly comfortable current that coursed through his meridians. The meridians traversed by this warm current seemed to broaden and become moistened. Zhou Qin's suffering came to an end, and he was immersed in this supremely comfortable sensation when suddenly Zhou Qing's thunderous voice reverberated in his ears. What are you waiting for? Quickly gather the essence formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the core into your dantian. Zhou Qin glanced at Zhou Qing with gratitude, silently circulating his energy without a word. Liao Shaojin exclaimed enviously, Master, when will you bestow such a technique upon me, allowing me to augment my power as well? Zhou Qing retorted, exasperated. Do you think it is so effortless? It requires my vital essence to activate. Do you presume my vital essence is an inexhaustible fountain, dispensing at your whim? After an extended interval, Zhou Qing concluded the incantation, the expenditure of his vital essence complete. The Bagua formation ceased its rotation, and Zhou Qin arose from within the array. Her limpid eyes gleamed with brilliance, and a subtle, pure fragrance emanated from her being. Liao Shaojin perceived the delicate aroma, nearly succumbing to a moan of pleasure. Zhou Qing clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, Excellent! Your power has indeed increased significantly. The cultivation methods of your enchanting fox clan are truly unique. In that case, the demon's power must be profoundly unfathomable. Perhaps even I. Zhou Qing's countenance grew somber. Master, did junior sister not mention that the demon was injured by their elder? Furthermore, we are embarking on a rescue mission, not a vendetta. The enemy is exposed, while we remain concealed. What is there to fear? Liao Shaojin expressed his discomfort upon witnessing Zhou Qing's demeanor. Indeed, Master, this matter cannot be delayed. If we tarry, my sister may. Zhou Chun grasped Zhou Qing's hand anxiously, unable to bear the thought, before realizing the intimacy of the gesture and hastily releasing her grip. Zhou Qing, however, remained oblivious, pondering instead, what a pity that this 12-capital heavenly god-killing formation is so extraordinarily intricate. I have yet to comprehend even the third layer. If only I could wield this blood transformation divine blade with mastery, what phantoms or demons would I have to fear? Resolute in his decision, Zhou Qing produced a jade tablet and handed it to Zhou Qin, saying, Indeed, this matter cannot be delayed. We must set off at once. This is a concealed jade talisman I have crafted, capable of shrouding our movements and aura. Take good care of it, but be mindful that its invisibility lasts only 3 hours. After imparting the incantation for activating the talisman to Zhou Chun, he added, TSK, junior sister. Master is truly generous towards you, even gifting you his own invisibility talisman. I have followed Master for nearly a year, yet he has never crafted such a talisman for me. Liao Shaojin jested. What nonsense are you spouting? A grown man competing with a little girl for a trinket. How shameless. Besides, did I not expend a fine piece of Tai golden essence to forge your flying sword? Zhou Qing admonished Liao Shaojin. Observing the two youths of similar age, one adopting a condescending tone to chastise the other, Zhou Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Bursting into laughter, Liao Shaojin mused, Goodness, my junior sister truly is a vixen. Her smile is far more enchanting than that of Ling Ruoshui. Chen, is it here? Zhou Qing, employing his second primordial spirit to maneuver his sword, led Liao Shaojin and Zhou Chun on a journey of over 1,000 miles in just an hour. Even with the formidable second primordial spirit, which manifested as a 6-winged golden silkworm, a rare creature from the primeval wilderness, Zhou Qing found himself quite fatigued. Throughout their journey, they deliberated at length on the appropriate forms of address for Zhou Chun, Liao Shaojin, and Zhou Qing. Addressing Liao Shaojin as fellow disciple seemed rather incongruous, especially in this day and age. As for Zhou Qing, Addressing him as apprentice would draw undue attention, while using his given name felt somewhat brusque. Eventually, at Zhou Qing's behest, Liao Shaojin was to call Zhou Qing's sister, and Zhou Qing would refer to her as Qinshan. Although this carried a hint of intimacy, it also conveyed a sense of an elder addressing a younger one, and so it was settled. Master, my sister is inside. I can sense it. We must hasten to her rescue. Zhou Qing exclaimed, urgently pulling Liao Shaojin toward the imposing mansion. Are you courting death? Zhou Qing retorted, seizing Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin. This villa is surrounded by an extremely formidable array. This demon is no simple foe. You must exercise greater caution. Zhou Qing silently activated his second primordial spirit to investigate. Ah, I see now. It's the myriad ghosts devouring in grand array. This demon is truly audacious, daring to engage in such practices. Zhou Qing's eyes flashed with golden light as he discerned the entire situation. Concurrently, at the opposite end of the villa, several eerie figures were whispering amongst themselves. A young man with a somber countenance, yet possessing a handsome appearance, inquired of a man beside him, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, Xiaohong. Is your information reliable? Has the demon alliance turned on itself? And is the heavenly profound blood demon seriously wounded? The man named Xiaohong chuckled. Rest assured, my group leader Xiang, the Xie family's intelligence is second to none. How could it be false? That Xian blood demon, in order to seize something from the enchanting fox clan that day, disregarded the opposition of most demons and slaughtered the enchanting fox clan, leaving it utterly devastated. Now, many demons have withdrawn from the demon alliance, rendering it virtually defunct. This presents an opportune moment for us to strike. Eliminating the demon alliance would be a monumental achievement. Afterwards, with some connections above, the position of Dragon Group leader would undoubtedly fall into Xiangda's grasp. Humph. If it weren't for Ling Fei constantly overshadowing me, Xiang Hui would have long been the leader of the Dragon Group. Where would I be now? Still a deputy. Indeed. That Ling Fei only relies on his master being the head of Kunlun and the power of their Ling family to contend for the position of leader. Two young men beside him echoed. Xiang Hui's expression turned grim as he rebuked. What do you know? You're merely new recruits to the Dragon Group. Ling Fei's cultivation is exceptionally profound, already in the late stage of Qi induction, nearing transformation. Humph. Speaking of family power, our Xiang family is no less inferior to their Ling family. Although Kunlun is the nominal leader of the righteous sects, our Mount Shu does not defer to their Kunlun. However, his skill is indeed astonishing. Among the third-generation disciples, only our eldest brother from Mount Shu can rival him. But the eldest brother only knows how to cultivate and has recently gone to investigate the attack on junior brother Zhao Yang. Our purpose here isn't to confront that Xian blood demon. The demon alliance has numerous enemies. If news of the internal strife spreads, someone will surely seek revenge. We'll fish in troubled waters, seize a few treasures, and perhaps even obtain demon cores, which are excellent for greatly enhancing one's cultivation. You Xiaohong, and you, Lu Jihua, Lu Hongjun. When we spot a solitary demon or person, we'll immediately form the four elements, sword formation, and strike together. Ensure no one survives. Kill people too? Xiaohong inquired, perplexed. Xiang Hui responded with a sinister grin. Those who seek vengeance against the demon alliance are no simpletons. They're bound to be experts with valuable possessions. Even if we slay them, it won't be traced back to us. What's there to fear? We'll lie in wait here. When someone breaches this myriad ghosts devouring in formation, we'll stealthily follow them. Be cautious and avoid detection. The trio hastily nodded. Your plan is brilliant, elder brother. Qinshan, Shaojin. This myriad ghosts devouring in formation is an exceptionally malevolent technique from the demonic path. It utilizes underground in veins as a catalyst, infusing the souls of 64 living beings to establish innate in convergence, capable of manipulating vengeful spirits from hundreds of miles around. It's exceptionally wicked. Yet, it's peculiar that no cultivators have intervened. Zhou Qing was deeply puzzled. Master, the demon alliance previously had an accord with humans. As long as the demons don't cause widespread chaos, neither side should interfere. That's why no one has intervened, Zhou Qing explained. I see. However, since this myriad ghosts devouring in formation is formed from pure in veins, my Samadhi true fire is its natural nemesis. I'll use the true fire to burn an opening. Qinshan, you'll stealthily enter. Shaojin, you'll provide backup. Understood? Zhou Qing instructed. Why must I remain behind? If we go together, we'll be better equipped to handle any combat. Liao Shaojin questioned. Seeing Zhou Qing's serious expression, Liao Shaojin understood that Zhou Qing was speaking the truth and nodded in agreement as he accepted the talisman. Suddenly, Xiang Hui exclaimed, "Someone has entered. We must follow them." For shadows abruptly emerged from the darkness. Heading straight for the breach Zhou Qing had made in the myriad ghosts devouring Yin formation. Chapter 17. The Alliance of Monsters 3. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the myriad ghosts devouring Yin formation. Although Xiang Hui and his companions possessed profound cultivation skills, each at the intermediate stage of qi induction, the four still shivered involuntarily. Xia Shaohong remarked, "Indeed, this is a lethal formation from the demonic path. While it pales in comparison to our Shushan's myriad swords extinguishing immortals formation, it is conceivable that only with our combined powers and the artifacts bestowed upon me by our master could we create an opening in this formation." As Xiang Hui scrutinized the human-sized breach, he responded, "The myriad swords extinguishing immortals formation of Shushan was established by countless senior immortals. Despite the formidable nature of the myriad ghosts devouring Yin, it cannot be compared to our Shushan's formations." Lu Jihua and Lu Hongjun nodded in agreement. One by one, the four entered the formation, stealthily approaching the enormous villa. Liao Shaojin observed the four figures from a distance, scoffing, "Damn it, the master was right. Things have indeed taken a turn. However, how much chaos can these small fry stir up? I suppose I shall wait for the big fish." The entire villa loomed like an ancient behemoth, waiting to devour those who dared approach. It was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Zhou Qing turned to Zhou Chun and asked, "Can you still sense where your sister is?" Zhou Chun nodded affirmatively. "Very well, you shall lead the way, and I shall follow in your footsteps." As the two entered the villa, Zhou Qing unexpectedly manifested a second spirit. Zhou Chun, with her petite mouth agape in astonishment, exclaimed, "An external incarnation, a second spirit." Zhou Qing swiftly covered Zhou Chun's lips, cautioning her, "Do not speak. I sense 4 strands of demonic energy, 3 are formidable, while 1 is considerably weaker. Surely, these must be the 4 monsters you mentioned. I have extracted the inner core of the 8 extremes Wolf King. It seems that decades of arduous cultivation are requisite. But why can I not perceive the aura of that formidable demon?" Zhou Qing whispered softly into Zhou Chen's ear. As Zhou Chen felt Zhou Qing's hand over her mouth, she was about to speak when a wave of masculine vigor washed over her. Startled by Zhou Qing's second spirit, she found herself entranced, her ears tingling with pleasure at Zhou Qing's voice, nearly prompting her to moan. Zhou Qing continued, "I sense an aura identical to yours. It must be your sister, positioned merely 50 meters ahead." Though the villa was shrouded in darkness, to Zhou Qing, the surroundings appeared as bright as day. He swiftly retracted his second spirit and cautiously advanced. Zhou Chun, biting her tongue to regain her composure, disregarded her flushed cheeks and activated her invisibility talisman. Trailing closely behind Zhou Qing, the presence seemed near, yet it took them traversing through 8 rooms and descending 3 flights of stairs before they encountered a grand door crafted from exquisite materials. Zhou Qing mused inwardly. This place is akin to a labyrinth. Were it not for the potency of my primordial spirit, anyone else would surely become disoriented. Zhou Chun had already lunged forward, exclaiming to Zhou Qing, "Master, my sister is within. I can sense her presence. Yet, how is it that there is no means of ingress?" Zhou Qing, too, stepped forward to examine the barrier, remarking, "Indeed, it is merely a solid plate, devoid of any array formations. How peculiar. How, then, shall we breach it?" Zhou Chen pressed, agitated, witnessing Zhou Qing silently cleave the iron gate. Zhou Chen scarcely paused to consider, promptly wriggling through the aperture. By the time Zhou Qing attempted to call him back, it was too late. Zhou Qing was left with no alternative but to follow suit. Scarcely had the two alighted upon the ground than a gust of spectral wind swept over them. Zhou Qing hastily reached out to grasp Zhou Chun, only to find his hand grasping at empty air. A dense, almost palpable miasma of black fog, redolent with a putrid stench, assailed them, leaving Zhou Qing disoriented and nauseated. The surroundings were enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, rendering everything invisible. Zhou Qing was aghast. His flying sword materialized as an azure beam of light, shielding his person and forcing the black fog to recede a foot or so from his body. It was, in fact, the 5 venomous smoke cloud miasma. Only then did Zhou Qing discern the presence of minute insects flitting amidst the black fog. He recalled the records in the general principles of artifact refinement concerning this insidious substance. 5 venomous smoke cloud miasma. Harvested from the most toxic miasma of remote mountains and ancient forests, combined with the venom of 5 venomous insects, and refined with virulent poison insects. Once ensnared, the individual experiences a profound weakness as their skin gradually deteriorates. At this juncture, the parasitic insects invade the body, feasting upon the ravaged flesh, while the person remains painfully aware, unable to move or speak, enduring excruciating torment, a veritable execution of the most harrowing nature. Contemplating this, Zhou Qing grew increasingly anxious for Zhou Chun. Suddenly, an overwhelming discomfort surged within Zhou Qing, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. It dawned upon him that he too had inhaled a wisp of the miasma, and the parasitic insects were beginning to wreak havoc. Hastily, Zhou Qing summoned his second consciousness to channel pure fire into his body, incinerating the miasma and the parasitic insects with fervor. With a focused thought, he expelled a breath of 3-flavored true fire, which swiftly consumed the dense black mist formed by the 5 poisons, akin to snow meeting boiling water, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. This revealed a vast, empty chamber, where Zhou Qing immediately spotted Zhou Chun, her face flushed, unconscious upon the ground. Recognizing that she had inhaled the miasma, Zhou Qing grasped her hand, and his formidable true essence, intertwined with threads of true fire, surged through her meridians. Gradually, wisps of black mist, laden with parasitic insects, emanated from Zhou Chen's body, only to be refined by Zhou Qing's 3-flavored true fire. A soft moan escaped Zhou Chen's lips as she stirred back to consciousness, her gaze meeting Zhou Qing's as he held her hand, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She then composed herself, reflecting, "How impulsive! Were it not for your master's remaining prowess, we might have perished. This fiend is truly ruthless. It even unleashed the 5 poisons." Zhou Qing recalled the earlier ordeal and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. The once desolate chamber echoed with the sound of applause as a fissure abruptly appeared in one of its walls, admitting 5 figures. Zhou Qing scrutinized them with care. Leading the group was a middle-aged man of distinguished bearing, clad in a voluminous crimson robe. Had Zhou Qing not been privy to the knowledge that this was the Demon League, he might have mistaken them for a film crew. Beside him stood a grizzled man, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing, the very image of the 8 Extremes Wolf King. Of the remaining 3, one possessed arms that extended past his knees and prominent cheekbones, bearing a striking resemblance to an ape, undoubtedly the ape without limit Zhou Qin had spoken of. Another was shrouded in mist, obscuring his form, with gusts of chilling wind swirling around him, carrying faint, mournful cries of tormented souls, the spectral presence of the nether ghost. The last was unexpectedly a comely woman, exuding an aura of sensuality that ignited carnal desires. It was the distinguished, crimson-robed man who had been applauding. "May I inquire as to the esteemed brother's origins? The sword aura suggests affiliation with Mount Shu, yet I am unaware of any such youthful adept of the transformation stage within their ranks. I am the Sky Profound Blood Demon, leader of the Demon League. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Blood Demon, what have you done with my sister?" Overwhelmed by the sight of his mortal enemy, Zhou Qin could no longer contain his towering hatred and lunged forward. Zhou Qing, however, restrained him firmly. "Hold your horses. You are no match for him." "Allow me to speak," Zhou Qing murmured to Zhou Chun. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Zhou Chun cast a glance at Zhou Qing, nodded, and fixed his gaze on the Sky Profound Blood Demon. "Heh!" Beneath the crimson banner of the Blood Fiend Alliance, Zhou Qing, sovereign of the Celestial Path sect, postured. "I come to beseech a boon, Bloodfiend Master, the return of my disciple's sister. Shall we not forge amity? Is reconciliation not preferable to enmity?" Zhou Qing, subtly invoking his secondary avatar, was unnerved to find himself unable to fathom the depths of the celestial enigma Bloodfiend's cultivation, a disquieting revelation. The howling wolf king of 8 extremes cackled malevolently. "We have long awaited your arrival, whelp. Having ventured thus far, do you imagine you shall depart unscathed? I shall flay your hide to avenge the theft of my core." At the sound of the 8 extremes wolf king's words, Zhou Qing's countenance darkened, his gaze flashing with fierce light. A formidable aura bore down upon the quintet of demons. Save for the celestial enigma Bloodfiend, whose crimson robes stirred slightly, the others faltered. Retreating, the 8 extremes wolf king, weakened by the loss of his core, staggered back 5 paces, nearly collapsing to the earth. Zhou Qing, emboldened, laughed. "Do you truly believe you possess the means to claim my life?" The celestial enigma Bloodfiend advanced, and Zhou Qing's laughter ceased abruptly, as if a mountain had descended upon him, constricting his very breath. Zhou Qing, aghast, realized the celestial enigma bloodfiend's profound cultivation far surpassed his expectations. Zhou Qing channeled his avatar, his form shimmering with a faint golden light. The ground quaked as the flagstones beneath their feet shattered into dust. Unyielding, Zhou Qing remained steadfast. While the celestial Xian blood demon recoiled a step, his formerly composed countenance now displaying astonishment. It would seem that this youth is ostensibly inferior to me, he mused. Yet how is it that I am displaced by his power? Could it be that he conceals his true capabilities? In the eyes of the celestial Xian blood demon, Zhou Qing's stature had suddenly become profound. In truth, Zhou Qing had employed a subtle stratagem. It was Zhou Qing's second primordial spirit that had borne the brunt of the celestial Xian blood demon's aura. The ultimate force of the aura's eruption was concentrated upon the primordial spirit. However, Zhou Qing, unwilling to retreat and dissipate the force, had compelled the primordial spirit to endure the impact directly. Yet, given the formidable nature of the six-winged golden silkworm's physical form, this blow was of little consequence. The celestial Xian blood demon's complexion darkened, and an awkward silence descended as the two adversaries locked eyes, at a loss for words. Chapter 18. Monster Alliance. For upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was seized with anxiety and grasped Zhou Qing's hand tightly. Just as he was about to speak, an extremely subtle voice conveyed, "Qinshen, remain silent. Entrust everything to your master's discretion. Rest assured, you are already a disciple of my heavenly Tao sect. Surely, I would not allow you to suffer any disadvantage." Bereft of his own judgment, Zhou Chun, upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, inexplicably felt a surge of profound trust in this nominal master. An indescribable sentiment welled up within him, and he nodded, bewildered. The celestial Xian blood demon remained silent in contemplation, while the alluring woman advanced a few steps, her laughter blossoming like flowers, and said in a coquettish voice, "Oh my dear brother, what great abilities you possess. But this sister fears you may be playing tricks. Judging from your demeanor, you are exceedingly clever." As she spoke, her prominent bosom quivered enticingly. An cloying aroma wafted over, causing Zhou Qing's nose to itch. A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly discerned the woman's true form. He cursed inwardly, "Damn, she's indeed a femme fatale. This sultry feline is still capable of beguiling men. Could she be attempting to seduce me? But having seen your true form, would I still be interested in a mere feline? She doesn't even compare to my disciple. Indeed. I say, madam, I've heard tell that you possess 9 lives. I wonder if that's true. Perhaps I could put it to the test." Zhou Qing subtly alluded to the woman's true nature. After all, aside from legends of cats having 9 lives, what other creature does? The feline demon was incensed by Zhou Qing's derisive remark, her fury reaching a boiling point. Her countenance instantly shifted. This was hardly surprising, as the woman was quite vain about her appearance. Countless men had been captivated by her charms. The feline demon reveled in this sensation and deeply cherished the advantages of being human. Subconsciously, she regarded herself as a person, not a demon. Even the other 3 demons dared not utter the words feline demon in her presence. Now, having been exposed by Zhou Qing, how could she not be enraged? With a sharp cry, the feline demon produced an unusual weapon. It resembled neither a saber nor a sword, and was covered in wolf-fang-shaped serrations. Faint blue light shimmered upon it, indicating a deadly poison. "You ignorant fool! Today, I shall grind your bones to dust beneath my venomous fang blade," she exclaimed. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Upon witnessing the cat demon brandishing its concealed arsenal, Yuan Wuji let out a resounding laugh, brandishing a long, ebony staff, roughly the thickness of an arm and exceeding a person's height. With a resounding thud, he forcefully struck the staff against the ground, shattering the cemented steel surface within a radius of several feet into powder, revealing the yellow earth beneath. The ghostly figure, too, wore an incessant grin as swirling dark energies coalesced around it, twisting and morphing until they materialized into a colossal skull, which appeared to be laughing, its ghastly white teeth clattering in a most eerie manner. In stark contrast, the 8 Extremes Wolf King pressed forward rather than retreating. What a jest! With his inner core lost and his power diminished to less than half its usual strength, charging into battle would only brand him as fodder. The 8 Extremes Wolf King pondered silently. Observing that the celestial blood demon showed no inclination to engage, Zhou Qing comprehended the demon's cautious nature, having been startled. It intended for its 4 subordinates to take the lead, seeking to gauge his strength. At that moment, Zhou Qing formulated a plan and burst into laughter, proclaiming, "With your meager trio of insignificant creatures, you dare to challenge me? With but a flick of my fingers, you shall be reduced to mere dust." Having perused numerous web novels, he had memorized the lofty rhetoric of the formidable characters within, and now, those very words flowed from his lips, filling him with an unparalleled exhilaration, surpassing even the delight of consuming a mythical fruit. Indeed, a master of the transformation stage would find it as effortless as quenching one's thirst to face 3 late-stage chi-attracting demons. At that moment, the 3 demons were utterly oblivious to Zhou Qing's thoughts. They initially believed that the heavenly abyss blood demon would join forces with them, and with 5 demons attacking together. They were confident they had an 80% chance of subduing this arrogant young man who claimed to be the leader of the Taoist sect. The 8 Extremes Wolf King's retreat was not particularly concerning, as he was already rendered as a mere pawn after losing his inner elixir. However, what they did not anticipate was the heavenly abyss blood demon's indecision. Without the blood demon, although the ape Wujia, the cat demon, and the nether ghost were typically arrogant and domineering figures, they were not entirely devoid of reason. Now confronted with an insurmountable challenge, each of them displayed a posture of eager anticipation, yet after a prolonged silence, none dared to strike first. As these 3 demons hesitated, Zhou Qing unleashed a powerful phrase he had learned from novels, nearly causing their lungs to explode with rage. Even a clay figurine possesses a bit of its original substance, does it not? How much more so for 3 demons? Ignoring the disparity in strength, the cat demon, ape Wujia, and nether ghost simultaneously let out a thunderous roar, launching their most formidable attack against Zhou Qing. The sky was shrouded in an inky darkness, interspersed with the eerie wails of an otherworldly creature, as the shadowy form of the mighty monkey, Yuan Wuji, surged towards Zhou Qing. Once a powerful ape dwelling in the mountains, Yuan had gathered the essence of the sun and moon for over 3 centuries. 50 years prior, he shed his primal form and attained human shape. Due to his immense strength and an inherent affinity for movement, he held little interest in the meditative practices required for spell cultivation, resulting in minimal engagement with sorcery. In confrontations, he relied on the quintessence of the 5 elements he had harvested, wielding the exquisitely crafted Wuji staff alongside his titanic strength and agile speed, seldom finding himself at a disadvantage. In a fit of rage directed at Zhou Qing, Yuan unleashed the full extent of his formidable power. The once obsidian tip of his staff flickered with a crimson glow, ignited by the extraordinary friction against the air, generating such tremendous heat that the staff itself glowed red-hot. Despite the fact that the ghostly specter was a fraction slower than Yuan, its menacing presence was formidable. Amidst its cackling laughter, the already sizable skull of the specter swelled dramatically after it exhaled a gust of sinister energy, expanding to an astonishing tenfold. Its cavernous maw opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth that gleamed with a lethal brilliance, capable of shattering even the most resilient material. As the ghastly jaw opened and closed, tendrils of dark mist emerged, reminiscent of the 5 poisons miasma that nearly ensnared Zhou Qing. In contrast, the attack from the cat demon was considerably less imposing, regardless of her theatrics. She merely flicked her wrist, sending forth a venomous blade that transformed into a slender blue streak, silently piercing through the shadows of Yuan Wuji's staff towards Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing did not dare to be careless. He fully summoned the consciousness and power of his second spirit, allocating 70% of it to guard against the sneak attack of the blood demon. He held significant apprehension towards the leader of the Monster Alliance. With a clang, akin to a divine sword being unsheathed, a resplendent azure light surged forth, enveloping the myriad shadows of the staff and the enormous skull, eclipsing the presence of both the staff of Yuan Wuji and the skull of the underworld demon. Chapter 19. The Monster Alliance. Zhou Qing heard the blood demon's voice. The sword aura receded, and those present in the quiet chamber, both human and demon, suddenly felt a profound darkness as the starlight formed from the sword energy vanished without a trace. Zhou Qing was left astounded by his master's extraordinary strike. Muttering to himself, like thunder, it descends in fury, like rivers and seas, it coalesces in clarity. Suddenly, a faint blue light emerged from an unknown source, shooting rapidly towards Zhou Qing. The speed of this blue light was astonishing, reaching Zhou Qing's chest in the blink of an eye. Zhou Qing cried out, "Master, be careful," as she instinctively moved to intervene. "What are you doing? Step aside." Despite knowing Zhou Qing meant well, Zhou Qing was infuriated by her reckless behavior. He grasped her firmly, just as the blue light approached his chest. It was the cat demon's signature weapon, the poison fang blade. With a furious roar, Zhou Qing summoned a massive iron seal, resembling a shield, to protect himself. Clang! Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the chamber as the poison fang blade collided with Zhou Qing's heavenly seal, sending sparks flying like fireworks in the aftermath of their collision. The heaven-turned seal, measuring 3 in circumference, radiates a luminous clarity akin to crystal. Upon its surface, subtle symbols rotate in an enigmatic dance. Ever since Zhou Qing's powers surged, culminating in the refinement of his second primordial spirit, he has lamented his lack of a worthy magical artifact. Although the blood transformation divine blade is a formidable tool in the realm, Zhou Qing remains unable to wield it. Much like a man possessing a mountain of gold, yet clueless on how to spend it. Consequently, Zhou Qing fervently tempered the heaven-turned seal with the 3-flavor true fire, further infusing it with a portion of Tai essence gold. Now, this grand seal faintly emanates the essence of its namesake. Clang! Despite the poison fang blade being a commendable magical weapon, it proved no match for Zhou Qing's heaven-turned seal, controlled with his divine transformation prowess, as he relentlessly struck it. The azure light swiftly dimmed, its spiritual energy extinguished, and it plummeted to the ground. The cat demon trembled, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth. It is no wonder. The poison fang blade was a tooth from a colossal serpent she had discovered years ago. This serpent was once a formidable cultivator at the divine transformation stage, but after engaging in some reckless practice, it attracted the wrath of celestial lightning, resulting in a catastrophic demise. Only this tooth remained, which the cat demon cherished as a treasure, crafting it into a personal magical artifact through diligent blood sacrifice, establishing a profound connection with her spirit. Now, as the poison fang blade lies shattered by Zhou Qing's strike, her spirit is wounded, rendering her vulnerable to harm. However, Zhou Qing, unyielding in his righteousness, caused the heaven-turning seal to tremble, emitting a resonant peal as its 3-form, imbued with the might of thunder, enveloped even the 8 Extremes Wolf King. The 8 Extremes Wolf King, resigned to his fate, knew this assault was beyond his capacity to withstand. The 3 demons, akin to clay bodhisattvas crossing a river, were preoccupied with their own survival and unable to aid him. He could only cast a pleading gaze upon the heavenly mystic blood demon, who was enshrouded in viscous, sanguine light. Abruptly, a wave of crimson light steadfastly supported the seal, and the heavenly mystic blood demon declared, "Sect leader Zhou, let us converse amicably and avoid unnecessary discord." Zhou Qing felt an immense, unyielding yet pliant force arrest the heaven-turning seal, his own power dissipating as if striking cotton, leaving him with a sense of ineffectualness. The heavenly mystic blood demon retracted his sanguine aura, revealing his form, and remarked, "Sect leader Zhou is indeed forthright. To think you've cultivated Mount Shu soaring sword chi technique to the point where myriad swords obey your will. A feat matched only by a few elders and the sect leader of Mount Shu. Could it be?" Zhou Qing interrupted, "Spare me the superfluous words. I have some connection with Mount Shu, but this hardly seems the time to discuss it. Where's the person?" Zhou Qing chuckled inwardly. "Of course I have a connection with Mount Shu. Having slain their disciples and seized their swords and manuals, how could I not?" In his hand, Zhou Qing now held a tortoise-shell-like object, the very crooked Chun heavenly book that Zhou Chen had passed to him. Gazing upon the Gaochen heavenly book, which bore a resemblance to a tortoise plastron, Zhou Qing's keen eyes discerned the densely packed, minute script. A sudden realization struck him. Strange. How similar are these inscriptions to those upon my? I had presumed them to be ancient Sanskrit, yet it appears they are the script of the archaic demon race. Damn. Is this unremarkable tortoise shell truly the legacy of the Gaochen Emperor? Zhou Qing inwardly scorned the Gaochen Emperor. However, upon beholding it, the celestial blood demon's eyes widened in astonishment. He declared in a deep voice, "Indeed, it is. You, nether ghost, bring forth the little fox spirit." The nether ghost responded, transforming into a wisp of ghostly energy, and vanished through the cracked wall. Before long, he returned, cradling an unconscious girl who resembled Zhou Chun but was noticeably younger. "Sister!" Zhou Chen cried out. Zhou Qing comprehended the situation. "Alliance leader," he inquired, "why is my disciple's sister unconscious? Has something befallen her?" "Rest assured, I have merely rendered the little fox spirit unconscious. She is unharmed. Now hand over the book." The celestial blood demon extended his hand, and an invisible force drew Zhou Chen's sister towards him. Chapter 20. The man stalks the cicada. Zhou Qing nodded with alacrity. No problem. I shall count to 3, and we shall release them simultaneously. I shall cast the book, and you shall cast the person. The celestial blood demon sensed something amiss. After pondering Zhou Qing's words, he offered a wry smile, realizing the lad was seizing the opportunity to hurl insults. However, such trivial matters are not of paramount importance at this juncture. The crimson blood demon of celestial mystery exerted his divine consciousness to its utmost extent, guarding against any possible trickery from Zhou Qing. 1, 2, 3. Simultaneously, they cast forth the person and the tome in their possession. Unbeknownst to either of them, the instant Zhou Qing released the celestial tome of Gaochen, his hands concomitantly formed a peculiar incantation. Conversely, amidst the people cast forth by the crimson blood demon of celestial mystery, a subtle crimson glimmer was interspersed. Bang! Just as the crimson blood demon of celestial mystery was about to receive the hurtling celestial tome of Gaochen, he beheld Zhou Qing catching the petite fox he had cast forth. The subtle crimson glimmer then insinuated itself into Zhou Qing's physique. The crimson blood demon of celestial mystery erupted in raucous laughter. Ha! Ha! Boy, you have fallen prey to my crimson blood demonic curse. Regardless of the profundity of your cultivation, within a quarter of an hour, you shall be transmuted into a pool of blood for this venerable one's gratification. Did you presume this venerable one to be so easily deceived? An ignorant whelp, devoid of any sense of proportion. The celestial tome of Gaochen spun gracefully, arriving before the crimson blood demon of celestial mystery. As the crimson blood demon reached out to seize it, he discerned Zhou Qing's voice resonating. Little blood demon, your jubilation is premature, is it not? The crimson blood demon of celestial mystery was aghast. Just as he was on the verge of grasping the celestial tome of Gaochen, an additional hand materialized beside it, firmly clutching the tome. The crimson blood demon of celestial mystery scrutinized the figure, and none other than Zhou Qing was revealed. The crimson blood demon hastily cast his gaze towards the individual cradling the petite fox, only to discover yet another Zhou Qing. With considerable effort, the crimson blood demon of celestial mystery uttered a few words, an out-of-body incarnation, a second nascent soul. How could I encounter such a prodigy? Subsequently, gazing intently at the figure of Zhou Qing before him, the heavenly blood demon, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, so it turns out that your true form possesses merely the cultivation of the mid-stage qi induction. I wondered how, at such a tender age, you could wield such formidable power. It must be the work of your second spirit. You, go to your demise. I shall consume your soul, ensuring that you never attain rebirth. The heavenly blood demon was indeed infuriated, having been toyed with by a mere mid-stage qi induction youth. Should this news spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The ominous blood light surged around him, transforming his hair into a wild, upright mane, shifting from its original black to a bizarre shade of purplish red. With a series of hissing sounds, the demon's grand crimson robe shattered, revealing his true form. Zhou Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no human form, but rather a grotesque figure composed of fish-scale-like blood clumps. A shiver ran down his spine as he shouted, "Heavenly divine slaughter! Exterminate all immortals and demons." As the word slaughter escaped his lips, 12 crimson flags, each a foot in length, suddenly emerged from all directions within the quiet chamber. The exquisitely crafted flagpoles shimmered with a strange, dark hue, while the silk flag surfaces were adorned with intricate golden inscriptions. As these flags twirled, tendrils of magical energy enveloped the entire room, ensnaring the heavenly blood demon and the 4 great monsters within a formidable array like a spider's web. Zhou Qing, now emboldened by his wealth, had spared no expense in crafting these 12 divine flags to explore the profound mysteries of the 12 heavenly divine slaughter formation. At last, they had proven their worth. The heavenly blood demon, witnessing this formidable display, trembled in fear. Had he possessed a corporeal body, he might have lost control of his bowels in sheer terror. The 12 divine astral banners formation. Heavens, how can this be? This is the foremost demonic killing array from the primordial era. It was thought to be lost to the ages. Even the patriarch wouldn't know it. How could that young man? This is dire. The connection between the second primordial spirit and the main body is profound. They share glory and suffer detriment together. Although the destruction of the second spirit wouldn't kill the main body, a significant loss of vital energy is inevitable. When Zhou Qing's second spirit was injured, his main body was also affected to some extent. Fortunately, the 6-winged golden silkworm was formidable, Otherwise, Zhou Qing wouldn't even have the strength to stand now. As Zhou Qing and Zhou Chun emerged from the villa, for fierce sword energies assailed them head-on. The force of the sword energy stirred up a wind so intense that it made breathing difficult. Zhou Qing was alarmed and pulled Zhou Chun down, rolling on the ground. A series of loud crashes echoed as the sword energy pierced four dark, bowl-sized holes where Zhou Qing had just been standing. Zhou Qing's expression changed. This was clearly a sneak attack by swordplay masters. Had it not been for his keen primordial spirit perception, he would have been riddled with holes. Who? Little Sky Tumbler emerged from Zhou Qing's body, transforming into an iron tablet to protect the three of them. However, the power of this iron seal was noticeably weaker than when Zhou Qing had used it in the meditation room. The seal's body had shrunk from 3 fathoms in circumference to just over a fathom now, and the clear light that enveloped it had dimmed considerably. This was because Zhou Qing's second primordial spirit had been shaken, making it impossible to fully activate the seal. Using his own true essence to wield the iron seal, its power was naturally much diminished. TCH. For figures revealed themselves, none other than the dragon group members who had been murmuring about killing and plundering treasures, Xiang Hui, Xie Xiaohong, Lu Jihua, and Lu Hongjun. Upon beholding the quartet of youths, each manifestly possessing an intermediate qi induction cultivation, Zhou Qing was seized by a surge of intense anxiety. Constrained from employing his secondary primordial spirit, his inherent power, at its utmost, was scarcely on par with these 4 adversaries. Zhou Chun, perhaps marginally superior, was nonetheless incapable of contending with their combined might. Observing the nature of their ambush, which bespoke a clear intent to terminate his existence, Zhou Qing pondered when he had accrued such a multitude of adversaries. Who are you? And what is the motive behind your assault upon us? Zhou Chun inquired, her countenance reflecting her apprehension of the precarious situation. Clad in the masculine overcoat Zhou Qing had provided, Zhou Qin's true gender was initially obscured from Xiang Hui and his companions. However, the chime-like quality of her voice soon revealed her feminine identity, prompting the 4 young men to take note of her visage. Despite their privileged backgrounds as scions of prominent families, and their consequent exposure to a plethora of beauties, even Xiang Hui and his cohorts were momentarily rendered speechless. Their admiration palpable. Whence comes such a comely maiden? One of them mused. Her power seems to approximate our own. From which sect does she hail? Nay, I am familiar with the female disciples of all the sects, and none possess such exquisite beauty. Could she have emerged from the demon alliance, perchance a demon in disguise? Ah, fortune smiles upon us this day. The male appears to be wounded, and hark, another damsel lies unconscious. I have dallied with beauties of every description, yet never have I had the pleasure of a demon so fair. To slay 2 birds with 1 stone this day would indeed be a joyous occasion. A lascivious glint ignited within Xiang Hui's eyes as he cast a knowing glance towards his companions. Accustomed to acting in concert, the other 3 immediately comprehended his intentions. My apologies, fair maiden. We are disciples of the Shu Mountains, currently affiliated with the national security apparatus. Our presence here at the Monster Alliance was to investigate certain matters, and we initially mistook you for denizens of this realm. Might I inquire as to your name? Thus, Xiang Hui sought to beguile Zhou Chun, inwardly musing, one is injured, the other unconscious. In any case, they shall not escape my grasp. There is no need to rush to action. To dally with this damsel would be a most pleasurable diversion. Suddenly, Zhou Chun offered a radiant smile, akin to a myriad of blossoms unfurling in unison. The very air seemed to ripple with the essence of spring, instilling a languid sensation in all who beheld it. Xiang Hui, Xie Xiaohong, Lu Jihua, and Lu Hongjun were all visibly shaken, their bones seemingly dissolving into a state of blissful weakness. My name is Zhou Chun, esteemed sirs. Her voice, like the music of the spheres, resonated in their ears. The 4 men's eyes widened in astonishment, and rivulets of saliva trickled from the corners of their mouths, transforming them into veritable oglers. I am Xiang Hui, and these are Xie Xiaohong, Lu Jihua, and Lu Hongjun, respectively. We are all members of the Dragon Group, and we have come to the Monster Alliance to seek our fortunes. Zhou Chun, you are truly enchanting, Xiang Hui exclaimed, before abruptly regaining his composure. Halt, fiend, you dare to bewitch us? Moments earlier, Xiang Hui had been drooling uncontrollably, inadvertently divulging his secrets in response to Zhou Chun's inquiry. However, as a disciple of a venerable sect, he possessed a foundation steeped in years of Taoist cultivation. Although Zhou Chun's power had increased significantly with Zhou Qing's aid, The two parties were still evenly matched. Xiang Hui's prowess surpassed expectations, and with a sudden bite of his tongue, he regained his senses. Observing the three others in a dazed state, drool cascading from their mouths, he recalled that he had once appeared just as foolish. Embarrassment morphed into fury, and he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing his flying sword, which transformed into a streak of crimson light, aimed directly at Zhou Qing's head. Although Xiang Hui was incensed by Zhou Qing's seductive tactics, he could not bring himself to extinguish her life. Hence, his wrath was directed towards the injured Zhou Qing. The others, startled by Xiang Hui's bellow, awakened to their predicament and drew forth their flying swords in unison. Xiang Hui quickly interjected, "Do not kill her. You three. Subdue that enchantress. Is she not intent on seducing me? I shall allow her to entice me to her heart's content." As his words faded, the fiery sword clashed with Zhou Qing's great seal, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The point of collision erupted into a series of colossal flames that swirled menacingly towards Zhou Qing. Alarmed, Zhou Qing realized that even her formidable seal could not withstand the onslaught of the blazing flying sword. She hastily ceased the operation of her second spirit and cast a water spirit talisman, which coalesced into shimmering, crystalline water curtains in the air. However, with a series of loud crashes, the three water barriers she had conjured were shattered by the relentless flames, which dissipated into the atmosphere. The intensity and ferocity of the flying sword's fire were astonishing. Zhou Qing sighed inwardly and discreetly cast 8 jade tokens. As the tokens were released, they seemed to merge seamlessly with the air, leaving no trace behind. Xiang Hui was taken aback, for his flying sword had been forged from the searing essence of magma by the venerable elders of Mount Shu, infused with a secretive array. Although its quality paled in comparison to Tai golden essence, its ferocity was unparalleled. The fiery poison it harbored could melt even steel. Yet now, it had been extinguished by a mere talisman. As Zhou Qing had just cast the jade token, Zhou Qin found himself ensnared amidst 3 beams of sword light, his garments torn to shreds, revealing his luminous skin. The trio chuckled lewdly. "What a little demon, such fair skin. This creature possesses a splendid figure." Zhou Qin, initially of comparable strength to them, found himself at a disadvantage without a weapon, utterly helpless against the sword formation they had formed. The swordsmanship of Mount Shu was inherently formidable. With the 3 striking simultaneously, Zhou Qin stood no chance. Had their intent been genuine, the battle would have concluded long ago. As the number of tears in his clothing increased, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Zhou Qin's eyes, and he vowed within his heart that he would not allow himself to be humiliated, even if it meant employing the dissolution technique. With a swish, another beam of sword light sliced through, leaving Zhou Qing's outer garment in tatters, prompting another round of mocking laughter from the trio. Zhou Qin cast a glance at Zhou Qing, letting out a piercing scream as he prepared to unleash the dissolution technique. Suddenly, a colossal Bagua diagram materialized in the sky, with pillars of elemental energy, water, fire, wind, and thunder, shooting forth from it, aimed at the 4. Unaware of this impending calamity, they hastily summoned their true essence to defend themselves. Boom! The quartet of figures were sent sprawling like rag dolls, utterly disoriented. Zhou Qin, too, was momentarily stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Zhou Qing seized her hand, exclaiming, "Take your sister and flee. Seek out Xiaojin outside. But what about you, master? I shall be unharmed. These 4 pose no true threat. I shall merely impart a lesson before departing." Zhou Qin nodded, cradling the small fox, and transformed into a swift silhouette, darting away. Meanwhile, Xiang Hui, struck by a water thunderbolt, was fortunate that Zhou Qing's diminished power prevented the full force of the formation, coupled with the fire attribute of his flying sword. Thus, he escaped injury, merely rising with a soot-covered visage. The remaining 3, however, were less fortunate, each struck to the ground with minor injuries, temporarily incapacitated. Xie Xiaohong, in particular, struck by fire thunder, was charred black, emitting the acrid scent of burning flesh. Xiang Hui, beholding Zhou Qing's sardonic smile, was consumed by incandescent rage. Never in his life had he suffered such a profound humiliation. Biting his tongue, he spat a mouthful of vital essence onto his flying sword. A crimson light intensified, and the fiery sword contorted in the air, instantaneously multiplying into a dozen or more beams of light, each surpassing the original in size. Zhou Qing remarked, "Impressive. For one of your cultivation level, merely in the middle stage of Qi induction, to wield the myriad swords technique and conjure 13 distinct sword beams is no small feat." Upon hearing Zhou Qing's condescending tone, Xiang Hui, already seething with resentment, was further inflamed. His face contorted in a furious grimace as he roared, "Then meet your demise." The 13 sword beams transformed into 13 pillars of fire, completely enveloping Zhou Qing before crashing down with devastating force. However, Zhou Qing exploited the impact of the fire pillars to detonate the Bagua formation. Upon witnessing the fiery columns hurtling towards him, Xiang Hui was utterly terrified, soiling himself in the process. The grand array of 10,000 ghosts devouring Yin was abruptly pierced by a ray of light, allowing a golden sword beam to surge in and interpose itself before Xiang Hui. With a forceful twist, the 13 fire pillars were obliterated by the sword. Zhou Qing, realizing the arrival of a formidable figure, dared not linger and swiftly fled, using a swiftness talisman to escape. As Xiang Hui awaited his demise, this savior appeared. Recognizing the golden sword light, he cried out, "Senior brother!" In short order, a young man materialized before him, the very one who had previously appeared in the valley where Zhou Qing had been in seclusion. Chapter 22. Blood Demon Killing Curse. What brings you here? Were it not for my fortuitous passage, would you still be alive? Xiang Hui knew that this senior brother was indeed highly skilled, yet stubbornly principled. Naturally, he dared not reveal their true purpose, resorting instead to a fabrication. "Senior brother, we have now joined the dragon group. We received intelligence that the Monster Alliance is embroiled in internal strife, with the celestial Xian blood demon gravely wounded. Ling Fei of the Kunlun sect tasked us with investigating. We had only just arrived when we encountered these few monsters." "Humph. Does Ling Fei seek to send you to your deaths?" This celestial Xian blood demon is a monster formed from millennia of tainted blood and the absorption of deathly aura. Even without the twin swords of purple and azure, the sect leader would only be evenly matched. Even if gravely wounded, he is still beyond your capabilities. Moreover, his 4 great demons are each more formidable than you. Ling Fei, relying on his Kunlun affiliation, covertly harms our Mount Shu. His heart is far too wicked. I must seize an opportunity to challenge him, to ascertain whether his flowing blade is superior or if my radiant sword prevails. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hui's heart brimmed with joy. His idle chatter had inadvertently provoked the wrath of the senior brother. He suggested a duel between the senior brother and that Ling Fei. Having heard that the senior brother's swordsmanship had reached the extraordinary realm of wielding the sword with divine mastery, mere steps away from the pinnacle of 1,000 swords echoing the heart, Ling Fei would undoubtedly be no match for him, and he envisioned humiliating him thoroughly before the members of the dragon group, silencing his arrogance once and for all. The senior brother retrieved a few elixirs from his robe, their hue shimmering and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. These 4 heavenly spirit pills were recently concocted by the sect master, utilizing rare ingredients such as century-old ginseng, poria, and purple ganoderma, immensely beneficial for your cultivation. I fortuitously brought some along. You all have sustained minor injuries, and these will serve you well. Xiang Hui joyfully accepted the heavenly spirit pills, contemplating, "Splendid. Consuming just one of these could augment my power by a decade. Were it not for the affluent resources of our Shushan sect, where would we procure such materials for alchemy? Nevertheless, our family contributes significantly to the sect master each year. I wonder why the Tian Xian blood demon remains silent. That individual earlier was indeed a master of formations. In the realm of cultivation, we have only one sect adept in the art of formations, the Escape sect, whose members are shrouded in mystery. Could that person be affiliated with them? How could he possibly have ties to the demons?" Gazing at the shattered jade tablet dust scattered on the ground, the senior brother found himself at a loss. "I must further investigate the matter regarding junior brother Zhao Liang's ambush. You all should leave this place promptly." With that, he mounted his flying sword, transforming into a streak of golden light as he departed. Witnessing this, Xiang Hui and the others were filled with envy. "Sister, your culinary creations are truly exquisite." Liao Shaojin sat at the dining table, continuously shoveling tender morsels of steak into his mouth. "Humph, you have yet to taste the divine tofu crafted by my sister. Once you do, you might even swallow your own tongue." A young girl, around 15 or 16, observed Liao Shaojin's gluttonous display and chuckled. "All right, I shall sample your sister's tofu tomorrow." Upon hearing of an even more delectable delight, Liao Shaojin eagerly nodded, yet felt a hint of awkwardness in her words, prompting him to cease his voracious eating. Zhou Chun, catching on to the subtle discord in Liao Shaojin's speech, blushed deeply, and the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. "Eh? Sister, why have you both fallen silent?" By the way, sister, didn't you recently take on a new master? Why haven't we seen him? The little fox inquired, her head tilting in curiosity towards Zhou Qing. After this unexpected turn, the atmosphere lightened slightly. Zhou Qing, perplexed, asked Liao Shaojin. Your master has been in seclusion for 3 days. Why hasn't he emerged? Could he be gravely injured? I saw him in good health just the other day. Liao Shaojin dismissively replied, It's nothing to worry about. My master is exceedingly cunning. He would rather die than suffer loss. What could possibly befall him? He is likely immersed in contemplating some unparalleled technique. With that, he picked up a piece of rib and resumed his hearty feast. The little fox, witnessing his behavior, couldn't help but exclaim, You pig! Liao Xiaojin's conjecture was erroneous, as Zhou Qing's predicament was indeed dire. Within the expansive training chamber, Zhou Qing beheld the golden silkworm, a formidable entity spanning 2 qi in length, its golden carapace subtly bulging beneath a pair of fan-like wings. Yet, it was enveloped in a sanguinary aura, emanating a fetid, blood-tinged miasma. Ordinarily, with his second primordial spirit in hand, Zhou Qing would have been a cultivator of the transformation stage. However, the celestial Xian blood demon's lethal curse proved exceptionally malevolent. Forged from the most venomous, deathly energies in existence, coupled with the demon's own millennia-old tainted blood, it was specifically designed to corrupt primordial spirit treasures, regardless of the potency of a celestial treasure. Even a mere touch would result in the complete dissipation of its spiritual essence, potentially rendering the treasure itself irreparable. Should a cultivator be afflicted, the deathly energies would infiltrate the primordial spirit, putrefying the body and transforming it into a mass of tainted blood. Fortunately, Zhou Qing's primordial spirit, the golden silkworm, possessed a robust essence and was imbued with the bloodline of the ancient demon god Qiyu, enabling it to endure thus far. Initially, Zhou Qing could mobilize the Samadhi true fire within his primordial spirit to combat the deathly energies. Alas, the blood demon's lethal curse possessed the insidious ability to autonomously absorb ambient deathly energies, thereby augmenting its own power. Ultimately, Zhou Qing was compelled to relinquish control over the golden silkworm, withdrawing his primordial spirit to prevent his divine consciousness from being consumed by the deathly energies. Observing the increasingly potent sanguinary odor emanating from the golden silkworm, even Zhou Qing, with his unwavering resolve, felt a pang of anguish. If I cannot devise a method to dispel this curse, my second primordial spirit will be rendered useless. In such a state, my cultivation will be inferior to that of my own disciples. What recourse will I have then? Perhaps death would be preferable. The mere thought of plummeting from the lofty heights of a transcendent divinity cultivator to the lowly status of an insignificant qi induction intermediate phase disciple was unbearable to Zhou Qing. It was akin to a billionaire suddenly finding himself reduced to a roadside beggar, a fate no one could stomach. Damn it, I'll risk it all, Zhou Qing muttered. Retrieving the heaven's net blood transformation godly saber, which he had been unable to wield, from a concealed compartment in the training room wall, he casually plunged the blade into the ground. With a soft thud, the steel-reinforced concrete floor yielded like tofu, the blade sinking deeply into the earth, leaving only the double-headed wolf hilt exposed. Zhou Qing then extracted 12 command flags from the wall. These flags were identical to the 12 that had confined the heavenly Xian blood demon, featuring precisely crafted steel flagpoles and silk banners embroidered with talismans in gold thread. Shaking his head, Zhou Qing mused to himself, It's a good thing I always have a backup plan. I had 24 of these made in the first place. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do now. These few flagpoles alone cost me tens of millions. Indeed, even cultivators can't do without money. If it were in the past, when would I have had this much money? If I had encountered that blood demon without an array to trap him, I would have kicked the bucket long ago. Chapter 23. Esoteric Buddhist Mantra. While deeply lamenting the importance of money, Zhou Qing prepared to forcibly use an external array to trigger the all-heaven gods and demons killing array within the blade. Intending to absorb the death aura from the golden silkworm, he rapidly shifted hand seals, beads of sweat forming on his brow, with the second primordial spirit present. Activating this array was as effortless as breathing, a task he could accomplish with ease. Now, however, it was 10 times more difficult. Zhou Qing contemplated silently. It seems that I must diligently cultivate my true form in the future. However, to elevate my essence to the stage of transformation is no simple endeavor. Without profound incantations or the aid of wondrous elixirs, it would require at least 2 centuries of arduous effort. Shaking his head, Zhou Qing dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and channeled all his true energy to propel the 12 command flags, as if he were moving a massive boulder. His eyes widened, veins standing out on his body, as the true energy from his Pantheon was nearly exhausted. Only then did the 12 command flags begin to slowly orbit around the hilt of the two-headed wolf's blade. Streams of spiritual light emanated from the flags, entwining like spider silk around the hilt. Paying little heed to that, Zhou Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, fully exerting himself to restore his true energy. The spiritual light increased, gradually obscuring the hilt from view, while an invisible pressure formed a vortex, gathering countless energies of a different nature from the celestial and terrestrial spirit essence, transforming them into radiant streams of spiritual light. A deep, resonant sound emanated from the blade, and the four eyes of the two-headed wolf glowed fiercely. The streams of spiritual light were completely absorbed, causing the 12 command flags to lose their supporting strength and clatter to the ground. Meanwhile, the blood god blade surged up from the earth, hovering in midair, enveloped in a shroud of bloody light that engulfed the entire training chamber. The malevolent aura from the golden silkworm stirred at the encounter with the bloodlight, subtly hinting at a desire to converge upon the blade. Zhou Qing was overjoyed. Indeed, it was effective. Although this formation was exerting its full force to suppress the energy of the Seven Treasures' mystical staff, with a supplementary elixir, it should be able to spare some strength. A chilling wail echoed from the golden silkworm. The viscous, sanguine fluid conjured by the blood demon killing curse coalesced into a mass, concentrating around the golden silkworm's cerebrum, staunchly resisting the absorption of the sanguine radiance. The congealed blood incessantly morphed into bizarre visages of fiends, skulls, scythes, and other grotesque forms, leaving Zhou Qing in stunned silence. Truly formidable, he mused. If my true form were afflicted by this curse, then, Zhou Qing dared not dwell on the thought. Ultimately, the blood demon killing curse proved to be slightly inferior. After all, the reputation of the foremost killing array of the demonic path was not merely for show. Though the heavenly profound blood demon was formidable in its own right, it could not compare to the eminent figure of the demonic path who crafted the blood transformation divine saber in bygone eras. The blood demon killing curse transformed into a clot of blood the size of a fist and plunged into the saber's body, where it was devoured by the blood transformation divine saber as a supplement. Zhou Qing rejoiced, hastily advancing to examine his golden silkworm for any injuries. He remained completely oblivious to the peculiar state of the blood transformation divine saber suspended in the air. At this moment, the blood transformation divine saber's sanguine radiance was completely restrained, revealing its dark, ancient blade. The talismans that were originally obscured by the sanguine radiance materialized on the blade, as if two entities were contending with each other. Zhou Qing was wholly engrossed in mending the damaged primordial spirit golden silkworm. Had he noticed, he would have been astounded. It turned out that the struggle between the two energies within had reached its zenith. After millennia of conflict, the energy of the Seven Treasures' mystical tree staff was no longer as vast as it once was, while the divine fiend grand array within the saber's body ceaselessly absorbed nascent energy from the outside world. However, because that energy was exceedingly pure, it could not be completely eliminated, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. The divine fiend grand array's absorption of the deathly aura from the blood demon killing curse served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. As the incantation was invoked, the 12 banners that had fallen to the ground gracefully soared into the air once more. At this moment, Zhou Qing had regained his powers and wielded them with remarkable ease. However, ensnaring that swirling mass of energy proved to be a far more formidable challenge. Golden streams of light cascaded from the blade, coalescing in midair into a shimmering sphere of liquid gold, radiating an immense pressure that threatened to erupt. Zhou Qing summoned the Daitian divine formation with all his might to suppress the overwhelming force emanating from the golden liquid, preventing its explosive release. As the two forces stalemated, the blood transformation divine blade, suspended in the air, seemed to respond instinctively upon sensing its longtime nemesis. With a resonant cry, the blade tore through the fabric of space, inexplicably appearing within Zhou Qing's divine formation. This blood transformation divine blade was the progenitor of the formation, and Zhou Qing's incomplete array was no match for it. Upon spotting the golden liquid within the formation, the blood transformation divine blade regarded it as an archenemy. its blade radiating with overwhelming ferocity as it struck down with a mighty blow. Zhou Qing's meticulous calculations failed to foresee such a calamity. His mind went blank as he watched helplessly as the golden liquid erupted forth. A resonant sound reverberated, and an object within the wall, seemingly under tremendous pressure, was forcibly expelled into the air. Just as the golden energy was on the verge of bursting forth, this object, akin to a great whale siphoning water, swiftly absorbed the golden energy, twirling and spinning in midair. The blood transformation divine blade clattered to the ground, its inherent sentience having been utterly expended in that singular strike, reducing it to a mere lifeless weapon. In an instant, the transition from hell to heaven occurred, leaving Zhou Qing feeling as if she had traversed through time itself. Awakening, she gazed upon the object spiraling in the air, which was none other than her own artifact. Since encountering the Gaochen heavenly book, Zhou Qing had come to realize that the inscriptions upon the artifact were not ancient Sanskrit, but rather the script of the primordial demon clan. Although she could not fathom why a Buddhist relic would be intertwined with the ancient demon lineage, Zhou Qing understood that this artifact was anything but ordinary. She scrutinized it closely. However, the materials of the artifact were astonishingly mundane, being merely a piece of bronze. Apart from the resonant sound it emitted while rotating, which had a calming and stabilizing effect, Zhou Qing could discern no other peculiarities. As the artifact spun faster and faster, it eventually transformed into a shimmering phantom. Theoretically, such rapid rotation should have generated a fierce wind. Yet curiously, Zhou Qing felt no breeze at all, nor did the air around the artifact exhibit any signs of movement, giving her the eerie impression that it was revolving in an alternate realm. From the artifact emanated 6 resounding syllables: Om, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum, which reverberated with such force that Zhou Qing's ears rang painfully, causing the very walls around her to tremble. Even Liao Shaojin, who was dining, was startled into a sudden jolt. What is happening? What is that sound? With a thud, the little fox was rendered unconscious by the shock, and Zhou Chun gasped in alarm, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Liao Shaojin, bewildered by the series of unforeseen events, called out, "Sister, what happened? How did you suddenly get injured?" Liao Shaojin inquired of Zhou Chun. This is the supreme mantra of Buddhist esoteric teachings, which we demons find particularly intolerable. Fortunately, it was not directed specifically at us, and its power is limited. My sister merely fainted. It is nothing serious. It seems the sound emanated from the place where Master is in seclusion, Zhou Chun responded weakly. By rights, I too am a vampire, thus considered a demon. Why am I not affected in the slightest? Could it be that this mantra is only effective against Chinese demons and loses its potency abroad? Moreover, I have never seen Master practicing any Buddhist spells. Is it possible that this individual is concealing profound abilities? Liao Shaojin's mind was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing was captivated by an extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 24. Enigmatic revelations. The seemingly spinning phenomenon suddenly vanished, and an unparalleled, profound thought surged into Zhou Qing's mind, revealing a strange image in the air. It was as if one were gazing down from an unimaginable height, observing a vast expanse of deep blue ocean, dotted with 9 minuscule black specks. These specks formed a bizarre pattern that Zhou Qing had never encountered before. As his gaze gradually descended, he realized that the 9 black points were, in fact, towering islands rising majestically from the sea. Flocks of vibrant red, blue, yellow, and multicolored seabirds flitted above the islands, while the occasional sea breeze stirred the waters, causing waves to crash against the timeless, crystalline rocks, producing a resounding roar. The azure sea, as crystalline as glass, vast islands, surging waves, and vibrant seabirds converged to create a flawless tableau. Zhou Qing, immersed in this enchanting scene, feels as if he has melded into the very fabric of this picturesque realm, a wave of joy rising from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, the imagery shifts. Enormous fish swim gracefully, colossal lobsters scuttle about, and translucent jellyfish pulse rhythmically. Peculiar seaweeds sway gently, and vibrant coral forests unfurl before Zhou Qing's eyes. He realizes that the scene has transitioned to the ocean's depths, where vast expanses of coral reefs cradle a magnificent palace, radiating a soft, milky white light. The interior remains shrouded in mystery, obscured from view. The Crystal Palace. Zhou Qing's first instinct is to associate it with the legendary abode of the dragon god of the seas. Abruptly, the vision vanishes. and the palace materializes from the void, gently settling upon the ocean floor, reverting to its original hues, unremarkable in appearance. Awakening from this vision, Zhou Qing feels as if he has been struck dumb, grappling with the surreal experience that has far exceeded his imagination. In contemplation of the profound message conveyed by the palace, he discovers it to be a set of cultivation techniques. Elated, Zhou Qing recognizes that his innate abilities have progressed slowly due to a lack of advanced practices and elixirs, and only through acquiring a sword cultivation technique from the Shushan sect has he made modest strides into the mid-stage of Qi induction. Though not a grandmaster in formations, Zhou Qing possesses a commendable understanding of them, and the comprehensive manual on weapon crafting serves as a living compendium of formation knowledge. However, concerning his own cultivation, bereft of any authoritative manuals and with the mediocre techniques imparted by the old Taoist Ling Yun, Zhou Qing was but a novice. Yet, the techniques emanating from that clandestine source were undoubtedly extraordinary. Though inexperienced in the art of cultivation, Zhou Qing possessed a rudimentary understanding. Buddhism primarily focuses on self-cultivation, dividing into 3 channels and 7 chakras, while Taoism emphasizes the refinement of the primordial spirit, each with its own strengths. Some specialize in the primordial spirit, others in the physical body, and some cultivate both, with varying degrees of emphasis. The resulting techniques are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Yet, they generally reference the human body's 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians to draw upon various spiritual energies and free-floating energies between heaven and earth to temper the physical body and replenish the primordial spirit. Some rely on external objects, such as sword cultivators, while others depend entirely on the physical body's absorption, such as through meditation and Qi cultivation. The energies absorbed also vary greatly. The demonic path primarily absorbs the aura of death and subterranean yin energy, while Taoists absorb spiritual energy, also known as immortal Qi. There are also sects that cultivate using the energy of the 5 elements, such as the 5 Elements sect, and those that cultivate using the yang energy of the sun's true fire, such as the Pure Yang sect. The energies used by other schools, such as Buddhism, demons, witchcraft, and voodoo, also differ. Of course, the path of cultivation is nothing more than a process of transforming oneself and continuously evolving. Buddha, Tao, demon, and monster all share similarities in their pursuit of formidable power. Throughout history, there have been many who have cultivated both Buddhism and Taoism, demons and monsters, and even Taoism and demonism, as well as those who have cultivated a variety of practices. However, the risks are also multiplied. Many have suffered from Qi deviation, been blown to smithereens, or had their bodies and souls annihilated. Zhou Qing's acquisition of this peculiar technique was indeed remarkable, as it entirely discarded the conventional notions of the body's 3 meridians and 7 wheels, the extraordinary 8 meridians, and the 12 primary channels. Instead, it delineated the body into 8 extremes and 9 orifices, invoking a form of free-flowing energy that Zhou Qing had never encountered before, nor even heard of. Intrigued yet perplexed, he pondered, what manner of technique is this, so bizarre in nature? Could it possibly be an ancient practice of the demon clans? Yet, it unmistakably bore the hallmarks of Buddhist teachings. The presence of ancient demon clan inscriptions upon a Buddhist scripture was already strange enough. Now, the emergence of the Crystal Palace alongside this technique was bewildering. Should he practice it or not? Zhou Qing found himself in a state of indecision. Ultimately, he resolved, I am now a proficient practitioner, and with the restoration of the blood transformation divine blade's power, it is an opportune moment to utilize it for refining into a magical artifact or flying sword. At that point, whether or not I achieve invincibility or become an unparalleled master, I would still face the limitation of my own cultivation. However, delving into such an eccentric technique carries the risk of becoming something neither human nor demon, which would be most undesirable. Determined, Zhou Qing decided to first study the technique thoroughly, for safety must always be paramount. He retrieved the blood transformation divine blade that had fallen to the ground and stored it within his secondary body, enveloping it with his spiritual consciousness. With its powers now restored, it was paramount to note that the fragment of consciousness generated from the energy struggle with the 7 treasures mystical staff over the millennia had completely dissipated, providing Zhou Qing the perfect opportunity to cultivate his own magical artifact. Once a magical artifact develops its own consciousness, it becomes exceedingly difficult to control. Thus, such an artifact, while extraordinary, would prove useless in combat. Indeed, the thought of an uncontrollable magical artifact is far less desirable than having none at all. Especially with the more powerful magical artifacts, the consciousness they generate becomes increasingly formidable, rendering their masters more difficult to control. Thus, whenever an artifact begins to exhibit even a hint of sentience, its master will erase it, and a fully realized artifact has never been seen. As Zhou Qing entered the living room, he observed Liao Shaojin assisting the little fox in promoting its blood circulation. Curiously, he inquired, "What are you doing? Has something happened? Is the little fox's injury from that day still not healed? That seems implausible. I clearly checked it." "Master, why do you waste your time practicing the monk spells?" Liao Shaojin retorted. "The little fox was stunned by your 6-character mantra. My ears are nearly deafened. And even junior sister has sustained injuries and is over there cultivating." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Qing gathered his true essence into a concentrated aura and sent it through the air into the little fox's body. The little fox stirred slightly and gradually awakened. Zhou Qing then noticed Zhou Chun, who was also in the midst of cultivation. Observing Zhou Chun enveloped in a mist of white, Zhou Qing used his spiritual sense to inspect the phenomenon and discerned that this white mist comprised an entirely different type of energy from the spirit essence he absorbed using his sword chi technique. It appears this is the demonic energy absorbed by the creature during its cultivation. Chapter 25, Jade Void Kunlun in this light. My second primordial spirit could indeed be considered a creature of the demonic realm, and should be capable of cultivation as well. These past days, it has been left to evolve on its own. Although nourished by the bloodline of Qi Yu, the effects have diminished with overuse. Cultivation would yield swifter results. Perhaps I should devise a set of cultivation techniques suitable for demonic beings and engage in the cultivation of my primordial spirit as well, Zhou Qing contemplated. After an extended period, Zhou Qin opened his eyes, the white mist enveloping his body completely dissipated. Since absorbing the inner core of the 8 Extremes Wolf King, Zhou Qin's cultivation had progressed rapidly, a fact that Zhou Qing observed with approving nods. "Master, you have finally emerged," Zhou Qin exclaimed upon opening his eyes. Noticing Zhou Qing standing before him, "Is everything all right?" he inquired with concern, alluding to the sudden emission of esoteric Buddhist mantras earlier. "Indeed, well, I was refining a Buddhist magical artifact, and there was a minor issue, but it has been resolved. Everything is fine now," Zhou Qing replied, finding the situation perplexing himself and not wanting to dwell on the topic. "By the way, Qin'er, your master noticed that you do not yet possess a magical treasure or flying sword, so I have crafted one specifically for you." With a flick of his wrist, a flying sword appeared, 15 inches in length and 2 fingers in width, radiating a chilling light. An aura of extremely sharp gung metal energy faintly swirled around it. Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned, realizing that this flying sword was no ordinary item. "Master, what about you? This is your own sword." During the struggle with the heavenly Xian blood demon, Zhou Chun had clearly seen the appearance of this flying sword. Upon being exposed, Zhou Qing blushed slightly, an unusual occurrence. "Well, your master doesn't need it at the moment, so it's yours now." This flying sword is crafted entirely from refined Tai metal, making it exceptionally sharp. I have also added golden spirit incantations, so while it may not have as many functions as other flying swords, its sharpness is unparalleled. Moreover, its pure essence will greatly benefit your cultivation. From within his bosom, he extracted a tome, presenting it alongside his flying sword to Zhou Chun. "This is the sword Qi Ascension technique from Shushan. I am uncertain whether your demon kin can cultivate it, yet since Shaojin is capable, you should be as well. Ah, my dear sister, your master treats you quite well." The little fox, now awakened, approached Zhou Qing, tilting her head to scrutinize him closely. "How can you be so young? You hardly resemble a master at all." "What do I resemble then, little fox?" Zhou Qing, captivated by the little fox's charm, could not resist teasing her. "How rude. Do not call me little fox. My sister has given me a name, Zhou Can." As she spoke, the little fox extended her hand. Zhou Qing was taken aback. "What is this for?" "A greeting gift. You already presented one to my sister, so I wish to receive one as well." Can. "No mischief allowed. Your power is still weak, and your master's treasures are formidable. You cannot wield them yet. Once your strength increases, your master will naturally bestow them upon you." Observing Zhou Qing's darkened expression, Zhou Qin swiftly intervened, swatting the little fox's hand away. Little did they know. Liao Shaojin leaned in, saying, Can. "It's all right. Master is exceedingly generous. He will certainly give you something." Zhou Qing suddenly felt an itch in his teeth. I possess only a few noteworthy items. Are you intent on depleting my entire collection? Yet, feeling the pressure from Liao Shaojin, Zhou Qing realized he could not lose face before a young girl. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qing abruptly produced a 3-inch square iron seal from his pocket. Liao Shaojin's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, are you truly going to give her that? Liao Shaojin had long coveted Zhou Qing's heaven-turning seal, not for any other reason than its sheer power. The sensation of smashing people with an iron block several yards in circumference was an exhilarating thought for Liao Shaojin. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked his master into bringing out a magic weapon. Damn it, if it were in the master's hands. He might have been able to get his hands on it. Now that it had fallen into the little fox's hands, how could he have the nerve to ask for it? Liao Shaojin felt a pang of regret, his guts probably turning green. This seal, named Heaven Turning, is what I made in imitation of the ancient exotic treasure, Heaven Flipping Seal. It is not bad for both defense and attack. Zhou Qing waved his hand, and the 3-inch seal body expanded to the size of Zhongyu, with a blue light lingering around it, and the symbols were looming, and the little fox's eyes were full of stars. Zhou Qin quickly thanked Zhou Qing for the little fox. Master, to say that we also have some masters in our clan, but there are no good materials. Now the slightly better natural treasures have been monopolized by those sects, and our weak monsters have no way to get them, otherwise we would not be wiped out by the blood demon. Zhou Qin said bitterly. Well, but that blood demon is not simple. The demon that was cultivated by absorbing the underground death evil spirit of thousands of years of filthy blood. The skill is extremely vicious, and even I am not sure to deal with it. It is very difficult for you to take revenge. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Zhou Qin also looked heavy. Even the little fox stopped talking. In the western regions, a mountain range stretches for thousands of miles. If you look down from a height of 10,000 feet, you will find that the mountain range looks like a giant dragon, with the dragon's head facing the central plains and wisps of 5-colored clouds gushing out from the dragon's head and falling into the central plains, and then disappearing. Nestled amidst the Kunlun Mountains, revered as the paramount sacred mountains of antiquity, lies the very ground where the primeval sage, the celestial venerable of the primordial beginning, established his Taoist sanctuary. From this hallowed place, he founded the Chan sect, presiding over a multitude of immortals and bequeathing countless mythical legends. Upon the brow of the colossal dragon-like mountain, a majestic Taoist temple emerges faintly, as if woven into a painting, eluding clear perception. Surrounding it, verdant peaks host an array of Taoist temples of varying sizes. Peculiarly, despite the Kunlun Mountain's lofty altitude and perpetual snow cover, these particular peaks exude a vibrant springtime ambience. Devoid of any trace of snow, venture into the valley embraced by these verdant peaks, and upon gazing upward, one beholds the grand temple seemingly afloat in the sky, with billowing white clouds beneath it. A staircase, seemingly formed of clouds, stretches far into the distance, ascending towards the colossal temple, which stands hundreds of feet above the ground. The temple itself is peculiar, constructed entirely of massive white jade blocks, diverging from the conventional Taoist temple design and bearing a resemblance to a palace. The valley, cradled by the verdant peaks, is remarkably expansive. An intense, fragrant medicinal scent emanates from several medicinal fields within the valley, each spanning hundreds of acres and composed entirely of rare medicinal herbs. Within these fields, a radiant, iridescent glow shimmers, indicating the imminent maturation of certain natural treasures. Myriad palm-sized, multicolored butterflies flutter around the iridescent light, unattended. Gigantic ginseng, poria, purple lingji, and fiery vermilion fruits, all rare and extraordinary medicinal ingredients, are cultivated within these fields. The dense, almost tangible spiritual energy surrounding the herb garden churned incessantly, continuously nourishing the rare medicinal plants within. Countless white cranes soared above the Taoist temple, their resonant cries echoing through the air. Above the main entrance of the white jade temple, which floated hundreds of feet in the sky, hung a colossal jade plaque, adorned with 3 ancient, bold golden characters. Scholars versed in archaic script would recognize these characters as Jade Void Palace in modern parlance. Within a secluded chamber of a side hall in the Jade Void Palace, a maiden of ethereal beauty, clad in Taoist garb, sat upon a fiery red jade cushion. Her bright eyes and delicate features were captivating as she assumed the quintessential meditative posture, hands clasped before her chest. Were Zhou Qing present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Ling Ruoshui, the very girl he had rescued from Teru Mitsui and later outwitted in Las Vegas. At this moment, swirling mists enveloped Ling Ruoshui's head, subtly tinged with 5 colors, resembling a lotus blossom. These ephemeral clouds coalesced and dissipated intermittently. With each passing half hour, the iridescent mists intensified, their colors becoming more distinct and vibrant. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually flowed into Ling Ruoshui's body, transforming into the 5-colored clouds that hovered above her. After an indeterminate period, the iridescent mists finally solidified, ceasing their undulation, and steadily formed 3 fist-sized, resplendent 5-colored lotuses. Taking a deep breath, the 3 lotus blossoms gradually dissolved into Ling Ruoshui's crown chakra, vanishing from sight. Ling Ruoshui's entire being shimmered with a subtle, clear light, her eyes gleaming even more intensely. Her gaze possessing a tangible quality, evidently signifying a great advancement in her cultivation. With a delicate cry, Ling Ruoshui soared into the air, her hands sweeping forth, unleashing 5 streams of captivating immortal energy, each a verdant column of light, fully 10 feet in length and as thick as a teacup, which hurtled towards the white jade floor. More mischief. A cyan figure flickered, and inexplicably, an old Taoist clad in a cyan cloth robe. With the countenance of a crane and the complexion of a child, his facial skin as smooth as an infant's, materialized within the chamber. The old Taoist rubbed his hands together, and a gust of pure wind swept forth, silently enveloping the 5 incoming light columns. Without any clamor, the seemingly indestructible columns of light were dispersed by the gentle breeze, dissolving into specks of cyan powder that scattered upon the white jade floor, only to vanish moments later. This Jade Void Palace is the supreme immortal abode established by our Kunlun founder, the celestial worthy of the primordial beginning. In commemoration of our founder's unparalleled divine powers, the use of magic within the Jade Void Palace is forbidden. Have you forgotten? The old Taoist chided Ling Ruoshui. Master, why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me. I simply forgot for a moment. Ling Ruoshui descended to the ground and grumbled to the old Taoist. This old Taoist was none other than the current Kunlun sect leader, known by the Taoist name Qianjizi, whose cultivation was truly unfathomable. He, along with the Shushan elderling Su Dao Run, Maoshan's Kaiyang Dao Run, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Dao Yi Celestial Master, and the Tibetan Living Buddha, were collectively known as the 5 Grand Masters of the world. It was said that Qianjizi's cultivation consistently ranked first among them, and he was only a step away from transcending into the immortal realm of refining spirit and returning to emptiness, where one's physical body becomes imperishable. Despite Qianjizi's profound cultivation, he found himself at a loss with his disciple. Shaking his head, his usually placid eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Ling Ruoshui. Excellent, he exclaimed with delight. Your aptitude is indeed remarkable. To have comprehended the first volume of the Shangqing Zifu Immortal Sutra so swiftly, even with the Jade Void Palace's spiritual energy being 100-fold denser than the outside world, is truly commendable. Qianjizi stroked his half-foot-long beard, nodding in admiration. Master, I don't have a flying sword yet. I want one, like my brothers. It looks so exhilarating when he soars through the air. Ling Ruoshui seized the opportunity to press her demands upon seeing the old Taoist's approval. Sword cultivation is a heterodox path, Qianjizi explained. While its progress is rapid and its destructive power significant, it carries the risk of harming oneself and others if one is not careful. Moreover, its foundation is unstable, and the likelihood of succumbing to demonic influence at advanced stages is considerable. I only imparted the Lulan sword and the path of sword cultivation to your brother for the sake of expediency. You should not emulate him. Cultivators should strive for tranquility of mind. Why learn a Taoist practice so steeped in murderous intent? Qianjizi expounded on his principles, but judging from Ling Ruoshui's expression, his words seemed to enter one ear and exit the other. I don't care. I want to fly on a sword, she insisted, resorting to coaxing Qianjizi. Even if you had a flying sword, you wouldn't be able to fly on it yet. He countered. Your current abilities are merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, yet you still lack a certain finesse. Moreover, the supreme purity purple mansion immortal scripture that I imparted to you is a closely guarded secret of my Kunlun lineage, one that even your elder brother has not been privy to. It surpasses the sword cultivation path by countless degrees, and its spells are exceedingly intricate. Among them lies the remarkable technique of Feng Xiang Qian Li, Hu Gong Suadi, which allows one to traverse 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye once mastered to a profound level, far exceeding the method of flying on a sword. Qianjizi has long been immune to Ling Ruoshui's charms and remains unfazed. Master, I can forego this flying sword, but surely, You must provide me with a formidable magical artifact for self-defense, no? This time, I fell victim to that little rascal's treachery solely because I lacked protective talismans. Ling Ruoshui's eyes darted, and upon realizing her previous attempts at persuasion had failed, she concocted another scheme. Speaking of which, how did you manage to escape? Although that little rascal's techniques are subpar, he does have formidable allies. You mentioned someone rescued you. Who exactly was it? Why not clarify which sect they belong to? They must be no ordinary individual. I ought to express my gratitude to them tomorrow. Upon hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Qian Jizi's heart filled with intrigue. Ling Ruoshui's resentment towards Zhou Qing was palpable, and the thought of Qian Jizi seeking to thank someone only fueled her irritation to the brink of explosion. However, she restrained her anger in front of Qian Jizi and replied through gritted teeth, "Indeed, I shall descend the mountain and express my gratitude to that individual. By the way, Master, are you aware of the celestial Tao sect within our cultivation circles?" Ling Ruoshui suddenly recalled that her ascent to the mountain to request her master to impart celestial techniques was primarily motivated by the desire to confront Zhou Qing after significantly enhancing her own powers. However, she realized that she was still unaware of Zhou Qing's true identity. She vaguely remembered Zhou Qing claiming to be the leader of the Tiandao sect. Yet she had no inkling of what this sect entailed or where its mountain gate was located. Thus, she inquired of Qian Jizi. Little did she know that the Tiandao sect was a mere fabrication conjured by Zhou Qing, one that had yet to circulate within the realm of cultivation. Although Qian Jizi was well-versed in numerous esoteric arts, including Taoist techniques, Buddhist secrets, demonic skills, and even Western magic, he too was perplexed by the existence of this Tiandao sect. He had never encountered such a sect. Only the Five Elements sect, the Pure Yang sect, the Yin Symbol sect, and the sect of Mysterious Gate Escape were known to him. How could a Tiandao sect emerge in the cultivation world? The old Taoist mumbled to himself, completely devoid of the demeanor befitting a Grand Master. Upon witnessing Qian Jizi's musings, Ling Ruoshui suddenly recalled certain clues and inquired, "Master, are there any sects particularly adept at formations, such as the Five Elements illusion formation?" Qian Jizi paused. A sect proficient in formations? The art of formations relies heavily on leveraging the immense forces of heaven and earth, often placing little emphasis on personal cultivation. Consequently, sects that focus primarily on formations have long since declined. Currently, the only sect that excels in formations is the sect of Mysterious Gate Escape. Could it be they who rescued you? Yet, from your tone, you seem quite youthful. Despite the sect of Mysterious Gate Escape's enigmatic reputation in the cultivation world, I have connections with several of their elders and leaders, all of whom are quite aged. There are no young individuals among them. The five-line illusory array is not an extraordinary formation. Many practitioners in the realm of cultivation are familiar with it. It is likely a young master from some sect. Chapter 27. The Whip of the Gods. Ling Ruoshui, upon realizing that her master was unaware of Zhou Qing's background, felt a surge of discouragement. However, a moment later, she reconsidered. My brother is the leader of the Dragon Group. I shall simply ask him to investigate. I refuse to believe that the Dragon Group, once engaged, could fail to uncover a single individual. Resolute in her decision, Ling Ruoshui shifted her focus from extracting treasures from her master to a more pressing inquiry. Master, do you possess any protective talismans? Without a protective artifact, even the most profound techniques are rendered useless. Surely, you do not wish for me to encounter any misfortune in the future. It would tarnish Kunlun's reputation. I have heard rumors that Shushan's renown is steadily rising, seemingly eclipsing our own. Their treasured twin swords, the Zhou are unparalleled divine instruments, and their disciples wield formidable flying swords. I fear that in a few years, people may only recognize Shushan, forgetting about Kunlun altogether. As the saying goes, a gentle nudge is less effective than a challenge. Despite Ling Ruoshui's significant increase in power and her acquisition of the secret techniques of the celestial abode, the thought of confronting Zhou Qing made her wary. She believed it prudent to procure a formidable artifact first. Yet, she found it perplexing that the venerable Taoist Qianji, who was usually so compliant in other matters, became hesitant when it came to discussing artifacts. It seemed that this renowned master of Kunlun was rather miserly. Observing Qianji's contemplative silence, Ling Ruoshui's mind was devoid of any reverence for her master, spiraling into peculiar and erratic thoughts. Your reasoning possesses merit. It is not that I, your master, am unwilling to bestow upon you a mystical treasure. Rather, The arcane implements of Kunlun wield formidable power and necessitate profound cultivation to manipulate with finesse. Regarding your current level of attainment, I am deliberating upon an appropriate artifact for your use. Venerable Qianji, with his profound cultivation and extensive travels across the globe, from the heart of the Middle Kingdom to distant foreign lands, the polar extremes, and virtually every corner of the earth, has encountered a myriad of individuals. He is far from oblivious to Ruoshui's aspirations. However, his fondness for the girl is such that he indulges her whims. Thus, he elucidated in a sonorous tone. Upon hearing Qianji's explanation, Ruoshui was elated. She clasped his hand, her voice laced with coquetry. "Oh, master, forgive me. I have wronged you. You are so kind. I have heard tell of a Kunlun treasure of considerable potency, known as the God-striking whip. I desire it above all else. Surely, my master would not deny me this." Initially, Qianji listened with a benevolent smile and assenting nods. However, upon hearing the words God-striking whip, his countenance underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation. He emitted a piercing shriek and leaped 3 zhang into the air. Fortunately, the Jade Void Palace was of immense proportions, even the secret chambers boasting a height of 10 zhang, lest his profound cultivation be insufficient to prevent a calamitous collision. Landing swiftly, Qianji spluttered, saliva flying, and gesticulated wildly at Ruoshui. How do you know of the God-striking whip? Who divulged this to you? You haven't spoken of it to others, have you?" Upon witnessing the disheveled state of his master, Ling Ruoshui was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Master, what troubles you? Is it merely a magical artifact? Why are you reacting this way?" "It was my senior uncle who informed me about it. During my last visit, I brought him a few jars of a century-old Mao Dai, and he became quite tipsy, revealing this to me. It is hardly a peculiar matter. Why would I share it with others?" Ling Ruoshui, observing her typically dignified master now behaving like a scolded shrew, found the situation utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, within a cavern nestled in a towering peak that rose amidst the floating clouds of the Jade Void Palace, a Taoist with snow-white hair and beard, sporting a prominent red nose, suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a bitter laugh. "This is troublesome. That little girl has betrayed me again. My senior brother will surely be vexed. I must retreat into seclusion without delay." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned 36 golden yellow flags, which appeared out of thin air, shimmering with mystical light, enveloping the cave entrance in a dense veil of clarity. He patted his chest and sighed. Who would have thought that my greed for a couple of sips of her wine would lead to this? I cannot blame anyone but myself. However, it would be wise to remain hidden until my senior brother's anger subsides. Surely, he cannot penetrate my 36 great transformation array. Though my senior brother possesses profound cultivation, he lacks my expertise in formations. This is my ultimate skill. After muttering to himself, the red-nosed Taoist drew in a breath, seizing a jar of Mao Tai in his grasp. He uncorked it and took a hearty swig, a flush of color rising to his cheeks. Upon hearing that Ling Ruoshui had not divulged the information, Taoist Qianji breathed a sigh of relief, then resumed his scolding. "It must have been that old coot Qian Yuan who blabbed. Wait till I get my hands on him." Ling Ruoshui chuckled. "Master, how can you speak of your martial brother in such a manner? What exactly is this Godsmiter whip that has you so flustered? If others were to witness the esteemed leader of Kunlun, the foremost expert under the heavens, in such a state, would we not be besmirching the reputation of Kunlun?" Qianji remained unperturbed by Ling Ruoshui's lack of deference and solemnly declared, "This Godsmiter whip is our Kunlun's paramount treasure, possessing boundless power. To be struck by it is inescapable, even for deities. It was left behind by Jiangxia during the investiture of the gods, and it is said to conceal a great secret of the universe. The world believes that after the battle of the investiture of the gods, the Godsmiter whip accompanied Jiangxia to the celestial realm. But little do they know that it remains here with us in Kunlun. If this were to become known, I fear." Hearing this, Ling Ruoshui exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, does this mean that gods truly exist in this world?" Taoist Qianji shook his head and replied, "Your master does not know. Legend has it that upon reaching the realm of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao, one will ascend to the heavens. However, for centuries, no one has broken through to the realm of refining spirit and returning to emptiness, let alone refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. Therefore, the existence of gods remains an ethereal notion, and your master cannot say for certain. Nevertheless, the very existence of our Kunlun and the Jade Void Palace is a marvel in itself." Given that Ling Ruoshui was by no means obtuse, and could even be considered astute, She inquired of Taoist Qianji, Master, if our Kunlun possesses such a formidable artifact, why must we keep it secret? The Shu Mountains gained renown with their purple and azure twin swords, and the Celestial Masters sect boasts the dragon and tiger seal. The Maoshan sect also possesses the Jade Talisman purple records. Yet, Kunlun, aside from its exquisite techniques, has no renowned treasure to safeguard the mountain, leading many sects to question our leadership in the Taoist community. My child, tall trees catch the wind, the Taoist replied. The god-striking whip is unlike other treasures. Nearly every ancient being is aware of it, and they would undoubtedly seek to seize it, especially after the investiture of the gods' battle, which, according to our Kunlun records, was essentially a decisive clash between humans and demons. This god-striking whip likely holds some secret, and if revealed, all manner of malevolent spirits, demons, and monsters would descend upon Kunlun Mountain. What would we do then? Taoist Qianji lamented, his brow furrowed with concern. Demons? Ling Ruoshui exclaimed. What is there to fear from demons? Currently, the most formidable seems to be the heavenly profound blood demon of the Demon Alliance, who is merely at the initial stage of divine transformation. While powerful, even 1,000 of them would hardly pose a threat to Kunlun, would they? She questioned, perplexed. Chapter 28. Past events like smoke. Ling Ruoshui was astounded, as today's surprises had already been abundant. Now, Taoist Qianji's revelation dealt another heavy blow. How could it be that Taoist Qianji, a master of profound cultivation and widely acknowledged as the foremost expert in the world, would admit to being no match for a demon? How could there be such a formidable demon in the world? How could such a formidable demon exist? Ling Ruoshui knew that her Shifu was not one to fabricate stories. It seemed that the matter was indeed true. However, Ling Ruoshui was perplexed as to why such a powerful demon remained hidden. Wouldn't its emergence throw the world into chaos? As if preoccupied with something, Taoist Qianji no longer mentioned the demon. With a wave of his hand, a brocade pouch-like object appeared, which he handed to Ling Ruoshui, saying, "These are some magical artifacts that your Shifu used in his younger days. Now that I have no need for them, I'll give them all to you. The methods for manipulating the artifacts are also inside the pouch. Study them yourself." This Qiankuan brocade pouch is also a rare treasure, capable of holding any amount of items. To retrieve something, simply use your divine sense. You should descend the mountain now, and remember to diligently cultivate the Shangqing Zifu immortal technique. Taoist Qianji seemed disinterested and sat upright on the cushion. Ling Ruoshui gazed at the Qiankuan brocade pouch embroidered with vibrant flowers, muttering to herself, "This is clearly something for women. How could Shifu possess such a thing?" Her divine sense delved into the Qiankuan brocade pouch, and to her astonishment, it contained dozens of magical treasures of various colors, swords, mirrors, whisks, jade plaques, command flags, and so on. With a thought, a foot-long flying sword, warm to the touch and seemingly made of transparent crystal, was grasped in Ling Ruoshui's hand. Whoosh! A dense spiritual energy rushed towards her, like a vortex. As the incredibly rich spiritual energy from the Jade Void Palace swept over, continuously pouring into the flying sword, the flying sword hummed and vibrated, emitting myriad rays of light and thousands of auspicious glows. The flying sword trembled intensely, as if about to break through the sky and fly away, startling Ling Ruoshui, who quickly returned the flying sword to the Qiankuan brocade pouch. Judging from appearances, each treasure is an extraordinary artifact. These are the kinds of items that cultivators would vie for, even to the point of bloodshed. And Master has bestowed them upon me so readily? Master seems rather peculiar today. Could it be that he concocted some elixir and ingested something amiss? Bewildered by the strangeness of the situation, Ling Ruoshui was about to speak when she noticed Qianji, the old Taoist, seated upon the red futon, lost in contemplation. Despite the commotion she had caused, he remained motionless. Unable to comprehend, Ling Ruoshui swiftly exited the secret chamber and descended the steps formed of white clouds. Suddenly, the desolate song of Qianji echoed from behind. The great wind howls, felling the forest trees. If the will is bitter, then morning will not arrive. 100 years pass like flowing water. Wealth and nobility turn to cold ashes. The great Tao progresses daily. Suffering creates heroes. A valiant warrior strokes his sword. A vast sorrow fills the air. Rustling fall the leaves, dew and rain upon the mossy stones. The voice was so desolate, reminiscent of the mournful farewell at the Yi River, that a sense of familiarity, yet indescribable, stirred within Ling Ruoshui's heart. Muttering inwardly, She was met by a young man with an exceedingly simple and honest appearance. However, his every movement was natural and unforced, subtly aligning with the laws of the universe, imparting an aura of profound mystery. As Ling Ruoxue saw the young man ascending the steps of white clouds, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed sweetly, "Senior brother." The honest young man noticed Ling Ruoxue, and a blush suddenly appeared on his face. He stammered, "Oh, heh, heh, it's junior sister Ruoxue. You've emerged from seclusion. So soon. Heh, heh." He then scratched his head. Ling Ruoxue knew that this simple-minded young man was an orphan adopted by her master since childhood. The master named him Yunzi, and he was the only one among the third-generation disciples of Kunlun to have reached the transformation stage, possessing profound cultivation skills. Particularly, this senior brother treated her exceptionally well. She had always enjoyed teasing him since they were young, yet he had never shown any anger. Several times, when her mischief had caused trouble, it was this senior brother Yunzi who helped her clean up the mess. Thus, Ling Ruoxue held a fondness for her earnest senior brother. Seeing Yunzi in this manner, she smiled and said, "Senior brother, aren't you usually cultivating on Yushu Peak? Why have you come to Yushu Palace today? Do you have matters to discuss with the master?" "Hiki, I have a few cultivation-related questions to ask the master." Yunzi chuckled. "Senior brother, I truly appreciate your help in Japan last time. If it hadn't been for your timely arrival, I would have been captured by those little devils." Ling Ruoxue expressed her gratitude to Yunzi. "Ah, no need for that." Yunzi flustered, his previously normal complexion starting to redden. He hurriedly replied, "Hee, we are all fellow disciples. It's nothing." With that, he swiftly darted towards Yushu Palace. Ling Ruoxue pondered. Is it possible that this senior brother is so focused on cultivation that he lacks social interaction? I must invite him to my home next time so he can experience the world better, lest he stumbles over his words when conversing with others. Having descended the steps, her figure flickered, vanishing from sight. In an instant, she materialized atop a colossal mountain enveloped in perennial ice. Observing the Kunlun Sect's mountain gate, shrouded in a vast expanse of white mist, Ling Ruoxue exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, the celestial arts of the Zhou Qing Zifu Immortal Manual are wondrous. This phoenix soaring 1,000 miles. Master Hu Gong shrinking the earth technique allows me to traverse distances at a speed rivaling that of a flying sword, and it is even more convenient than flight by sword." She continued, "Heavenly Tao sect. Zhou Qing, just you wait." Meanwhile, at home, Zhou Qing inexplicably sneezed. He muttered to himself, "My cultivation has recently advanced significantly. So why would I sneeze? How peculiar. Could something be about to occur?" Liao Shaojin chuckled, "Master, you are far too sensitive to make such a fuss over a mere sneeze. Why, I even tore my clothes while practicing with my flying sword today. Does that mean I am destined for a bloody calamity?" Zhou Qing rolled his eyes at Liao Shaojin and inquired, "How has your junior sister been progressing lately?" "I have been in secluded cultivation for nearly a month, so I am unaware of your situation." "Ah, her. Ever since you imparted the Soaring Sword Chi manual to her, she has been cultivating with a frenzy, neglecting even her meals. The little fox is the same. Master, this cannot continue. At this rate, I fear she will suffer a cultivation deviation and perish before she can even exact her revenge," Liao Shaojin said with some concern. "Indeed, this is a troublesome matter. The path of cultivation, though striving for advancement, requires a balance of tension and relaxation. I shall go and check on those two sisters later. They are far too eager for revenge." Contemplating the situation, Zhou Qing mused that he could now wield the blood transformation divine saber with mastery, rendering the formidable Xiantian blood demon vulnerable to its singular strike. Despite his exponential increase in power, Zhou Qing remained grounded, devoid of any delusions of invincibility. The mere fact that the Xiantian blood demon could orchestrate a coalition of demons without eliciting a response from the Chinese Taoist sects suggested a more intricate scenario. While the Xiantian blood demon possessed considerable strength, it was not to the extent that it would warrant apprehension from the Taoist community. Zhou Qing suspected the involvement of a more formidable entity lurking in the shadows. The ambush by the 4 Shu Mountain disciples within the Demon Alliance, which nearly led to his demise, ignited Zhou Qing's fury. He initially contemplated an immediate assault on Shu Mountain in his rage, but upon reflection, he regained his composure. Shu Mountain, with its nearly millennium-long history, though not as venerable as Kunlun, had flourished under the leadership of the long-browed ancestor, who forged the purple and green twin swords and fostered a lineage of exceptional talents and formidable masters. Their accomplishments, such as vanquishing the 10,000-year blood demon and obliterating the green robe ancestor, were nothing short of earth-shattering. Furthermore, their call to the world's Taoist sects for the 3 Amei sword duels elevated them to a position of prominence, momentarily eclipsing even Kunlun. The accumulation of 1,000 years of heritage dissuaded Zhou Qing from hasty action. Zhou Qing harbored no affection for the disciples of renowned orthodox sects. In fact, he held them in disdain. He even equated the dragon group with corrupt institutions. Conversely, he felt a certain affinity for demons, especially since none of his disciples, including the little fox, were human. How could so much money be used in less than a year, over 50 million? Zhou Qing was taken aback. The exchange rate of the renminbi against the US dollar was no longer as favorable as it once was. Nevertheless, 50 million US dollars still equated to over 100 million renminbi. After spending over 100 million in just over 9 months, even Zhou Qing, with his considerable wealth, found it somewhat overwhelming. A sum exceeding 100 million could figuratively crush a person. Master, have you not considered this? The few flags you produced must have cost several million at the very least. How much jade have we procured? The owner of the jade mine is practically calling you grandfather. Yet I see no tangible results from your endeavors, Liao Shaojin muttered quietly. Nonsense. What have I failed to produce? You've squandered your cultivation on frivolous pursuits. The spiritual energy in this villa is exponentially higher than outside. Had I not buried nearly a ton of jade underground, would your cultivation have progressed so swiftly? Would you have evolved to a marquis so rapidly? Zhou Qing began reprimanding him sternly. I shall check on Zhou Chen. You remain here, and soon we shall go out and enjoy ourselves. Continuous cultivation day in and day out is unbearable. One must seek some amusement, mustn't one? With that, Zhou Qing tossed a remark at Liao Shaojin and vanished. In the spacious training room, a small figure darted about with astonishing speed, generating gusts of wind. With a swift motion, a claw-like force tore through the steel-reinforced concrete wall, leaving 5 long, half-inch deep scratches. As the figure came to a halt, a small fox, drenched in sweat, paused in the center, a droplet of glistening perspiration teetering on its nose, ready to fall to the ground. Zhou Chen hurried forward, tenderly retrieving a towel to wipe the sweat from the little fox's face. Sister, your martial arts and physical techniques of the Fox clan have now reached their zenith, and it is time to delve into the arcane arts. As the last 2 scions of the enchantress Fox clan, vengeance must be ours. We must personally slay that celestial crimson fiend. Alas, our current abilities are woefully inadequate to confront such a monster. Zhou Chen lamented, stroking the little fox's head. Sister, I have mastered the magical artifact bequeathed to me by your master, and your own powers have seen considerable improvement. Furthermore, with your master's profound Taoist abilities, surely we can vanquish that blood demon. The little fox voiced her incomprehension at Zhou Chen's lament. We have already imposed upon our master sufficiently. How could we presume to trouble him further? Moreover, the vendetta of our enchantress Fox clan must be executed by our own hands. My dear sister, you must remember this. Zhou Chen embraced the little fox tightly. Zhou Qing's ability to coalesce his thoughts into a secondary spirit, coupled with his extraordinary spiritual perception and keen senses, had already allowed him to overhear the sisters' conversation. He mused inwardly. This disciple is not unintelligent, and her cultivation progresses swiftly, but she is stubbornly fixated on avenging herself personally. If revenge is the goal, why concern oneself with the method? Insisting on a personal vendetta could prolong the matter indefinitely. Zhou Qing sensed the nascent gung metal energy emanating from Zhou Chen, indicating that she had achieved a minor level of accomplishment in the sword qi ascending firmament technique. With a swift movement, Zhou Qing appeared in the training chamber. Zhou Chen and the little fox immediately sensed his presence and instinctively adopted defensive postures. Upon recognizing Zhou Qing, Zhou Chen exclaimed, Master, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to be in seclusion for 3 months? Why have you emerged so soon? I've emerged earlier than anticipated from my seclusion. Jean mentioned your frenzied cultivation. In the pursuit of higher realms, tranquility of mind is paramount, be it human or demon. Mastery over the cosmos hinges on one's ability to harness the energies of the universe. Your current trajectory risks succumbing to cultivation psychosis. I understand your eagerness for retribution, yet the celestial blood demon is a formidable adversary, seemingly backed by influential forces. As a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, I cannot remain indifferent. I am aware of your desire for personal vengeance, and I assure you that opportunity will be granted. Zhou Qing, by nature averse to dawdling and superfluous talk, swiftly concluded the matter, brooking no further discussion from Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing resolved to aid his disciple. After Zhou Qing's departure, the little fox's eyes twinkled. Sister, your master is remarkably decisive and possesses a singular character. Though not conventionally handsome, his power is immense. I find myself quite enamored. Zhou Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, How can you comprehend such matters at your tender age? From whom did you learn these things? Humph, I am over 30 years old, if you calculate by age. Do not presume my ignorance. Remember, I am no longer confined to the mountains. Furthermore, I have acquired some education. The little fox retorted nonchalantly. The vernal sun, though dazzling, lacked heat, casting a languid warmth that induced comfort. The streets teemed with people, emerging from the winter's chill to bask in the sun's embrace. The bustling shopping centers, adorned with an air of festivity, are brimming with customers. Adults accompanied by children and couples, who enter empty-handed, emerge with an abundance of goods. Liao Shaojin observed the little fox, who was savoring a cola and fried chicken, and said, I wonder, little fox, do you truly relish chicken that much? You consume it daily, and now even foreign chicken has caught your fancy? The little fox replied, Master, although we demons have ventured into the human realm, we seldom make appearances in such vibrant locales. I have rarely witnessed such lively scenes. As they walked along the pedestrian street, specifically designed for shopping, Zhou Qing remarked, We humans can cultivate ourselves anywhere. Immersing in the bustling world aids in refining the heart, while retreating into the serene mountains nurtures the spirit. Although your progress in power is rapid, the swordsmanship is fundamentally a human cultivation technique, distinct from your demon clan's practices. Thus, it is imperative to adhere to our human methods. Experiencing human life will undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. Zhou Qing, a novice in cultivation himself, understood the profound wisdom behind these words. So this is how it is. However, human life is indeed infinitely richer than that of our demon clan, he mused. No wonder so many demons prefer to risk the pursuit of human cultivators to reside in the city and coexist with humans. Zhou Qing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, Liao Shaojin interjected, Master, where did all those people go in an instant? Zhou Qing immediately noticed that the once bustling street, teeming with people, had now transformed into an eerie desolation, devoid of any soul, leaving only the four of them standing solitary in the midst of the thoroughfare. Chapter 30, The Insufferable Deceit. Humph. Zhou Tian's translocation illusion, such a trifling array attempting to display its cleverness before me. Zhou Qing scoffed. He had long sensed that someone was trailing them. Yet it was unexpected that the adversary would dare to strike in broad daylight on such a public street. However, this translocation illusion was designed to bewilder the enemy with illusions before transporting them into a prearranged array for execution. While the illusion itself was manageable, the translocation involved the manipulation of spatial dimensions, requiring substantial magical energy and the aid of superior treasures. The more formidable the array, the more challenging it became to maneuver into it, resulting in a tenfold increase in the magical energy consumed. Few would undertake such a laborious and thankless endeavor. In confronting an enemy, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly prove more effective. It seemed the opponent was acutely aware that fighting in the street was indeed an outrageous spectacle. Hence their hesitance to act recklessly, aiming to relocate the four of them to a secluded area for further dealings. Zhou Qing finally comprehended the plight of the monsters. His spontaneous decision to take the three out for a stroll had led him to momentarily forget to conceal their auras, attracting the attention of demon-hunting Taoists. Liao Shaojin was manageable, being human, but it was evident that Zhou Qing and the little fox exuded a robust demonic aura, easily discernible to anyone with even a modicum of cultivation, revealing their true nature as anything but human. As the moment of truth arrived, Zhou Qing remained unfazed. He possessed the capability to effortlessly dismantle this illusionary Zhou Tian transposition, yet he desired to ascertain the true identity of his adversary. Retaining the trio, he maintained vigilance, allowing the formation to transport them. In a flash of lucidity, the four individuals vanished from the bustling thoroughfare, which continued to teem with activity. The surrounding populace remained oblivious to their disappearance. Instantly, the quartet materialized within a small copse. Zhou Qing surveyed their surroundings, recognizing the familiar locale as the outskirts of the city. He mused that the orchestrator of this formation was not particularly adept, as the zenith of Zhou Tian transposition could instantaneously convey individuals hundreds of miles away. whereas this merely spanned a few dozen. However, he acknowledged the possibility of intentional restraint on their part, exchanging a knowing glance with Liao Shaojin, who was acutely attuned to Zhou Qing's intentions after their extensive association. Liao Shaojin stepped forward. He addressed the seemingly vacant grove with cupped hands, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Which fellow practitioner jestingly engages with us thus?" His posturing amused the diminutive vixen. "Humph, fiend, who claims kinship with you?" A crisp yet imperious voice retorted, grating on Zhou Qing's sensibilities. A quartet, comprising 1 female and 3 males, emerged from the thicket. All were in their early 20s, the males exuding vigor and refined handsomeness, rivaling Liao Shaojin. However, they lacked the vampiric aura of coldness and nobility that distinguished Liao Shaojin, who was impeccably attired in a bespoke suit for their outing. In terms of sheer appearance, Liao Shaojin held the advantage. Zhou Qing felt a sense of discomfort at the faint air of arrogance emanating from the trio of men and the lone woman. The girl held in her hand a palm-sized, beguilingly radiant mirror shaped like a bagua, undoubtedly a magical artifact capable of invoking the celestial displacement illusion. The 3 men exhibited flickering hues of light around their hands, accompanied by subtle ripples of magical energy. Their possessions were clearly not of ordinary origin. Zhou Qing pondered the notion of resorting to violence to seize their treasures. Little did the trio realize that they had unwittingly entered Zhou Qing's contemplation of life and death. The girl stepped forward and chided, "What manner of creatures are you? Are you registered? Wandering about in broad daylight among the populace? Are you not aware of the prohibitions?" As her words tumbled forth in a rapid succession, both Liao Shaojin and Zhou Qing were left bewildered. What was this talk of registration and prohibitions? Such novel terms seemed oddly associated with the concept of demons. Zhou Qing cast a questioning glance at Zhou Chun, who, understanding the implication, hurriedly elucidated. "We demons find ourselves in a position of disadvantage, yet we wield considerable influence. The state fears the chaos we might incite, and thus has long collaborated with the sects of cultivation to suppress our existence. Though the Taoist sects are formidable, the complete eradication of our kind remains an impossibility. They are wary of any potential upheaval we might provoke. Consequently, decades ago, a regulation was instituted. All demons must register with a governmental body. Once registered, we are required to reside in designated areas, strictly prohibited from causing disturbances that might expose our existence to humanity, from endangering human lives, and from appearing in crowded places during daylight hours. Essentially, these are the 3 core prohibitions. Those who practice the path of cultivation generally refrain from causing trouble, fostering a semblance of harmonious coexistence. However, there exist certain formidable demons who are impervious to such niceties, leaving both the state and the Taoist sects at a loss. The celestial blood demon is one such entity. Demons. My lady, I am not a demon." Despite the soft murmur, Liao Shaojin caught wind of Zhou Qin's explanation. He silently lamented the pitiable plight of demons in China, whose personal freedoms seemed utterly non-existent. His regard for the group before him plummeted into the negatives. Yet, observing Zhou Qing as silence, he deemed it unwise to act rashly and resorted to jesting instead. Upon hearing the term fox, Zhou Qing's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively prepared to strike, only to be restrained by Zhou Chun. Casting a glance at the impassive Zhou Qing, Zhou Chun whispered to Zhou Can, "Sister, do not act recklessly. They are agents of the National Security Department, accustomed to their arrogance. We must avoid conflict with them. Gentlemen, my sister and I are duly registered. Here are our credentials." In the astonished gaze of Liao Shaojin, Zhou Chun produced 2 crimson booklets and presented them. One of the men accepted the documents, glanced through them, and carelessly discarded them onto the ground. Liao Shaojin's expression darkened, his mouth slightly agape as he prepared to summon his flying sword for vengeance. Sensing his intentions, Zhou Qin swiftly restrained him, communicating urgently, "Senior brother, they are representatives of the state. We cannot contend with them. Let us see what master decides." Recalling Zhou Qing's admonition, Liao Shaojin acknowledged the gravity of the situation. The state was indeed not to be trifled with. Noticing Zhou Qing's indifference, he reluctantly acquiesced. "And you must accompany us as well." The girl spoke up, pointing at Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin. "Which sect are you disciples of? Why are you associating with monsters? You must clarify, or we shall not be courteous." Zhou Can, hearing her words, retorted indignantly, "When have you ever been courteous to us?" The girl, enraged, exclaimed, "What are you?" A mere lewd fox dares to retort. With a flick of her hand, a burst of golden light erupted from the bagua mirror, shooting towards Zhou Qing. This golden light was capable of absorbing the spiritual energy from the air, growing increasingly brilliant, while a piercing shriek resonated through the atmosphere. Zhou Qing, caught off guard by the girl's sudden attack, realized he lacked the speed to defend against it, and was frightened into a stupor. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Zhou Qing effortlessly dispersed the golden light without employing any visible magical artifact. He stepped forward, saying, "Let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence." Seeing Zhou Qing effortlessly shatter the golden light emitted from her Shantian Bagua mirror, the girl and the three men were taken aback. They were well aware of the power of the Shantian Bagua mirror. Faced with Zhou Qing's formidable presence, one of the men stepped forward. His voice laced with menace. "We are disciples of Mao Shan, members of the National Dragon Team, tasked with monitoring the movements of monsters. How dare you obstruct us in our duty? Do you wish to court death?" Fearing a significant uproar, Zhou Qing interjected, "We will comply and go with you." "Humph. You will indeed accompany us, but to prevent any untoward actions on your part, I shall seal your powers." A man spoke. The other two men and one woman nodded in agreement. Liao Xiaojin and Zhou Qing wore grim expressions. To have their powers sealed was tantamount to being fish on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of others, which was absolutely unacceptable. Liao Xiaojin and Zhou Qing both turned to Zhou Qing, hoping he could devise a solution. Zhou Qing remained composed, calmly stating, "Little fox, take care of yourself. You too, Xiaojin, Qinshun, make a clean job of it. Leave no survivors." Chapter 31. Ephemeral foes. Zhou Qing was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. However, Liao Xiaojin had already erupted in a ferocious roar. The flying sword, resembling a complete amethyst, shot out from his mouth. The 9 golden stripes on the sword suddenly flared, transforming into 9 beams, each over a foot wide and 30 feet long. These streaks of purplish gold light descended upon the woman and 3 men with overwhelming force. The tremendous roar reverberated, causing the ground within a 10-foot radius to tremble. It was an awe-inspiring display of power. Liao Xiaojin understood Zhou Qing's personality intimately. "I do not offend others, but I occasionally provoke them. If someone offends me, I exterminate their entire family." This could be said to be a true reflection of Zhou Qing's character. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Qing spoke, Liao Xiaojin knew that a full-scale battle was about to commence. Even Zhou Qing, an expert in weapon refinement, couldn't fathom the variables within Liao Xiaojin's flying sword. Since its creation, Liao Xiaojin had only used it for cultivation and once against the 8 Extremes Wolf King. However, during that encounter, Liao Xiaojin had only been practicing the sword chi soaring technique for 3 days and hadn't even scratched the surface, failing to unleash the sword's full potential. This was its first formal engagement, and even Zhou Qing was secretly astonished by the sword's might. Zhou Qing abruptly awoke, letting out a delicate cry. The flying sword bestowed upon her by Zhou Qing transformed into a radiant beam, 2 zhang in length, striking towards the girl wielding the Bagua mirror. Infuriated by the girl's sudden aggression towards her sister, Zhou Qing channeled her full strength into the attack. However, its might was evidently less intimidating than that of Liao Xiaojin. The sword light was singular, unlike Liao Xiaojin's 9 beams that enveloped all 4 individuals. Zhou Qing, aware of her limited prowess, realized that despite her diligent training, she had only barely reached the initial stage of chi induction, rendering her unable to assist in the ensuing conflict. She clutched tightly to the treading heaven seal given to her by Zhou Qing, poised to strike anyone who revealed a flaw. Witnessing the formidable force of Liao Xiaojin's strike, Zhou Qing mused, "This elder brother, usually so playful and carefree, possesses such remarkable strength." Zhou Qing, too, was taken aback. Despite Liao Xiaojin not yet having mastered the art of splitting sword light, he astonishingly managed to divide his peculiar flying sword into 9 beams. Zhou Qing found this utterly inconceivable. The trio of men and 1 woman, initially respectful towards the 2, were taken by surprise at the sudden turn of events. Yet, as disciples of a prestigious lineage, their training proved effective. They regained their composure in an instant. The 3 men shouted in unison, unleashing purple, blue, and red hues that soared into the air, coalescing into a colossal shield of 3 colors, protecting the 4 of them within. Liao Xiaojin's 9 beams of purple gold sword energy sliced through the air. The continuous strikes against the tricolor shield produced a resounding clang. As the shield buckled under the immense force of Liao Xiaojin's sword chi, suddenly, a flash of blood light illuminated the interior of the shield. indicating that someone had expelled their own vital essence to enhance the power of the artifact. The shields surged dramatically, while Liao Shaojin's 9 sword energies vanished without a trace. And Zhou Qing's strike proved utterly ineffective. The cultivators were relatively evenly matched, all in the mid-stage of qi induction, relying on their magical artifacts for competition. Despite Liao Shaojin's unique flying sword and his sudden offensive, he failed to eliminate any adversaries, revealing the formidable nature of the 3 opponents' artifacts. Zhou Qing, harnessing his primordial spirit, discerned that the source of the tricolor radiance forming the shield was a trio of peculiar bracelets, neither metallic nor jade, floating in the air, clearly a set of extraordinary artifacts. This set of treasures was no ordinary fare. They were perfectly suited for the trio, and Zhou Qing had already allocated the treasures in his mind. Considering the mere fish trapped in a net, he was in no rush, believing it beneficial for Liao Shaojin and Zhou Qing to gain practical combat experience. "How audacious of you to defy us," came the furious rebuke from a girl within the shield. "Do you dare to rebel against us? Xintian Bagua go? Why waste words with these vile entities? Let us brothers join forces and eliminate them." Another man intoned gravely, "Junior sister, unleash the full power of the Xintian Bagua formation." The girl persistently formed intricate hand seals, and the palm-sized Bagua mirror emitted myriad golden rays, gradually ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, the 3 men simultaneously unleashed their flying swords towards Liao Shaojin and Zhou Qing. Unfazed, Liao Shaojin wielded his formidable flying sword, firmly entangling the 3 beams of sword light. Zhou Qing, positioned nearby, also employed his flying sword to strike, creating a scenario where the 2 faced off against 3. And for a moment, they seemed to hold their own. The 5 engaged in a fluid dance of combat, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Zhou Qing nodded in approval, recognizing that their training was indeed beneficial. After all, were they not becoming increasingly adept with their flying swords? Zhou Qing observed the fierce duel of the 5, while Zhou Qing's attention remained fixated on the girl's Bagua mirror. In an instant, the mirror had expanded to the size of a basin, and a colossal golden Bagua phantom, measuring 3 zhang in diameter, emerged from within. With a hissing sound, the gilded rays scattered around the forest, swiftly merging into the atmosphere. As the master of formations, I acknowledge the sophistication of your Xintian Bagua formation. Yet in my eyes, it is nothing more than a trifle. I cannot allow you to establish this formation to disturb their swordplay." Zhou Qing muttered softly. With a casual toss, 8 jade tokens were distributed throughout the woods. As they spun, the previously dissipated 8 golden rays were forcefully drawn back, absorbed into the jade tokens, which instantly radiated a captivating golden light, a sight to behold. Since the blood transformation divine blade regained its remarkable abilities, Zhou Qing has devoted his days to rigorous training and immersing himself in the intricate formation techniques of the 12 capital heavenly gods grand array. His comprehension and application of the formations have advanced at an astonishing pace. The girl, employing the Xintian 8 trigrams mirror, initiated the Xintian 8 trigrams formation, which indeed possessed formidable power. However, Zhou Qing discerned the formation's core with a mere glance. Utilizing ingenuity to counter ingenuity, he struck at the formation's eye just as the Xintian 8 trigrams was on the verge of completion, shattering it in one decisive blow and causing the grand array to collapse. With a swift motion of his hands, the jade token transformed into a blazing crimson hue, radiating intense heat. A foot-long purple flame erupted from the token, while golden light emitted a sizzling sound under the scorching fire, eventually being reduced to nothingness. As the 8 beams of golden light dispersed, the Xintian 8 trigrams mirror appeared to lose its spiritual essence, reverting to its original form and plummeting from the air. The girl, taken aback, stared at Zhou Qing in utter disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost, trembling and unable to utter a word. Zhou Qing, choosing not to elaborate, pointed a finger, unleashing an invisible force that struck the girl, causing her to spurt blood and faint. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. One was at the mid-stage of qi induction, while the other had reached the divine transformation stage, a chasm akin to that between heaven and earth. Chapter 32. The Mutation of Rebirth. Ultimately, the 2 could not rival the 3. Although Liao Shaojin's flying sword wielded great power, the 3 men's swords were extraordinary in their own right. Coupled with their solid foundations and long-lasting vitality, they gradually gained the upper hand. Liao Shaojin and Zhou Qing were left with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, standing together as they deftly maneuvered their two swords to protect their vital areas. For a moment, the three men found themselves at a loss. One of the men, unable to spare a glance in any direction, called out in desperation, "Junior sister, why hasn't the Xintian Bagua formation been set up yet? There's no need to shout. Your junior sister has already gone to meet the king of hell." A voice echoed in his ear. Zhou Qing, having lost patience, decided to take matters into his own hands. In a flash, Zhou Qing, relying on the formidable shell of the golden silkworm of the primordial spirit, boldly plunged into the sword formation, unleashing a burst of transparent flames. The three flying swords were seized into his grasp, and as the true fire blazed, they melted down like soft toffee. Liao Shaojin, more malicious than ever, invoked some arcane sword technique. Before the scattered fragments of flesh could even touch the ground, a fountain of blood erupted, as Liao Shaojin employed a Blood Clan secret art to extract their life essence. With a swift parting of his lips, two 3-inch-long fangs emerged. Under the astonished gaze of Zhou Qing and the little fox, the sanguine fountain flowed into Liao Shaojin's mouth. The rich spiritual energy emanated from the thick, iron-like scent of blood, enveloping Liao Shaojin in an indescribable, dense comfort that coursed through his entire being, nearly eliciting an exclamation of delight from him. Zhou Qing grasped firmly, and 3 peculiar bracelets, one purple, one blue, and one red, fell into his hands. They were crafted from the heartwood of the Langon tree. No wonder even the sword energy could not cleave through the protective radiance. Zhou Qing silently marveled at the wealth of this esteemed sect. Even their disciples were bestowed with such remarkable treasures. The Langon dragon, revered as real, resembled pearls, and the Kunlun Mountains housed the Langon tree. According to legend, the ancient azure dragon occasionally shed its saliva upon this grand tree, which, infused with the dragon's spiritual essence, mutated into a rare species, the Langon tree. Incredibly resilient and imbued with abundant spirit energy, it was indeed an excellent material for crafting protective artifacts. However, Zhou Qing had no time to ponder the treasures in his grasp. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed the 3 flames' true fire, incinerating the scattered flesh below until nothing remained. Even the traces of their battle were meticulously erased by Zhou Qing. Observing this master and apprentice duo, one obliterating corpses, the other erasing evidence, their cooperation was seamless, surpassing even the most seasoned thieves who had honed their craft over many years. Zhou Qing, witnessing this for the first time, was as astonished as Liao Shaojin, with even the little fox appearing dumbfounded. Its mouth agape, it looked exceedingly adorable. After savoring the blood, Liao Shaojin joyfully approached Zhou Qing, exclaiming, "Master, I haven't felt this good in ages. Why doesn't the blood from abroad taste like this? I feel like I'm about to evolve again. How can the blood of these 3 be so nourishing?" Zhou Qing retorted, "Do you really think so? These 3 have been cultivating for over a decade. They must have consumed some potent elixirs. The essence, energy, and spirit in their blood are denser than that of 100 ordinary individuals. It's no surprise it's so enriching." Observing the astonishment on the faces of the Zhou sisters, Zhou Qing chuckled and remarked, "You wouldn't know, but he's a supernatural being of sorts, albeit of foreign origin. Have you ever heard of vampires? Master, why must you refer to our noble bloodline as mere vampires?" Liao Shaojin retorted, displeased. "Oh, so he's a vampiric fiend, is he? Ugh, how could someone so grimy?" The little fox glanced at Liao Shaojin, a hint of trepidation in her eyes, and trailed off, unable to complete her thought. "Nonsense, there is a reason for everything I do," Zhou Qing stated firmly to Liao Shaojin. Turning to the little fox, Zhou Qing inquired, "Can, do you find this woman detestable?" The little fox nodded vigorously, "Utterly detestable. I merely uttered a single sentence, and she sought to end my existence." The little fox huffed indignantly. "Then go forth and eliminate her," Zhou Qing declared impassively, his tone leaving no room for argument. A chilling aura emanated from him, sending shivers down Liao Shaojin's spine. "No, master, Can has never taken a life. Allow me to do it," Zhou Qing implored, stepping forward hastily. "Precisely because she has never slain another that I task her with this deed. Having now eliminated members of the dragon group, we have, in essence, incurred the wrath of the entire Taoist community and the nation, consequently inviting a deluge of tribulations. Many lives will need to be taken. Faint-heartedness will not serve us well. Do you not seek vengeance? If you lack the courage to take a single life, how will you ever vanquish the celestial azure blood demon? Zhou Qing elucidated calmly. Who dares suggest that I lack courage? A supernatural being that refrains from taking lives? What manner of supernatural being is that? The little fox retorted, her cheeks puffed out in indignation, as if her mettle had been questioned. This odious woman. I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her. If I do not eliminate her, I shall find no solace. Zhou Qing contemplated for a moment and concluded that there was nothing amiss. Thus, he stepped back, allowing the little fox to take action. The little fox hesitated briefly, glancing at Zhou Qing, who nodded resolutely, leaving no room for doubt. With a spirited cry that resonated with the clarity of youthful exuberance, the little fox wielded the heavenly seal with all her might and struck down. Alas, such malevolent fiends dare to harm others under the broad daylight. The thunderous sound reverberated, rendering the ears of the four nearly deaf. Zhou Qing and the little fox were particularly affected, their faces turning ghostly pale. Had it not been for Zhou Qing's timely invocation of protective talismans, they would have likely suffered grievous injuries from the force of that tremendous roar, potentially revealing the fox's true form. What a formidable exorcism sound! Sensing the pure essence of Taoist mysticism woven within that mighty shout, Zhou Qing's expression darkened, realizing that the recent skirmish had attracted formidable adversaries, making the situation exceedingly precarious. Chapter 33. The Old Taoist in Yellow Robes Liao Shaojin, aside from being startled by the sudden thunderous roar, appeared completely unscathed, prompting a tinge of envy from Zhou Qing. Truly, one can see the bloodline of the ancient demon god Qiyu. Even my golden silkworm essence trembled, yet this fellow remains utterly unaffected. A ray of yellow light swept across, revealing an old Taoist in yellow robes beside the unconscious girl. This old man was somewhat plump and not particularly tall, standing at about 1.60 meters. His hair and beard were both grizzled, suggesting an age between 50 and 60. Apart from his striking Taoist robe, he bore no remarkable features. Zhou Qing surreptitiously scrutinized the old Taoist, whose dim, aged eyes and fluid, uninhibited movements suggested a Taoist adept who had attained the realm of returning to simplicity. How is it that I keep encountering so many nascent divinity cultivators? He wondered. Are masters now as common as dirt? Zhou Qing lamented his recent misfortune, feeling as though he were constantly stepping on nails. The yellow-robed Taoist, upon seeing the heaven-turning stamp descending from the sky, let out a cold snort. An enormous palm emerged from the crown of his head, seizing the great seal with force. With a resounding clap, the 2-meter square seal was caught by the Taoist's hand, formed of true essence. A burst of pure Xianmen light flashed within the hand, and the great seal revealed its original form, shrinking to its 3-inch self. With a twist of his hand, the yellow-robed Taoist reduced the heaven-turning stamp, which Zhou Qing had crafted with painstaking effort, to dust, which scattered upon the ground, causing Zhou Qing's facial muscles to twitch. Pooh! The little fox spat out a mouthful of blood, previously disoriented by the yellow-robed Taoist's demon-subduing Taoist sound. She was now injured by the destruction of the magical artifact closely connected to her primordial spirit, causing her mind to tremble. Having destroyed the heaven-turning stamp, the yellow-robed Taoist said nothing more, instead examining the girl's injuries. Zhou Qing had not struck a heavy blow, merely rendering her unconscious, as the old Taoist could discern. Seeing that the girl was unharmed, the Taoist's stern expression softened slightly. He pointed at Zhou Qing and rebuked, "You group of demonic spawn." Had this old Taoist not been traveling and happened to pass by, this innocent maiden would have been harmed by you. Fortunately, Zhou Qing and Liao Shaojin acted swiftly to obliterate any evidence. The 3 recently deceased left no trace behind. Otherwise, that old Taoist would have undoubtedly taken immediate action to vanquish the demons. Observing Zhou Qing speaking with confidence, the old Taoist in the yellow robe stepped forward. His eyes wide open, radiating brilliance, there was no sign of any dimness that would befit his age. The formidable aura he exuded pressed down on Zhou Qing and his companions, stirring up dust from the ground, causing the trees to tremble and making leaves cascade from their branches. Above the forest, what was once a clear sky began to be shrouded by an ominous cloud. How remarkable it was that this old Taoist could invoke a change in the heavens with merely his own power. He was indeed a master. Zhou Qing exerted all his strength to activate his second primordial spirit, standing firm against the old Taoist's overwhelming presence to protect the 3 behind him. While Liao Shaojin was an anomaly, Zhou Qing and the little fox were both creatures of the supernatural. they could be severely affected by the Taoist's ethereal aura. If they were to be caught in its influence, they would surely revert to their original forms. The heavens brimmed with murderous intent, celestial bodies shifted, the earth erupted with chaos, and humanity stirred with lethal energy, capable of upheaval. In confrontations, a chi refinement stage cultivator relies solely on their own true essence, while a spirit transformation stage cultivator can invoke the immense forces of nature with their own power, unleashing thunderous lightning and the formidable three flavors of true fire with effortless grace. Zhou Qing, having elevated his second primordial spirit to the spirit transformation stage through the sixth-winged golden silkworm and the holy blood of Jiuli, was confident that he could, without any formations, invoke the great powers of heaven and earth to induce atmospheric changes. However, it was evident that he could not match the ease and elegance with which the old Taoist in front of him wielded such power. This old master's cultivation was likely on par with the 5 grandmasters of the present age. Under the oppressive aura of the old Taoist, Zhou Qing found himself unfazed. His own primordial spirit was inherently formidable. Although the old Taoist possessed slightly superior prowess, to vanquish him solely through intimidation was a fanciful notion. Moreover, Zhou Qing harbored a secret weapon. He was confident that in a direct confrontation, he would remain undefeated. Yet, the depth of the old Taoist's abilities and the nature of his magical artifacts remained a mystery to Zhou Qing, who was inherently cautious and never engaged in battles without assurance of victory. With the heavens in turmoil and myriad specters roaming, the celestial forces were ruthless, and both celestial beings and demons met their demise. Zhou Qing summoned a fragment of his consciousness, silently invoking incantations, and subtly activated the grand formation of the celestial god Slaughtering Blade, which was refined within his primordial spirit. A powerful, formless suction emanated from the blade, effectively dispelling the formidable aura of the old Taoist, adorned in yellow robes. The wisp of dark cloud lingering above the forest vanished, allowing sunlight to cascade down, casting playful patterns across the foliage, a sight both enchanting and whimsical. The yellow-robed elder stepped back in astonishment, scrutinizing Zhou Qing, whose countenance radiated with a seemingly harmless smile. He then exclaimed with a sharp tone, "So you are a master of the demonic path. No wonder you act so recklessly. When did such a young adept emerge from the demonic sect?" Zhou Qing's second primordial spirit had already merged with his true self, rendering the old Taoist unable to discern his cultivation level. However, he instinctively sensed that Zhou Qing's recent action, which had shattered his imposing aura, was laced with demonic energy, leading him to suspect Zhou Qing was indeed a practitioner of the dark arts. The demonic path, shrouded in enigma, diverged fundamentally from the realm of monsters, which stemmed from a natural racial distinction. Rather, it was a manifestation of the diverse philosophies among human cultivators, giving rise to various sections. In the pursuit of cultivation, Taoism emphasizes alignment with the celestial principles, merging oneself with the universe to achieve a state of unity between heaven and humanity. In stark contrast, the path of the demonic is characterized by defiance against the heavens, proclaiming one's supremacy over all. It is a journey centered on the self, the divine, and the individual. Consequently, the essence cultivated diverges significantly. Taoists embody an ethereal grace, riding clouds and riding the winds, while practitioners of the demonic path exude an enigmatic and tyrannical presence, unrestrained by moral boundaries. The conflict between the Tao and the demonic is far more intense than that between humans and demons, as Taoist ideology resonates deeply within the hearts of people, whereas the demonic path is met with disdain and rejection. This perpetual antagonism places the demonic in a position of vulnerability, often resulting in relentless persecution upon their revelation. It can be asserted that between the Tao and the demonic, there exists an irreconcilable enmity. Zhou Qing found himself unjustly branded as a practitioner of the demonic path by the elderly Taoist in yellow robes, an indignation he could hardly contain. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the blood transformation divine blade is indeed an artifact of the demonic, and the Great Celestial Convergence Array is renowned as the preeminent killing formation of the demonic path. Hence, the old Taoist accusation bore a semblance of truth. In contemporary society, new ideologies continuously emerge, and both Taoism and the demonic path have become considerably more open than in times past, gradually adapting to one another's perspectives, leading to a reduction in conflict. The demonic path has also begun to re-emerge. Were Zhou Qing to boldly wave the banner of the demonic path, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of 10 adept masters of the transformation realm seeking his demise. At this moment, Zhou Qing firmly declared, "This Taoist speaks without basis. I am of the Taoist lineage, so how can I be inexplicably labeled as a practitioner of the demonic path? Is it solely due to my acceptance of 2 demonic disciples?" Chapter 34. The deities leave no trace. With Zhou Qing's interruption, the elderly Taoist in yellow robes momentarily lost sight of his original purpose. Upon further scrutinizing Zhou Qing and his companions, there was indeed no discernible aura of the demonic path emanating from them. One of the individuals, a Taoist, remarked, "I must be seeing things. I am the Taoist of Qingkong from Mount Ilao. May I inquire how to address you?" It is rather ludicrous to suggest that a master at the transformation god stage could be bewildered, akin to an ant trampling an elephant. Normally, this Qingkong Taoist would have struck first and interrogated later, but Zhou Qing's enigmatic demeanor rendered any assessment of his capabilities utterly elusive, prompting him to cautiously probe the situation. Internally, he pondered, when did the cultivation world witness the emergence of such a formidable young talent? I have never encountered anyone like him. Among the prominent disciples of the major sects, only Yunzi from Kunlun has reached the transformation god stage, yet he pales in comparison. The Qingkong Taoist could never have anticipated that Zhou Qing had actually condensed a second primordial spirit, something that had not occurred in the Taoist sect for centuries. "Oh, Taoist Qingkong, you are too courteous. I am Zhou Qing, the sect master of the heavenly Tao sect. These are my 3 disciples. Come, you have yet to meet Taoist Qingkong." Zhou Qing gestured with urgency, hoping to diffuse the tension. Just as matters seemed poised to transform from conflict to reconciliation, a sudden sound broke the air, a soft whining. The girl unexpectedly stirred from her slumber. Zhou Qing felt a profound regret. Had he known, he would have swiftly eliminated that nuisance, sparing himself this tumult. Now that the girl had awakened, having just dispatched 3 disciples of the Maoshan sect, the news would undoubtedly reach the dragon group, and soon there would be no sanctuary left in this vast world. At that moment, Zhou Qing summoned all his strength to wield the blood-transforming divine blade, directing it towards both Taoist Qingkong and the girl. With his resolve set on silencing witnesses, Zhou Qing was determined to hold nothing back. The venerable Taoist Qingkong, a master of such caliber, stands not far from the 5 great masters of the contemporary era. Should he choose to flee, none in the realm could possibly impede his escape. Once he has eluded capture, regret would serve no purpose. With a blade in hand, even the divine and the infernal are left unscathed. Under the reign of the blood transformation divine blade, all life succumbs to the path of annihilation. In the legendary Battle of Sealing the Gods, the Chan sect summoned its finest, as 108 lords rallied against the Shang dynasty at Chaoga. The demonic master Yu Hua held the defense at the Sisui Pass, and beneath the blood transformation divine blade, the celestial and the demonic clashed. Even the so-called foremost warrior of the Chan sect, the revered Erlang Xinyang Jian, suffered beneath its edge. Truly, he was a solitary guardian, impenetrable to 1,000 foes. Although Zhou Qing's current prowess pales in comparison to that of the demonic master Yu Huavier, the disparity between him and the venerable Taoist Qingkong, as well as Erlang Xinyang Jian, is likely even more pronounced. While Qingkong discreetly observed Zhou Qing's movements, clutching a treasured artifact, the girl's soft moan momentarily diverted his attention. Little did he anticipate that the previously smiling Zhou Qing would suddenly strike. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, enveloping the heavens and the earth, manifesting as a viscous blood-red haze. Qingkong was taken aback, for the density of this demonic aura and its overwhelming momentum surpassed even that of Wan Lanxin, the first master of the demonic path, who was once heralded as the embodiment of malevolence. 3 decades prior, when the conflict between the Tao and the demonic path reignited, the sects of Kunlun, Tianshi, Maoshan, Wudong, and Shushan convened to challenge the demonic path atop Mount Everest. Due to the decline of the demonic path and the depletion of its masters, they were vastly outnumbered by the Taoist sects, placing them at a disadvantage. It was then that the foremost demonic master, Wan Lanxin, proposed to accept all challenges from the Taoist sect single-handedly. The venerable elder Lingshu of Mount Shu, the Taoist Kaiyong of Mount Maoshan, and the celestial master of Longhu Mountain each took their turns, yet they all suffered defeat at the hands of the novice Wan Lan. Ultimately, it was the elder Qianji of Kunlun who intervened. This Wan Lan had successively vanquished 3 eminent masters of the Taoist sects, but eventually, exhausted from her exertions, she was cast down from the precipice of a 10,000-foot peak by Qianji, leading to her tragic demise. Despite her femininity, she had undeniably surpassed her male counterparts in prowess. Even the majority of Taoist practitioners of that era held her in profound admiration, were it not for the relentless conflict with the demonic forces, which raged as fiercely as fire and water. Many masters of the Taoist schools would have been reluctant to engage her in combat. The overwhelming demonic aura and formidable demonic techniques still linger vividly in the memory of the elder Qin. Undoubtedly a figure of the god transformation stage, Qin instinctively sensed the imminent danger, yet remained unfazed. His mind became crystal clear, unblemished, and serene, as he swiftly unleashed a magical artifact from his grasp, a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a dense, pure light. This concentrated light formed a protective barrier before his chest, showcasing the profound techniques of the Ileo mountain lineage. With all his might, he invoked the Xiantian 9 transformations, sending forth 9 dragon-shaped beams of golden light that clawed their way towards Zhou Qing. Clang! A flying sword, as translucent and pristine as autumn waters, erupted from the crown of his head, enveloping both the girl and the myriad rays of sword light in its defense. Qin discerned the murderous intent brewing within Zhou Qing. Observing the overwhelming demonic energy, he knew that the girl could not withstand it. Fearing that the barrier formed by the pearl would falter, he supplemented it with a flying sword crafted from his own primordial spirit. From the surge of sanguine radiance emanating from Taotian to the venerable Daoshi Qin invocation of mystical treasures and retaliatory deployment of the flying sword, the interval was but a fleeting moment. Liao Xiaojin, Zhou Chun, and the petite vixen were all caught unawares, their eyes blinded by the crimson effulgence. The surrounding foliage, bathed in the sanguinary light, rapidly withered, transforming into pallid dust with the gentle caress of the breeze. Even the earth beneath bore a scorched aspect, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Upon the activation of the Dutian Shinsha Grand Formation, all things began to wane, the life force within a radius of several dozen zhang being entirely consumed. Were it not for Zhou Qing's nascent control, the trio behind him would have likely suffered the same fate of being reduced to powder. And this was not the full extent of its power. Zhou Qing was astonished by the might of the blood-soaked godly blade. With Zhou Qing's current cultivation, it was likely that less than a tenth of the blade's power had been unleashed. Judging by the spectacle, it truly seemed capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Zhou Qing finally understood the immense power of those ancient treasures. He had previously thought it an exaggeration that a single strike could reduce an area of 1,000 li to dust. But now he realized that it was not only not an exaggeration, but perhaps even an understatement. The viscous blood cloud, like a ravenous ghoul, swallowed the 9 draconic golden lights of Daoshi Qin, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, the blood cloud descended upon the screen formed by the pearls, instantly devouring the clear light, which was at least a foot thick. Boundless blood clouds enveloped Daoshi Qin and the maiden, who were surrounded by sword light from all directions. Chapter 35. Misunderstandings arise. Halt. You fiend. This Taoist will fight you to the death. Enshrouded by the sanguine cloud, Taoist Qin felt his life essence and true energy relentlessly draining away, defying his utmost efforts to control it. His protective flying sword had long been devoured by the crimson cloud, leaving not even a trace behind. Witnessing the girl he had sworn to protect being consumed by the cloud, reduced to a stark white skeleton that soon crumbled into a heap of pale dust, Taoist Qin was consumed by unprecedented wrath. Realizing his own demise was inevitable, he roared in defiance and detonated his entire reservoir of true energy, hoping to shatter the blood cloud and take Zhou Qing with him. The true energy of a cultivator at the transformation stage is immensely powerful, capable of turning everything within a 10-mile radius into dust upon detonation. Alas, the blood cloud formed by the blood god saber was viscous and resilient, firmly encompassing Taoist Qin self-detonating true energy. The sun's rays pierced through once more, revealing a forest utterly transformed. The trees had vanished without a trace, and a dozen or so yards resembled the aftermath of a nuclear strike, barren and scorched, devoid of any sign of life. The once formidable Taoist Qin and the girl had been completely obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence in this world. Bang! A palm slammed onto the table, shattering the teacups upon it, sending scalding tea splashing across the floor. Ling Fei, a voice boomed. How have you managed to become the leader of the dragon group? For members have gone missing, their whereabouts still unknown. Now their families are demanding answers, and the Maoshan sect is also pressing us for information. What am I supposed to do? A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his face contorted with rage, sat at the table berating those around him. Ling Fei stood a short distance away, visibly uneasy and at a loss for words. Alas, Director Zhang, this matter cannot be solely attributed to Ling Fei. I received a divine message from my late junior brother, Qin Kong, before his demise. Upon arriving at the scene, I encountered Ling Fei and discovered that before his death, Qin Kong had interacted with 4 members of the dragon team. Through the practice of innate divination, I fear that the fates of these 4 members may be dire. The speaker was an elderly Taoist in a yellow robe, seated in a corner, the esteemed leader of the Ileo mountain lineage, Taoist Chen Yi. The depths of Chen Yi's abilities were unknown in the realm of cultivation, for he had never engaged in combat. Even during the great battle between Tao and Demon 30 years prior, he refrained from participation, sending only his disciple, Qin Kong, to assist. Despite his lack of martial confrontation, Chen Yi held a venerable status seldom matched, perhaps even surpassing the 4 grandmasters of the Taoist sect. Though Qin Kong was referred to as Chen Yi's junior brother, he was, in fact, a disciple of Chen Yi, having received all his teachings directly from him. The director Zhang mentioned by Taoist Chen Yi was none other than the head of the National Security Bureau, a figure of considerable authority. The Bureau encompassed not only the Dragon Team but also the Ability Group and several oversight agencies within the secular world. Aware of Taoist Chen Yi's esteemed standing in the cultivation community, Director Zhang tempered his anger upon hearing Chen Yi's words, responding with respect, "What does the Taoist think?" A hint of concern flickered across Taoist Chen Yi's face as he solemnly replied, "Alas, I have scrutinized the location where my junior brother met his demise, and I have discovered evidence of a struggle. Specifically, within a radius of approximately 100 feet, the land remains barren, devoid of all life. It appears that the vitality has been completely drained, suggesting the involvement of practitioners of the demonic path." The demonic path? How can that be? I am aware that Senior Qin Kong's cultivation is profound. I have heard from my master that he entered the transformation stage 30 years ago. His magical power must have reached an inconceivable level by now. How could anyone from the demonic path be his adversary? Ling Fei inquired, astonished. Upon hearing Taoist Chen Yi's words, "Reverend, although I am not a member of the cultivation world, I am, after all, a superior within the dragon group. I possess some knowledge regarding the demonic path. Since the battle 30 years ago, the demonic path has declined. It seems that there are no more experts. Although there has been some activity recently, they have not caused any significant disturbances. I have several documents concerning the current movements of the demonic path. There are no transformation stage experts among them. I fear they would not be a match for Taoist Qin Kong." Director Zhang, possessing greater knowledge, stated, "That may be the case, but it was indeed a demonic path technique, and it was unfathomable. It seems that the opponent did not exert their full power. These are tumultuous times. Ling Fei, you may need to journey to Kunlun and request your master to descend the mountain. Otherwise, it is best not to act rashly at this time." Taoist Chen Yi sighed. "Request my master to descend the mountain? Is the demonic path expert that formidable?" Ling Fei was taken aback. As everyone knows, Qian Jizi of Kunlun is the foremost of the 5 grandmasters, the universally acknowledged #1 expert in the world. A figure in the late stage of transformation, only one step away from entering the earthly immortal realm of refining spirit to return to emptiness. Now, the venerable Taoist Chen Yi unexpectedly requires his intervention, which clearly indicates that the formidable figure from the demonic path has likely transcended the limits of mortal capability. The mere existence of such an unknown entity is already enough to instill a profound sense of dread, and now, having slain 4 members of the dragon group, what does this signify? Director Zhang and Ling Fei are acutely aware of Chen Yi's true identity, which is not one to exaggerate nor to deceive. Their faces paling in unison. Little did they know that Chen Yi dealt them another crushing blow. 30 years ago, the Taoist master from Longhu Mountain sought me out, expressing his suspicion that this individual may still be alive. What? Alive? That would plunge the world into chaos. Director Zhang slammed the table, startling Ling Fei, who was still oblivious to the matter at hand, while Zhang understood precisely who Chen Yi was referring to, a figure once among the 4 great masters of the Taoist sect. Who could that be? Ling Fei exclaimed in astonishment. The battle between Tao and demons 30 years prior was shrouded in secrecy due to the deliberate concealment by the participating experts, rendering it little known. At that time, Ling Fei had not yet been born. How could he possibly be aware of such events? Do not concern yourself with who it is, Go tell your master. He will know. You must set out immediately for Kunlun. The responsibilities of the dragon group will be entrusted to Deputy Leader Xiang Hui. Given the enormity of this incident, you must provide an explanation to the families of those 4 members. The affairs of the dragon group can be set aside for now, with a single command. Director Zhang rescinded Ling Fei's position. Chapter 36. The Heart of Tao and Demonic Nature. Ling Fei was taken aback. Director, how can Xiang Hui assume the role of leader? What? This is an order. I still have matters to address in Maoshan. Given the exigencies of the situation, you must prioritize the broader perspective. Director Zhang interjected, cutting off Ling Fei's discourse. Dejected, Ling Fei wordlessly produced credentials from his person, placed them upon the desk, and departed without ceremony. Director Zhang offered a rueful smile, shaking his head, and though he intended to speak, the presence of Taoist Chun Yi within the chamber forestalled his utterance. Shortly after Ling Fei's exit, Director Zhang inquired of Taoist Chun Yi. Ling Fei has sought his master's aid. But should it truly be that individual from yesteryear, I fear even Taoist Qianji shall find himself in dire straits. This entire affair is shrouded in ambiguity. The cultivation of the demonic path advances with unparalleled celerity, far surpassing that of the Taoist sections. Should it truly be that person, even the combined might of the 4 grandmasters would prove futile. The solution lies with the originator of the problem. Taoist Chun Yi's words were cryptic, leaving Director Zhang in a state of bewilderment. Ruoshui, pray heed my words. Before the edifice of the administrative building, Xiang Hui doggedly pursued Ling Ruoshui. Surely you are the architect of this scheme, else why would my brother be denied the position of leader while you ascend to it? Despite the presence of individuals within the group whose cultivation surpasses yours, can you deny your involvement? Ling Ruoshui spoke with unreserved candor. How could I be the instigator? It was Director Zhang's decree, a matter in which I hold no sway. Xiang Hui feigned innocence. Do you take me for a fool? Do not presume my ignorance. Your Shu Mountains have long harbored animosity toward our Kunlun. This affair is undoubtedly of your contrivance. With those words, Ling Ruoshui turned and departed, casting not a glance toward Xiang Hui, much to his chagrin. That vixen, she possesses an undeniable shrewdness, but I shall ensnare her in due time, and when I do, she shall yearn for oblivion. Xiang Hui's face contorted with a fierce expression. With a wave of his hand, a figure emerged, none other than Xie Xiaohong. Well, have you found anything? He inquired. I cannot fathom how fortunate I am that a celestial being has aided me this time, eliminating 4 disciples from Maoshan. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort to oust Ling Fei. Brother Hui, Xie Xiaohong replied, his countenance somewhat grim. This incident is far more significant than anticipated. I have learned that, in addition to the 4 Maoshan disciples, an elder from Ileo Mountain, known as Qin Kong, has also perished. This individual was a master of the transformation stage 30 years ago. Moreover, it appears that this may have been the work of an evil practitioner. What? A master of the transformation stage has been slain? By an evil practitioner, no less? Xiang Hui gasped in shock. As a legitimate disciple of Shushan, he was acutely aware of the implications of a transformation stage master, especially one from 3 decades prior. It seems prudent for us to refrain from acting impulsively. Given the capability to slay a master of the transformation stage, especially one associated with the dark arts, it is best for us to steer clear of trouble. Practitioners of the dark arts are known for their unpredictability. They can commit heinous acts without hesitation, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Their disregard for law and order is absolute. Inform our fellow disciples in Shushan to exercise caution during their missions. They should avoid unnecessary conflicts with suspicious individuals and delegate any issues to disciples from other sects. Xiang Hui instructed Xie Xiaohong. Should we inform the sect leader? Xie Xiaohong inquired. That would be unwise. Bringing it to their attention may create complications. There is a possibility that they might dispatch the eldest senior brother, leading to a confrontation with the practitioners of the dark arts, which would be undesirable. I am counting on him to deal with Ling Fei. Xiang Hui smiled faintly as a wisp of mist ascended. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhou Qing dissipated the mist into the air, rendering it invisible. Yet new tendrils of vapor immediately emerged. The teapot exuded steam, filling the room with a fragrant aroma of tea that invigorated the senses, bringing about a sense of clarity and enlightenment. In his left hand, Zhou Qing meticulously perused Sima Qingzhen's on forgetting, while his right hand discreetly formed incantations to guide the teaware on the table. Each cup of tea moved gracefully, not a single drop spilling upon the surface. At times, When a small teacup ceased to emit steam, a flicker of flame would shoot forth from Zhou Qing's right hand, enveloping the tea in a swirling mist once more. The serene and leisurely demeanor of Zhou Qing brought a profound sense of ease to Liao Shaojin and Zhou Chun, who found themselves unburdened by worries, neither joyful nor sorrowful, as the tranquil essence permeated their hearts. To quell restlessness, one must cultivate tranquility. To dispel malevolence, one must embrace purity. To restrain desire, one must practice renunciation. To clarify muddiness, one must evoke clarity. Zhou Qing recited slowly. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a teacup shattered, prompting the remaining cups to explode in succession, scalding water splattering everywhere. With a mere gesture, Zhou Qing enveloped the shattered pottery and the flying liquid in an invisible force. The true fire ignited, evaporating the water and melting the purple clay teaware into a fist-sized, smooth purple orb that gently descended to the ground, making not a sound. Liao Shaojin and Zhou Chun were jolted from their tranquil reverie by the shattering of the teacup, casting puzzled glances at Zhou Qing. Alas! Zhou Qing sighed deeply and remarked, "The blood transformation divine blade is indeed a double-edged sword, inflicting harm both upon others and oneself. The residual demonic essence has lingered within me for over a month. Fortunately, I devised a method to restrain the demonic influence with my Taoist principles. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how long it would take to expel it." It transpired that on that fateful day, Zhou Qing had exerted all his strength to wield the blood transformation divine blade in slaying the elder Taoist Qin Kong. In the climactic moment, elder Qin Kong self-destructed, injuring Zhou Qing internally and causing a momentary lapse in focus. A sliver of the blade's inherent brutality and bloodlust infiltrated Zhou Qing's being. Although it did not cause significant harm, as a practitioner of Taoist arts, allowing such malevolence to dwell within was profoundly inappropriate. Should he remain careless during his cultivation, he risked succumbing to demonic deviation. Liao Shaojin was aware of this predicament, yet Zhou Qing's ingenuity in formulating a remedy was nothing short of delightful. Thus, every day, Zhou Qin would accompany Liao Shaojin to observe Zhou Qing's recovery. Strangely, both of their cultivation levels inexplicably surged, nearing the late stage of qi induction. As Zhou Chun gazed at the purple clay orb, from which a hint of bloodlight emanated, he inquired in bewilderment, "How has it transformed in such a manner? It bears no resemblance to the product of purple clay refining. Could it be due to the infusion of demonic energy? This is merely the superficial manifestation of the demonic energy. The core remains unaltered." In Taoist practice, upon reaching the highest realm, one can fundamentally reverse the properties of objects, transforming stone into gold, a feat unattainable by the demonic path. The demonic way emphasizes rapid results, whereas the Taoist approach values gradual progress. Oftentimes, a Taoist adept who has cultivated for decades surpasses those who have practiced the demonic arts for merely a few years. This is a testament to the superiority of the Taoist path. Zhou Qing spoke eloquently, though he himself was not entirely certain. Yet, he felt a need to maintain appearances before his disciple. Fortunately, Liao Shaojin, born of a bloodline, was utterly oblivious to both Taoism and the demonic path, while Zhou Chun, hailing from the Beast clan, was similarly uninformed. Zhou Qing was free to elaborate without restraint. "By the way, how has King been progressing lately?" As Zhou Qing continued, he risked revealing too much, prompting a shift in the conversation. "Quite well. The sword chi ascension technique has been mastered, and my flying sword wields a certain elegance now." Zhou Qin expressed his deep concern for his sister. Chapter 37, Life and Death, Right and Wrong. Liao Shaojin caressed a purple bracelet on his wrist, grinning mischievously. What a pity. That formidable heaven-toppling seal was destroyed by that detestable old Taoist. Yet, he left nothing for me to claim. What a tremendous loss. Liao Shaojin remained fixated on that grand seal. Indeed, Zhou Qing lamented. That old Taoist was quite the master, his cultivation slightly surpassing mine, and his flying sword surely was no ordinary artifact. Alas, under the blood-transforming divine blade, nothing substantial remained. Nonetheless, the Langon ring you possess is an exceptional defensive treasure, exquisitely crafted. The three of you can form a trinity formation when facing adversaries. Unless they are formidable experts, they will surely struggle to breach your defenses. Master, I must say, you are truly cunning. To have ambushed that old Taoist of such high cultivation and dispatch him with a single stroke was remarkable. He was smiling beforehand, not even we were aware. Zhou Qing had recently become much more cheerful. Indeed, Master, your heart is ruthless, and your ability to turn on a dime is unmatched. You truly embody the archetype of a smiling assassin. Liao Xiaojin joined in the conversation, keenly observing Zhou Qing's expression to gauge any hint of embarrassment. Humph. The ways of heaven, the principles of the Tao, and the strategies of warfare are steeped in cunning, in the face of an adversary. The application of skill resides within a singular heart. Zhou Qing maintained a composed demeanor, betraying no trace of discomfort. The old Taoist was merely antiquated, lacking in foresight. Had he chosen to flee at that moment, I would have been utterly powerless against him. If word of this incident were to spread, we would undoubtedly find ourselves at the mercy of the masters from Maoshan and other sects, our very essence reduced to dust, leaving no room for leisurely discourse on right and wrong. Today, I shall impart a thorough lesson on politics, Zhou Qing declared, growing increasingly self-satisfied. For those who cultivate the Tao, the pursuit of formidable strength is paramount. The realm of cultivation is distinct from that of the mundane. It is a domain where life and death are the sole considerations, devoid of disputes over right and wrong. Even in the secular world, is it not the case that power often supersedes principles? You must remember, the battles faced by cultivators are fraught with peril. Life and death are but an instant's matter. Unlike mere physical contests where one might show restraint. In encounters involving magical artifacts and flying swords, a single misstep could lead to annihilation, rendering one unworthy even of hell. Thus, there can be no hesitation. When the time comes, one must strike decisively. Master, do you think they have discovered that we killed those Maoshan disciples? Will they trace it back to us? Zhou Qing expressed his concerns regarding the matter. What is there to fear? Even if they do find us, what of it? Our master's prowess is unparalleled. Even that old Taoist Qin Kong was vanquished in a single strike. How many true masters of transformation exist in the realm of cultivation? Liao Xiaojin flattered profusely. Nonsense. What I executed was a covert assault, augmented by the unparalleled power of the blood transformation divine blade, which allowed me to succeed with a single strike. If two had come at me, I would have scarcely had time to flee. Even if my body were made of iron, how many iron nails could I withstand? Moreover, the blood transformation divine blade is prone to backlash, and the heavenly god-killing formation is exceedingly malevolent. You all have witnessed its might. Unless one's prowess reaches the level of the former demonic master Yuhua, it is nearly impossible to wield it with ease. I dare not use it again unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Liao Xiaojin found himself reprimanded by Zhou Qing after a misstep. Yet, as Liao Xiaojin reflected on the scene from that day and the barren forest that lay ahead, a shiver ran down his spine, and he nodded in agreement. Qin Qin, although the demonic aura surrounding you has been concealed by the talisman I crafted, a skilled individual may still discern its essence. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to remain indoors, focusing on your cultivation. Once the storm has passed, we shall seek out the heavenly Xian blood demon to ascertain whether it can withstand the might of my blade. Humph. It calls itself a blood demon, and my divine blade is aptly named blood transformation. Its name invokes a certain taboo. Humph. Zhou Qing chuckled coldly. Zhou Qun felt a surge of elation. With Zhou Qing's promise of assistance, the odds of revenge increased significantly. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Zhou Qing's strength, given that their previous encounter with the heavenly Xian blood demon had seen Zhou Qing slightly outmatched. However, after witnessing Zhou Qing's formidable prowess that day, his admiration for Zhou Qing's capabilities had grown immensely. Ling Fei was indeed quite troubled. It was not solely due to his removal from the esteemed position of leader of the Dragon Team, though seemingly a modest group comprising merely 100 individuals. The Dragon Team wielded considerable influence over nearly all the movements of the Taoist sects in China, particularly with the recent addition of members from formidable family backgrounds. The role of leader was undeniably significant. Ling Fei's ascension to this position stemmed not only from his exceptional capabilities, but also from the fact that the Kunlun lineage was regarded as the vanguard of the Taoist world. As a disciple of Kunlun, other sects refrained from voicing dissent. Furthermore, his family's influence was immense. With their business interests spanning various domains and several members holding remarkable positions within the government, Ling Fei understood that this incident was a manifestation of familial rivalries. Xiang Hui's actions were treacherous and indiscriminate, having clashed with him on numerous occasions. This time, seizing the opportunity to strike, he had caught Ling Fei completely off guard, indicating that his family's internal strife was at a disadvantage. It was particularly concerning that the Shushan sect might also be involved, since its establishment by the venerable Cha Mei. Shushan had always maintained an inflated sense of self-importance, dismissing other sections. Were it not for Kunlun's profound mastery of Taoist arts and unparalleled strength, they might have already declared themselves the preeminent sect in the realm. What exacerbated Ling Fei's frustration was his recent visit to beseech his master to return from seclusion, as news had emerged of a resurgence of demonic forces from years past. However, upon hearing this, his master exhibited a peculiar expression, remaining silent for an extended period before ultimately dismissing him, instructing him to devise a solution on his own. It appeared that unless he could unravel the complexities of this situation, his chances of redemption would dwindle. Ling Fei soared through the night sky on his sword, feeling a sense of unease. Fortunately, it was evening. Otherwise, he might have startled a multitude of onlookers, potentially leading to unwarranted accusations against him. His mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a streak of golden light pierced the heavens, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Ling Fei paused, taken aback. This individual, a fellow practitioner, was behaving rather brazenly, creating such a tumultuous disturbance. Even under the cover of night, such actions were ill-advised. In the blink of an eye, the golden light halted before him. It was 3 zhang long and 5 feet wide, and upon this radiant sword light stood a young man clad in a resplendent yellow Taoist robe, his garments billowing in the night breeze, resembling a celestial being. His appearance was striking enough to inspire immediate reverence from any onlooker. Chapter 38. A Clash of Two Tigers. Ling Fei regarded the scene with confusion, noting that the sword light before him was neither malevolent nor benign, radiating a brilliant gold. He wondered why it obstructed his path. He clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "Fellow cultivator, what brings you to impede my journey?" The young man regarded Ling Fei coldly and asked, "Are you not the renowned Ling Fei of Kunlun?" Ling Fei, taken aback, realized the man had accurately identified him by his Taoist name. "Indeed, I am Ling Fei of Kunlun. Might I inquire what business you have with me?" "I am Su Jiankong from Mount Shu," the young man replied. "I have heard tales of your profound cultivation and unparalleled swordsmanship, known as the Divine Sword. I have come to seek your guidance." This young man was none other than the esteemed senior brother spoken of by Xiang Hui. From Mount Shu? Ling Fei was taken aback, having long suspected that Shushan's involvement was at play. Now, blocking his path and speaking of a lesson to be learned, it was evident that the intention was to assert dominance. Observing that Su Jiankong could fly with his sword, it was clear he, too, was a practitioner at the late stage of Qi induction. Ling Fei had heard of Su Jiankong's reputation as one of the most distinguished disciples of the 3rd generation from Shushan, yet he was astonished by his youth. Ling Fei spoke, "The renown of the Divine Sword is a testament to the esteem of fellow cultivators. I am truly unworthy of such praise. As a disciple of Shushan, you must possess exceptional swordsmanship. I, too, have made some progress in the art of the sword and would be honored to seek your guidance." Understanding that a duel with a Shushan disciple was inevitable, he decided to be forthright. Any hesitation would only tarnish Kunlun's reputation. This time, Su Jiankong was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. His tone softened. "Very well, your candor is commendable. Indeed, you do not tarnish the title of the Divine Sword." Ling Fei gradually descended from the heights, seeking a secluded spot on the ground. While contemplating the intentions of Su Jiankong, he does not seem to be a treacherous individual. Could it be that he genuinely seeks to spar? Regardless, victory in this duel was imperative. A personal defeat might be trivial, but a blow to Kunlun's prestige would be of grave consequence. With a resonant clang, Ling Fei's flowing sword floated 3 feet in front of him, its azure radiance illuminating the surroundings with clarity. A vast, yet seemingly ethereal sword aura stirred restlessly, akin to an ancient beast lying in wait within the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Su Jiankong subtly nodded in admiration, acknowledging the prowess of Kunlun's esteemed disciples. Indeed, this swordplay had already delved into its profound essence, revealing that Ling Fei was not as feeble as Hui had claimed. Rather, he stood as a formidable rival. The 3-foot-long, 4-finger-wide golden sword unveiled its true form, radiating a resplendent golden light. In that instant, the golden gleam and azure brilliance vied for dominion over the space, neither yielding, resulting in an equal contest. The ethereal illumination of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, commanded spirits and subdued phantoms, as the sword aura soared through the air. Go! Zhou Qing initiated the assault, invoking his incantation, causing the golden sword to split into over 100 smaller golden blades, each approximately a foot long, which tore through the azure light of the Lulan sword. Advancing towards Ling Fei, without any visible movement from Ling Fei, an array of clashing sounds echoed, clang, clang, clang. The Lulan sword countered by producing an equal number of azure blades, resulting in a fierce collision in the void. With each clash, a blue or golden blade erupted in a dazzling explosion, until the final resounding clash left both sides' transformed sword energies dissipated. A powerful surge of metallic energy erupted from the center, scattering in all directions, leaving surrounding flora severed at the waist. Both combatants retreated simultaneously, enveloping themselves with protective energy. Their bodies, it seemed, were less resilient than the surrounding trees. A single strike would undoubtedly result in grievous injury. In this contest, neither party emerged victorious, however. Zhou Qing recognized that he had fallen short, as initiating the attack had led to a stalemate. In the realm of flying sword artifacts, the one who strikes first typically gains the upper hand. Yet, Zhou Qing remained honorable. His earlier incantation had served as a warning to Ling Fei, who, evidently prepared, silently recited his own spell, arriving at the forefront of the battle, albeit with a hint of moral ambiguity in his mindset. Both combatants were evenly matched. With evident delight, Zhou Qing chuckled, "I am pleasantly surprised to discover that Kunlun's mastery extends beyond its exquisite Taoist practices. Even in the art of swordsmanship, you rival our own Shu Mountain." The title of the foremost sect is indeed well-deserved. Upon hearing this, Ling Fei couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of the chief disciple of Shu Mountain. This individual was undeniably honorable and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. His own strike had indeed involved a degree of cunning, yet his opponent seemed unfazed, offering sincere praise. To cultivate a disciple such as Zhou Qing, Shu Mountain, with its millennium of establishment, must undoubtedly possess its strengths to have remained unyielding. However, from the previous exchange, Ling Fei recognized that Zhou Qing's strength was comparable to his own. Ling Fei felt confident in this contest, as he still had several secret Kunlun techniques yet to unleash. Fellow Taoist Ling Fei, my sole purpose here is to engage in a contest of swordsmanship. If fellow Taoist Ling Fei can withstand this next strike, I shall concede defeat. Zhou Qing seemed to perceive Ling Fei's intentions, knowing that apart from swordsmanship, his own proficiency in spells, while profound, would likely pale in comparison to Kunlun's secret arts. Thus, he sought to constrain Ling Fei with his words. This battle was of utmost importance, and although it was his own impromptu decision, it bore significance for Shu Mountain's reputation, which he could not afford to lose. With the stakes laid bare, Ling Fei could not refuse. Besides, what was one sword strike that he could not withstand? Even against an early-stage transformation divinity cultivator, Ling Fei was confident that his flowing ripple sword could endure. Since fellow Taoist Su has spoken, then I am eager to witness Shu Mountain's earth-shattering swordplay. His aura surged, and the flowing ripple sword emitted an intense blue light, faintly manifesting into a tangible form. Azure emanations coalesced into 3 lotus blossoms, each the size of a cistern, suspended above, providing a subtle safeguard to his vital points. Ling Fei was cognizant that Shu Mountain was renowned throughout the land for its mastery of the sword. He surmised that Zhou Qing's forthcoming strike would be cataclysmic. Observing the solemnity etched upon Zhou Qing's countenance, Ling Fei was compelled to summon his utmost concentration, channeling his entire true essence. With one digit directed skyward and another earthward, Zhou Qing exuded the poise reminiscent of Buddha's nativity. The golden greatsword hovered scores of feet aloft, its golden radiance restrained, in stark contrast to the resplendent azure glow of Ling Fei's Lulan sword. The golden greatsword resembled a diminutive abyss, incessantly absorbing the ambient light. After executing an indiscernible incantation, without uttering any audible spell, an inexhaustible surge of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy poured torrentially into Zhou Qing's frame. Crackle, crackle. The bones throughout Zhou Qing's physique resounded like stir-fried soybeans, and his muscles expanded, instantaneously augmenting his height by half a head. Fortunately, his Taoist robe was capacious, otherwise it would have undoubtedly ruptured, resulting in an indecent exposure. Even so, the bright yellow Taoist robe was stretched taut, presenting a rather comical spectacle. Chapter 39. Man and sword. As one, the surrounding dust and grit were roused by an invisible force, drifting gently in the air. Witnessing such formidable power, Ling Fei could not help but gasp inwardly. The sword techniques of Shu Mountain were indeed unique. Ling Fei had surmised that the prowess of the two combatants was roughly comparable, with any disparity being negligible. Little did he know that Zhou Qing possessed such arcane sword arts. Confronted with the impending strike of a sword, any attempt at evasion or defensive tactics would prove utterly futile. Ling Fei promptly assessed the situation, disregarding any previous notions of a contest in swordsmanship. He retrieved from his cloak a small, 3-inch flag of apricot hue. In the heart of the heavens and the earth, the flag of Wui, urgently as commanded. The apricot flag billowed in the wind, radiating a soil-toned luminescence, expanding from its diminutive size to a formidable 3-zhang. The flag's surface shimmered with countless faintly discernible symbols, as boundless earth-based elemental energy surged forth from the ground. The crystalline blue light of the flowing sword harmoniously melded with the earthy energy, emanating an immense, formidable force. The momentum stood in subtle opposition to the ethereal sword. The Wui flag, originally a treasured artifact of the Chan sect, held equal status to divine instruments like the God-hitting whip and the Taiji diagram. It possessed the unparalleled ability to summon the earth's elemental forces, rendering its power unmatched. With a swish, 2 straight beams of light seemed to pierce through the very fabric of heaven and earth, transforming a duel of swordsmanship into a life-and-death struggle. Each combatant unleashed their lifelong mastery, striving to vanquish their opponent with a singular strike. In such a scenario, suggesting restraint would be nothing short of absurd. In the realm of cultivation, where specialization reigns, Ling Fei, known as the Divine Sword, had undoubtedly invested significant effort into his swordsmanship. The Kunlun lineage, however, primarily focused on Taoist techniques, with sword cultivation merely a secondary pursuit. In his quest for rapid advancement, Ling Fei had chosen the path of sword cultivation. Yet upon witnessing the exquisite Taoist methods of Kunlun, he found it illogical not to engage in their practice, leading to a somewhat eclectic array of skills. Nonetheless, his swordsmanship alone could not compare to the 2 decades of unblemished dedication that the ethereal sword had undergone. Confronted with the astonishing sword strike of Zhou Qing, Ling Fei found himself left with no recourse but to rely on external forces. Zhou Qing, his muscles taut and sinewy, drew upon the abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, maintaining his stance as he slowly ascended without any aid. Rising towards the lofty golden sword hovering dozens of feet above, the invisible black hole formed by this golden sword enveloped Zhou Qing, merging the two into one, indistinguishable from each other. This was the path of unity between man and sword. In the realm of cultivation, whether it be Buddhism, demonology, Taoism, or the ways of the demons, a commonality persists. The self is paramount, while magical artifacts and flying swords serve as mere supplements. The initial phase always involves the tempering of the body, rendering it extraordinarily robust. Historically, sword cultivators have utilized flying swords to communicate with the spiritual energies of the cosmos. These swords are but tools for cultivation. The founding patriarch of the Shu Mountain sect, the Venerable Chang Mei, a prodigious talent, astonishingly fused the ancient doctrine of sword cultivation with the Taoist technique of spirit transplantation, birthing the path of unity between man and sword. The self becomes the sword, and the sword becomes the self. The flying sword, a treasure of nature, forged from high-quality steel, possesses a strength that far surpasses that of the human body. Thus, once the path of unity is mastered, one can bypass the foundational step of a cultivator, drawing upon the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth to fortify oneself. At this juncture, Zhou Qing had already crossed the threshold into the realm of qi cultivation, transforming into the divine. Ling Fei, equipped with the apricot yellow banner to connect with the earth's primal forces, faced the immense pressure of the colossal golden sword with unwavering courage. The flowing sword energy underwent continuous transformations, shifting from ethereal to formidable, and from a deadly intent to a profound depth. He deftly evaded and countered the provocations of Zhou Qing, who had already merged with the golden sword. Should either party display even the slightest flaw, a devastating blow from the other would be inevitable. The perils within this encounter are beyond mere words to convey. At a moment fraught with tension, a slender beam of ethereal light cascaded from the heavens. Though delicate, this light bore an unprecedented profundity, akin to a silver serpent twisting in accordance with the laws of the cosmos. In an instant, it struck the most vulnerable point of the two opposing forces, forcibly separating them. Boom! The clash of energies erupted, sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring the figures momentarily. As the dust settled, Ling Fei had already sheathed his flying sword, and the illusion of the sword dissipated, revealing his slightly haggard visage, a testament to the toll exacted by the unity of man and sword. Both individuals fixed their gaze upon a mysterious young man standing between them. Zhou Qing, having refined his second primordial spirit, possessed an acute sensitivity to the flow of celestial energies within a 100-mile radius. In the stillness of the night, he pondered deeply over the peculiar technique he had acquired the previous day. With formidable true essence and profound Taoist skills, bolstered by the protection of an ancient magical artifact, his strength was such that even the 5 grandmasters might hesitate to confront him. The fearsome reputation of the blood transformation divine blade loomed large. Unless one possessed an artifact of equal caliber, encountering him would inevitably lead to demise, stripping away even the chance for rebirth. Yet, Zhou Qing felt a profound dissatisfaction. After all, his second primordial spirit had attained a certain level of cultivation, while his true form had only reached the mid-stage of qi attraction. He feared that even his 2 disciples, who had made significant strides in their Taoist practices, might surpass him. He understood that the true path lay within his original form, viewing the second primordial spirit merely as a tool in his grasp. Elevating the cultivation of his true self was no simple feat. It demanded arduous effort and the passage of time to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. There were primarily 2 avenues: the use of miraculous elixirs or the mastery of profound cultivation techniques. Regrettably, Zhou Qing possessed neither of these advantages. While his progress in cultivating the aerial sword qi incantation was rapid, he discovered it was incomplete, containing only the qi induction stage techniques and omitting any mention of the spirit refinement methods for the transformation spirit stage. Consequently, Zhou Qing ceased its cultivation. After careful deliberation, he dismissed the notion of relying on elixirs and miraculous medicines. Although the comprehensive treatise on weapon crafting included alchemical methods, the necessary materials were exceedingly rare, many having become extinct. Thus, he resolved to focus on cultivation techniques. The only profound technique available to him was the nameless incantation obtained from the clandestine transaction. However, the nameless incantation was arcane and abstruse, and Zhou Qing, a novice in cultivation, managed to decipher only 1/10 of it after months of effort. Consequently, he dared not cultivate it rashly. It was while experimenting with this nameless incantation that he was startled by the aberrant fluctuations of primordial energy in the surroundings. He cautiously approached to investigate and discovered 2 individuals in the late stages of qi induction engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The flying swords and magical artifacts they wielded were formidable. Initially, Zhou Qing intended to capitalize on the situation by eliminating both combatants in a surprise attack, a task he was quite adept at. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the repercussions of his previous actions might not have completely subsided, making it imprudent to act rashly. Zhou Qing understood that one who frequently walks the night is bound to encounter a ghost eventually. A daring idea formed in his mind. As the 2 combatants were on the verge of determining a victor, he would forcibly sever their momentum to prevent both from suffering grievous injuries, thereby performing a benevolent act. Both Su Jiankong and Ling Fei were secretly grateful. Their initial intention had been to engage in a friendly exchange, but it had escalated into a deadly duel. Had either side suffered casualties, it would have created a significant rift between Kunlun and Shushan, turning them into sworn enemies. Observing that both of you are cultivators, and acknowledging the arduous journey to attain such profound levels of cultivation, I inquire as to why you engage in such a deadly conflict, remarked Zhou Qing, transitioning from the role of an observer to that of a mediator. Both Ling Fei and Su Jiankong sensed an unfathomable depth in the young man between them. The earlier intervention, though understated in its force, was executed with exquisite precision, effectively neutralizing their clash of energies. Such finesse suggested, at the very least, a cultivator of the transformation stage. Unable to discern the extent of Zhou Qing's cultivation, Ling Fei and Su Jiankong were awash with speculation. From whence does this fellow Taoist hail? Ling Fei inquired. Our intent was merely to engage in a friendly exchange. Little did we anticipate it escalating into a life-or-death struggle. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance. Ling Fei, having served as the leader of the dragon group for several years, possessed a capacity for adaptation honed through interactions with individuals from all walks of life, government officials, demonic entities, and figures from Buddhist and Taoist traditions. This adaptability far surpassed that of Zhou Qing, who was solely focused on cultivation. Having witnessed Zhou Qing's mastery of the unity of man and sword, Ling Fei was deeply wary and disinclined to continue the altercation. Conflicts involving Taoist techniques and flying swords were fraught with peril, and a single misstep could cost both parties their lives. Ling Fei was unwilling to engage in such risks without necessity. The individual before them possessed profound cultivation and was no ordinary person. Despite his youth, Ling Fei held him in high regard, addressing him with a hint of deference. Seeing that the newcomer's intent was solely to mediate, Ling Fei was relieved and saw no reason not to seize the opportunity to de-escalate the situation. Zhou Qing remained silent upon hearing Ling Fei's words. He was not foolish and had no desire to prolong the fight. This resolution was entirely satisfactory to him. I am but a wandering cultivator from overseas, and today, prompted by a fleeting thought, I have come to explore the Central Plains. By chance, I witnessed two individuals engaged in combat. Unable to bear the thought of them suffering mutual harm, I intervened to offer my assistance. A mere trifling effort that need not weigh upon their minds. Zhou Qing, however, began to spout nonsensical chatter. After all, he is now a pariah within the cultivation realm, once too weak to reveal his presence. Yet, with newfound formidable strength, he no longer fears exposure and sees this as an opportunity to establish his reputation. He seeks to glean insights into the cultivation world while also contemplating how to acquire the techniques of the esteemed sections. Initially, he intended to pilfer from the grand sects of Kunlun, but alas, he remains unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding them. Moreover, those ancient sects are guarded by exceptionally powerful figures, intricate formations, and formidable defenses. Should he rashly approach, he would stand no chance of confronting an entire sect alone. Even two masters of the transformation stage would compel him to flee. Overseas wanderer. Both Ling Fei and Zhou Qing were taken aback simultaneously. Cultivators are an eclectic bunch. Some revel in the mundane world, while others are fervently drawn to power and fame, acting through the mechanisms of secular authority. Throughout history, many cultivators have served as officials in courts, with the ancient sage Jiangxia even single-handedly assisting both King Wen and King Wu of Zhou, thereby laying the foundation for the Zhou dynasty's 8th-century legacy, immortalizing his tale in history. Furthermore, there are those who author texts, imparting their paths of cultivation for posterity. However, the majority seek tranquility, earnestly pursuing their path without concern for worldly affairs, embracing the gentle breeze and the luminous moon as their companions. Alas, the central plains of China have been historically fraught with discord. Almost every few decades or centuries, a major conflict would erupt, be it a change of dynasty. The rampant spread of demonic cults, or the of warfare arose on all sides, and the flames of battle raged incessantly. Even cultivators could not escape the strife and were inevitably embroiled in it. Consequently, a segment of cultivators who favored tranquility departed from the central plains, either secluding themselves overseas or seeking islands with robust topography and abundant spiritual energy amidst the vast ocean, concealing them with their magical powers to serve as their havens. Furthermore, those with great supernatural powers distanced themselves from the masses and, in the extreme regions, beneath layers of ice of immense thickness, carved out their abodes with great mystical power, untainted by worldly affairs, and found serenity and freedom. This group of cultivators was referred to by the Taoist sects of the Central Plains as the unaffiliated overseas cultivators. Over time, because this group of individuals had been submerged for many years without the harassment of incidents, they devoted themselves to cultivation. Therefore, whether as individual cultivators or as cultivators gathered in sects, they all possess profound skills and formidable power, coupled with the vast and boundless ocean, which was 3 times the size of the entire landmass. The quantity and quality of natural treasures far surpassed those of the Central Plains, which had been plundered by countless cultivators. As a result, the power of the unaffiliated overseas cultivators was even stronger than that of the entire Taoist sect in China by a significant margin. However, although this group of people possessed extraordinary strength, they had no ambition and posed no harm. Throughout the ages, neither secular regimes nor cultivators bothered to pay attention to them. Once, a powerful coveted the natural treasures of an overseas sect and came to forcibly seize them, but upon arrival, he was almost instantly annihilated and reduced to in less than a few minutes. Thus, whether it be the formidable demons, spirits, or the like, none are inclined to provoke this group of individuals, nor do they wish to engage with them. Zhou Qing had previously heard from the venerable Lingyun Taoist about these enigmatic figures, which left a lasting impression on him. Now, it has indeed proven to be of significance. Upon learning that Zhou Qing was an overseas rogue cultivator, both Ling Fei and Su Jiankong displayed expressions of relief. Who, apart from that mysterious assembly of overseas practitioners, could achieve the transformation stage at such a tender age? Having reached the late stage of Qi induction before the age of 30, he barely stood on the threshold of the transformation stage. This was due, in part, to the profound secret arts of his sect, and in part, to the substantial support he received from them, as he had been nurtured with countless elixirs since childhood. Typically, it would require a century of arduous cultivation for an ordinary person to attain the transformation stage. As it turns out, he is a fellow practitioner from overseas. Regardless of geographical boundaries, we are all part of the Taoist lineage, descendants of the Chinese heritage. I am grateful for your assistance in separating us. I am Su Jiankong, a disciple of Mount Shu. I am curious to know which sect you represent overseas. Since the founding of our sect by our ancestor, we have maintained some connections with various overseas factions. Usually, Su Jiankong regards himself with considerable esteem, yet he is not arrogant. Now, witnessing such a profoundly skilled young rogue cultivator, he finds himself seeking to establish rapport. Chapter 41. Hidden Agendas. Ling Fei was secretly astonished. Gaining a deeper understanding of Su Jiankong, the eldest disciple of Mount Shu was not merely a fool consumed by cultivation. Observing his actions, which exuded an air of integrity, he was surprised to discover the depth of his cunning. With this thought in mind, Ling Fei's admiration for Su Jiankong swiftly transformed into disdain as he inwardly berated. How quickly you entangle yourself in relationships. Truly, you are of the same ilk as Xiang Hui and his disciples. Indeed, your connection with the overseas lone cultivators is evident. Amazed three-sword duels invited numerous practitioners from abroad, yet those are mere relics of a bygone era, certainly not less than 800 years past. To dredge up such antiquated matters to forge connections is utterly ridiculous. If we were to pursue this line of reasoning, one could argue that the myriad sects of the world stem from the teachings of the Chan and Jez schools. In fact, those scattered cultivators are, in essence, disciples of our Kunlun sect. Zhou Qing then interjected with a stream of half-truths, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are a disciple of Shushan." The reputation of Shushan resonates even across the seas. The legendary Longmei Laozu once wielded immense power. Who remains unaware of his renown? I am a disciple of the Tiandao sect from overseas, which has remained secluded since the pre-Qin era, detached from worldly affairs. Yet we are certainly aware of Shushan's illustrious name. As Zhou Qing showered flattery, he pondered, what is it with my peculiar affinity for Shushan? Previously, that old ghost Lingyun fell into the hands of a Shushan disciple. I have slain and seized swords from Shushan disciples, and now, once again, I find myself entangled with them. Has Shushan set its sights on me? Regardless, you remain oblivious to my true nature, allowing me the freedom to boast as I please. In the pre-Qin period, the schools of Taoism, Confucianism, legalism, and Moism vied for supremacy, creating a tumultuous sectarian landscape. Who even remembers the existence of the Tiandao sect? My self-established sect has indeed made its mark. Who would have thought I had become a master of my own school? Zhou Qing refrained from revealing his status as the sect leader, wishing to maintain an aura of enigma. Ling Fei furrowed his brow, not out of skepticism towards Zhou Qing's words, but rather due to an uncomfortable feeling arising from Zhou Qing's praise for Mount Shu. After all, Kunlun was the foremost sect. As long as one had not truly attained the transcendent state of severing emotions and desires, practitioners held their sect's reputation in the highest regard. Su Jiankong, upon hearing Zhou Qing's remarks, was naturally delighted, realizing Zhou Qing was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. The Heavenly Tao sect was renowned for its profound teachings, and he had often heard his elders speak of it. To encounter a personage like Zhou Daoyu was indeed a source of embarrassment for disciples like them. Little did Su Jiankong know that the Heavenly Tao sect was merely a creation of Zhou Qing himself. He mistakenly believed it to be an actual sect, and thus offered flattery in kind. In truth, unless one were an immortal capable of perceiving the past and future, the elders of Mount Shu would have no knowledge of such a sect. However, they could not openly admit their ignorance, fearing it would reveal the sect's decline and lack of renown. This nearly caused Zhou Qing to burst into laughter. Su Jiankong, while feigning solemnity, was utterly shameless. Ling Fei observed the two exchanging insincere compliments, their conversation a futile exchange that nearly bordered on fraternal camaraderie. Anxious, he disregarded any formality and stepped forward, saying, "Ah, so you are the esteemed Zhou Zhenren of the Heavenly Tao sect. I am Ling Fei from Kunlun. I have heard my master speak of the Heavenly Tao sect, which once flourished since the pre-Qin era. Alas, those were all extraordinary individuals indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring to retreat to distant lands to avoid conflict. Had it not been for this, your sect's reputation would surely rival our Kunlun." Delivering his statement with both humility and pride, Ling Fei's words possessed a subtle duality. He not only acknowledged Kunlun's esteemed position, but also indirectly flattered Zhou Qing, displaying a level of finesse that surpassed that of Su Jiankong. Ling Fei harbored his own designs. His removal from the Dragon Group's leadership, though unjust, was a consequence of significant events for which he bore some responsibility. Despite this, he remained a member of the Dragon Group, and uncovering the truth would provide grounds for reinstatement. Xiang Hui's overbearing nature would inevitably lead to mistakes, and with his family's influence, he could regain his position. However, uncovering the truth was a daunting task. Ling Fei had learned that their adversary was a ruthless and formidable master of the demonic arts, capable of slaying even the venerable Qin Kong, who had long attained the nascent soul stage. This foe was far beyond his capabilities. His master's peculiar behavior, retreating into seclusion instead of offering assistance, further complicated matters. Lacking sufficient manpower, Ling Fei sought to enlist the aid of the expert before him and request assistance from his eldest brother through his sister. With two nascent soul stage experts and himself, their chances of success would greatly improve. Demonic art masters were typically solitary and arrogant, rarely uniting. A 3-on-1 confrontation would significantly increase their odds. Had Zhou Qing been privy to his thoughts, he would have found them utterly amusing. For Ling Fei was essentially inviting a wolf into their midst. Su Jiankong, having grown up in Shu Mountain, naturally prioritized its interests. As a leading figure among Shu Mountain's younger generation, he held the position of senior disciple. In the realm of Taoism across China, the young disciples of Kunlun stand out prominently, overshadowing their counterparts from Mount Shu, as one of Kunlun's practitioners has ascended to the transformative stage of spiritual enlightenment. While Mount Shu boasts a greater number of disciples, the majority remain at the early stages of energy induction. Although Xiang Hui possesses commendable qualities and a profound intellect, his cultivation lags behind. Now serving as the leader of the Dragon Team, he faces an array of challenges, including formidable individuals and formidable creatures. Despite the Dragon Team comprising several hundred disciples, only a handful hail from Mount Shu, while those from other sects harbor ulterior motives, eagerly anticipating the misfortunes of Mount Shu. During mission execution, their mere presence without hindrance would be a considerable achievement. A genuine effort to assist is far from guaranteed. With insufficient cultivation, tackling powerful monsters during missions becomes a daunting prospect, and any misstep could tarnish Mount Shu's reputation, a matter of grave consequence. This predicament also elucidates why the esteemed practitioner Su Jiankong aims to ally with Zhou Qing. With Zhou Qing, a master of spiritual transformation, the prospects of success would significantly increase. Furthermore, Zhou Qing, a wandering cultivator from overseas, brings an advantageous connection to the table. In this intricate web of calculations, each of the three harbors their own motives. Unbeknownst to Zhou Qing, his mere presence has rendered him the object of desire between two major sections. Chapter 42. The emergence of demons. Upon learning that Ling Fei is a disciple of Kunlun, Zhou Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement as thoughts raced through his mind. The cultivation secrets of Kunlun, passed down from ancient times, could prove immensely beneficial to him. It is essential to recognize that cultivators are not immortal. Only those who attain the supreme state of spirit refinement can transcend their physical forms and secure longevity. Otherwise, even reaching the stage of spiritual transformation merely extends one's life by 2 or 3 centuries at best. Throughout his existence, Zhou Qing harbored an ardent aspiration to transcend his mortal coil and attain the ethereal realm of the return to emptiness before his earthly sojourn concluded, thereby seeking the elusive promise of longevity, a dream cherished by every cultivator. To embark on the path of cultivation is, in essence, to vie with the heavens for time itself. As for the Mount Shu sect, Zhou Qing harbored no fondness for them. Rather, he bore a grudge. Thus, He deemed it imprudent to cultivate too close a rapport with the insincere Su Jiankong. The grievances Zhou Qing held against Mount Shu were considerable, albeit unknown to the other party. However, excessive proximity might impede a future falling out. Moreover, while the sword cultivation path of Mount Shu offered rapid initial progress, it became increasingly challenging to break through in later stages, lacking a gradual, progressive approach. Zhou Qing had lost interest. During their discourse, Zhou Qing gleaned a wealth of insights into the cultivation world, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the distribution of power and sectarian lineages within the Chinese cultivation sphere, a truly enriching experience. When Ling Fei and Su Jiankong inquired about the circumstances of independent cultivators overseas, Zhou Qing deftly parried their questions, asserting that the Heavenly Tao sect devoted itself solely to secluded cultivation, eschewing interactions with outsiders. In the course of their conversation, Zhou Qing subtly conveyed his admiration for the Kunlun sect and his fondness for Ling Fei, expressing his determination to visit Mount Kunlun, much to the chagrin of Su Jiankong. While Ling Fei rejoiced exceedingly. Indeed, he mused, the reputation of Kunlun surpasses that of Mount Shu. Even independent cultivators from overseas recognize Kunlun's superiority. After all, nearly all cultivators under the heavens trace their origins to the two teachings of Chan and Jie, and thus they are naturally cognizant of Kunlun's prestige. Abruptly, Su Jiankong produced a token from his bosom, exclaiming, fellow Taoist Zhou. The elders of Shushan have long praised the exquisite techniques of the Tiandao sect. Fellow Zhou, you might consider residing in Shushan for a few days, where our two factions can engage in a discussion on the Taoist arts. Your profound skills would be a perfect opportunity for Su Jiankong to seek your guidance. Here is our Shushan token, should you wish to travel. Know that our disciples are spread across the world. If you require assistance, simply present this token, and our disciples will be at your service. Although your cultivation is remarkable, your prolonged stay overseas may have rendered you unfamiliar with worldly matters, so I sincerely hope you will not delay. Su Jiankong extended the token towards him. Flattery without cause is often a sign of deceit, Zhou Qing thought to himself, recognizing the overly enthusiastic demeanor of the two, sensing their ulterior motives. While the exact intentions eluded him, he had a vague understanding that Su Jiankong was attempting to draw him in. Zhou Qing harbored no fondness for Shushan, however. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when gifts are being offered. Since they regarded him as an overseas wanderer, he decided to play along. With a smile, Zhou Qing replied, "You are too kind, my friend. Given your warm invitation, I shall not refuse. I have come to the mainland to attend to some minor matters, and once they are resolved, I will naturally spend a couple of days in Shushan. The swordsmanship of Shushan is renowned. I am eager to broaden my horizons and not leave the Central Plains without experiencing it." Zhou Qing had fully immersed himself in the role. Admiring his own acting skills, it seemed he had a talent for performance. His mind buzzed with unspoken thoughts. He deftly received the palm-sized, silver-gleaming badge, subtly adorned with flowing mist-like patterns. A sudden weight in Zhou Qing's hand surprised him. Good heavens! It must weigh over 100 pounds, crafted from profound iron. The Shu Mountain sect is indeed opulent, even crafting badges as magical artifacts. The badge's obverse was inscribed with the bold characters for Shu Mountain, their strokes vigorous and unyielding, conveying a sense of domineering authority rather than the ethereal grace typically associated with sword immortals. On the reverse, a pair of crossed swords, one azure and one violet, unmistakably represented the Shu Mountain's treasured artifacts, the violet ink sword and azure rope sword. As an expert in crafting, Zhou Qing immediately recognized the badge as a minor vanquishing artifact, imbued with a unique sword aura that could not be easily replicated. While Zhou Qing marveled at the Shu Mountain's extravagance, Ling Fei was beside himself with anxiety. With Su Jiankong gifting such a badge, he had nothing of comparable value to offer in return. Among the younger generation of Shu Mountain disciples, Su Jiankong possessed the highest cultivation and held the position of senior disciple. In recent years, as the older generation entered secluded cultivation, the Shu Mountain sect leader had entrusted him with most secular affairs, subtly hinting at a future succession. In essence, Su Jiankong's status within the Shu Mountain sect was second only to the sect leader himself. He essentially had the authority to make decisions on matters large and small. As soon as Su Jiankong achieved a breakthrough to the transformation realm, it was not impossible for the old Qingshu Taoist of Shu Mountain to immediately pass on the position. Ling Fei's position in Kunlun could not compare to Su Jiankong's. He still had Yunzi above him. Moreover, Kunlun had a plethora of granduncles. Even if there were to be a succession, the position of sect leader would never fall upon Ling Fei. He could seek help from his master and granduncles, but he had no authority over Kunlun's affairs. As the void sword struck, Ling Fei found himself rendered powerless, his heart racing with urgency. If Zhou Qing were to be drawn into Shushan, he would truly have no hope of redemption. With the assistance of a nascent soul master, Xiang Hui would be like a tiger with wings, effortlessly slaying a few late-stage qi refinement demons and thereby securing a significant achievement. His position would be firmly established, making it exceedingly difficult to unseat him. Observing Ling Fei's distress, Zhou Qing was acutely aware of his thoughts. He still needed to extract the Kunlun techniques from him. How could he let this golden opportunity slip away? Thus, the three engaged in amiable conversation for a while, with Ling Fei and Void Sword reaching a mutual understanding. Once matters concluded, they decided to visit Shushan and Ling Fei's family. As dawn approached, Zhou Qing hastily took his leave, transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the sky. With the main figure departing, Void Sword and Ling Fei abandoned any thoughts of conflict, exchanging pleasantries before dispersing. Although Void Sword was displeased with Zhou Qing's agreement to Ling Fei, he reasoned that patience was essential. Once Zhou Qing arrived at Shushan, he would have ample opportunity to retain him. It was crucial to prevent any alliance with Kunlun. Nascent soul experts were not to be trifled with, and their numbers were limited, barely a few dozen across the entire Taoist sect in China, even counting the older generation. Establishing such a fortuitous connection today would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. In the vast expanse of the ocean, sometimes the waters lay serene, bathed in sunlight, with azure skies, seagulls soaring, and whales breaching, a truly celestial tableau. Yet at other times, dark clouds loomed, dense fog enveloped the surroundings, visibility reduced to mere inches, only to be followed by surging waves, tumultuous torrents, and the crackle of thunder, leaving no trace of vitality. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a scene of hellish despair. The infinite variables that exist in the modern era of scientific advancement render humanity's quest to uncover the mysteries of the ocean both ambitious and daunting. After all, human endeavor is finite, while the forces of nature are boundless. At the heart of the Pacific Ocean lies an area spanning several hundred miles, perpetually shrouded in dense fog, rendering visibility impossible. Ships passing nearby have inexplicably vanished, prompting governments of several nations to dispatch teams for investigation. However, the peculiar fog defies detection by any scientific instrument. Those who venture within become disoriented, unable to discern cardinal directions, and utterly incapable of probing the phenomena within. Over time, some scientists attributed the enigma to the Earth's magnetic field or cosmic rays, leading to a general disregard for the mystery. Yet, at this moment, a faint crimson light streaked down from the heavens, crashing onto the ocean's surface, whereupon it stood upon the surging waves. It was none other than the Tianxian blood demon, whom Zhou Qing had encountered within the Demon Alliance. Chapter 43. The powerful demon. The expression of the Tianxian blood demon was decidedly grim as it surveyed the thick, almost tangible fog before it. After a moment's hesitation, it resolutely bit its tongue and formed a spell. Chimera, nourished by essence, disperse the malevolent spirits. Illuminate the path of shadows. Upon completing the incantation, the dense fog gradually parted, revealing a human-sized aperture. Gazing into it, one could see only a gray expanse, stretching endlessly and exuding an eerie aura. The Tianxian blood demon, however, appeared undaunted, swiftly transforming into a streak of crimson light and darting into the opening, disappearing in the blink of an eye, while the fog slowly closed again, leaving no trace behind. As if traversing the path of the underworld, the anguished wails of countless spirits echoed in his ears, while a chilling, oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. The Tianxian blood demon, soaring through the dense mist, inhaled the malevolent energy deeply, his entire being pulsating with a sanguine glow, evidently deriving great pleasure from it. Time became irrelevant as he flew, and suddenly, clarity emerged. The fog dissipated to reveal an island spanning several dozen miles before him. The Tianxian blood demon promptly descended, landing upon a sandy shore. The beach was teeming with bizarre creatures engaged in a grotesque cycle of consumption, interspersed with the chilling howls of savage beasts that sent shivers down one's spine. These peculiar beings sensed the aura of the Tianxian blood demon and lunged at him with ferocious intent. Among them, a massive python, measuring 10 yards in length and as thick as a barrel, proved to be the most formidable. Its body was adorned with scales reminiscent of a crocodile, featuring 4 limbs that hinted at a dragon-like essence, yet it sported a crimson fleshy crest atop its head, lacking the horns characteristic of true dragons. With a thunderous snap, its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth shimmering with a bluish hue, seemed capable of severing iron. In a violent display, the great serpent's tail swept aside several bizarre creatures resembling lions with singular horns that obstructed its path. With a vicious bite, it tore into them, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and dismemberment, innards and entrails strewn across the ground. The overwhelming scent of blood stirred the ferocity of other savage beasts on the beach. Yet they remained hesitant to approach, daunted by the python's formidable presence. The blood demon of Tianxian gazed at the ferocious and bizarre creatures rushing towards him. Some resembled elephants or cattle but lacked horns, while others appeared as monkeys yet bore vividly human faces. There were also enormous spiders adorned with intricate patterns and ants larger than men, among many others. Strangely, some vine-like entities were slowly slithering about. It seemed the Ancient One was on the verge of regaining his magical powers, having summoned even the corpse-eating vines from the demon realm. Unfazed by the approaching beasts, the blood demon of Tianquan's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Observing a massive python at the forefront, he pointed a finger, and countless threads of crimson light wove together to form an enormous net, ensnaring the great serpent. No matter how fiercely the python thrashed and hissed, it remained utterly immobilized. Simultaneously, a powerful aura of demonic energy emanated from the blood demon, causing the intelligent beasts to hesitate upon witnessing the plight of the python. As the blood demon displayed his formidable demonic essence, the creatures, one by one, prostrated themselves in submission, afraid to move. An eerie stillness enveloped the beach, as they recognized the Ancient One's summoned creations could not be harmed. After all, while they might devour one another, they dared not lay a hand on him. The blood demon of Tianxian respectfully advanced toward a colossal blood-red palace situated at the heart of the island. At first glance, it bore a resemblance to the headquarters of the Monster Alliance, albeit in a different hue. Throughout the journey, not a single living soul was encountered. The bizarre and fearsome creatures were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. It took an entire hour for the blood demon to finally arrive before the majestic blood-red palace. Gazing upon the immense, tightly sealed crimson gate, the celestial blood demon prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Ancestor, blood demon number 1 requests an audience." Cackling echoes, sharp and eerie, reverberated through the void, seemingly emanating from all directions, rendering the source of the sound utterly inscrutable. Enter. The sinister laughter lingered for a moment before subsiding. A blood cloud shot forth from the gate, enveloping the celestial blood demon and drawing him into the palace. As the celestial blood demon opened his eyes, he beheld a young man standing in the midst of the vast hall, donned in a golden yellow robe, exuding an aura of tranquility, devoid of any malevolence. In stark contrast to the ominous sights he had encountered on the island. However, the 2 blood-colored figures flanking the young man told a different tale. They radiated a dense stench of blood, accompanied by chilling winds that swept around them, yet were swiftly dissipated by the young man's serene presence. Being a master of transformation, the celestial blood demon possessed extraordinary insight. Upon witnessing the young man, who bore no trace of demonic energy, he trembled and bowed once more. "Congratulations, Ancestor, on achieving supreme enlightenment and unifying the demon race. Allow our lineage to reclaim dominion over the world." "Aha. Number 1, have you completed the task?" The young man, seemingly pleased by the flattery from the celestial blood demon, chuckled softly and inquired, "This, Ancestor." Upon hearing the young man's question, the celestial blood demon remained prostrate, paralyzed with fear, his body trembling slightly. "What? Is it possible that the task remains unfulfilled? You worthless fool." Upon witnessing the appearance of the heavenly Xian blood demon, the young man's expression shifted dramatically. The tranquil and serene aura that once enveloped him suddenly transformed, unleashing a torrent of boundless murderous intent. With a swift motion, the heavenly Xian blood demon was pressed to the ground, resembling a desiccated toad, flattened under immense pressure, nearly reduced to a mere sheet of paper. "Spare me, Ancestor. Please listen. I have my reasons. There are crucial matters I must report." The heavenly Xian blood demon cried out repeatedly, entirely devoid of the calm demeanor he had displayed in the Monster Alliance. Chapter 44. A great calamity approaches. You speak nonsense. Your cultivation has long since reached the divine transformation stage. What chance does a young human cultivator have against you? The young man, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, ready to unleash his wrath. Ancestor, the young man's cultivation is not particularly high, yet he has formed a second primordial spirit, only slightly inferior to me. Particularly, he wields the 12 capital heavenly god-destroying formation. Both my subordinates and I were ensnared by it. The heavenly Xian blood demon spoke hurriedly, fearing the young man's rising ire. In that moment, the heavenly Xian blood demon inexplicably produced 12 flags, each meticulously crafted from steel and measuring over a foot in length. Ancestor, it seems that the young cultivator is unable to fully harness the formation's power. He merely trapped my subordinates. This is the artifact he employed to set the formation. The bloodlight in the young man's eyes dimmed, and he grasped the 12 flags in his hand, delicately stroking the silk banners embroidered with strange runes in golden thread. He murmured to himself, "Indeed, this is the 12 capital heavenly god-destroying formation. Had I mastered this formation in my youth, how could I have been ensnared by the 2 instruments of microdust formation devised by that old bull-nosed sage, Chame? Alas, possessing a magical artifact is futile without the knowledge of formation. Indeed, the second primordial spirit may suffice. Yet even a fraction of the immense power of this grand array is beyond your capabilities to contend with. Alas, this is merely a hastily crafted magical instrument. Its potency scarcely a fraction of 1%. Had I utilized 100,000 ethereal souls to forge 12 heavenly demon king banners for the formation, even I, in my prime, would have met my demise within its confines." Upon witnessing the elder's fury subside, the blood demon of the heavenly abyss breathed a sigh of relief. Refraining from further speech and quietly observing the elder lost in thought. "Elder, has your power truly been restored? Can you leave this isle?" The blood demon inquired hastily. "I was injured by the dual swords of that long-bearded old man, thinking he had slain me. Unbeknownst to him, I am formless, my consciousness escaped and, aided by the dense, deathly aura here, I have begun to restore my corporeal form. Alas, that blow shattered my blood, and it has taken a millennium to regain but a fraction of my strength. Only recently have I been able to break free from the shackles of this subterranean, deathly energy. You are my creation. I summoned 4,000 of souls and deathly essences with my blood to bring forth the 3 of you, yet only you possess true consciousness. You have roamed the central plains. Tell me, are there any formidable figures there now? Despite my long sojourn at sea, I remain aware of the changes beyond." The youth sighed, seemingly transformed. "Do not concern yourself with those monks. There are indeed formidable characters among them. What powerful beings have emerged from our demon race?" The youth inquired. Elated, the heavenly Xian blood demon hastily retrieved the jade scroll and prostrated himself once more, revering the ancestor's departure. Aloft, amidst the celestial expanse, Zhou Qing, astride his sword, pondered the directive inscribed upon the token bestowed by Su Jiankong. Should he first venture to Mount Shu, or seek out Ling Fei? He deliberated, his actions belying his contemplation. With alacrity, Zhou Qing sought refuge behind a towering arboreal sentinel, invoking the essence of the Yi wood and Wu earth spiritual talismans. These, in concert with the arboreal wood and terrestrial earth energies, coalesced, rendering him utterly indiscernible. Scarcely had he vanished when a youth clad in golden Taoist robes materialized where Zhou Qing had lingered, the very ancestor of whom the heavenly Xian blood demon had spoken. Clutching a command banner, the youth murmured, "Strange. I distinctly sensed his aura within this 10-mile radius, yet it has dissipated. Could it be that my powers have waned? And my heaven-piercing, earth-diving, spirit-wandering techniques are failing me?" Chapter 45. The Xian Yuan Dharma King, unaided by any external contrivance, the youth levitated thousands of feet above the earth, ethereal clouds drifting beneath his feet. Devoid of any concealing spell, he brazenly exposed himself to the heavens. A thunderous drone heralded the passage of a colossal aircraft, eliciting the youth's astonishment. Verily, he mused, human ingenuity knows no bounds. To ascend to the heavens and traverse the earth with such contraptions. 'Tis said they have even ventured to the moon, a feat I dare not attempt. The celestial gales there could slay even an immortal. Alas, no wonder our demon race has declined. Had we but half the wisdom of humankind, we would not have. Oblivious, he soliloquized, unaware of the commotion he had stirred. The youth shook his head. Could he have concealed himself? Impossible. How could anyone elude me? Right under my very nose? A thought then struck him. Since he is an heir to the 12 divine stars formation, he is likely to possess some skill. Alas, My powers have not yet been restored to even half of their former glory. It would be wise to temper my actions, lest I obliterate all within a 10-mile radius, slaying the quarry along with it. How delightful would that be? Number 1 mentioned those so-called grandmasters are all late-stage transformation divinity cultivators. Though my cultivation has been greatly diminished, and I am but an early-stage return to emptiness cultivator, I could still vanquish 3 of them with ease. However, with the addition of magical treasures, it becomes a different matter. The Celestial Master Sword, the Dragon Tiger Seal, and the Yusu ruler left behind by Zhang Dowling of Dragon Tiger Mountain, as well as the purple and azure twin swords of Mount Shu against those, I would suffer a great loss, not a worthwhile endeavor. Speaking of Mount Shu, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the young man's eyes. Did they think they could deter my search in this manner? They greatly underestimate the former sovereign of the Xianyuan clan. Having uttered his former title, the youth couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Demonic search of heaven and earth, the great art of heavenly vision and earthly hearing, amidst a cacophony of thoughts. An incomparably formidable divine sense, almost tangible, emanated from the Xianyuan sovereign's bloodshot eyes, spreading in all directions. Within 3 yards of the Xianyuan sovereign, trees and stones alike were disintegrated and burst apart by this all-pervasive divine sense, without mobilizing even a trace of true essence. To command such formidable power solely through divine will would undoubtedly cause astonishment among any member of the Chinese Taoist order. Cultivators dedicate themselves to daily meditation, painstakingly circulating true essence within their bodies, opening meridians, and refining their physical forms, all external disciplines. With perseverance and diligence, one can ascend to profound realms. However, the cultivation of divine will is far more demanding, requiring innate talent, comprehension, and relentless effort. Among essence, energy, and spirit, divine will remains the most enigmatic aspect, ethereal and elusive, with no discernible traces. The aspiration of cultivators is to attain longevity and eternal existence. Yet, the physical body is finite, destined to perish in the ceaseless flow of time. Thus, venerable sages propose the cultivation of divine will, seeking to transcend the physical form and exist eternally within the cosmos. Achieving sainthood through the physical body and pursuing eternity through divine will represent distinct, yet complementary ideals, coexisting as transmitted methods of cultivation. Physical cultivation is traceable and relatively easier to practice, while the path to enlightenment through divine will is exceedingly arduous, with few achieving success. Those lacking in talent and comprehension often fail to even enter its threshold throughout their lives. Consequently, practitioners of physical cultivation far outnumber those of divine will. Subsequently, some began to cultivate both, gradually discovering the immense benefits of a powerful divine will in regulating and mobilizing true essence, as well as in communicating with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This dual cultivation method gradually became mainstream. However, cultivation is inherently a path of equilibrium. Gains necessitate losses. While dual cultivation offers advantages, progress is exceedingly slow, and balancing divine will and true essence proves challenging, hindering breakthroughs in realm. Perceptions diverge between the benevolent and the sagacious. In ancient times, cultivation techniques were far more abundant than in the present era. Following the battle of the investiture of the gods, numerous cultivation methods were lost. The dual cultivation of these paths became the orthodox tradition, passed down through generations. Few now comprehend the art of divine sense cultivation. The Xianyuan Dharma king was originally a wisp of essence blood from an ancient cultivator. This cultivator used his own essence blood as a medicinal primer, refining elixirs for decades. However, just as the elixir was about to be completed, his enemies appeared and killed him, seizing the elixir. The enemies failed to notice a wisp of essence blood that remained unrefined in the furnace. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the elixir's formation, the essence blood gradually developed its own consciousness over tens of thousands of years, eventually taking human form. It also acquired the divine sense cultivation techniques of the ancient cultivator, ascending to become a leading expert in the cultivation world. Styling himself as the Xianyuan Dharma king, he gathered half of the demon race within a few years, proclaiming the slogan of demons controlling the mortal realm. For a time, his momentum was unprecedented in a millennium. Alas, the demon race was ultimately in decline. How could the Xianyuan Dharma king reverse the situation alone? Eventually, the foremost figure of the Taoist sect at the time, the long ancestor, widely invited fellow Taoists and engaged the Xianyuan Dharma king in 3 decisive battles at Mount Shu. Finally, he laid down the Taoist killing formation. The two forms dust array, trapping the Xian Yuan Dharma King and decisively slaying him with the purple and azure twin swords. From then on, the demon race declined. No longer capable of contending with humans, they could only roam the mountains and forests away from human society, becoming true monsters. However, the Emperor Xian Yuan was a manifestation of essence and blood, an incorporeal being, whose life essence transformed into the true form of the. He withstood a strike from the purple and green dual swords, his consciousness fleeing overseas, where he found a secluded island to meditate for a millennium to restore his true form. The depth of his resentment was so profound that even the vastness of the seas could not cleanse it. The art of celestial perception, an ancient and extraordinary technique, surpassed even the 6 divine abilities of the Buddhist sect, particularly the Eye of Heaven. Only those with extraordinarily powerful consciousness could wield it. Otherwise, even the most adept practitioners of the Taoist school would be incapable. Even if the esteemed Taoist Qianji from Kunlun were to attempt it, it would be in vain. Once employed, it would reveal every minute detail within a 100-mile radius, even to the extent of discerning a few hairs on a fly's leg, an exceptionally invasive method of search. Zhou Qing concealed his presence and aura through the power of talismans, yet he remained aware of the happenings outside. Initially, he believed it was merely a false alarm, a product of his own imagination, unaware that such a formidable individual had truly arrived. Upon seeing the young cultivator clad in a golden Taoist robe, he was taken aback. When did I provoke such an extraordinary being? The ability to condense consciousness into a tangible form is unfathomably terrifying. Even someone at the late stage of transformation god might not achieve this. Who is this person? Suddenly, Zhou Qing noticed the command flag in the young man's hand. Is that not the flag I used to arrange the Duding divine killing formation? How could it possibly end up in his possession? Could it be that this person is connected to the celestial blood demon? No wonder. With such a formidable figure backing him, the heavenly Xian blood demon unleashed the 10,000 ghosts devouring Yin formation without a Taoist coming to confront him. How could there be such an extraordinary individual, and one that was approaching him directly? This was indeed a dire predicament. Zhou Qing finally grasped the reason. An overwhelmingly powerful consciousness swiftly enveloped a radius of 100 miles, capturing even the faintest movements within the mind of the Xian Yuan King. The spiritual energy surrounding Zhou Qing, manifested through talismans, was swept away by this formidable consciousness, causing a tremendous upheaval, and the energy began to dissipate rapidly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Qing felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to proceed. The fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified, with a portion already vanishing into the void. In mere moments, Zhou Qing's true form would be laid bare under the scrutiny of the Xian Yuan King's consciousness. It was akin to stripping bare before others, even more revealing than an X-ray. In this critical moment, Zhou Qing took a deep breath, allowing his mind to calm, his spiritual platform to clear, and his will to refine. Achieving a state of inner clarity, his consciousness became ethereal, and with a sudden burst, the spiritual energy surrounding him could no longer withstand the impact of the consciousness, finally scattering into the air. The consciousness of the Xian Yuan King swept past Zhou Qing's hiding place, discovering nothing but emptiness, before moving on elsewhere. It was indeed Zhou Qing's fortune that, in this perilous moment, his spirit transcended into a state of clarity, aided by the formidable true essence of his second primordial spirit, momentarily achieving the unity of heaven and man. His body and consciousness became indistinguishable from the universe, rendering the Xian Yuan King's awareness incapable of detecting him. At this moment, Zhou Qing found himself in a mysterious state, embodying the profound unity of heaven and humanity, a path that is serendipitous and elusive. Through the communion of his heart with the celestial essence, some practitioners may spend their entire lives without attaining such a realm, while others, having only recently embarked on their journey, may experience a fleeting enlightenment. This phenomenon bears no relation to one's cultivation level, the strength of their vital energy, or the depth of their understanding. It is purely a matter of inexplicable circumstance. The merits and demerits of entering the path of unity are shrouded in ambiguity. Some may grasp the celestial heart and experience a tremendous enhancement in their abilities and spiritual progress, while others may become lost within the vastness of the celestial heart, their essence assimilated and rendered non-existent. Fortunately, Zhou Qing had previously encountered a similar experience while practicing the summoning of the divine, invoking the power of the thunder god. He remained steadfast in preserving his core self, undisturbed by external influences, thus retaining his consciousness. However, Zhou Qing suddenly recognized a grave predicament. He had unwittingly entered the path of unity, but was at a loss for how to extricate himself. Should this state persist, his very essence could dissipate, leaving only a fragment of spirit adrift in the infinite void, a fate far worse than death. Although he was acutely aware of the seriousness of his plight, he dared not divert his focus, lest he become lost in the vast celestial heart. The skies were adorned with swirling, multicolored clouds, infused with an ethereal aura. Countless celestial maidens flitted through the air. Amidst resplendent palaces and congregations of divine cranes, a truly enchanting scene. Yet, Zhou Qing understood that this was merely a manifestation of the spiritual realm. Its reality hinged upon perception. If one believes it to be true, it becomes so. If deemed false, it remains but an illusion. The line between truth and illusion is but a fleeting thought. The scenery shifted once more, enveloping the surroundings in a profound void devoid of objects, air currents, even colors, and the passage of time itself. It was as though one were ensconced in a realm of chaos, akin to a fly suspended in amber, inducing a suffocating sense of silence, despair, and an impending madness. Yet, Zhou Qing remained unmoved, resolutely clinging to his inner self, yearning for the chaos that enveloped his spiritual essence to dissipate swiftly. However, that chaos seemed acutely aware of Zhou Qing's intentions, steadfastly persisting in its stifling demeanor. Time became indistinct, feeling as though it stretched for centuries or merely an instant. Ultimately, Zhou Qing was but a mortal. He had not attained the transcendental state of emotional detachment. Although his will was unwavering, prolonged exposure to such an environment left him at a loss for escape, and a profound sense of despair began to ripple through his heart. As his mind faltered, the chaos surged forth, engulfing Zhou Qing's spiritual essence, an invisible pull causing his essence to diminish. He felt himself on the brink of dissolution. The heart, after all, is the sovereign of the body, the leader of myriad spirits. In stillness, wisdom is born. In motion, confusion reigns. Enraptured in this illusory realm, only the truth prevails. Amidst the indulgence of action, who comprehends the void? The mind's recognition falters, contingent upon the ground it occupies. Life and death hinge upon a single thread. And within Zhou Qing's heart, a flicker of enlightenment illuminated his thoughts. Was this not a mantra from the peculiar teachings of antiquity? Like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the peculiar incantations of that ancient practice. Countless bizarre symbols and serpentine letters etched themselves deeply into Zhou Qing's spiritual essence. As the desperate, negative emotions dissipated, the chaos gradually receded, fading away. Finally, it vanished without a trace. A vast expanse of starry sky unfolded before him, where countless meteors etched dazzling brilliance across the void. Immense black holes incessantly devoured matter and light. Small asteroids collided with larger celestial bodies, shattering into fragments that then settled upon the surface, becoming integrated into the whole. Subsequently, these larger entities were consumed by the black holes, leaving only nothingness in their wake. All of this manifested the fundamental law of the universe, the survival of the fittest. The cosmos possesses 8 extremities, and sentient beings have 9 apertures. Attaining the 8 extremities and mastering the 9 apertures allows one to exist eternally within the universe. This is the profound art of 8-9 mysteries. As the final character was deeply imprinted upon Zhou Qing's spiritual essence, he fully comprehended the cultivation method of this 8-9 mysteries. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Qing found himself prostrate at the base of a large tree. Haha, I knew I'd find you here, old ancestor. You're quite cunning, young one. But alas, I won't fall for your tricks. A sinister voice entered Zhou Qing's ears, nearly startling him out of his wits. Standing not far before him was none other than that terrifying youth from earlier. Zhou Qing inwardly berated himself for being too careless. He channeled his second primordial spirit with all his might, and the blood transformation divine saber within his body stirred restlessly. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would strike with a blade. It wasn't that Zhou Qing didn't want to attack suddenly, but rather that the opponent's cultivation realm was simply unfathomable. Zhou Qing had no confidence in instantly killing him with a single strike, so he remained still, observing the situation. Chapter 47, Taoist Demon Conspiracy, Part 1. May I inquire as to the purpose of the Taoist friend's search for me? It seems I have not had the pleasure of making your acquaintance before, esteemed Taoist. We are not adversaries, so I find your tone rather discourteous. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance while rapidly devising a strategy. Spare me your empty words, whelp. Surrender the celestial tome of Go Chun and the esoteric secrets of the 12 divine capitals demonic array, and I, your ancestor, shall grant you passage from this predicament. Otherwise, I shall shatter your very essence, condemning your soul to eternal torment in the infernal flames of hell, denying you any hope of deliverance. Without any discernible action, the Xian Yuan Dharma King brought the entire expanse to a standstill, making it difficult for Zhou Qing to even breathe. Such formidable power. He controls the very fabric of space with effortless ease. Even the combined might of the 5 Grand Masters would be no match for this being. How could such a monstrous entity emerge in this world? Zhou Qing's vision darkened as he lamented that his good fortune had finally run its course. Under the oppressive aura of the Xian Yuan Dharma King, Zhou Qing's energy uncontrollably surged. With a roar, his upper garments were torn to shreds, much like Liao Xiaojin's transformation. From his back sprouted 2 wings, each over 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. These wings, as delicate as a cicada's, shimmered with golden light. A result of Zhou Qing forcefully merging the golden silkworm of his primordial spirit with his physical form, resulting in a mutation. With a powerful flap of his immense wings, Zhou Qing paid no heed to his transformation, his face grave. A foot-long, dark, and ancient-looking blade, devoid of its previous crimson and eerie aura, materialized from the void. Seized by Zhou Qing's hand, the blood-devouring divine blade was in his grasp. Instantly, Zhou Qing's aura surged outward. With a series of sharp cracks, a section of space, previously constrained by the Xian Yuan Dharma King's binding, returned to its original state. It was Zhou Qing, empowered by the divine blade, who had shattered the Xian Yuan Dharma King's restraint in one fell swoop. The elder's mastery of the Tao is unparalleled, yet he seeks to forcibly seize the belongings of the younger generation. Although the junior is no match for the senior, he must still muster the courage to fight back. The elder's words, once profound, have lost their potency. Such rhetoric has not deceived anyone for centuries. With a blade in hand, Zhou Qing's confidence surged, and his spirit soared. As he spoke eloquently, surely, the elder's dialogue has grown somewhat antiquated. Upon hearing the classic lines from the Xianyuan Law King, Zhou Qing, even in the face of formidable opposition, could not help but find it amusing. The Xianyuan Law King's face flushed, an uncommon sight, and he felt a tinge of discomfort. In his youth, he had delivered such speeches to adversaries, be they Taoist practitioners or demonic beings, and he had believed himself quite imposing. Little did he know that the times had changed. Such grandiloquence had become a source of ridicule. With a chuckle, the Xianyuan Law King remarked, "What a sharp-tongued lad." Suddenly, he noticed Zhou Qing's peculiar transformation, momentarily taken aback. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he fixated on Zhou Qing, questioning, "The green-robed, 6-winged golden silkworm? I was aware you had cultivated a second primordial spirit, but I never anticipated you would employ a living creature as a substitute for a magical artifact. Such an extraordinary technique exists in this world. The golden silkworm is on the verge of evolving into a 4-winged form. The green-robed fellow from years past required countless human blood and souls to achieve such progress, yet you seem to have acquired some rare celestial treasure. Alas, even with this, it is insufficient to contend with me, your ancestor. It would be wise to comply and relinquish your possessions before I alter my decision." The Xianyuan Law King, confident in his overwhelming strength and unfazed by any potential variables, failed to notice the ancient, dark, and ethereal blood transformation divine blade in Zhou Qing's grasp. Having purged the 7 treasures' mystical tree staff's energy, the blood transformation divine saber sheathed its brilliance, reverting entirely to its original hue, devoid of any peculiar traits. Consequently, even the Xian Yuan Dharma King was momentarily deceived, failing to recognize this ancient demonic blade that had shone resplendently during the investiture of the God's War. Senior's attainments are profound, naturally not regarding this junior with much concern. However, were I not to resist with all my might, would that not invite Senior's disdain? The object Senior seeks resides within my grasp. Whether it is yielded depends solely on Senior's ability to persuade me to compliance. Immersing his consciousness within the blade, Zhou Qing meticulously discerned the profundities of the great array of the gods and demons of the heavens, gaining renewed insights into this foremost killing array of the demonic path. Bolstering his confidence, His adversary was an antique of the old demon caliber. He harbored no illusions of benevolence, anticipating that the object would be seized only to be followed by his demise. Moreover, the Hongjun heavenly book was not in his possession. Zhou Qing, by chance, had just entered the Tao of the union of heaven and man, gaining a slight comprehension of the heavenly mind, his mental cultivation experiencing significant advancement. His spiritual strength surged commensurately, rendering the circulation of true essence transformed from the golden silkworm of the primordial spirit more fluid and nimble. Obscurities of the past were now suddenly illuminated, his mind a panorama of clarity. He was confident that the probability of controlling the blood transformation divine saber's backlash had diminished considerably. Confronting this unfathomable opponent, he remained utterly fearless, his aura and tone betraying no disadvantage. Indeed, young one, you are quite remarkable. Aware that you are no match for this old ancestor, yet you dare to challenge me, possessing the very essence of my former self. However, while I admire you, if you do not surrender the object, I shall have no choice but to retrieve it from your corpse. The sovereign of Xianyuan nodded slightly, exhibiting no discernible action. Yet a surge of crimson light erupted from behind him. This blood-red radiance, as thick as a water barrel, transformed into an enormous hand, measuring approximately 10 yards in diameter, which lunged menacingly towards Zhou Qing. The space around them twisted, draining all colors of vibrancy, leaving only a faint hue of red, reminiscent of the scene when Zhou Qing unleashed his blood god blade. However, the aura was not as grand, and the bloodlight lacked the same viscosity. Zhou Qing gazed solemnly at the colossal bloodied hand descending from the void. For practitioners of the Tao, manifesting physical forms using their primordial spirit and true essence is not an insurmountable task. Any advanced practitioner could achieve this. Even cultivators at the late stage of Qi induction, with the aid of certain arcane methods, could manage it, albeit with varying degrees of power based on their abilities. Zhou Qing was confident that his own manifestation of a hand using his primordial spirit would not be significantly smaller than this bloodied appendage. Crack, crack. A series of faint sounds, akin to eggshell shattering, resonated as the several demon-suppressing formations Zhou Qing had stealthily arranged around him were effortlessly obliterated by an invisible pressure. The air was filled with the anguished wails and cries of myriad spirits, as Zhou Qing observed the massive blood hand, which appeared to be entwined with vengeful souls. Dark mist swirled in and out between the fingers, constantly revealing the tormented, grotesque, despairing, and terrified visages of people of all ages, flickering in and out of sight. This was indeed an audacious act, employing living souls to forge demonic sorcery. Considering the ominous display, it was likely that thousands of souls were involved. Truly, this ancient fiend was unrestrained in their actions, disregarding all principles of morality and humanity. Zhou Qing inwardly marveled at the audacity displayed. A living soul is distinct from a conventional spirit. It is derived from a living person who has been subjected to various forms of torment. When the resentment in their heart is at its peak, their soul is forcibly extracted from their body using soul-searching techniques. Such a magical artifact, crafted from a living soul, possesses unparalleled malevolence and potency, specifically designed to counteract the profound skills of the Taoist sect. However, it is exceedingly difficult to create and prone to exposure, often leading to the perpetrators from the demonic or heretical paths being besieged by Taoist practitioners. Even allies may attempt to seize it, which is why few have dared to amass such a quantity of living souls over the centuries. The Xianyuan Dharma King intends to deliver a decisive blow. Eschewing idle chatter, "Youngster," he exclaimed, "this is the myriad in soul-locking hand, which I concocted using secret demonic methods. What do you think? Quite effective, wouldn't you agree? Haha. To perish at the hands of this venerable ancestor is a stroke of good fortune for you." Xianyuan Dharma King's outward appearance was that of a dashing and promising young man. However, his golden Taoist robe, coupled with his constant self-reference as this venerable ancestor and his occasional eerie laughter, made him appear bizarre and incongruous. "Perhaps not," Zhou Qing calmly stated. Divine blade. Break. A needle-like beam of sanguine light fiercely pierced the palm of the enormous hand. The density and viscosity of this blood-formed needle were more than 10 times that of the massive hand. The vengeful spirits surrounding the blood hand were swiftly drawn into it, instantly diminishing their numbers by at least several dozen. With a piercing scream, The sovereign of Xianyuan realized the immense loss of souls he had painstakingly gathered over countless years. Each one lost was a significant blow. Little did he know that the young man harbored a hidden menace, causing the swift disappearance of over 10 souls in an instant, leaving his face contorted with anguish. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, wary of provoking the wrath of the Xianyuan sovereign, meticulously restrained the blade's alluring pull. The celestial demon suppression formation was specifically designed to absorb such vengeful spirits. Was the Xianyuan sovereign not providing him with a bounty? If Zhou Qing were to fully unleash the blood transformation divine blade, he could likely consume thousands of souls in mere moments. Since you are aware of my celestial demon suppression formation, how could you overlook this blood transformation divine blade? Zhou Qing mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he caressed the ancient, dark blade. He presented an enigmatic facade to the Xianyuan sovereign, secretly feeling a surge of confidence yet fearing the old sorcerer's potential fury. Should he charge recklessly, even with the enchanted blade in hand, he might not withstand the onslaught. The best outcome could very well be mutual destruction. It was at this moment that the Xianyuan sovereign, noticing the dual-headed wolf hilt in Zhou Qing's grasp, felt a surge of desire as his eyes gleamed with a greenish light, yearning to seize it and refine it with his primordial spirit. Had I possessed this artifact in my prime, I would not have feared the dual swords of the Longmei. I would have unified the realms of demons and mortals. Raising my banner to command all, he lamented. Hesitation gripped him as he contemplated whether to advance and claim the blade. The silence lingered, heavy with unspoken thoughts, as Zhou Qing discerned the sovereign's internal deliberation. Surely, venerable elder, you harbor no designs on the possessions of a junior disciple. While this bloodshed divine saber is indeed formidable, its control is precarious. Each day, I wield it with trepidation, lest I be inadvertently consumed by its power. Even were I to offer it to you, what then? The Xianyuan Dharma king, far from being an imbecile, retorted with a cold glare upon hearing Zhou Qing's words. What is it you truly seek to convey? Cease this jesting with me, for I, in my own right, possess at least a tenfold certainty of vanquishing you. Haha. Though Patriarch Yuhua met his demise at the hands of the Chan sect, his lineage persists. The paths of demons and monsters have ever been intertwined. Senior, I presume you also tread these paths. By what appellation shall I address you? To assail a junior in such a manner would not only tarnish one's reputation, but, given the current decline of the demonic and monstrous paths and the ascendancy of the Taoist sect, would our internecine strife not merely gladden our adversaries and pain our allies? Zhou Qing's discourse was so eloquent that even he inwardly applauded himself. The Xianyuan Dharma king pondered for a moment, deeming the endeavor unduly disadvantageous. Thus, he dissipated his imposing aura, yet spoke with undiminished coldness. Indeed, since millennia past, my demonic lineage has suffered a decline. As a senior, it ill behooves me to seize the possessions of a junior. The illustrious name of the demonic master Yuhua is one I deeply admire. As you are his descendant, I shall refrain from exploiting my seniority. However, the Gaochen celestial tome was bequeathed by the Gaochen Great Emperor, a sage of my demonic lineage. It must, therefore, be restored to our clan. The Xianyuan Dharma king's words were imbued with reason and propriety, befitting a venerable elder. Yet, his eyes betrayed a subtle shift, hinting at ulterior motives. Zhou Qing was acutely aware that a refined demon was not easily appeased. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that he harbored no benevolent intentions. However, Zhou Qing refrained from revealing his thoughts. The Emperor of Guochen had entrusted the celestial tome to the enchanting Fox clan's Lady Daji, who, having fallen victim to the machinations of the Chan sect, entrusted the tome to the founder for safekeeping. Our Tiandao sect has, for generations, safeguarded the celestial tome for the Fox clan. Upon hearing of the Fox clan's plight, the elders of my sect summoned me for assistance. After all, the tome rightfully belongs to our ancestors. Zhou Qing found himself spinning a web of fabrications. Yet, the Xianyuan king was taken aback. For although he was an ancient creature, his consciousness had only emerged a millennium ago. He possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the celestial tome's significance and was oblivious to such intricate secrets, thus failing to discern Zhou Qing's fabrications. Caught in a quandary, the Xianyuan king found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, momentarily frozen in contemplation. Nevertheless, being a millennia-old demon, he was adept at adapting to circumstances. So that is the case. Since this lineage was passed down by Master Yuhua, as you mentioned, we, The demon and immortal realms are indeed intertwined. Might I, as your ancestor, pay a visit to witness the grandeur of the magical path? His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing's expressions, he continued, that poses no inconvenience. I have ample time, so I shall accompany you and await the conclusion of your affairs. The Xianyuan king remarked with a sly undertone. Chapter 49. The Extraordinary Individual's Boy. My, there are indeed a great many people here. As Xianyuan, the Dharma king, observed the ceaseless flow of people along the thoroughfare, he remarked to Zhou Qing as they ambled down the expansive concrete avenue. Noting the gazes and subtle gestures directed their way, Zhou Qing's countenance was vacant, his demeanor akin to a lifeless fish, his ears filled with a cacophony of sounds. Heavens, darling, do observe. Is that individual perhaps mentally disturbed? Look at his attire. A chicly dressed young woman, clinging to the arm of an obese middle-aged man, pointed at Xianyuan, her voice dripping with saccharine affectation, causing Zhou Qing's skin to crawl. My precious, it is quite possible. However, one encounters the most outlandish things these days, my dear. It's called fashion, you comprehend. Just the other day, I espied someone parading down the street in a bikini. The corpulent man seemed to have let slip an indiscretion, immediately ceasing his speech as if pricked by a needle, yet unable to voice his discomfort. His mouth emitting a muffled groan. The youth of today, they emulate the wrong things. To renounce the world and become a Taoist at such a tender age. One can only wonder what his parents were thinking. An elderly gentleman lamented. The number of people gesticulating and whispering about Zhou Qing and Xianyuan continued to swell, some even extracting their mobile phones to make calls. Zhou Qing distinctly noticed them dialing emergency services. This old demon has landed me in quite the predicament. Zhou Qing was beside himself with anxiety. Xianyuan's golden Taoist robe was simply too conspicuous, yet he was powerless to alter the situation. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade him to change his attire, Zhou Qing had abandoned his efforts, knowing that provoking the old fiend's ire would be far from amusing. Senior, are we not drawing too much attention to ourselves? Zhou Qing cautiously remarked to the esteemed Xianyuan king. Initially, Zhou Qing had intended to seek out Ling Fei, leveraging the power of the Kunlun sect to rid himself of this ancient fiend. However, Xianyuan king insisted on experiencing the mortal realm, claiming it had been years since he last beheld it. With no means to dissuade him, Zhou Qing found himself at a loss. In Bianjing of the Northern Song dynasty, Zhou Qing gasped in awe, secretly pondering. No wonder this old demon is so enigmatic. His profound abilities are unfathomable. He is indeed a millennium-old specter. Observing Zhou Qing's astonishment, Xianyuan king smugly declared, when that young lad Zhang Zhiduan painted along the river during the Qingming festival, it was I who brought him to the heavens to behold Bianjing in its entirety. Yet, the lad's artistic skills were truly exceptional, resulting in an eternal masterpiece. Zhou Qing was left utterly speechless. After traversing several broad streets, they entered a narrow alley. Both Xianyuan king and Zhou Qing came to a halt. Xianyuan king, with a sudden flash of his eyes, bellowed, "Who dares to follow me stealthily? Do you take me for a fool?" Startled, Zhou Qing wondered, could it be that someone was indeed tailing them? How had he failed to notice? In haste, Zhou Qing summoned his full consciousness, sweeping the vicinity within a mile in an instant. To his bewilderment, he detected no anomalies, glancing quizzically at Xianyuan king. It is worth noting that Zhou Qing had attained a profound understanding of the heavenly will, rendering his perception twice as potent as before. With his full mental faculties unleashed, he could discern even the slightest movements of ants within a mile's radius, let alone humans. Even if the pursuer were a cultivator, Zhou Qing would sense the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, unless they had achieved the elusive state of unity between heaven and man. However, Zhou Qing harbored no doubts regarding the Exarch's judgment. A millennium-old demon, by mere virtue of age, overshadowed him. The salt he had consumed far surpassed the rice Zhou Qing had eaten. Observing the prolonged silence, the Exarch emitted a cold snort and, with hands outstretched, seized the void 10 yards away. A muffled groan ensued, and a figure materialized from the ether, a middle-aged man with a square face, a robust physique, and an air of righteousness. A significant tear marred his shoulder, the result of the Exarch's grasp. Curious, not a trace of true essence, not a cultivator? The Exarch, sensing the anomaly upon capture, felt perplexed but refrained from a lethal strike. Witnessing this, Zhou Qing experienced a newfound appreciation for the heroes of the world. "Esteemed sir, why were you trailing us?" Zhou Qing, apprehensive of the exarch's potential lethal actions and the ensuing complications, recognized the man as a national asset, an individual with extraordinary abilities. The exarch's attire was undeniably conspicuous, attracting the attention of the supernatural. Although Zhou Qing had eliminated 4 members of the dragon group, the act remained concealed. The present situation differed. Having witnessed the middle-aged man's spatial abilities, Zhou Qing broke out in a cold sweat. Grateful for the absence of individuals with similar powers at the time, the exarch, having ascertained that his captive was not a cultivator, appeared disdainful of engaging further. Merely scrutinizing the middle-aged man with a frigid gaze, disregarding Zhou Qing's words, his expression exceedingly aloof. Zhou Jianwu felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Today happened to be his day off, and while strolling through the streets, he encountered 2 peculiar individuals. The younger one, though somewhat odd, was attired like an authentic urban youth. However, the other, Zhou Jianwu, was rendered quite uncomfortable under the cold gaze of Xianyuan the Law King. The intensity of Xuanyuan's stare felt akin to a chilling worm crawling across his skin, inducing an undeniable unease. Clad in a resplendent golden Taoist robe, Zhou Jianwu immediately recognized the significance of such attire. As a member of the National Security Bureau's Special Abilities Team, he was aware that many members of the Dragon Team, parallel to his own, were disciples of the Taoist sect. Although these Taoist disciples had long embraced progressive ideals, shedding traditional beliefs, and often dressed in fashionable styles, there remained a few more conservative practitioners. Their robes were typically made of plain blue, gray-brown, or at most, a pale yellow. Yet, he had never before encountered a Taoist robe as ostentatious as Xianyuan's, adorned with a Tai Chi pattern intricately embroidered in platinum thread. Such a flamboyant garment was unprecedented in Zhou Jianwu's experience. Given the sensitivity of his profession, he instinctively understood that this young man was far from a mere show-off or a petty hoodlum, prompting him to discreetly follow the 2 individuals. His spatial abilities were truly unique. Ever since being selected for the abilities group, he had faced countless perilous missions without a single failure. He had encountered formidable figures, esteemed practitioners of the Tao, and various malevolent entities, engaging in combat more times than he could count. Even when momentarily outmatched, he could retreat into the space he conjured, leaving his adversaries helpless, a quintessential skill for evading danger and preserving his life. Yet today, to his astonishment, someone had discovered him, forcefully tearing through his spatial barrier and yanking him out. Such prowess was utterly terrifying. Even his commanding officer might not possess the capability to achieve such a feat. The shock within Zhou Jianwu far outweighed his questions. The mystical arts of the Tao offered no advantage against those endowed with innate powers like himself. He had previously competed with some disciples of the Dragon Group, and with his diligently honed physical techniques combined with his natural spatial abilities, those privileged youths proved to be utterly ineffectual. Thus, he regarded practitioners like monks and Taoists with disdain, believing they possessed little more than trickery without genuine skill. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's tone, which conveyed no malice, Zhou Jianwu exhaled in relief. "Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intent." He brandished an identification document. "I am an agent of the National Security Bureau. Noticing your rather peculiar attire, I felt compelled to follow." Another agent from the Security Bureau? How diverse this crowd was. Zhou Qing silently lamented, wondering why he kept encountering such individuals. However, this one seemed far more cordial than the members of the Dragon Group, likely due to being intimidated. Casting a sidelong glance at the exarch of Xianyuan, Zhou Qing discerned no discernible alteration in his countenance. What inscrutable thoughts occupied the mind of this venerable fiend? "Young one, I harbor no predilection for consorting with emissaries of the imperial court. I shall entrust this matter to your discretion. This individual is devoid of any true essence. Yet his spiritual perception possesses a peculiar quality, capable of manifesting the arcane art of microcosm. Truly, it is an enigma. I, your venerable progenitor, shall delve into its intricacies." The exarch of Xuanyuan's voice, as attenuated as a gossamer thread, resonated in Zhou Qing's ears. In truth, the exarch of Xuanyuan's decision to accompany Zhou Qing was not motivated by a genuine desire to pay homage to the monastic order. Rather, having dwelled in the distant lands beyond the seas for an extended duration, and having remained aloof from the affairs of the Central Plains for countless years, he sought to avail himself of Zhou Qing's presence to ascertain the transformations of the world, thereby facilitating his own grand designs. Although the celestial blood fiend had imparted some knowledge, It could not compare to the clarity derived from personal experience. Very well, Venerable Senior, since you harbor no inclination to engage with representatives of the government, I shall attend to it on your behalf. Zhou Qing conveyed telepathically, his mind pondering. How is it that this venerable fiend seems to have been sequestered from the world for eons? He still speaks of the imperial court. Is he oblivious to the existence of supernatural abilities? Could it be that the ancients were devoid of such powers? Ah, so you are a comrade of the constabulary. My gratitude for your diligent service. Zhou Qing advanced, clasping Zhou Jianwu's hand with effusive cordiality, leaving the latter in a state of bemused consternation, uncertain whether to offer an explanation or remain silent. This individual is a companion of mine, who has cultivated his skills in foreign lands for many years, remaining secluded from the world. He has emerged on this occasion to broaden his horizons. Zhou Qing's ability to fabricate narratives had, through years of assiduous practice, reached a state of consummate mastery. Thus, Zhou Jianwu felt a sense of relief. It turned out that the two were from overseas. Consequently, all foreign practitioners and individuals with extraordinary abilities must be registered by our security bureau. I wonder if the two would accompany me for a brief registration. It will not be cumbersome and will proceed swiftly. While speaking, he cast a glance at the Xianyuan Law King. Zhou Jianwu was not a reckless individual. Unlike some recently joined members who, with a modicum of skill, fancied themselves invincible and looked down on everyone else. At that moment, Zhou Jianwu led Zhou Qing and the others to a factory located on the outskirts, where Zhou Qing beheld the headquarters of the National Security Bureau for the first time. The surroundings were rather elegant, yet quite ordinary. As Zhou Qing strolled along the path flanked by towering poplar trees, he felt that it differed greatly from his preconceived notions of the National Security Bureau, resembling instead a tranquil and refined locale. Beside him, the Xianyuan Law King remained silent. Sporting a cool demeanor, had he donned different attire, he would undoubtedly captivate a throng of admirers. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianwu continued to elucidate the environment, and Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interjected. Ah, so it is old Zhou from the ability group. 2 men and 2 women approached. One man sported an explosive hairstyle, clad in a black casual shirt emblazoned with a skull, paired with distressed jeans peppered with holes, and adorned with a small silver skull necklace. The other man's appearance was even more flamboyant. His attire was acceptable, yet his ears were adorned with an astonishing array of 10 or more earrings of various sizes. Zhou Qing noticed 2 young women, adorned in short skirts and scarlet leather boots, complemented by branded casual attire. One possessed lips like cherry blossoms, while the other had bright eyes and radiant teeth. Their ensemble accentuated their graceful figures, rendering them quite the beauties. However, Zhou Qing's attention was drawn not to their appearance, but to the palpable flow of true essence emanating from them. Each possessed a cultivation base of at least the mid-stage of qi induction. The 2 young women, in particular, exuded an obscure spiritual energy, betraying the presence of formidable magical artifacts. It was indeed a spectacle to behold cultivators of such caliber. Zhou Qing mused inwardly, wondering if the 3 pure ones, the founding deities of Taoism, would be incensed by the conduct of modern cultivators. Xianyuan, the Dharma King, was equally taken aback by the attire of the youngsters. He discerned the authentic Taoist essence within them, yet their appearance resembled that of demonic practitioners. Having roamed both the righteous and heretical paths, Xianyuan was acquainted with numerous old demons. While some indeed brandished skull pendants to signify their allegiance to the demonic path, it was rare to see men with earrings. Even the yin-yang true lord, who suffered a cultivation mishap and became androgynous, wore but a single earring. Xianyuan, despite being a millennium-old great demon with extensive knowledge, was baffled by their unconventional style. Chapter 51. Unfathomable, who are these people? Zhou Qing pondered, suspecting that they were members of the Dragon Group. However, he was puzzled by the apparent lack of high-level experts among them, wondering if all Dragon Group disciples possessed similar cultivation levels. Regarding this group of individuals, it seems they may lack the prowess to contend with the monsters. Zhou Qing has witnessed the 4 formidable creatures under the command of the Celestial Blood Demon. Each possesses profound abilities that are certainly beyond the reach of these mid-stage qi practitioners. They are my colleagues, and during our leisure moments, we enjoy a friendly spar. A flicker of excitement passed through Zhou Jianwu's eyes, revealing his inclination towards combat. However, upon casting a glance at the stern-faced Xianyuan Law King, The spark of enthusiasm in his gaze vanished without a trace, replaced by a subtle sense of disappointment. Zhou Qing, keenly observing the dynamics, could not help but smirk inwardly. Yet another individual driven by competitiveness, but in comparison to this ancient fiend, he would need to practice for another 10,000 years. What is it, Li Jie and Huang Tianhua? Have you two perhaps acquired some new tricks? Zhou Jinwu chuckled heartily, seemingly amused. The boy adorned with a skull necklace, however, were no ill will. He smiled and replied, Brother Zhou, you are the third strongest in the ability group. Li Jie and I have just learned some new techniques that we wish to experiment with. I was quite impressed after losing to you last time. Though Li Jie seems a bit disheartened, hence, he has once again persuaded me to seek your guidance. Li Rong and Dai Jinrong are also eager to witness your skills. Zhou Qing noted the calm demeanor of Huang Tianhua and felt a tinge of affection for the boy. Who was disheartened? It is you who insisted on dragging me here. The boy with earrings, Li Jie, muttered under his breath, displaying a reluctant expression. Indeed, Brother Zhou, we too wish to witness your spatial abilities, exclaimed the girl in the little red leather boots. Oh, Li Rong, I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. Zhou Jinwu harbored quite a fondness for the young girl. You have matters to attend to. Aren't you on holiday today? Huang Tianhua and his companions finally noticed Zhou Qing and the enigmatic Xianyuan king behind them. Zhou Qing was one thing, but the Xianyuan king, with his unique attire, surpassed both Li Jie and Huang Tianhua in terms of individuality. The two had long believed themselves to be at the forefront of fashion. Yet upon witnessing the Xianyuan king's garb, they felt decidedly outdated. They had previously thought that their master and uncle, clad in simple robes, appeared rather unrefined. Yet this individual exuded such distinctiveness. Could he also be a practitioner of the Tao? There seemed to be no trace of true essence emanating from him. Huang Tianhua and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Divine Xiaotian Thunder Talisman, are you the disciples of Longhu Mountain? The usually silent Xianyuan king extended his hand, grasping at the air, and with a swift motion, a palm-sized talisman of shimmering purple light flew from the girl named Li Rong, landing in the Xianyuan king's grasp. What are you doing? Li Rong gasped in horror as the talisman, which she had been spiritually connected to, suddenly soared away, now resting in the hands of that peculiar young man. She could no longer feel the slightest connection to the talisman. If her personal magical artifact, cultivated through her own spirit, were to be destroyed or seized, it would inevitably cause a disturbance to her essence, resulting in at least a minor injury. Now, aside from losing contact with her artifact, she felt utterly unscathed, leaving Li Rong in a state of utter disarray. Huang Tianhua and Li Jie, however, were quick to react. In an instant, two beams of sword light, one crimson and the other azure, shot towards the Xianyuan king, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. In an instant, he found himself before the formidable Xianyuan Law King. Zhou Jinwu silently exclaimed, "This is not good." He had witnessed the man's prowess before. He was certainly not someone whom Huang Tianhua and Li Jie could contend with. Spatial confinement. Zhou Jinwu bellowed, raising his hands. The surrounding space twisted, rippling with subtle waves. As the two fiercely aggressive flying swords encountered the spatial ripples, they trembled and ultimately halted in midair. Xianyuan Law King's expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor as cool as ever. He merely glanced at the jade talisman in his hand, which shimmered with purple light, and said casually, "Little girl, do not worry. Do you think I would seize your magical treasure?" With a flick of his wrist, a beam of purple light entered Li Rong's body. The talisman infused her dantian with an exceptionally pure essence of Taoist energy, causing a stir within her, and she subtly sensed the impending breakthrough from the mid-stage to the late stage of energy induction. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Why are you obstructing us?" Huang Tianhua demanded furiously, clearly incensed. This was a rogue sorcerer, causing a ruckus here and audaciously attempting to seize his junior sister's treasure. Did he think Longhu Mountain was easy prey? Li Jie stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze upon Zhou Jinwu and Xianyuan Law King. A wheel-sized magical artifact sprang from his hand, its golden light subtly swirling, indicating that he was ready to take action at the slightest provocation. Zhou Qing observed with a smile, choosing not to intervene, secretly hoping for a confrontation. With his keen insight, Zhou Qing understood that Xianyuan Law King had infused his true essence into the talisman, enhancing Li Rong's powers significantly. This creature, known for its deep-seated animosity towards the Taoist sect, was now exhibiting unexpected generosity. Had he lost his senses? Despite Zhou Qing's relentless pondering, Bewilderment engulfed him. A sharp exclamation pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention to Li Rong. A small purple jade talisman, no larger than a palm, soared forth, transforming in the wind into a jade slab measuring 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width. Radiating a purple glow, ethereal mist encircled it, while countless minute sparks flickered and crackled. In an instant, these energies coalesced into a formidable bolt of lightning. Break. Another word escaped Li Rong's lips, and the lightning surged forth, twisting and turning in the air 9 times before manifesting as 9 larger bolts, crashing down heavily upon the cement ground 100 feet away. Zhou Qing, astonished, observed a rare smile flicker across the otherwise stoic visage of King Xianyuan. Although it was but a fleeting expression, Zhou Qing was keenly aware of it. With a flash of golden light, King Xianyuan appeared at the side of the impending thunderous onslaught, as the 9 colossal bolts of lightning descended ominously. Could it be that this being, having lived for an eternity, was contemplating self-destruction? All present were left in a state of confusion by the rapid succession of events. And Zhou Qing's mind was equally perplexed. King Xuanyuan's demeanor was solemn, yet tinged with a faint sorrow, enveloping the crowd in an atmosphere thick with unspoken emotions. Even Zhou Qing could sense the complex feelings within King Xianyuan: grief, fury, and an intertwining joy of reunion. Gazing at the descending lightning, King Xianyuan extended his right hand as if to cradle the impending storm. In that moment, time itself seemed to slow. Those present watched in awe as the once rapid bolts of lightning gradually decelerated, gently settling into the palm of King Xuanyuan's outstretched hand, transforming into a silver lightning sphere the size of an egg, spinning mesmerizingly. Chapter 52. Infighting. A flash of silver light illuminated the scene as the silver orb transformed into wisps of ethereal energy, dissipating into the air, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The Tiangang Thunderbreaker, the ultimate technique capable of nullifying all thunder-based spells in the world. How could you possibly wield our revered art from Longhu Mountain? The girl named Dai Jinrong, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and coldly inquired of the Xianyuan. Junior sister, how is it that you can summon the 9-fold divine thunder? Just a few days ago, you could barely unleash 6. Have you reached the late stage of qi attraction? Huang Tianbo expressed his astonishment. Li Rong sensed a vague connection between this peculiar young man and the extraordinary events unfolding. Yet she was unable to discern the reason, shaking her head in confusion. Dai Jinrong gazed at this enigmatic, unfathomable youth, unsure of how to proceed, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. However, Ling Fei noticed Xianyuan, Zhou Taoist. Who might this be? Oh, this person is also a friend of mine from overseas, accompanying me on this journey. As for his title, Zhou Qing discreetly gestured to Xianyuan, thinking it would be inappropriate to simply refer to him as Xianyuan, as that would surely cause a stir among the crowd. King of Kings. Xianyuan icily uttered 2 words. Oh, so it is the true man of the King of Kings. Ling Fei realized that these foreign cultivators often possessed eccentric temperaments, having spent years secluded from the world, making their rigidity somewhat understandable. Thus, he performed the proper rites of Taoism, executing a formal bow. I, Kunlun Ling Fei, have the honor of meeting the true man. Huang Tianbo and Li Jie exchanged glances, rendered speechless. What is with the peculiar demeanor of everyone today? Even Leader Ling is treating those two with such courtesy? Although Ling Fei was no longer the team leader, the members still affectionately referred to him as such. Xiang Hui, on the other hand, found himself unable to command the respect of the various disciples within the group. With the exception of the Shu Mountain disciples, Xiang Hui simply couldn't exert any authority over them, nor did he dare to antagonize them. After all, some members possessed formidable family influence despite their low cultivation levels, while others boasted extremely high cultivation despite lacking influential backgrounds. Xiang Hui was in a bind. Had it not been for pressure from above, these team members might have long since gone their separate ways. Dai Jinrong and Li Rong couldn't help but giggle at Ling Fei's comical appearance. Brother Ling, I was asking him a question. Please don't interrupt. Dai Jinrong and Li Rong consistently addressed Ling Fei as brother, never referring to him as team leader. Initially intending to watch the drama unfold, Zhou Qing's expression darkened as he realized the implications of their relationship. However, Zhou Qing felt helpless, fearing that the old demon might turn on him and kill him, which would not be worth it. No matter what, I can't let this guy cause trouble. Zhou Qing resolved, the blood transformation divine saber within him stirring restlessly, ready to strike at Xianyuan Law King should he lose control. Xian Yuan Law King seemed to sense something, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Qing that momentarily deterred him from acting rashly. Didn't I just say it? Were you not listening? Xian Yuan Law King's tone was calm, yet his words were undeniably impolite. You. Gazing at the eccentric and aloof young man before them, the two girls felt an urge to give him a good beating. Dai Jinrong was so infuriated that she stomped her foot, unable to find the words to express her anger. Zhou Qing, standing beside her, secretly felt a bead of cold sweat. Oh dear, what occurrence has incensed our Miss Dai to such a degree? It appears we have another uninvited guest. A fiery crimson sword beam surged forth from the far end of the concrete path, stirring up gusts of wind that rustled the leaves of the towering poplar trees on either side, causing withered branches and foliage to cascade down. Zhou Jinwu emitted a cold snort, and with a rub of his hands, the space around them quivered once more. The gale dissipated into nothingness, and the falling detritus vanished mid-air. Save for Xian Yuan Fuang, all present, including Zhou Qing, were filled with admiration. Brother Zhou's command over spatial manipulation has become even more refined. Ling Fei stepped forward to clasp hands with Zhou Jinwu, who responded with modest disclaimers. The incandescent sword radiance receded, revealing a young man. Zhou Qing was taken aback, recognizing him as Xiang Hui, the assailant from the Monster Alliance. In his calculations, he had overlooked this detail. Xiang Hui recognized him, while he had forgotten. Moreover, Xiang Hui, who had barely been at the mid-stage of Qi induction then, was now capable of wielding a sword, having advanced to the late stage. Such rapid progress was astonishing. Had he consumed some rare and potent elixir? Zhou Qing pondered countermeasures. However, Xiang Hui seemed oblivious to him, casting a glance at the eccentric Xian Yuan Fuang before directing his attention to the two young women. Upon seeing Xiang Hui, Dai Jinrong spoke icily. Ah, if it isn't the young master of the Xiang family, arriving with such ostentatious swordplay. Has your increased power made you so arrogant? Dai Jinrong's tone was distinctly impolite. Apparently accustomed to such behavior, Xiang Hui seemed unperturbed, remarking, in public settings, you ought to address me as team leader. Reserving the use of my given name for more intimate occasions would be more appropriate. What prompts such impatience? His words further incensed Dai Jinrong. Li Rong hastily whispered, pay him no mind. Regard it as a mere dog bite. Though her voice was hushed, Xiang Hui distinctly heard her. Despite his considerable composure, Xiang Hui's facial muscles twitched, and his eyes flashed menacingly. Perceiving the escalating tension, Huang Tianbua and Li Jia promptly stepped forward to shield the two women. With a resonant sound, Huang Tianbua produced a golden insignia, its surface adorned with arcane symbols, emanating potent magical fluctuations that stirred the garments of those present. Meanwhile, Li Jia brandished a wheel-like artifact, from which crimson and ivory vapors surged, ascending to a height of 3 feet above his head, swirling like a pair of serpentine dragons. Oh, the demon subduing gold medallion and the sun moon essence wheel. Indeed, the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect possesses considerable resources. Xiang Hui's countenance betrayed his displeasure, recognizing that engaging in combat would assuredly place him at a disadvantage. Despite the augmentation of his power through medicinal elixirs and the marrow-cleansing transmissions from his esteemed elders, propelling his cultivation to the late Qi induction stage, his reliance on the sword arts of the Shu Mountain sect left him wanting in terms of magical treasures. While he possessed a few minor protective artifacts, they were ill-suited for offensive purposes. It is well known among cultivators that possessing a superior protective artifact significantly amplifies one's combat prowess, akin to an ordinary person wielding a firearm. Emboldened by his augmented prowess, Xiang Hui exuded confidence in his ability to vanquish a single adversary. However, the prospect of contending with two opponents simultaneously presented a formidable challenge. Confronted with the reality of facing four, Xiang Hui harbored no delusions of engaging in a direct confrontation, lest he suffer a brutal defeat. Yet, circumstances had conspired to compel his hand. Initially, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Xiang Hui surmised that a fellow team member was employing arcane arts. Emboldened by his newfound power, he seized the opportunity to showcase his abilities and solidify his authority as the team leader. Alas, upon his arrival, he was met with a barrage of ridicule, which he was forced to endure in silence, much to his chagrin. Perchance, do you intend to assail me in unison? Xiang Hui inquired, his tone laced with defiance despite his inner turmoil. Indeed, came the reply. Now that you have ascended to the position of team leader, we are eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. Dai Jinrong interjected, effectively cutting off Xiang Hui's retreat and compelling him to engage in combat. In her grasp, she wielded a short sword, approximately a foot in length, emanating a resplendent array of iridescent hues. Its radiant aura was accompanied by a subtle, ethereal melody emanating from the blade, resonating in the ears of those present. Li Rong, assuming a position aligned with the four cardinal directions, joined forces with the other three, forming a rudimentary formation that encircled Xianghui. A violet jade talisman, no larger than the palm of a hand, levitated in the air, crackling with miniature bolts of lightning, exuding an aura of formidable power. Xian Yuan law enforcer was once more taken aback. How is it that present-day cultivators engage in brawls with such brazen justification? In his time, while group skirmishes were not unheard of, they were invariably cloaked in sanctimonious pronouncements of righteous conduct, such as acting on behalf of the heavens or exterminating demons. The outnumbered party would invariably denounce their assailants for their lack of decorum and base treachery. Yet, it seemed that contemporary brawlers dispensed with slogans or justifications, and those on the receiving end accepted their fate with an air of inevitability. Xian Yuan law enforcer felt his horizons had been broadened. At this critical juncture, Xiang Hui finally demonstrated his forte, his mind settling into tranquility. Qi. A fiery crimson flying sword erupted from the crown of his head, a surge of scorching fire emitting boundless heat. It was none other than the blazing sun sword, the very essence of his being. Cultivators painstakingly forge flying swords, gathering rare and precious materials and the quintessence of the five elements. Xiang Hui was fortunate to have entered such a prestigious sword-cultivating sect as Mount Shu, where he was bestowed with this excellent flying sword. Flying swords differ from magical treasures in that they are in high demand, with nearly every cultivator possessing one. Some affluent cultivators even wield dozens, even hundreds, of flying swords, considering them essential tools for travel and combat. As both sides engaged in a contest of auras, neither was prepared to initiate hostilities. In a clash of magical treasures and spells, a moment's carelessness could spell doom. Despite holding the upper hand, the four Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples hesitated to deliver the final blow. Xiang Hui struggled to withstand the immense pressure from his four opponents with a single surge of innate sword essence. How could he possibly find an opportunity to counterattack? The talismans to subjugate demons, the sun and moon's spirit wheels, the divine firmament, heavenly lightning purple talismans, and the Kulanwu vast heaven sword were originally magical artifacts crafted by the predecessors of Mount Dragon and Tiger. In terms of quality and power, they surpassed Xiang Hui's blazing sun sword. Xiang Hui's power had surged to the late stage of Qi induction, but Li Rong, with the aid of the Xian Yuan Dharma King, had reached a similar level. Despite their fierce words, the four merely intended to teach Xiang Hui a lesson. Zhou Jinwu and Ling Fei had long since retreated dozens of feet, their faces filled with smiles, refraining from intervening as if they were watching children brawling, as if such events had transpired numerous times before. The Xian Yuan Dharma King, however, coldly scrutinized Xiang Hui. With his keen eyes, he had already recognized Xiang Hui as a disciple of Mount Shu. Zhou Qing, discerning the signs, disregarded everything else and hastily approached the Xian Yuan Dharma King, whispering to him for a while. The two exchanged words, and the Xian Yuan Dharma King's expression softened somewhat. Aware that the old fiend's ambition was to unify all demons and monsters under heaven, to reverse the universe, to turn the sun and moon upside down, and to restore the dominance of the demonic and monstrous paths in the world, Zhou Qing admired the old demon's heroic aspirations. However, he also recognized that this ideal was as unrealistic as a pipe dream, a mirage. Yet, he could not express this openly, as his identity in front of the old demon was that of a genuine successor of the demonic path. Upon hearing such words from Zhou Qing, the eyes of King Xinyuan sparkled with intrigue. This indeed presents a commendable strategy. Our demon race has withered, and the demonic path has declined. Throughout our journey, we have encountered no formidable presence, suggesting they are concealing themselves. However, I possess a unique method that will ensure their exposure. By subduing a few demons at the late stage of the transformation god realm, I am confident I can obliterate a sect of the way, one by one. Speaking of which, your heavenly path lineage harbors a deep-seated enmity with the way. Why not summon your elders to collaborate on this grand endeavor? Once we succeed, we shall jointly wield dominion over the realm. Zhou Qing readily acquiesced, expressing that his elders had long since abandoned such ambitions, and he had broached the subject numerous times, only to be met with rebuttals. Sensing the skepticism in King Xuanyuan's gaze, Zhou Qing deftly interjected, if that is the case. Why did you extend favors to that young girl from Longhu Mountain? Ah, well, in my earlier years, I had a slight acquaintance with an individual from Longhu Mountain, King Xinyuan replied, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Your elders may be reluctant to intervene, and I cannot impose upon them. Since you share this intent, let us consider collaboration, with your blood transformation divine blade aiding us. Even should we encounter ancient treasures, provided they are not the god-slaying whip, the Taiji diagram, or the Pantheon seal, I would possess every assurance of victory. Moreover, where are such treasures still lingering in the mortal realm? All were taken to the celestial realm during the battle of the investiture of the gods. If you assist me, the task of eradicating the sects of the Wei will be significantly simplified. King Xuanyuan's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, fixating intently on Zhou Qing. Chapter 54. Entrapped by one's own devices undaunted, Zhou Qing met the gaze of the Xianyuan Dharma King head-on. His mind fully immersed in the profound mysteries of the 8-9 arcane art. In a battle of spirits, true essence, Taoist techniques, magical artifacts, and flying swords were rendered utterly useless. The scene was serene, yet fraught with peril. A single moment of carelessness could lead to a mental breakdown, transforming one into a mere walking corpse. At this juncture, Zhou Qing had nowhere to retreat, no way to evade. He had no choice but to brace himself and confront the situation head-on. In an instant, their gazes locked, each clearly seeing their own reflection in the other's pupils. Zhou Qing distinctly saw his own image within the pupil being obscured by boundless crimson light, his consciousness enveloped within this sanguine aura. All around him, a myriad of bizarre creatures lunged forth. Hiss! A colossal scorpion spewed a stream of fetid liquid, shooting directly toward him. Zhou Qing frantically dodged, yet a trace of the putrid fluid made contact with his hand. An excruciating pain surged from Zhou Qing's hand. He glanced down to see a gaping hole where his palm had been, the flesh entirely dissolved, leaving behind a deeply exposed white bone. Though fully aware that he was within the Xianyuan Dharma King's mental space, Zhou Qing knew that this single blow had already damaged his consciousness. Should he be devoured by the onrushing monsters, his will would undoubtedly dissipate, turning him into a vegetable. Ignoring the intense agony, Zhou Qing formed a hand seal with his remaining hand. Instantly, melodious sounds echoed, and golden light radiated in all directions. 3 golden lotus flowers encircled Zhou Qing, emitting thousands of rays of auspicious light. The dense crimson aura surrounding him retreated in the face of the radiant glow, and the grotesque creatures let out shrill screams, transforming into wisps of black smoke. Insolent whelp, how do you possess the techniques of the Buddhist sect? Are you not a practitioner of the demonic path? What is your origin? The chilling voice of the Xianyuan Law King echoed in my ears. He was indeed aware of the Buddhist sect, recalling the formidable masters who had opposed him in the past, among whom the most renowned was the renowned Master Ishio, known as the Divine Camel. His mastery of Buddhist techniques was unparalleled, and even during the peak of his own power, Xianyuan Law King held him in considerable regard. The golden lotus that manifested in Zhou Qing's consciousness radiated a vast and pure energy, reminiscent of times long past, which astonished Xianyuan Law King. His mental realm was exceedingly powerful, capable of forcibly drawing the essence of another's spirit into his own demonic prison, a realm where reality and illusion melded seamlessly. Since this was an incursion into the essence of the spirit, even the most formidable artifacts were rendered ineffective. While Xianyuan Law King had harbored some skepticism regarding Zhou Qing's words, he had not intended to strike. The assaults within the demonic prison were merely the most rudimentary manifestations of demonic entities. Yet, he had not anticipated Zhou Qing's swift escape. By this point, Xianyuan Law King had become entirely disbelieving of Zhou Qing's fabrications. Tales of being a disciple of the demonic path or a descendant of ancient masters were nothing but fanciful nonsense. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Zhou Qing's true origin and was greatly intrigued by his proposition. This young man, who simultaneously cultivated the paths of the demonic, the mystical, and the Buddhist, had become an enigma in the eyes of Xianyuan Law King. Zhou Qing was aware that this set of 8-9 profound arts was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having originated from that peculiar source, a connection to the Buddhist sect was inevitable. Now, with Xianyuan Law King's affirmation, Zhou Qing felt little surprise. Venerable Elder, your assertion is erroneous. Since antiquity, the demonic and paths have been inextricably linked. Demonic cultivators and practitioners share analogous techniques, much like the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. As an erudite individual, you are undoubtedly aware of the parallels between Buddhist practices and Taoist. Although our lineage adheres to the demonic tradition, our techniques, regrettably, have not been transmitted due to the demise of our founder. Consequently, we cultivate ancient Taoist practices. It is understandable that you have misconstrued our intentions, which elucidates why our elders refrained from antagonizing the Taoist sect. Despite Zhou Qing's torrent of specious rhetoric, the Dharma King remained unconvinced. Regardless of your provenance or identity, he declared, ponder my proposition. Either assist the patriarch or face my wrath, even if it entails sacrificing my millennia-forged physique. I shall merely endure another millennium of arduous cultivation, for time holds no sway over me. The Dharma King did not anticipate Zhou Qing's immediate acquiescence. Very well. This matter is of paramount importance. Should the Taoist sect discover this, they would undoubtedly dispatch their elite forces in pursuit. While I remain unfazed, I abhor unnecessary complications. To prevent any leakage of information, I shall maintain a vigilant watch over you. But enough idle chatter. Let us observe the spectacle unfolding among the juniors. Chapter 55. Unparalleled Masters. How peculiar. How have 4 individuals attained the late stage of simultaneously? Could it be that the natural treasures of the sword sect are as commonplace as clay, capable of withstanding such extravagant expenditure? Zhou Qing conveyed to the Xianyuan Law King that he was familiar with the 4 disciples from Shushan. Just a few months prior, they were at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. How could they have suddenly ascended to the late stage? If ordinary individuals experience such rapid advancement, it would seem that in a few years, the disciples of the Shushan sword sect would all attain enlightenment and ascend. Xianyuan Law King's eyes flickered momentarily, and he replied indifferently, are you not the same? That fellow in the green robe, with his 6-winged golden silkworm, forcibly elevated his cultivation to the Huashan stage. If I am not mistaken, your own cultivation has yet to surpass the mid-stage of qi, and you are even outshone by that girl named Li Rong. Is the lineage of master you really so lacking, resorting only to underhanded tactics? With a hint of displeasure on his aged face, Xianyuan Law King could not express his frustration, merely letting out a cold snort. You possess a second primordial spirit, while she wields an innate sword essence. Moreover, those 4 young disciples are evidently brimming with spiritual energy, likely having consumed some elixir and undergone the meticulous refinement of a master. The Shushan sword cultivators, with their essence and magical power encapsulated within a single sword, share an intrinsic similarity with the second primordial spirit. Xianyuan Law King's words were somewhat ambiguous. Zhou Qing chose not to inquire further, instead directing his attention to the unfolding spectacle in the arena. As 3 individuals made their entrance, Xiang Hui felt invigorated by the arrival of strong allies. With a resounding roar that caused the leaves to rustle, the radiant light of the fierce sun sword surged forth with a fiery brilliance. Simultaneously, Xie Xiaohong and his companions unleashed their own sword lights, striking the magical artifacts, the demon-binding gold medal, the sun and moon essence wheel, the divine sky thunder purple talisman, and the Kunwa Haotian sword. This collective display formed an imposing aura that enveloped them, creating a formidable inner and outer assault that rattled their spirits. Furthermore, as Huang Tianbo and his companions had not exerted their full strength, the force field was easily breached. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiang Hui leaped from the encirclement to join Xie Xiaohong, resulting in a confrontation of 4 against 4. Huang Tianbo and his group were taken aback by the swiftness of their opponent's response. It seemed their prowess in group combat surpassed their own. In a moment of disarray, they could not form a proper formation to counter the assault, hastily deploying their magical artifacts to withstand the onslaught of the gung metal energy. The art of formations draws upon celestial power and the execution of matters. Its potency cannot be merely compared in isolation. In an instant, Xiang Hui and his companions established a sword formation, evidently honed through numerous drills, showcasing a seamless execution. In terms of power, the formation of 4 swords equated to several times the strength of 4 individuals working in concert. Even an adept at the divine transformation stage would find themselves at a disadvantage when ensnared within such a formation, let alone 4 disciples of Longhushan, one of whom had only recently reached the late stage of qi induction. Even the illustrious Xianyuan Law King, with his extraordinary abilities and an array of magical artifacts, had met his demise beneath the 2 instruments and micro-dust formation of Shushan, having no choice but to abandon his corporeal form and flee with his primordial spirit. This urgency to grasp the methods of the Duding divine killing formation was precisely why the Xianyuan Law King sought out Zhou Qing. To counter formations with formations is the superior method of dismantling them. A forceful breakthrough of the formation can only be achieved if one's power surpasses that of the one who set it by several folds. The four from Longhushan dared not strike at Xianghui, nor did Xianghui's group wish to act against them. Should they resort to lethal measures, it would undoubtedly incite a conflict between the two factions, the consequences of which would be beyond their capacity to bear. The ensuing punishment would likely result in the complete severance of their spiritual paths, rendering them incapable of further cultivation, and no matter how formidable their family's influence, it would be unable to shield them from such retribution. Although the four within the formation fought independently, the pressure upon them was minimal, fortified by superior magical artifacts. They still possessed the energy to engage in conversation. A clear voice emerged from within the dazzling sword light of the formation. Your powers have advanced remarkably. It seems that Mount Shu has invested considerable resources in you. What is it? Having usurped the position of leader from Brother Ling, is it still insufficient? Now you aspire to claim the title of the foremost in the Taoist realm? Dai Jinrong, clearly the leader of the four, despite being ensnared by the formation, was astonished by the rapid progression of Xianghui's group. Yet, her wits remained unshaken. With a flash of inspiration, she deftly drew Ling Fei into the fray, who had initially come to observe the spectacle. Ling Fei, secretly hoping for a fierce confrontation between the two parties, held a favorable impression of the two girls who consistently referred to him as brother. He found himself torn, contemplating whether to intervene. With Dai Jinrong's prompt, he realized this was an implicit plea for his assistance. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt compelled to step in. With his cultivation merely a step away from the realm of transformation, he possessed complete confidence in his ability to carve a passage. Thus, Ling Fei strode forward, intending to address the matter with reason before resorting to force, for despite the apparent cordiality between Kunlun and Mount Shu over the past 2 years, their underlying tensions were akin to fire and water. It was a tacit understanding, and even a complete severance of ties would not have been surprising. Had Ling Fei not advanced, Xianghui would have been content to deplete their true essence with the array's power, a strategy that would have vented his spleen without causing them harm. However, Ling Fei's approach ignited Xianghui's ire. Since assuming leadership of the Dragon Group, he had faced insubordination and adversity, a stark contrast to the unity under Ling Fei's tenure. Repeated admonitions from superiors and veiled criticisms from his elders had compelled him to expend considerable effort in augmenting the quartet's abilities, yet his endeavors remained fettered. As Ling Fei stepped forward to speak, Xianghui, in a paroxysm of rage, unleashed the full might of the sword array, heedless of consequence. The sudden surge of power caught his comrades off guard. The array expanded violently before collapsing inward, its luminous grid dissolving into a myriad of projectiles. The piercing shriek of the swords cleaving the air echoed for miles. This sudden barrage of light, aimed squarely at Dai Jinrong and her companions, sent shivers down the spines of Ling Fei, Shou Jianwu, and Xie Xiaohong alike. A delicate rebuke echoed forth as Dai Jinrong's apprehensions materialized. Xianghui, in a fit of pique, had indeed resorted to lethal measures. Channeling the profound Great Tao Qian Yuan Sutra, she summoned forth a torrent of Qian Yuan true energy, her form wreathed in iridescent clouds. This spectacle, coupled with the kaleidoscopic radiance of the Kunwu vast heaven sword, transformed her initially delicate mien into one of gallant fortitude, causing Qian Yuan Dharma King to furrow his brow, as if stirred by a distant memory. The iridescent light swiftly coalesced into a protective barrier, enveloping the quartet. A staccato of sword strikes assailed the chromatic bulwark, producing a sound akin to rain upon banana leaves. Human strength, however, is finite, while the powers of heaven and earth are boundless. In an instant, the myriad flying swords, formed from the gung metal essence absorbed by the four-symbol sword formation, descended in rapid succession. The iridescent shield, barely 2 seconds old, began to wane, revealing the figures it had so diligently concealed. Impending doom loomed as the inexhaustible sword Qi threatened to breach their defenses. Suddenly, an ethereal talisman, emitting a golden glow, materialized from the void within the sword array. The dense barrage of sword Qi passed through it without inflicting any damage, as if it were a mere phantom. The golden talisman then augmented the iridescent barrier before vanishing. Zhou Qing sensed an instantaneous convergence of boundless earth elemental force, fortifying the failing chromatic shield. The barrier, once shimmering with vibrant hues, was now replaced by a dense, viscous golden light. Countless flying swords plunged into the golden radiance, disappearing without a trace, like clay oxen swallowed by the sea. As the yellow light grew ever more radiant, the earth element energy accumulated in greater abundance, becoming increasingly dense until it eventually manifested in a tangible form. Suddenly, the sword light that had been descending from the heavens vanished without a trace. It was as if the overwhelming earth element energy had disrupted the balance of the 5 elements, forcefully severing the gathering of the metal energy from the 4 symbols' sword formation, thereby undermining it in one decisive blow. The mastery of this individual was truly formidable. Zhou Qing felt a chill as cold sweat broke out on his palms and feet. A wave of icy air surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. The members of the dragon team, having witnessed much, were akin to mere earthbound creatures, including the 8 before him, as long as he did not fall into the opponent's formation. Zhou Qing was confident that he could easily prevail. Zhou Qing had experienced a series of fortunate encounters, which had fostered a somewhat dismissive attitude towards the dragon team. However, after witnessing Zhou Jianwu's spatial abilities, this contempt had been slightly tempered. Yet he remained brimming with self-assurance, believing that without resorting to the inherent powers of the Taoist sect, he had nothing to fear from the dragon team. The proposition from King Xianyuan to subdue the myriad demons of the world had piqued his interest, appearing to be a feasible strategy. At the very least, he could follow in King Xuanyuan's wake, striking from the shadows, seizing opportunities to collect some magical artifacts, which would indeed be a delightful endeavor. However, he was taken aback to discover that the dragon team harbored such formidable figures. It seemed these lower-ranked disciples were merely a facade. There exist such extraordinary individuals in this world. I have truly underestimated the Taoist sect. Zhou Qing murmured to himself. Having acquired the blood god saber and condensed his second primordial spirit, Zhou Qing's power surged dramatically. Coupled with his feat of slaying the Dust Sky Elder, a cultivator in the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, Zhou Qing, despite his cautious demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. He held no particular aspirations regarding the Xianyuan Dharma King, acknowledging him as a millennial-old demon, far surpassing him in age. Zhou Qing was confident that with a millennium of diligent cultivation, he would undoubtedly achieve a level of attainment no less than that of the Xianyuan Dharma King, if not ascend to immortality. After all, humans could not be compared to demons. Zhou Qing surreptitiously glanced at the Xianyuan Dharma King's countenance, noting that the old demon still wore a frigid, impassive expression, making it impossible to discern any emotional shifts. Zhou Qi was perplexed as to what the old demon was contemplating. Bang! The massive protective shield, composed of pure earth elemental force, gently fractured. Crystalline ochre fragments cascaded to the ground, seeping into the earth like water. An intense, earthy odor permeated the surrounding area for half a kilometer. Xiang Hui and Huang Tianbua, being closest, were overwhelmed by the pungent smell and began to cough. Ling Fei reacted swiftly, silently casting a spell, his body emitting a faint, clear light, adding a minor isolation enchantment. Zhou Jianwu, on the other hand, directly vanished into the void, leaving no trace. Thanks to the Xianyuan Dharma King, Zhou Qing, without making any discernible movements, found the air within a 3-zhang radius around them to be fresh and free of any irritating earthy odor. The Xianyuan Dharma King's eyes suddenly blazed with intense light, his gaze, as substantial as a physical entity, fixated on a point in the void just over 3 meters away from them on the concrete ground. Even Zhou Qing noticed his unusual behavior. This old monster. Zhou Qing mused, acting so mysteriously, what madness is he up to now? However, in the ensuing moment, Zhou Qing comprehended the situation. An emaciated Taoist, resembling an aged, wizened monkey, had inexplicably materialized on the previously vacant ground, adorned in a voluminous, azure-hued Taoist robe that trailed along the floor. His lengthy, lustrous hair was meticulously arranged into a Taoist topknot, secured with a vermilion jade hairpin of considerable thickness. His countenance was truly peculiar. Chapter 57. Discourse among Masters. Real person. Hongjun. What brings you here? Several streaks of sword light streaked over from afar, and in an instant, 2 more elders, appearing to be around 50 years of age, joined the scene. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively, and these individuals represented the central strength of the Taoist sect. Zhou Qing's discerning gaze could immediately perceive that, although the 2 elders were not garbed in Taoist robes, they had arrived astride their swords. Their sword light pure and devoid of any sinister aura. Furthermore, their cultivation had already reached the transformation divinity stage. Zhou Qing mused that, without resorting to his blood transformation divine saber, he would likely only achieve a draw against a single one of them. As the two elders flew into the arena, they directly paid their respects to the wizened Taoist. Xiang Hui and his group's expressions grew exceedingly unpleasant, their faces ashen and on the verge of dripping water. Huang Tianbua and Li Jie, on the other hand, were exceptionally incensed, itching to engage in another altercation. Even the two young women raised their eyebrows, their faces filled with indignation. It seemed that the animosity between the Mount Shu and Dragon Tiger Mountain factions had already taken root. Ling Fei secretly rejoiced, but his face remained impassive. Suddenly, an enigmatic elder appeared in the arena. Ling Fei, having served as the leader of the dragon group for many years, found himself utterly perplexed by this figure. However, as a disciple of Kunlun, his discerning eye recognized the elder's formidable skill. The elder's mastery of the 1,000-mile flying talisman and his earth-shattering techniques were surely comparable to those of Ling Fei's own master, marking him as a practitioner of the highest caliber. It was merely a contest among the younger generation. How could such a powerful expert have been drawn into their midst? Ling Fei's mind was clouded with questions. He was familiar with the two elderly men present. Both were formidable rogue cultivators with no sect or affiliation, having dedicated many years to their craft. They were both at the transformation stage and had been invited into the dragon group as elders decades ago. They seldom intervened in matters unless faced with particularly formidable demons or significant events, preferring to remain in secluded cultivation. Their prowess likely rivaled that of the elders and leaders of some major sections. Wan Xianyuan, the Law King, exuded an aura devoid of any signs of true essence flowing through him, instead emanating waves of tranquility and serenity. At such a level, it was hardly a challenge for him to effortlessly alter his demeanor. Upon hearing the inquiries posed by Elder Hongjun, who greeted him with a formal Taoist salute, Wang Xianyuan responded with a nonchalant utterance, "Overseas." Seeing Wang Xuanyuan's apparent disregard for etiquette, Kang Songzi and Quabaizi were about to step forward in protest. However, Elder Hongjun silenced them with a mere glance, unperturbed by Wang Xuanyuan's demeanor. He pressed on with his questions. "Ah, so you're a friend from overseas. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" Wang Xianyuan replied, "None. And how should I address you, esteemed friend?" "Wang Zhou." "Ah, so you are the renowned Wang Zhou. May I ask what cultivation method you practice?" Elder Hongjun's question seemed somewhat abrupt, as if he already anticipated the answer. The usually taciturn Xianyuan Dharma King, much to Zhou Qing's surprise, seemed uncharacteristically verbose. "I underestimated you," he remarked, his eyes gleaming, a quartet of words laden with provocation. The crowd's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. They anticipated an imminent clash. Even Zhou Qing retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire between these two formidable adversaries. A misfortune akin to being struck by lightning in one's own abode. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Dharma King's eyes flashed once more. "It appears I have underestimated you. In less than 3 years, you will undoubtedly reverse your physical form and attain the imperishable void realm." Their exchange left the onlookers perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. However, one thing became clear. This peculiar youth's power and cultivation were superior to those of the old Taoist, Hongjun. At that moment, Xie Xiaohong noticed Zhou Qing standing nearby. His expression changed drastically, and he approached Xiang Hui. After a brief exchange, Xiang Hui revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 58. Demon among demons. Who knows what kind of background that old Hongjun had to wield talisman techniques to such an extent, truly unstoppable by ghosts and gods. Zhou Qing, piloting a faltering flying sword, weakly trailed behind the Xianyuan Dharma King. The Xianyuan Dharma King, manipulating qi to ride the wind, robes billowing, floated effortlessly in the 1,000-foot-high sky, without the aid of any external force. The night was like water, and the bright moonlight illuminated the Xianyuan Dharma King's golden Taoist robe, giving him the aura of a celestial being descending to earth. Hearing Zhou Qing's murmur, the Xianyuan Dharma King paused, pondered for a moment, and said, "I never imagined that there would be such an expert in the Taoist sect. To force this old ancestor to this point. It seems that this old ancestor's grand plan must be reconsidered. Well, have you made up your mind?" Abruptly pivoting, the sovereign of Xianyuan inquired of Zhou Qing, "At most, I can assist you in subduing the demons of the realm. However, I shall not engage in hostilities against the Taoist sect. The mere sight of an aged Taoist priest sent you scurrying away. I had intended to parry with Ling Fei, to extract intelligence regarding the Kunlun sect. Who knows how many formidable experts lie within the Taoist ranks." Zhou Qing, realizing the futility of jesting with the ancient demon, frankly stated his intentions. "Humph. The sovereign of Xian Yuan retorted, I held no fear of that old Taoist power. But his adeptness in the art of array formations was remarkable. He surreptitiously laid 108 arrays, impeding my very speech. Only by employing the innate power of the coagulated blood pearl was I able to shatter them. Should we meet again, I shall dispatch him with a single, decisive blow. Such individuals are exceedingly troublesome. Zhou Qing comprehended that the sovereign of Xian Yuan had been compelled into silence by the elder Hongjun, the old Taoist. Upon witnessing the destruction of his array, swiftly conceded defeat, a testament to his cunning. Zhou Qing meticulously scrutinized the elder Hongjun's actions. From the initial manifestation of the yellow talismans to his dialogue with the sovereign of Xian Yuan, replaying the scenes in his mind. The arrangement of arrays was imperceptible. A nascent comprehension stirred within Zhou Qing, yet remained elusive, causing him unease. The sovereign of Xian Yuan, his eyes gleaming with crimson light, continued, Fear not. If you render me a service, I shall not only refrain from troubling you, but also bestow upon you a gift. What say you? Zhou Qing was taken aback. Could this old fiend truly be so benevolent? Bestowing gifts upon me? What could this be about? It must be something of great significance. Is there a scheme afoot? I shall see for myself. The Xian Yuan king, after rummaging through his belongings, produced an object resembling a palm-sized dome. Enveloped in a myriad of colorful mists, in my former life, my true form was destroyed, and I lost all my magical artifacts, save for this Aurora's shield. Do not underestimate this treasure. It was crafted from the northern auroras by the ancient master of the floating island, intended to withstand the cataclysmic trials of the nine heavens. With this shield for protection, even the twin swords of Zhou Qing cannot breach it, let alone ordinary flying swords or magical tools. What do you think? Is this trinket satisfactory? The Aurora's shield. Zhou Qing was astonished to discover that such an unassuming object held such remarkable origins. The light of the polar regions possesses an extraordinarily potent magnetic force, capable of attracting not only metallic objects, but also any tangible item that can be discerned in the world. Its resilience is remarkable. Even meteorites, forged from lightning and thunder, fail to shatter its essence. This formidable entity has been recognized by ancient practitioners of the mystical arts, who, understanding its immense potential, sought diligently to harness it and forge protective talismans. Yet, very few succeeded in this endeavor. The challenges are immense. Beginning with the extreme altitude at which this polar light resides, where one must endure the relentless onslaught of the nine heavens' fierce winds. Without achieving a transcendent state of spiritual cultivation, such aspirations are but a distant dream. Unrefined polar light is exceptionally malevolent, capable of eroding the soul and bone, drawing forth an immense force that, even for the mightiest of beings, poses a grave threat. One touch could lead to their utter obliteration. To withstand the overwhelming suction of the polar light, one must also resist the fierce gales of the nine heavens, all while dodging the occasional bombardment of meteorites raining from above. Under such perilous conditions, the task of collecting this ethereal light is nothing short of daunting. However, once harnessed and refined into a talisman, the benefits are manifold. For instance, this polar light shield can instantly absorb any flying sword or artifact that strikes it, severing the connection to its spiritual essence and transforming it into a personal talisman. This phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the legendary treasures from the age of ancient deities. Yet differs in approach. One awaits fortune, while the other takes the initiative. Such a talisman, as Zhou Qing remarked, would surely stir one's heart. The esteemed Xian Yuan Law King chuckled. It is no trivial matter. As an incorporeal being, I find no use for defensive talismans. However, it poses no inconvenience to share it with you. Utilize the grand array of heavenly spirits to assist me in gathering more spectral souls, and I shall forge a formidable weapon of the demonic path to better contend with the practitioners of the way. Originally, your bloodshed god saber was a peerless, demonic weapon. I presume you would be reluctant to lend it to an old codger like myself, leaving me with no choice but to resort to this less desirable alternative. Ignorant whelp, what do you comprehend? Xian Yuan Law King rebuked. Follow me. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, darting forward with great haste. Zhou Qing promptly mustered all his true essence, endeavoring to keep pace. After approximately 2 hours of rapid flight, Xian Yuan Law King abruptly halted, nearly causing Zhou Qing to collide with him. Utterly baffled by Xian Yuan Law King's intentions, Zhou Qing maintained a taciturn demeanor, awaiting his pronouncement. Alighting upon a rather lofty hilltop, Zhou Qing beheld the resplendent lights of a distant city. After a meticulous appraisal, Zhou Qing addressed Xian Yuan Law King, who was scrutinizing the surroundings. Is this not the outskirts of Gaoping City in Shaanxi Province? I have frequented this locale in the past. Could it be that some formidable demon lurks here? I perceive nothing amiss, and the yin and yang energies appear to be in harmonious equilibrium. Where are the wronged souls and malevolent spirits? Gaoping, you say? Xian Yuan Law King paused, taken aback. I only knew this place as Chongping of your. Chongping. Precisely. This is the ancient battlefield of Chongping, the site of the decisive conflict between the Qin and Zhao armies. Corpses littered the landscape, blood flowed like rivers, and heads were piled high like mountains. Ultimately, Qin General Bai Qi decisively routed the Zhao army, burying alive 400,000 surrendered soldiers, earning him the title of the foremost god of slaughter throughout history. In this very small area, at least 600,000 lives were extinguished. Could it be that you intend to gather the yin souls of those who perished in that ancient battle? Zhou Qing inquired of Xian Yuan Law King. Ha ha. Upon hearing the sovereign King Xian Yuan's words, Zhou Qing could not contain his laughter and burst into uproarious mirth. Sovereign King Xian Yuan, perplexed by his reaction, bellowed, "Boy, what are you laughing at? Have you lost your senses?" Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Sovereign King Xian Yuan was not only unperturbed, but a faint smile graced his countenance. "You speak truly," he said. "The perils of a military spirit are immense. In every place where battles have been waged, eminent figures from the Taoist and Buddhist traditions invariably arrive to deliver the souls of the deceased. However, this place is different. In those bygone days, the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, executed surrendered soldiers, and 400,000 troops perished in a single night. Their collective resentment coalesced into an overwhelming miasma, leaving no living creature within a radius of 1,000 miles. The great emperor of Qin implored all the eminent figures in the land to deliver the souls of the departed. He assembled 108 Taoist masters, arranging them in a heavenly dipper and earthly fiend array, attempting to seal these military spirits. Yet, it was to no avail. Instead, the 108 Taoist masters were consumed by the military spirits, their forms and spirits annihilated, never to be liberated. In the end, the matter escalated to such an extent that it nearly alarmed the heavens, which unleashed a tribulation of the 9 heavens lightning to strike it. Sovereign King Xian Yuan chuckled dryly twice, ceasing his narration. What happened afterward? Zhou Qing, captivated by these preaching secrets, was in the midst of savoring them when Sovereign King Xian Yuan abruptly halted his tale. Disregarding all else, Zhou Qing hastily inquired. Sovereign King Xian Yuan, however, addressed the air in a clear voice. If there are fellow Taoists residing here, why not reveal yourselves? Oh, a crisp, ethereal voice, akin to celestial music, echoed in the air, causing one's pores to dilate and Zhou Qing to feel so comfortable that he nearly moaned. Good heavens! What was that sound? Such potent sorcery, yet devoid of any sinister essence. Another individual of extraordinary prowess. No wonder the old fiend bestowed a magical artifact upon me. It appears the work is about to commence. Subduing such a formidable demon will be no easy feat. Zhou Qing, with unwavering resolve, swiftly regained his composure, discerning the true intentions of the Xian Yuan Dharma King. He wasn't here to merely gather spectral soldiers, but to subjugate subordinates. A gentle breeze, laden with fragrance, wafted over, coalescing into a figure before Zhou Qing's astonished gaze. The figure gradually solidified into a veiled woman clad in white. Her frame was petite and delicate, seemingly fragile enough to be swept away by the wind. Yet, Zhou Qing knew that she had become one with the wind, ethereal and intangible. His divine perception swept over her location, only to find emptiness. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have believed her non-existent. Even the Xian Yuan Dharma King was taken aback by the presence of a woman, his brow furrowing as he remarked, truly a rarity to find a woman cultivating the arcane arts of the demonic path. As his words faded, skeletal claws, with bones starkly exposed, emerged from the ground where the woman stood, reaching for her legs. Chapter 60, Demon Among Demons, Part 2. Zhou Qing was aghast. With a wave of his hand, iridescent clouds enveloped him, courtesy of the aurora shroud bestowed upon him by the Xian Yuan Dharma King. Hundreds of distorted ripples shimmered within his immediate vicinity. Still feeling insecure, Zhou Qing retreated to an inconspicuous spot, casting several jade talismans to fortify his surroundings with a protective array. Having composed himself, he turned his attention to the unfolding spectacle, muttering to himself, "The old demon has become wise, emulating my own approach by launching a preemptive strike. Yet, To presume that a mere cadre of skeletal hands could ensnare her seems rather audacious. Her prowess appears to rival that of the venerable Hongjun. Zhou Qing's recent experiences had broadened his horizons, and though he couldn't ascertain the woman's precise cultivation level, her mastery of wind manipulation suggested that she was another peerless expert. With the exalted sovereign of Xianyuan now engaged, he intended to remain on the periphery, lest he become collateral damage, biding his time to capitalize on any advantage that might arise. Just as the osseous hands were about to make contact with the woman's feet, she vanished without a trace. A cacophony of cracking sounds filled the air as the skeletal hands collided, their immense force shattering them into a shower of white powder. The exalted sovereign of Xianyuan, his countenance grave, retaliated with a palm strike that emerged from beneath his ribs at an improbable angle, meeting a delicate hand that materialized from the void. The impact was silent, yet the invisible shockwave radiated outward with alarming speed. The exalted sovereign's golden Taoist robe billowed, resembling a sphere, and his hair stood on end, creating an eerie sight. Within a radius of 10 yards, nothing remained intact, as even the stones and pebbles beneath their feet were pulverized into dust, which swirled into the air. The intangible tremors of space shattered the defensive formation set by Zhou Qing, reducing several jade tablets to mere fragments. The auroral shield quivered violently, and Zhou Qing felt as if he had been struck forcefully, nearly spitting out blood. He hastily manifested a second spirit to contain the surging blood and energy within him. Zhou Qing was astonished. Despite his utmost caution, he had underestimated the immense power of the confrontation between the two, and it appeared that neither had yet unleashed their full strength. Was my fortune favorable or unfavorable? While cultivators may never encounter such extraordinary masters in their lifetime, I have encountered 3 within a mere month, he mused quietly. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through, clearing the swirling dust in the arena. The veil on the white-clad woman opposite, Xianyuan Wang, vanished. Zhou Qing strained his eyes to discern her features, but what met his gaze was an expanse of nothingness. He vaguely perceived a remarkably exquisite face, yet as soon as he shifted his focus, the image of her visage vanished from his mind, leaving no trace behind. After several futile attempts, Zhou Qing finally relinquished his efforts to scrutinize the woman. Abruptly, Xianyuan Wang waved his hand, dispersing his vital essence, causing his inflated robe to relax, and his hair returned to its original state. The Shimpan Great Art. Zhou Qing realized that this was an old acquaintance, which explained their knowledge of the secrets of the Chongping ancient battlefield. Upon hearing Xianyuan Wang's voice, the white-clad woman trembled slightly and inquired urgently, "Senior, who are you? How do you know the Shimpan Great Art? Which ancestor of our sect do you have ties with?" The previously tense atmosphere in the arena suddenly eased. The essence of the valley remains eternal, embodying the profound source of existence, persistently present, yet seldom utilized. The king of Xianyuan murmured, "In our prime, the 4 of us were filled with ambition, gathering the myriad demons of the world, poised to eradicate the Tao sect in one decisive strike. Yet, due to a trivial matter, we parted ways, leading to our eventual downfall at the hands of the Tao sect. Aside from my blood condensation dark demon technique, his self-created profound female great method was the most exquisite among us. Alas, it too fell beneath the blades of the purple and green twin swords. Now you comprehend my identity, do you not?" The king of Xianyuan fixed his gaze upon the woman, her face resembling an ethereal void. Blood condensation dark demon technique? A crystalline voice reached Zhou Qing's ears. "Impossible, you are still alive. You are the king of Xianyuan? Were you not perished a millennium ago in the 2 instruments of dust array on Mount Shu? Even if you survived, with your prowess, ascending to the celestial realm would have been an inevitability." "How?" The woman's tone was laden with confusion, yet a flicker of belief ignited within her. The young man before her possessed skills and abilities akin to her own, particularly in his adeptness in combat. Clearly not an inexperienced novice. 30 years ago, I was nearly invincible across the realm, yet I encountered no one of his caliber. Even a prodigious talent, a reincarnated demon lord, could not reach such heights in merely 30 years. His articulate expressions resonate with the records of our sect. Could it truly be? The white-clad woman pondered inwardly. "I perceive," the venerable Xianyuan continued, "that the 2 phases microdust formation, augmented by the azure-purple twin swords, is so formidable that even a celestial being, if ensnared within, would likely meet their downfall. I, myself, had to obliterate my true form to extricate myself, and it has taken a millennium to reconstitute it, restoring but 30% of my former power. I surmise that your grand, profound female art has yet to coalesce the profound female pearl. So it is indeed the esteemed senior Xianyuan. I am Wenlan Xin, and I offer my respects, the woman in white articulated politely, though her body betrayed a mere hint of acknowledgement. Wenlan Xin? The demon of demons, Wenlan Xin? Upon hearing the white-clad woman reveal her identity, Zhou Qing was seized by a maelstrom of astonishment. While disciples of other sects might be unfamiliar with the moniker of this demon of demons, Zhou Qing had gleaned some knowledge from the deceased Lingyun, the old Taoist. 30 years prior, she was the foremost expert of the demonic path, having single-handedly challenged the 4 grandmasters of the Taoist sect, leaving behind a legacy of illustrious renown. Demon of demons. Noticing Zhou Qing's approach, the venerable Xianyuan furrowed his brow upon hearing the woman's epithet. Only after Zhou Qing muttered to himself for a time did his countenance relax. So you possess such a grand reputation. However, in my eyes, those Taoist masters were nothing more than paltry fowl. What I truly feared were their mystical treasures. I presume you are also aware of the secrets concealed here, and you seek to harness the Yin spirits to forge a true demon form, thereby shattering the 9th tier of the grand, profound female art. Yet, how could your power possibly unravel the seal laid down by the occultist Su Fu in bygone days? Even if you were to breach the seal and unleash the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, I fear the entirety of the mortal realm would be annihilated. It would be far better to join my esteemed self, so that we may devise a strategy together. Without disturbing the seal, we could surreptitiously absorb a multitude of military souls and fierce spirits, which would be more than sufficient to contend with the current Taoist sect. With your prowess, you are nearing my own level. United, we could surely overturn the righteous path, allowing the myriad demons to seize dominion over the realm and accomplish an unprecedented hegemony throughout the ages. The king of Xianyuan possesses a remarkable talent for seducing hearts. Yet Zhou Qing remained perplexed, grasping only half of the discourse, the other half concerning the secrets of the ancient battlefield of Chongping eluding his comprehension. If I cannot unravel the seal, can you, my esteemed senior? It is said that the sorcerer Su Fu wielded powers that span the 3 realms, rivaling any deity from the 33 heavens. The seal he placed, even if the esteemed Xianyuan were to regain his former strength, would likely remain impervious to his efforts. The two were of comparable strength, and when Lan Xin spoke with a newfound frankness, upon hearing her, the king of Xianyuan displayed no ire. In the realms of demons and spirits, strength is the ultimate authority. Though the king of Xianyuan is a figure of ancestral stature, he finds himself at a disadvantage against her current might, and thus cannot fault her lack of courtesy. Chapter 61, The Immutable King. Indeed, Su Fu's powers are boundless. Yet with the assistance of this young friend and the 12 capitals' divine array, the age-old seal must possess certain vulnerabilities. Combined with our powers, creating a slight breach should not prove overly challenging. The king of Xianyuan sought Zhou Qing's assistance, even altering his address from youngster to young friend, for indeed, when one seeks aid, they must lower themselves, and this applies even to demons. Upon witnessing the hesitant demeanor of Wenlan Xin, the Emperor Xianyuan remarked, "Since you are a descendant of an old acquaintance, you are surely aware of the secrets that lie within this place. It appears you have lingered here for quite some time without any tangible results. You need not expend so many military souls to engender the true body of the celestial demon. Do you fear that I shall seize them all?" Truly, as a millennia-old demon, his words struck directly at the thoughts lingering in Wenlan Xin's heart. Wenlan Xin found himself contemplating deeply. 30 years prior, he had been cast down from the summit of Mount Zhomolungma by the Taoist sect. Although he emerged unscathed, he suffered the loss of a significant portion of his power, and it took him over 20 years of arduous cultivation to regain it. Once a leader of the demonic sect, he had challenged the 4 great masters to prevent the annihilation of his lineage by the Taoists. However, after emerging from his seclusion a decade ago, he discovered that the demonic sect had withered even further. Now, it was but a handful of strays, with not a single one reaching the transformation stage. In his profound disappointment, he was compelled to seek alternative paths. It was only through the occasional perusal of ancient texts left by his sect that he uncovered the secrets of the Chongping ancient battlefield. He sought to harness the boundless power of military souls to manifest the true body of the celestial demon and reach the 9th realm of the profound Yin great art, culminating in the formation of the Pearl of Profound Yin. With this, he could decisively overpower the Taoist masters and revive the demonic sect. Alas, the seal placed by the sorcerer Su Fu was insurmountably potent. After a decade of toil, he had not only failed to unravel the seal, but could not even ascertain its specific location. The 12 capital heavenly god slaughtering formation? As Wenlan Xin, who was secretly plotting, heard the words of King Xianyuan, she too was taken aback. As the foremost master of the demonic sect, the legendary figure among demons, she was acutely aware of the formidable power of this ancient demonic killing formation. Hence, her attention shifted to the seemingly feeble young man nearby. Zhou Qing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the fragrant, smooth scent invaded his nostrils. His entire body turned weak and pliable, as if he had fallen into a celestial realm. No wonder these demons and sorcerers were scorned by society. They bore no grudges, yet would strike mercilessly upon meeting. How infuriating! Although Zhou Qing was shielded by the Aurora barrier, when Lanxin employed the heart bewitchment technique of the demonic sect, which unleashed a mental assault that the barrier could not withstand. Break the 8 heavens calamity. Zhou Qing bellowed with immense force, channeling the power of his second divine spirit. He invoked the 8-9 mystical arts, creating a cacophony that made the ground tremble. Stones from the surrounding mountains toppled under the sheer force of his roar. A display of might unparalleled, even causing King Xianyuan to furrow his brow and take a step back. Zhou Qing was enveloped in a golden radiance, with swirling golden lotus phantoms, and behind him, a towering figure of a golden deity, shrouded in obscurity and towering 6 zhang, began to materialize. With solemnity, Zhou Qing extended his fingers, his right hand resting in the palm of his left, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Had he been more corpulent, he might have resembled the Buddha himself. 6 Jia golden deity, immutable king of light seal, blocked by the golden light. When Lanxin's profound spiritual consciousness could no longer penetrate even a fraction, and the divine essence that had originally entered Zhou Qing's body was also refined by the golden radiance, vanishing without a trace, resulting in a minor setback. Witnessing the indistinct 6 zhang golden body apparition behind Zhou Qing and the peculiar hand seal formed by his hands, both Xianyuan and Wen Lanxin were taken aback. In terms of Buddhist knowledge, Wen Lanxin possessed far greater insight than Xianyuan. As the leader of the demonic path, he had engaged in numerous interactions with various sects of Buddhism, including Zen, esoteric, and exoteric schools. Central plains were dominated by Taoism. And with the decline of the demonic sects, Wen Lanxin had previously taken disciples to the western regions, where he had fought monks and lamas from the Buddhist sect multiple times. The hand seal Zhou Qing had formed was indeed the esoteric school's immovable Wisdom King seal, which held unparalleled power. It is said that the immovable Wisdom King is one of the 5 most crucial kings in esoteric Buddhism, positioned at the center as the leader of the 5 great kings, embodying the teachings of the great Sun Tathagata. The immovable Wisdom King possesses immense power. Legend has it that the Brahmin deity Makara once considered himself the sovereign of the 3,000 worlds, harboring arrogance and refusing the Buddha's summons. Consequently, the immovable Wisdom King, acting under the Buddha's command, captured Makara multiple times, subduing him by stepping on his head. His magical prowess is nearly invincible across the 3 realms, and this immovable Wisdom King seal serves as the supreme gateway to communicate with his divine power. Having faced numerous great battles, how could Wen Lanxin fail to recognize this unparalleled Buddhist esoteric art? With a wave of his hand, Xianyuan dissipated the residual waves in the arena, stepping forward to smooth over the situation, saying, "This young friend of mine is the successor of the former demonic path Master Yuhua. Although he practices an unusual and peculiar technique, he is, after all, from the same lineage of the demonic path. We are all of the same kin. The pressing concern at present is how to find a means to lift the seal without provoking conflict. Should we attract the attention of those from the Taoist sect? Although we harbor no fear, it would undoubtedly lead to complications." The esteemed Xianyuan king perceptively recognized that Wen Lanxin was testing Zhou Qing's capabilities, likely due to Zhou Qing's misunderstanding, fearing that a confrontation might ensue. In terms of innate power, even considering his second primordial spirit, Zhou Qing could not rival Wen Lanxin. However, should Zhou Qing unleash his true fire and recklessly wield the blood transformation divine blade, it would inevitably implicate Xianyuan king to some extent. Naturally, the Xianyuan king would avoid causing collateral damage. Wen Lanxin remained silent, while Zhou Qing exuded an aura of authority, dispelling the suffocating tension he had endured under the Xianyuan king's influence in recent days. Before this foremost expert of the demonic path, once the most formidable among demons, he felt no trepidation. His entire psychic energy and true essence surged to their zenith, with the primordial spirit transformed from the golden silkworm, stirring with signs of evolving into one with 4 wings. Chapter 62. Posturing. Noticing that the opponent harbored no intent to strike, Zhou Qing maintained his vigilance. his golden body resembling a miniature sun, casting a brilliant light that illuminated all within a radius of 10 zhang. Observing the formidable might of his 8-9 profound art, Zhou Qing felt a surge of confidence, instilling within him a sense of unparalleled prowess among the world's masters. With newfound conviction, he stated, "I remain unaware of the secrets that lie within the ancient battlefield of Chongping, and I implore you, esteemed elder, to elucidate further. Otherwise, I shall be left in ignorance while assisting you in breaking this seal, risking the possibility of suffering an irrecoverable loss." Upon acquiring the Aurora Shield from the esteemed Xinyuan Law King, Zhou Qing realized that the old sorcerer's seemingly cordial demeanor was likely a facade for ulterior motives. Moreover, the formidable seal that even the most powerful entity among demons, Wenlan, could not contend with, hinted at the gravity of the situation. With the attention of both individuals now drawn to him, Zhou Qing understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. The voice of Xinyuan Law King flowed like a gentle stream. In ancient times, the military souls here were so steeped in resentment that even the wrath of the 9 heavens could not quell them. The 9 prefectures and 81 states were engulfed by the malevolent spirit, leaving them devoid of vitality. This ultimately summoned an extraordinary figure of that era, the self-proclaimed sorcerer Su Fu, who advised the Emperor Qin to eliminate the notorious killer Bai Qi. Su Fu harnessed his unparalleled magical prowess to seal Bai Qi's soul alongside those of the vengeful spirits from Chongping. With Bai Qi's fearsome presence, he managed to subdue the hundreds of thousands of military souls and vengeful spirits. This explains why successive masters have been impervious to the lingering resentment of this place. Despite Su Fu's remarkable abilities, it remains inconceivable for even the revered 3 Pure Ones to maintain a perpetual seal on nearly 1 million military souls, which could withstand even the 9 heavenly tribulations. It was only through the formidable aura of Bai Qi that success was achieved. Legend has it that Bai Qi's murderous spirit surpassed even the celestial deities of war, the White Tiger Star Lord and the Sirius Star Lord, exuding a terrifying might that resonated across the 3 realms. His killing intent could indeed reach the heavens, instilling fear in gods and demons alike, a phenomenon unprecedented in history. It is no wonder that some have spoken of the possibility of overturning fate itself. Had Bai Qi embraced the path of the demons in his time, the rulers of the heavens might have been entirely different today. Wenlan's subsequent remarks eased the tension in the atmosphere, as she recognized the young man before her as the heir of the demon pathmaster, Yu Hua, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. What incentive do I have? Given that such a formidable figure is sealed here, if my opportunistic gambit fails, I risk not only losing my life, but also facing eternal damnation. Such a perilous endeavor would surely require more than a mere Aurora Shroud for protection. Seeing that the Dharma King and Wenlan had reached an accord and were about to solicit his assistance, Zhou Qing seized the opportunity to drive a hard bargain. Now emboldened, Zhou Qing held no fear of any demon of demons or ancient fiends. Furthermore, your scheme is nothing more than to eradicate the Taoist sects, which holds no interest for me. Your success would bring me no advantage, and your failure would be of no consequence to me. To entice me to wade into these troubled waters, substantial benefits are required. Having discerned the machinations of the Dharma King and Wenlan, Zhou Qing could easily surmise that they involved immense danger. However, he also sought to acquire some wronged and malevolent spirits to forge magical artifacts. His blood transformation divine saber could not be wielded freely, and the flags of the capital Heaven Great Array were, after all, mortal objects with limited power. Against masters like the old Taoist Hongjun, they would likely prove ineffective. Moreover, his golden silkworm of the primordial spirit required sufficient souls to evolve. Each of these formidable military souls was equivalent to 10 or even 100 ordinary souls. Even the Dharma King's living soul could not match half of their value. Such excellent materials for crafting artifacts were too tempting for Zhou Qing to pass up. If his second primordial spirit could evolve to 6 wings, he would be a great master in the late stage of spirit transformation. Combined with the power of his main body, he should be able to contend with the Dharma King even without the blood transformation divine saber, freeing him from his current cautiousness and discomfort. Having witnessed the prowess of numerous masters, Zhou Qing increasingly felt the inadequacy of his own cultivation. Thus, if this batch of military spirits is released, I demand 1/3. With a clang, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth, instilling fear throughout the assembly. Both King Xinyuan and Wenlan paled, stepping back in trepidation. It was Zhou Qing, striving to enhance his persuasive power, who summoned the blood transformation divine blade from within, manifesting it as a 4-foot-long sword raised above his head. Accompanied by the towering golden figure behind him, the sheer force of his presence compelled Xianyuan and Wen Lanxin to concede that this young man indeed possessed the qualifications to claim a share. When Lanxin scrutinized the long blade that Zhou Qing held aloft, the twin-headed wolf on the hilt emanated a green glow, harmonizing with the brilliance of the golden figure behind him. One exuded righteousness while the other exuded wickedness, yet together they created a sense of perfect complementarity. Truly, this was an ancient demonic weapon, the blood transformation divine blade. Although your cultivation may be lacking, this artifact alone grants you the right to negotiate terms with us. I acquiesce to your request. Noticing that Zhou Qing and King Xianyuan seemed to be at odds, Wen Lanxin, despite being a woman, was forthright and promptly agreed. Unfortunately, Zhou Qing could not discern her features clearly. Otherwise, he might have gleaned some insight into her innermost thoughts. Without further ado, you shall array a formation across this 30-mile radius, and we will jointly activate the grand array to sense the precise location of the seal using the power of the 12 capitals, celestial deities. Then, we shall strike with all our might. Just a tiny breach will suffice. The legendary killer by Qi is rumored to be sealed in the lowest depths. We must not disturb him, for even a celestial being descending to the mortal realm would likely be no match. Upon witnessing the agreement among the three, King Xianyuan spoke urgently. Upon observing their acquiescence, Zhou Qing experienced a wave of relief. He promptly circulated his true essence, causing the golden giant behind him to dissipate and the bloodshed divine saber to gradually recede into his body. The oppressive aura that had enveloped the entire area vanished, and the night breeze gently restored the lively atmosphere. Zhou Qing was drenched in perspiration, his body weakened, and his true essence depleted by a significant amount. The exertion of the bloodshed divine saber's power had demanded every ounce of his strength. Maintaining composure under such circumstances was an arduous task. Chapter 63, Personal Gain Under the Guise of Public Service Thrum. As the final Dharma flag pierced the earth, the entire landscape seemed to tremble. Zhou Qing, the Xianyuan Dharma king, and Wen Lanxin floated in the night sky, gazing upon the dark expanse below with an indescribable sense of unease. It felt as if they were standing not on solid ground, but on the back of a ravenous beast. However, these three were exceptional individuals. One was a millennium-old demon, another a demon among demons. Zhou Qing, despite lacking their power and prestige, surpassed them in cunning and adaptability. Naturally, he suppressed any negative emotions within him. Suddenly, Zhou Qing shuddered and manifested an identical replica of himself, his second primordial spirit. Wen Lanxin exclaimed in astonishment, "A second primordial spirit? I never imagined anyone could still cultivate such a thing. No wonder you've reached the transformation god stage at such a young age. It seems this is the reason." Zhou Qing waved his hand, enveloping his main body in an aurora shield, and said from afar, "I require the assistance of both seniors to unleash the full power of the divine fiend grand formation. I cannot accomplish it alone." Dealing with these two malevolent creatures left Zhou Qing feeling quite uneasy. Fortunately, his second astral self functioned as a duplicate of himself, allowing him to execute all his spells and formations. Naturally, he needed to distance himself from danger, lest the two fiends strike from behind, which would surely lead to his demise. Observing Zhou Qing's cautious demeanor, even when Lanxin and the Emperor Xianyuan harbored no ill intentions towards him, they silently admired his meticulousness. The two exchanged glances and nodded, each extending a hand to place upon Zhou Qing's second astral self. A vast and magnificent surge of energy, akin to the resplendent sun in a clear sky or the endless flow of the Yangtze River, inundated Zhou Qing's second astral form. A fragment of his consciousness sensed the overwhelming expansion within the second self, which seemed on the verge of bursting. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, Zhou Qing's second astral self surged to a height of several feet, its muscles bulging like steel, radiating a soft golden glow. From his back, two wings, each 3 yards in length, unfurled with a powerful flap, sending forth waves of scorching air that distorted the surrounding atmosphere. Gradually, 2 more muscular protrusions emerged from his back. With a sound reminiscent of a chick breaking free from its shell, these new muscles ruptured, revealing a pair of golden wings, albeit slightly smaller than the first set. As all 4 wings began to beat in unison, the temperature in the vicinity soared exponentially. The distortion of space intensified, causing the light to blur under the oppressive heat. Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel that this form bore a resemblance to the angels of Western mythology, which left him in a state of profound discontent. He had no desire to become a winged being. However, this is merely my avatar, not my true self, so it is acceptable. The greater the power, the better. Zhou Qing, capitalizing on the combined true essence of Wenlanqing and Xin Yuan Dharma King, surreptitiously aided his nascent soul, the golden silkworm, in forcefully evolving to 4 wings. Witnessing such might, Zhou Qing felt immensely gratified. For would he ever pass up an advantage? Inwardly, Zhou Qing expressed profound gratitude to the 2 unwitting benefactors. Xin Yuan Dharma King and the other man were fully aware that Zhou Qing was exploiting their true essence for his own gain, yet they were powerless to intervene, as neither could initiate the great celestial gods and demons array. Sensing the vast true essence within him, Zhou Qing inhaled deeply, ceasing the flapping of his wings. And the heat currents dissipated into nothingness. Demons confound the 3 realms. Immortals and Buddhas retreat. Great celestial gods and demons slaughter all living beings. With a rub of his hands, a blood sphere the size of a bushel appeared in the air, writhing ceaselessly, as if gestating an unparalleled, calamitous entity. An aura of violence, desolation, ferocity, and strangeness enveloped the space within a 30-mile radius, silencing all creatures who sensed it. It was as if imminent disaster loomed, and the end of the world was nigh. In the midst of the heavens, the crimson rain absorbed the essence of the universe, gradually accumulating until it blanketed the ground within a 30-mile radius. Zhou Qing deftly transformed his hand seals, while both King Xinyuan and Wenlanqing cast their piercing gazes upon the ground below, attentively observing its movements. After a brief moment, the earth trembled gently once more, and 12 blood-red pillars, each as thick as a water barrel, surged upward, seemingly establishing a connection between heaven and earth. These 12 blood columns spiraled along an enigmatic trajectory, slowly revolving. Zhou Qing exclaimed, "Quickly investigate the location of the seal. I cannot sustain this for long." Wenlanqing remained silent, her hands sweeping through the air, conjuring a long black banner from the void. Countless grotesque figures with snarling visages emerged faintly upon the banner, their eerie wails echoing intermittently. Gripping the banner's pole, Wenlanqing unleashed a whirlwind, summoning a chilling gust of wind that freed the monstrous entities, which then descended upon the ground. Meanwhile, King Xinyuan cast an appreciative glance at Wenlanqing, his body erupting with a resonant force, his eyes gleaming with blood light as his formidable consciousness extended, meticulously scanning the 30-mile expanse beneath them, employing the heavenly sight and earthly hearing technique. The 2 displayed their formidable powers, yet it appeared that King Xinyuan held a slight edge. The trio arrived at a small valley, encircled by towering peaks, with only a solitary exit. Zhou Qing remarked, "This is the Skull Mountain. Just a few miles ahead lies the Skull Temple commemorating Zhao Qua. It is crowded there, so we must proceed with caution to avoid drawing attention." With a melodious laugh, Wenlanqing's voice brimmed with myriad charms. Zhou Qing discreetly channeled his profound energy, forming the immutable Ming Wang seal with his hands, steadfast against the allure of her laughter. Observing Zhou Qing's wary demeanor, Wenlanqing, having finished her laughter, let out a cold snort, assuring him, "Fear not. This valley is sealed by my myriad demon banner. Not even the most formidable figures of your could intrude, let alone mere mortals." King Xinyuan scrutinized the center of the valley, where a protruding rock stood. This rock appeared unremarkable, seemingly an ordinary piece of basalt birthed from the mountainside. Zhou Qing surveyed the surroundings, his consciousness probing subtly, yet he could discern no peculiar phenomena. After a moment of contemplation, King Xinyuan pointed at the rock, declaring, "The seal resides there. Let us concentrate our powers to shatter it." Chapter 64. Indecision. What a ruckus this monster makes, only to reveal such a trivial thing? Zhou Qing pondered, skepticism brewing within him. "I doubt we can even break through this ordinary rock, let alone the seal." Wenlanqing observed King Xuanyuan's unimposing demeanor, and though Zhou Qing could not perceive the subtle shifts in her expression, the atmosphere thickened with an intensified wariness towards King Xinyuan. Could it be that he indeed possessed unparalleled divine skills? Zhou Qing hastily retreated 3 more feet, nearly at the threshold of the valley. All protective talismans were invoked upon him, the Aurora Shield activated, and even the Xiantian Bagua Mirror, seized from the disciples of the Spear Mountain, transformed into 8 beams of light, encircling him in an intricate protective formation. Wenlanqing, adorned in flowing white garments, seemed to defy the laws of nature as her attire billowed without a hint of wind. Gradually, she ascended from the ground. An inexhaustible torrent of celestial energy surged towards her, coalescing within the palms of her hands into a fist-sized orb of radiant white light. With a deft motion, she executed a sword technique, and in an instant, inscribed hundreds of mystical symbols in the air, all converging upon the luminous sphere. Instantly, an ethereal glow enveloped it, exuding an aura of divine essence, devoid of any trace of malevolence. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, recognizing her as a modern sorceress, unwilling to deplete her own essence, instead harnessing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to invoke her spells. Unlike another individual who had exerted every ounce of their strength, a demon remains a demon. No matter how extensive their time upon this earth, their wisdom pales in comparison to that of humanity. Xian Yuan, the Law King, felt the veins on his forehead throb as he bellowed, "Youngster, do not merely spectate. Swiftly draw your blade and shatter that stone." Zhou Qing, gripping his sword in his right hand, leapt effortlessly over a distance of several dozen feet, positioning himself just before Xian Yuan. With a sweeping motion, he slashed downwards, a blade of crimson light extending several yards, resembling a flowing ribbon of blood that erupted from the sword's edge. The entire valley was engulfed in a thick, blood-red haze. Both Xian Yuan and Wen Lanxin beheld Zhou Qing amidst the sanguine shadows, his long blade raised high, his form enveloped in a golden radiance, resembling a celestial being. This youth is undoubtedly no ordinary entity. A glance exchanged between Xian Yuan and Wen Lanxin revealed their thoughts were eerily aligned, as the brilliant white light shattered silently. The crimson glow, akin to a flowing silk ribbon, surged forth, colliding against the rocky surface. The basalt absorbed the entirety of the sanguine radiance, swiftly disintegrating into fine particles that danced away with the wind, cascading to the ground. In mere moments, the side of the rock unveiled a cavern, its depth obscured by an abyssal darkness, roughly human-sized. The three, King Xian Yuan, Zhou Qing, and Wen Lanxin, exchanged glances, astonished by the formidable nature of this seal. It was no exaggeration to claim that Xian Yuan and Wen Lanxin represented the pinnacle of human capability, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against this seal. Ultimately, they had to rely on the power of the blood transformation divine blade, with King Xian Yuan sacrificing his own vital essence to breach this formidable barrier, achieving only a minor fissure. According to ancient texts, this was merely the weakest layer among the 81 seals, intended solely to fortify the entrance. What malevolent spirits lay within must possess extraordinary power, perhaps even at the level of a ghost king. What does a ghost king represent? At the very least, it equates to a mid-stage transformation master, akin to a multitude of such formidable beings, nearly 100,000 transformation masters. Even celestial immortals would likely be torn asunder, their forms and spirits annihilated, consumed by countless specters, doomed to eternal oblivion. Moreover, beneath this, there lurked a superlative killing deity, Bai Qi, a fearsome general dreaded even by the divine beings of the nine heavens. Should they venture inside? The trio resembled tomb raiders standing before a vast treasury, yet apprehensive of the lethal traps that might lie within. On one hand loomed the threat to their lives, while on the other, the alluring temptation of riches beckoned. Stupefied, they stood in silence. Alas, a chilling gust emerged from the inky cavern, whispering, "Kill, kill, kill." Countless violent and ferocious thoughts surged forth, causing the temperature of the entire valley to plummet tenfold in an instant. The ground, swept by the chilling winds, resonated with the sound of stones cracking from the frost. Even the most resilient bluestone shattered under the pressure. The fierce and brutal intentions were suddenly transmitted into the minds of the three individuals. Heads became mountains. Blood flowed like rivers. The ground was drenched in crimson, with clashing weapons and armored steeds, as vivid scenes of brutal battles unfolded in their minds, engulfed by an overwhelming aura of slaughter that devoured their very souls. Chapter 65. The Underground Cavern. Xian Yuan, and Wen Lanxin exchanged bitter smiles. Although their powers surpassed Zhou Qing's by a considerable margin, their capacity to absorb the ominous winds and resentful spirits paled in comparison to the ancient demonic weapon, the Blood God Blade. Such formidable malevolence. After absorbing a fraction of the ghostly energy, Wen Lanxin's 10,000 demon banner had gained at least tenfold strength in its malevolent spirits, and this was merely the essence that seeped through the seal. If she were to capture several hundred military souls to attach to it, the banner would instantly ascend to a level rivaling any magical artifact. Wen Lanxin gazed longingly at the dark, gaping mouth of the cave. It is well known that the cultivation of demonic artifacts is exceedingly arduous, often requiring hundreds of vengeful souls to forge a single potent weapon. While the 10,000 demon banner is grandly named, it houses merely a few thousand souls. half of which are the spirits of the monsters she had slain in years past. In her earlier years, despite possessing formidable skills, she suffered from the lack of exceptional artifacts, which led to her being cast down the cliff by the four esteemed masters of the Tao. This left her with an enduring sense of regret, driving her to aspire to forge a magical instrument capable of rivaling the treasures of the Tao. Unfortunately, the requisite materials proved exceedingly elusive, prompting her to set her sights on the ancient battlefield of Chongping. The primary objective was not merely to harness the vengeful souls into the true form of the celestial demon, but rather to craft a powerful artifact. Interestingly, King Xianyuan shared similar sentiments. The resentful spirits of Chongping had, in the past, stirred the heavens with their grievances, so much so that even the 9 heavenly tribulations could not contend with their wrath. The intensity of their resentment and strength was truly beyond comprehension. Such souls were rare treasures coveted by both demons and spirits, far surpassing the allure of celestial and earthly materials, as well as rare medicinal herbs. Given the ominous winds that had recently swept through, it was likely that each of these military souls was of the Ghost King caliber, each one equivalent to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ordinary spirits. Despite being acutely aware of the peril that lay within, both King Xianyuan and Wen Lanqing found themselves irresistibly drawn to enter. After all, fortune favors the bold. They had underestimated the power of these chomping, vengeful spirits. If they could collect a few thousand of these military souls to forge their artifacts, even the renowned Zhou twin swords would pale in comparison. The potential for such weapons could elevate their cultivation to the realm of merging with the Tao, making ascension to the celestial realm a tangible dream. And at the very least, it could restore my ancestral powers to their former glory. King Xianyuan murmured to himself, his words clear to Zhou Qing and Wen Lanqing nearby. Despite one being a master of demons and the other a young prodigy, both were gripped by an insatiable curiosity and trepidation. Zhou Qing was unperturbed. His martial arts, whether the profound 8 or 9 secret techniques or the sword chi ascendants, were not rooted in demonic practices. Those vengeful spirits, once ensnared, could only forge magical artifacts, offering little utility for cultivation. With the legendary blood transformation divine blade at his disposal, the significance of crafting magical tools became inconsequential. Nonetheless, he could create a few items for his disciples to bolster their strength, as this sect was his own creation, and despite its small size, he held it in high regard. When Lanqing waved his hand, declaring, "Let us enter together." Each of these vengeful spirits possesses cultivation strength equivalent to mid-stage transformation. The formless and incorporeal ones are particularly troublesome. While we would not fear a group of 10 or 8, they were once a formidable army in life and would likely unite in death. If we were to face 1,000 at once, even possessing 10 lives would not suffice for our survival. We must proceed with caution and avoid dispersing. Zhou Qing and the Xianyuan Dharma King exchanged solemn nods. Though both were formidable figures capable of upheaval within the cultivation realm, the prospect of subduing these fierce spirits, unafraid even of heavenly tribulations, instilled a sense of trepidation within them. At that moment, Zhou Qing activated the Aurora Shield while gripping the blood transformation divine blade. The Xianyuan Dharma King's robe swelled, revealing a radiant taiji pattern woven with platinum threads on his back, enveloping the 3 of them in its brilliance. Zhou Qing then realized that the Xianyuan Dharma King's robe was, in fact, a powerful artifact of the Taoist sect. When Lanqing unfurled the 10,000 Demons banner, transforming it into a swirling mass of dark energy, adding another layer of protection. Together, the 3 soared towards the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave, a chilling wind rushed towards them. Despite Zhou Qing being the weakest among them, and even with 3 layers of protective barriers, the overwhelming cold still seeped through, producing a chilling sound. In a moment of carelessness, Zhou Qing was so frozen that his teeth chattered, and the blood vessels throughout his body seemed on the verge of solidification. Heavens! This place was colder than either the Antarctic or the Arctic. Zhou Qing quickly mobilized his primordial spirit true fire, refining the cold air that had invaded his body bit by bit, and only then did he recover. Upon entering the cavern, none of the 3 dared to act rashly, and they halted their movements. Although the cave was pitch black, with visibility reduced to nil, everything was clearly visible to the 3 individuals. The cave entrance consisted of a flat, circular area of rock about 10 zhang in diameter. The ground was covered with a layer of 3-inch thick black mystic ice, so slick that when Zhou Qing tapped it with his blade, it emitted a metallic clang. A passage, 3 zhang in width, stretched diagonally into the depths of the earth. The passage was filled with churning black miasma, and no matter how hard the 3 strained their eyes, they could not discern what lay within. Ignoring Zhou Qing's thoughts, Both the Xin Yuan Dharma King and Wen Lanxin produced flying swords and began to fiercely hack at the black mystic ice on the ground. Chunks of the black mystic ice were knocked off, and with a wave of their hands, spatial rifts appeared beside them. Before long, the two had divided the black mystic ice, covering an area of Tinjiang, and stuffed it all into their Sumra mustard seed spaces, much to Zhou Qing's dismay. That's blacking mystic ice, formed from millennia of Yin winds and deathly aura. It's as valuable as ethereally refined gold. When refined into a demonic flying sword, it's not only incredibly hard, but also possesses immense destructive power. Just a single strike can freeze one's true essence. Yet you've taken it all, leaving none for me. Some friends you are. Zhou Qing grumbled, incensed. Heh, the kid knows his stuff. Observing the twitching muscles on Zhou Qing's face, as though his own flesh were being severed, the Xian Yuan Dharma King cackled. Take it, then. If you can carry it away, we'll gladly relinquish it all. Zhou Qing remained silent, realizing that, indeed, he could neither take nor transport it. The chilling aura of the dark in profound ice was exceedingly fierce. Even steel would be frozen into dross upon contact. Lacking their ability to create a summerous space, he could only carry it on his person, which would undoubtedly transform him into a frozen cadaver within a quarter of an hour. Although his golden silkworm primordial spirit possessed fire attributes, capable of suppressing the ice, his power would be diminished. In such a perilous place, impairing one's strength was tantamount to suicide. Chapter 66. Fierce Ghost Legion. Zhou Qing shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn it! Treasure is right before my eyes, yet I cannot take it. Nothing could be more vexing than this." It was akin to a pauper, driven mad by poverty, suddenly stumbling into a treasure trove, only to discover a mountain of gold that he could not carry away. The deathly aura here is actually 10 times denser than that of my nether demon isle. It is perfect for this old ancestor to temper these 3,000 living souls. The Xin Yuan Dharma King watched with envy as Wen Lanxin used the black demon aura to condense a demonic god form. This demonic god form, similar in principle to an external avatar or a second primordial spirit, though not capable of wielding one's spells like a true second self, was a great asset in battle. Moreover, since the demonic god form was composed of condensed Yin spirits rather than a physical entity, ordinary magical treasures and flying swords could not harm it, especially with Wen Lanxin gathering thousands of wronged souls, enhancing its power with the fierce black demon aura. Possessing 3/10 of the original power, his strength had increased dramatically, which aroused envy in Xin Yuan Dharma King. An enormous crimson hand emerged from the shadows, piercing into the diminished yet churning black mist. Countless spectral visages sprouted from the crimson hand, voraciously consuming the liquefied mist. With each inhalation, the crimson hand swelled, and the spectral visages became more distinct. In a short while, the massive crimson hand filled the entire passage, and the duo had thoroughly drained the black mist, causing Xian Yuan Dharma King to erupt in triumphant laughter, clearly pleased with the enhanced potency of his magical artifact. Zhou Qing, witnessing the others reaping considerable benefits while he gained nothing, was consumed with resentment, yet he felt helpless, as he lacked a suitable magical artifact for gathering materials. As the trio conversed, a sudden roar echoed from the depths of the tunnel, seemingly originating from afar yet traveling at an astonishing pace. In an instant, a tremendous sound wave reverberated throughout the entire Sima path. Slaughter! 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 A shadowy figure enveloped in black mist materialized before the trio. With a gleaming, frigid bronze halberd descended upon the conversing Xian Yuan Dharma King. Boundless killing intent and brutality permeated the space, clinging to the bronze halberd and forming an eerie aura that firmly locked onto the trio. Although the bronze halberd was aimed at Xian Yuan Dharma King, it manifested 3 phantasmal images in midair, encompassing Zhou Qing and Wen Lanxin. Clang, clang, clang. With a trio of thunderous reports, the ancient bronze halberd arrived with such velocity that even paragons of skill such as Xian Yuan, the Dharma King, and Wen Lanxin found themselves with insufficient time to evade, instead bracing themselves and meeting the blow head-on with their cultivated essence. Zhou Qing, however, benefited from the protection of his Aurora Shroud, enduring the halberd strike, the colossal force of which caused a surge of qi and blood within him, his eyes rolling back in response. The shadowy figure was not unscathed. The counterattack of 2 masters' true energy shattered it into motes of phosphorescent light that danced in the passageway's heart, swiftly coalescing into the form of an armored, headless ancient warrior. His grip firm upon a bronze halberd wreathed in frigid light, an ethereal weapon forged from the very essence of a vengeful spirit. By the heavens, a soldier's aggrieved spirit, freed from its confinement. Remarkable! Shen Yuan, the Dharma King, exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Such a formidable specter is worth a myriad of common souls. With a wave of his hand, a gargantuan crimson palm descended, seeking to seize the headless warrior. Yet when Lanxin moved with even greater alacrity, his myriad demon banner unfurling and surging ahead of Shen Yuan's assault. The demonic visage emblazoned upon the banner expanded tenfold, its maw agape, lunging to devour the headless soldier. Neither would yield such a potent and merciless spirit to the other. Slay! A tremendous roar echoed from the headless soldier's chest cavity. With a sweep, the bronze halberd coalesced from nether spirits in his hand, and the immense, violent aura forged a force field, staunchly supporting the sanguine hand and demonic idol overhead. Yet, the combined assault of Dharma King Shen Yuan and Wen Lanxin possessed such formidable power that it could level a small mountain. The headless soldier roared incessantly. Yet the two lethal talismans inexorably bore down upon him. Dharma King Shen Yuan and Wen Lanxin dared not unleash their full power, lest they obliterate the fierce specter. Yet they also feared the other would seize the spectral soldier first. A soldier of this caliber, a veritable ghost king, would be an unparalleled asset if absorbed. Forged into a magical artifact, or transformed into an avatar through arcane demonic arts, its sentience erased. That single blow alone was equivalent to the strike of a mid-stage transformation divinity expert. For a moment, both were unsure how to proceed, and could only gradually increase the pressure. Slay, slay, slay. The headless soldier's own consciousness seemed to be clouded, with only an overwhelming murderous intent remaining in his heart, acting purely on instinct. Yet, this only amplified his ferocity and overbearing aura. After a futile roar, 3 more resounding shouts emanated from his chest, shaking the entire Sima path as if it were about to collapse. Boom! Zhou Qing felt a massive surge of vital energy, reeking of death, erupt from the earth and converge upon the headless soldier. The bronze halberd, formed from nether spirits, suddenly expanded tenfold, resembling a mountain-cleaving axe from afar. The force field, which had appeared on the verge of collapse under the weight of the sanguine hand and demonic idol, swelled outwards, repelling the demonic idol and sanguine hand slightly. However, the prowess of King Shen Yuan and Wen Lanxin is unparalleled. They are among the foremost masters of their era. Even if the 4 great masters were to unite, they would likely find themselves no match for these two. Although the fierce ghostly spirit possesses strength akin to that of a mid-stage transformation master, it pales in comparison to the 4 eminent masters. Even with its ability to harness the deathly energy from the earth to augment its power, it remains futile. A brief moment of hesitation ensued, as the blood hand and demon god pressed down with overwhelming force, their formidable aura intertwining, producing a series of muffled clattering sounds. The once mighty bronze spear began to wither, its radiant gleam dimming significantly. A sense of devastation and despair instantly enveloped the entire Sima path. The headless soldier spirit, realizing its struggles were in vain, resolutely gathered its ghostly energy and self-destructed, choosing annihilation over submission. King Shen Yuan and Wen Lanxin, despite their meticulous calculations, overlooked this desperate measure. They swiftly retreated several dozen paces to avoid the repercussions of the spirit's explosion. Suddenly, 12 embroidered golden flags materialized into existence, and Zhou Qing could no longer contain himself. Since you do not wish to seize this opportunity, I shall take it. Without hesitation, he exerted his full strength, drawing upon the formidable energies of King Shen Yuan and Wen Lanxin. His primordial spirit, resembling a golden silkworm, transcended to a 4-winged state, his true essence becoming exceedingly potent. Coupled with the intricacies of the formation, he effectively ensnared the ghostly power within the array. With a resounding cry, the blood god blade emerged from his being, soaring directly into the formation and embedding itself into the mass of ghostly energy, devouring it as a great whale would consume water. 6 paths of soul refinement. Return to the essence of nature. In the gaze of sorrowful admiration exchanged between King Shen Yuan and Wen Lanxin, Zhou Qing continuously altered his incantations, causing the blood transformation divine blade to tremble. A pearl, the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a gentle white light, was expelled from the jaws of the double-headed wolf on the hilt, slowly ascending to penetrate Zhou Qing's brow. After death, spirits that linger in the mortal realm are invariably those of formidable mental prowess, particularly the soldiers of the Emperor Qin, who neither revere heaven and earth nor worship deities, but instead venerate their sovereign and obey commands without question. Years of brutal combat have tempered their wills to an unyielding resilience. Drawing upon the might of the blood transformation divine blade, Zhou Qing forcibly stripped away the malevolent and ferocious aura of the soldier's spirit, leaving only the purest essence of mental energy. Throughout history, practitioners have either cultivated their physical form or honed their mental prowess, or pursued both disciplines concurrently. Ultimately, it is a matter of refining both body and spirit. Those who cultivate their physical form draw upon the primordial energy of the universe to refine their bodies. In contrast, those who develop their mental energy must forge their will through arduous training, relying solely on various secret arts to strengthen their consciousness. Their aim is to condense mental energy into a tangible force capable of inflicting harm and vanquishing foes, and to reach a stage where their consciousness remains eternal, coexisting with the cosmos. While the path of physical cultivation is traceable, albeit gradual, the cultivation of mental energy is ethereal and elusive, presenting the greatest challenges. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the lacking, while the path of magic stands in stark opposition, defying celestial order. Ancient magicians, through extensive study, devised methods to forcibly usurp the mental energies of others into their own, a practice that, though swift in advancement, carries its own detriments. The mental energy and consciousness are inextricably linked, collectively referred to as the soul. To assimilate another's psychic power into oneself necessitates the severance of their consciousness. Throughout history, the methods employed by the demonic sects to strip souls and consciousness have been as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. However, the techniques capable of completely eradicating consciousness are exceedingly rare, perhaps fewer than the fingers on one hand. It's akin to modern methods of purifying water, which invariably leave trace impurities. Occasional ingestion is inconsequential, but prolonged exposure to foreign consciousness within oneself, incessantly interfering with one's will, would inevitably lead to mental fragmentation. Even for the most resolute cultivator, the Dutian divine demon grand array within the blood transformation divine saber stands as one of the few techniques capable of such complete purification. Within the array, all souls undergo filtration, meticulously stripping away consciousness, deathly aura, and violent tendencies, leaving behind only the purest essence of spiritual origin, potent psychic energy. Zhou Qing, having acquired this formidable psychic power, felt a subtle throbbing sensation within his mind's eye. He swiftly diverted a portion into his second primordial spirit. Closing his eyes and sweeping his divine sense, he gained an unobstructed view of Sima Dao's situation. His psychic power had more than doubled, far surpassing that of ordinary transformation stage experts, though not yet substantial enough to materialize like that of the Xian Yuan Dharma King. Young one, you've reaped far greater rewards than any of us. Cease your complaints before this venerable one. Alas, had I subdued him and crafted a clone, I would have gained a loyal subordinate at the mid-transformation stage. Your actions are a veritable squandering of heaven's gifts. Although Xian Yuan the Law King felt regretful for his calls, he did not harbor any remorse. If the Yin spirits were to truly self-destruct, it would yield nothing but loss. Zhou Qing did not consider himself lucky either. However, Xian Yuan was incensed that when Lan Xin dared to vie for possession, had it not been for his caution towards the other, he would have reclaimed that formidable military spirit long ago. When Lan Xin shared a similar sentiment, their gazes met, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Both were rebellious figures, one a millennia-old demon, once the commander of the demon clans, and the other a master of the demonic arts. There was little inclination to submit to one another. It was feared that a mere disagreement could lead to a violent confrontation. Zhou Qing, having gained an advantage, was naturally in high spirits. Observing the awkward tension between the two, he understood the reason. Gentlemen, this place is exceedingly perilous. With a single vengeful spirit wielding such power, it would be wise to avoid internal strife. With millions of military spirits, losing one or two is inconsequential. The silence from Sima Daozhong was palpable. It would be prudent for us to descend quickly to avert prolonged complications. Although Zhou Qing secretly wished for their mutual demise, should a battle ensue, the aftermath would be beyond his capacity to endure. Moreover, without their assistance, slaying a few military spirits to absorb their psychic energy would prove exceedingly challenging. Zhou Qing knew that facing 2 or 3 such spirits would not only be difficult to absorb their essence, but he might even risk being devoured himself. With each increment of his psychic energy, his control over the blood god blade became increasingly agile, and he now felt a subtle balance of power with the two. Thus, he stepped forward to mediate the discord. Chapter 68. The Celestial Star Hall. Xian Yuan Dharma King scoffed coldly. In truth, neither party desired an irreparable rift. Seeing that Zhou Qing had offered a compromise, they readily seized it. Wordlessly, they transformed into ethereal silhouettes and plunged downwards. Zhou Qing stamped his foot, surreptitiously affixing a swiftness charm to his leg, and closely trailed the two figures, remarkably keeping pace. All three were paragons of martial prowess. Although Zhou Qing could not rival the two extraordinary individuals, his power had significantly augmented, with his primordial spirit harmonizing with his physical form. He could barely match the cultivators in the middle and later stages of the transformation realm. Moreover, he had just absorbed the mental energies of the spectral soldiers. In terms of the potency of his spiritual essence, he likely surpassed even those who had newly entered the late stage of the transformation realm. With such formidable mental fortitude, manipulating his own true essence and magical artifacts became effortless. Furthermore, a portion of the mental energies stored within his primordial spirit had yet to be refined. Zhou Qing was now brimming with confidence. Wielding the blood-devouring divine saber, he was confident in contending with anyone. In an instant, the 300-odd yards of the Sima path were traversed. Finally, the massive bluestone steps came to an end, revealing a vast and open hall. Colossal stone pillars, each requiring at least 10 people to encircle, stood erect on both sides of the hall. Embedded within the pillars were depictions of nebulae, shimmering and emitting light, creating the sensation of being suspended in the cosmos. The Sima path was undeniably spacious and tall, but this grand hall was at least several times, if not 100 times, more expansive. The pillars stretched forward, leaving a passage tens of yards wide in the center, leading far into the depths of the hall. The three strained their vision, faintly discerning the tightly shut bluestone gates at the hall's end. This was the Celestial Star Hall. It is the star constellation array set up by Su Fu that harnesses the celestial powers to subdue vengeful spirits. The 108 stone pillars were erected by 108 eminent Taoist masters to suppress these souls. Although initially ineffective, Su Fu transformed them into celestial pillars, each containing nearly 2,000 vengeful spirits, souls of the Qin and Zhao soldiers who perished in the Battle of Conferring. The esteemed Xinyuan, a man of great age and wisdom, possesses profound knowledge of these secrets. 1 is 2,000, and 108 amounts to 200,000. This figure only accounts for the soldiers who died in battle, not to mention the 40,000 who were executed. Zhou Qing sensed something amiss. A significant portion was conspicuously absent. The formidable Wen Lanxin, a master of darkness, remained silent, merely observing the exchange between the two. Those 40,000 executed souls harbor a resentment so potent that even the 9 heavens thunder tribulation cannot contend with it. No matter how powerful Su Fu may be, how could he possibly seal them all? It is said they remain suppressed at the very bottom alongside the infamous General Bai Qi. However, my knowledge is limited to what lies within the Star Hall. I cannot speak of what resides behind that stone door. With a casual wave of his hand, Xinyuan maintained his composure. However, the fact that nearly 2,000 vengeful spirits are contained within a single celestial pillar is alarming. Should they all be released at once? Even with their extraordinary powers, it is likely we would meet a fate of utter annihilation. Zhou Qing witnessed even a solitary headless soldier's spirit emerging with formidable ferocity. The consequences of unleashing 2,000 would be catastrophic. It seems that it will require the collective might of all the adept practitioners of the world's pathways, along with their treasures, to orchestrate an unparalleled killing formation to contend with the situation. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, both Wen Lanxin and the Emperor Xuanyuan's countenance darkened considerably. Indeed, even though they were figures of extraordinary prowess, capable of transcending the corporeal realm, facing 2,000 mid-stage military spirits was a nearly insurmountable task. Yet, to demand their surrender would be akin to forcing them to regurgitate a delectable morsel. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Thus, there was no alternative. Although perilous, fortune favors the bold, and they resolved to take the risk. Zhou Qing and Wen Lanxin held no objections. Both parties consented to this strategy. The swords, varying in hues and forms, ranged from lengths exceeding 4 feet to those scarcely a foot long, exhibiting a delightful irregularity. The Emperor Xianyuan executed several sword gestures, causing a dozen or so swords to pierce the ground with a series of sharp sounds, embedding themselves into the stone steps. Countless sword auras coalesced to form a primordial taiji diagram, encompassing an area of 10 zhang. The ethereal Taoist demon-slaying sword energy permeated the entire passage, transforming its originally chilling atmosphere with a hint of warmth. The Shushan sword technique? Having practiced the sword qi ascending technique, Zhou Qing possessed a heightened sensitivity to sword energy. allowing him to discern a familiar essence emanating from the aura. It became immediately clear to him that the ancient sorcerer was employing the sword formation of Shushan. Chapter 69. The Disha Grand Formation. When Lan Xin, with a graceful flick of her left hand, discharged a series of golden motes, each no larger than a bean. These rapidly expanded in midair, coalescing into a luminous golden screen. Within this radiant barrier, diminutive golden-armored deities danced, each wielding an arcane weapon, a halberd, an iron whip, a parasol, a pair of hooks. They ceaselessly orbited the light screen, accompanied by ethereal melodies that cleared the mind and sharpened the senses. With a soft command from Lan Xin, the golden screen fortified the sword array laid down by the Xianyuan Dharma King, transmuting beings into soldiers. Zhou Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Is this not the arcane art used by Yang Jian against the plague god Lu and his disciples Zheng Luan during the investiture of the gods? Observing the righteous and radiant nature of Lan Xin's spell, exuding an otherworldly aura, Zhou Qing was taken aback that it was an ancient celestial technique. Throughout history, countless imitations of the transmuting beings into soldiers technique have emerged. The Maoshan and Dragon Tiger Mountains both possess similar secret methods, but most are mere illusions. Tricks of the eye. Even when tangible forms materialize, they are nothing more than condensed true essence or the substantial forms of magical treasures. Some practitioners of the demonic path even seal living souls and malevolent spirits within soybeans, scattering them in battle under the guise of transmuting beings into soldiers. However, the authentic transmuting beings into soldiers technique is exclusively the domain of the Kunlun sect. It is said that when mastered to its highest level, this celestial art can summon heavenly soldiers and generals, as well as deities from all directions, possessing boundless power. Evidently, when Lan Xin had only grasped the rudiments, using it merely for self-protection rather than offense. Among the Disha array, the Earth Dog Star is the weakest. Presumably, the number of wrong souls sealed within is small, and their resentment is not severe. Let us begin by blasting open the Earth Dog Star pillar. Zhou Qing approached a towering star pillar on the left side of the grand hall, scrutinizing it with keen attention. He immersed his consciousness within, analyzing the intricacies of the seal. In an instant, he discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the binding. With a sharp sound, the blood transformation divine blade was in his grasp. Zhou Qing did not invoke the blade's arrayed powers. Instead, he wielded it with the essence of the blade itself, channeling the profound techniques of the 8-9 mysteries. The originally ancient and dark blade emanated a faint golden hue, devoid of the fierce bloodthirst that typically characterized it. Rather, it radiated an aura reminiscent of Buddhist light, pure and sanctified. With his formidable mental prowess, Zhou Qing guided the blade, deftly maneuvering it against the star pillar, causing a stream of starlight to spiral down from the grand hall, akin to a colossal serpent entwining around the pillar, seeking to ensnare the blood transformation divine blade that had just brushed against the starry patterns. A thick black smoke enveloped the area, swiftly coalescing into countless vengeful spirits, their heads swirling in the air, grotesque and menacing. Among the flying heads, some were half flesh and half skull, with 2 blood-red streaks cascading from their eyes, instilling a palpable dread even in the heart of the formidable demon, Lan Xin. Within this legion of phantoms, there emerged squads of armored soldier souls, wielding bronze spears. Cloaked in a chilling wind, their murderous intent palpable, appearing even more fearsome than the headless soldiers Zhou Qing had previously absorbed. The forms of these spectral warriors fluctuated, but gradually solidified into their likenesses at the moment of their demise, heads bloodied and battered, limbs severed, and some grotesquely disemboweled, with slick, greenish entrails spilling from gaping wounds, winding around their waists in a macabre display. Additionally, there were over 100 figures, their bodies pierced by blades and arrows, resembling a hedgehog, each adorned with lethal projectiles. Chapter 70. Surrounded by adversity. Swish. Dozens of bronze halberds, forged from the concentrated power of spectral entities, hurtled through the air towards the Xianyuan Dharma King and Lan Xin. Their formidable momentum rivaled even the piercing strike of a cultivator's flying sword. These were the manifestations of several powerful Yin soldiers, their murderous intent heightened by the scent of the living, each vying for the chance to feast upon mortal flesh. A resonant roar, akin to the bellow of a dragon and the snarl of a tiger, erupted as the Xianyuan Dharma King advanced instead of retreating. The golden yellow of his Taoist robe flared with dazzling arcane light. The spectral energy of several airborne heads, being of weaker constitution, sputtered and hissed as they were bathed in the effulgence, emitting mournful cries. In an instant, the Xian Yuan Dharma King, emboldened by his substantial true essence and mystical demon-subduing artifacts, pressed forward into a throng of armored, distinctly more formidable military spirits. His crimson hand shot out, seizing a soldier adorned with a jeweled helmet, a gaping, translucent wound marring his abdomen, and wielding a cyan halberd. Demonic chaos reigns. Coagulating blood gods grasp. Be absorbed. Xian Yuan, the Law King, unleashed a series of thunderous roars, his voice resonating with the authentic Taoist incantations that exorcise malevolent spirits. Waves of sound, adorned with luminous halos, distorted the long spears that were thrust at him from behind, momentarily stalling their advance. In this fleeting pause, Xian Yuan's sanguine hands, seemingly born of ethereal essence, morphed into two identical bloodied appendages that seized the soldier's upper and lower halves with a fierce grip. With a swift twist, akin to wringing out dough, the soldier was mercilessly torn asunder, dissipating into a plume of dark smoke. Just as the formidable ghostly energies attempted to scatter, they were ensnared by the bloodied hands, which absorbed the spectral essence, causing them to swell slightly. The once reclusive spirits, previously subdued by the malevolent aura of the vengeful ghosts, now emerged, baring their fangs with a grotesque ferocity, rivaling the severed heads that danced in the air above. With a cacophony of explosive sounds, the distorted long spears and halberds, under the control of several formidable and relatively unscathed ghostly figures, rapidly reformed into solid entities. They struck fiercely against the shimmering barrier of Xian Yuan's golden Taoist robe, delivering dozens of blows in quick succession. The waves of energy rippled outward. Even Xian Yuan, with his profound mastery and unfathomable prowess, felt his vitality surge tumultuously, his footing faltering as he stumbled forward. The world transformed into blood, his form becoming formless as he invoked the art of evasion. Realizing he had overestimated his capabilities, Xian Yuan Law King understood that he could not contend with these fierce ghost legionnaires alone. It was no wonder that even the 108 masters of the Taoist sect were unable to subdue them, despite his arrogance and self-proclaimed invincibility when faced with imminent demise. Xian Yuan Law King chose to flee, disregarding his pride. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately gathered his true essence, transforming his bloody hands into a dense cocoon of blood that enveloped him completely. He then crashed into a Yin soldier covered in arrows, resembling a porcupine, who stood in his path. Seeing such power, the porcupine-Yin soldier let out a tremendous roar instead of dodging. Slaughter, raising his long spear. The sound of it cutting through the air was deafening. He met the massive blood cocoon head-on with the force of splitting Mount Hua. At the instant of impact, space twisted, and the blood cocoon vanished into the void without a trace, leaving the porcupine-Yin soldier and the surrounding legionnaires dumbfounded, unsure of what had just transpired. Good heavens! Indeed, many ants can kill an elephant. As he escaped through the space he had torn open with a secret technique, Xian Yuan Law King did not forget to glance in the direction of Wen Lanxin, only to find that she had long since disappeared. A torrent of curses filled his heart, were it not for Wen Lanxin's true essence and Taoist magic being on par with his own. Coupled with her strange and peculiar immortal techniques, Xian Yuan Law King would have immediately sought trouble with that woman. Within the intricate formation meticulously crafted by two formidable masters, Zhou Qing exerted the full extent of his 8-9 arcane technique, fortifying his spiritual consciousness and refining a portion of the mental power stored within his primordial spirit. In the ethereal realm, the heavens seemed to part, and Zhou Qing's mind manifested a resplendent array of iridescent lights. Countless delicate strands of luminescence ceaselessly intertwined and spiraled around his brow, gradually coalescing into a minuscule, immaculate, and pristine particle, no larger than a grain of rice. A Buddhist golden relic. Zhou Qing mused. Could this truly be a Buddhist cultivation technique? Although he was uncertain about the specifics of the method, he was familiar with the unique relic of Buddhist monks, a tangible manifestation of pure mental power. Opening his eyes, Zhou Qing's vision intensified dramatically, enabling him to discern, albeit faintly, the situation within the celestial star grand hall beneath Simatal. This is the phenomenon of the celestial eye opening, he exclaimed with delight. Unlike spiritual perception, which relies on intuition and conjecture, the celestial eye offered a superior advantage, allowing one to clearly penetrate all obstacles and perceive whatever one desired. It was said that when the Buddhas of the Western paradise opened their celestial eyes, nothing in the vast universe, not even beyond the 33rd heaven, could escape their gaze. However, Zhou Qing's elation quickly turned to dismay as he witnessed the dire circumstances. He beheld the sight of the Xian Yuan Dharma King, battered and bloodied by the relentless onslaught of the ferocious ghost army, resorting to a secret technique to tear through space and flee. Aware of the Xian Yuan Dharma King's formidable abilities, Zhou Qing immediately contemplated making his own escape. In a flash of white light, Wen Lanxin materialized within the formation, anxiously declaring, "This formation can only withstand them for a brief moment. It seems we have underestimated the strength of this ghost army." As soon as the words were spoken, the formidable Xianyuan Law King appeared in the formation, exclaiming in disarray, "Fear not. The three of us can certainly sustain this grand formation for an hour. We shall remain within, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. An hour is sufficient to deal with these military souls. Just now, I was ensnared in their encirclement." Despite his disheveled appearance, the Xianyuan Law King, being a master of profound skills, swiftly dispelled his injuries with a mere modulation of his true essence. However, Wen Lanxin was equally reluctant to depart, for the allure was undeniably compelling. The two conjured their spells, sealing the passage leading outward securely, determined to burn their boats and eliminate their only avenue of retreat. This infuriated Zhou Qing, who internally cursed the pair numerous times. "Are they not dragging me into this predicament?" Suddenly, a ferocious ghost soldier charged into the fray, wielding a massive three-pavilion broadsword. Unlike other specters, this soldier donned armor forged from pure ghostly energy, indicating a rank far above that of mere military souls. Adorned with golden swallowing mouths, lion mane belts, and dragon-hide boots, this spectral warrior clearly bore the mark of an eminent general. Upon witnessing the swirling celestial light and the sword energy that fiercely obstructed the passage of the grand formation, the ghostly general instinctively felt an inexplicable revulsion. With a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder striking the earth, he unleashed his ghostly might. The three-pavilion broadsword transformed into a tempest of raging ghostly winds, cleaving towards the Tai Chi diagram formed by the grand array. As the ghostly force surged, Wen Lanxin employed the art of summoning soldiers from beings to empower the array's external restrictions, which had previously been in constant rotation. The tiny golden-armored deities suddenly grew to human size, radiating brilliant golden light, their appearance strikingly divine, as if celestial warriors had descended from the heavens. Among them, a golden-armored deity wielding a royal umbrella emerged with a flourish. With the opening of the parasol, it deflected the formidable strike of the ghost general. The remaining dozens of golden-armored celestial beings, wielding extraordinary weapons, swiftly encircled the ghost general, surrounding him completely. Dozens of glittering, razor-sharp weapons descended upon the fierce adversary with the ease of chopping vegetables. Zhou Qing observed this dazzling spectacle, sighing inwardly, what a pity to have so many attacking a single opponent. The fierce ghost general was about to meet his end. How splendid it would have been had I been able to absorb his essence. My Sarira is just beginning to form, and I am in need of pure mental energy for sustenance. This scene, reminiscent of ancient battlefield confrontations, opened Zhou Qing's eyes to a world of martial prowess. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the golden-armored celestial was cleaved in two by the ghost general's blade, transforming into a swirling mass of golden light. It seemed poised to reconstitute into human form, yet the mighty sword did not afford him that opportunity. The downward momentum of the blade came to an abrupt halt, its edge quivering slightly, as if manipulated by a master of the sword technique reaching the pinnacle of its art. The blade's radiance eerily split into several strands, simultaneously entwining around the golden light, and faint, chilling cries of despair echoed faintly. The golden essence was thoroughly disrupted by the cold, sinister blade aura, unable to reassemble, vanishing into the ether. Such a remarkable figure lurked within the realm of spectral souls, wielding martial skills and swordplay to such an extraordinary degree that, in ordinary combat or on the battlefield, even 100 skilled fighters would be no match. Both King Xianyuan and Wen Lanxin bore witness to this scene, their astonishment palpable. Zhou Qing, however, was deeply intrigued by the ghost general's enigmatic sword technique. The practitioners of the mystical arts toil relentlessly to cultivate their true essence and mental prowess, seeking formidable magical abilities, robust vitality, and resilient physiques, while placing little value on martial skills and physical techniques. Zhou Qing, too, scoffed at such notions. It is hardly surprising. No matter how exquisite one's physical techniques may be, when confronted by a cultivator whose body resembles that of a diamond, any strike would merely rebound upon oneself, rendering such efforts futile. A practitioner in the latter stages of energy induction would find ordinary blades and swords striking their flesh akin to the mere sting of a mosquito, utterly inconsequential. Thus, all forms of martial arts and physical techniques are deemed trivial skills, mere tricks employed by mortals to assert dominance and engage in brawls. This has always been Zhou Qing's conviction. However, the situation now appears entirely different. Through Zhou Qing's heavenly eye, he perceives the ghost general's swordsmanship as extraordinarily refined. Each move seemingly imbued with profound truths, harmonizing with the celestial principles. The tides of battle swiftly turn as the dozen or so imposing golden-armored deities are suddenly torn asunder by countless vengeful spirits, leaving not a trace behind. The trio realizes that remaining within this formation may prove perilous, and they collectively dash beyond its confines, turning their backs to the sword array to avoid being besieged from both sides. At this juncture, King Xianyuan refrains from reckless actions, cautiously unleashing his blood hand of the soul, which swiftly crushes several approaching, ghastly visages with a resounding pop. The dark energy of the spirits erupts, drawn into the blood hand. With a successful strike, King Xianyuan's confidence surges, and his momentum intensifies as the blood hand reaches out toward a seemingly less malevolent ghost soldier. For it is a universally understood principle to pick the softest fruit first. Though when Lan's scattered beans become soldiers' technique was potent enough to disperse over a dozen golden-armored celestial deities amidst the thousands of military spirits, it remained effective. With a shift in incantation, all the celestial deities bolstering the grand formation descended, encircling him in an impenetrable defense, engaging the encroaching military spirits in pairs. These spectral soldiers, noticeably lacking the martial prowess of their ghostly generals, became embroiled in fierce combat. When Lan, wielding the myriad fiend banner, conjured forth a demonic deity manifestation, descending upon the weaker spirits, a coordinated assault ensued. The demonic deity manifestation, tearing and rending, coupled with Wen Lan's own demonic arts, proved overwhelming. The initially ferocious spectral soldiers were vanquished without a single match, absorbed into the banner. Advancing and retreating, occasionally drifting into the formation, they allowed the encircling specters to grasp at emptiness, only to be dispersed by sword chi. Through this guerrilla warfare, over a dozen military spirits were swiftly eliminated. When Lan's demonic deity manifestation grew increasingly formidable, initially a colossal head, after devouring several military spirits, the semblance of a torso began to materialize below, with protuberances on either side, as if poised to sprout hands. Chapter 72. 4 Faces and 8 Arms. Zhou Qing channeled the 8-9 arcane techniques with all his might, his hands forming the immovable Wisdom King Midra. The 6-shung golden body giant behind him emitted a radiance akin to the rising sun, scorching the encroaching spectral soldiers, eliciting shrieks and plumes of black smoke. The 6-shung golden body giant appeared significantly clearer than before, vaguely revealing a 4-faced visage and 8 arms, each seemingly bearing an object, though obscured and indistinct. Evidently, despite Zhou Qing's augmented psychic power, it remained far from sufficient. Fortified by this golden physique, and with Wen Lanxin's hundreds of golden-armored deities diverting the attention of the spectral soldiers, Zhou Qing's burden was lessened. He manipulated the transforming blood divine saber with his divine consciousness, forcefully cleaving a gaping, biting wraith. The inky aura was instantly drawn into the blade, and from the twin wolf muzzles on the hilt, a wisp of white light emerged, entering Zhou Qing's brow and merging into the grain-sized relic. The immaculate relic shone brilliantly, subtly expanding, and Zhou Qing felt his mental power expand slightly. Mental energy surged from his brow like a tide, infused with the mantra of the immovable Wisdom King seal, driven by the 8-9 arcane art and poured into the golden giant behind him. The 6 golden physique blazed with golden light, its features sharpening. The relentless onslaught of spectral soldiers was held at bay 3, away by this golden radiance. Zhou Qing wielded the saber with alternating elusiveness and boldness, employing the saber techniques he had gleaned from the ghost general. Previously, Zhou Qing could have unleashed the power of the transforming blood divine sabers all heaven array with his full true essence, slaying hundreds of spectral soldiers with a single strike. But that would have depleted his true essence, tantamount to suicide. Now, Zhou Qing did not use his true essence, relying solely on mental power to control the saber, conserving his true essence. In a short while, he had felled several soldiers locked in combat with the golden-armored deities. Pure mental power, along with the divine consciousness controlling the blade, dissolved into the tiny relic in his brow. With each Qing soldier ghost felled, Zhou Qing's relic grew larger. His mental power expanded, and the golden giant behind him became clearer. After Zhou Qing assimilated the psychic energy of over a dozen spectral soldiers, the ARRA between his brows, initially the size of a grain of rice, swelled to that of a soybean. The golden effulgence emanating from the six-zhang golden body behind him surged like a vast ocean. Even the most ferocious specters were repelled by the golden light. Undeterred, these ghouls roared, relentlessly attempting to breach the golden barrier. The passage echoed with incessant screeches, and dense black smoke billowed. Weaker souls were directly transmuted into nothingness by the light, while more complete, violent entities were dispersed into smoke, only to reform, albeit with diminished vigor. Their vital energy scorched by the golden radiance. Eventually, when Lanxin's summoned golden-armored deities were utterly annihilated, their pursuit of the ghost general proved fruitless as the unhindered Qing soldiers swarmed forth. The ghost general transformed into a cloud of black miasma, vanishing amidst the spectral army. Even their divine sense, once locked onto the target, was now obstructed by the baleful aura of the countless Qing soldiers, rendering any further detection impossible. Chapter 73. Perilous urgency. Upon witnessing Xianyuan Dharma King's self-inflicted bloodletting to propel the sanguine hand, Zhou Qing immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. With their circumstances fraught with danger, conserving one's true essence to avert exhaustion was paramount. Such acts of self-harm, bordering on self-destruction, were typically reserved for either desperate gambits or strategic retreats. Given the choice, Zhou Qing knew instinctively that Xianyuan Dharma King would never choose the former. Zhou Qing found himself entangled with a spectral soldier, its head marred with gore, a lengthy arrow piercing through its cranium and protruding from its gaping maw, a truly ghastly apparition. Beholding their departure, Zhou Qing felt a surge of anxiety. With a flourish of his blade, he cleaved through the spectral soldier, foregoing the absorption of its spiritual essence. He hastily retraced his steps towards the cavern's mouth, lacking the ability to traverse space as they had. Alas, so many exquisite swords were left behind. A bitter pill to swallow for a sect leader as destitute as he. Even in the face of mortal peril, Zhou Qing's thoughts lingered on earthly possessions, a testament to his avarice. Just as he had sprinted a mere 10 yards, a pair of barriers, one ebony and the other crimson, materialized before him. Caught off guard, Zhou Qing collided with the obstructions. Two beams of light, as thick as thumbs, erupted forth, forcing him to dive for cover. The projectiles struck the flagstone floor, pulverizing the massive steps and sending debris scattering in all directions. The sheer power of the attack was astounding. Zhou Qing's countenance darkened as he beheld the shimmering red and black barriers that sealed off the passage, a clear indication that the Xianyuan Dharma King had anticipated his escape and laid a trap. In that instant, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon their ancestors, channeling his true essence into the blood-transforming divine saber, preparing to shatter the barriers with brute force. A deafening explosion echoed behind him, accompanied by a wave of ghostly miasma that swirled above his head, poised to strike. A cacophony of clashing swords erupted as dozens of blades clattered to the ground. Their once resplendent radiance dimmed, the ethereal essence dissipated. Zhou Qing's heart sank, realizing the peril of the situation. In a hurried motion, he swept the blood transformation divine blade above his head, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that dispersed the chilling, ghostly aura hovering above. With deft hand seals, he wielded his mental prowess to summon a towering six-zhang golden figure. Although the figure had yet to fully materialize, it radiated with a magnificent golden glow, resembling a colossal sphere of 3 zhang in diameter. Zhou Qing poured every ounce of his energy into condensing his mental force, managing to compress the golden light emitted by the figure to envelop himself within a radius of 1 zhang. The golden brilliance coalesced almost entirely into a solid form, advancing with unyielding force towards the legion of spectral soldiers that had just shattered the sword formation. This was not an act of recklessness. Rather, it was a calculated decision by Zhou Qing. He aimed to break the restrictions set by the combined efforts of King Xianyuan and Wen Lanqing. Even with the assistance of the blood transformation divine blade, he knew that he would be left severely weakened afterward, his vital essence depleted. He feared that he would not escape the cave before being pursued by these relentless phantoms. In that eventuality, he would lack the resources to fight back. Thus, it was far more prudent to eliminate as many spectral soldiers as possible now, absorbing their spiritual essence to bolster his strength for the inevitable escape. The golden radiance appeared to be particularly effective against these spectral soldiers. enhanced by Zhou Qing's manipulation of the blood transformation divine saber with his divine consciousness, which darted in and out around the golden light. Zhou Qing swiftly felled several of the weaker military spirits. Despite the surrounding Yin soldiers' continuous roars, they were unable to penetrate the substantial protective golden aura. Some of the frilier military spirits were scorched into wisps of black smoke by the golden light, suffering significant damage to their essence. The formidable ghost general seemed to have vanished, offering no resistance. Zhou Qing's onslaught proceeded with relative ease, as clusters of spiritual power were channeled into the Sarira within Zhou Qing's brow. The Sarira, overwhelmed by such a massive influx of nourishment, seemed unable to fully assimilate it. A significant portion of the spiritual power coursed erratically within his brow, causing sharp, stabbing pains in Zhou Qing's mind. Zhou Qing was compelled to mobilize his second primordial spirit to store all the unrefined spiritual power within the spirit, having absorbed such a vast amount of spiritual energy. The golden light surrounding Zhou Qing expanded even further, resembling an enormous golden cocoon, pulsating gently as if on the verge of eruption. The immense and surging golden radiance crashed against the entire Sima path like ocean waves. Zhou Qing's brow Sarira was now rapidly expanding, causing a throbbing ache. Fearing some mishap, such as the Sarira bursting his head open, Zhou Qing had no choice but to allocate 80% of his mental strength to suppress it. Zhou Qing, having lost count of the numerous ghostly spirits he had vanquished, surged into the Hall of Celestial Stars. Energy and mental force coalesced within his primordial spirit. Yet the relic at his brow had reached its limit, utterly incapable of absorbing any further energy. A searing pain enveloped his head, as he found himself encased in a golden cocoon, resembling a frenzied tiger, claws bared and fangs gnashing. The blood god blade, nearly beyond his control, autonomously soared into the golden cocoon, merging with Zhou Qing's very being. With his six-zhang golden form trailing behind him, Zhou Qing charged recklessly through the Hall of Celestial Stars. Whenever a ghostly soldier encircled him, they were shattered into fragments upon collision, the force of his onslaught overshadowing even the pervasive, dense aura of ghostly energy that filled the hall. Then, the formidable and fierce ghost general finally made his appearance, wielding a great blade imbued with boundless malevolence. He swung it through the air, striking the golden cocoon with the force of a massive door. The waves of light upon the cocoon surged violently, akin to a great mountain being hurled into a vast lake, unleashing towering waves. Though the chi cocoon remained unbroken by the initial assault, a frigid current of air managed to infiltrate the substantial golden radiance. Zhou Qing, struggling against the overwhelming mental force, found his mind muddled. Yet, this incursion of chilling, malevolent energy served to sharpen his awareness. With a flash of inspiration, he activated the relic between his brows, unleashing a portion of the unrefined mental power to collide forcefully with the invading malevolent energy. As both dissipated into nothingness, Zhou Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him, his senses fully restored. He then beheld the towering ghost general standing not far off. The ghost general, once only slightly taller than an average man, now stood 10 yards tall, its head the size of a wicker basket, its blade like a door, its features vividly lifelike. A ferocious Yin soldier that attempted to encircle it was cleaved asunder with a single strike, transforming into wisps of ghostly energy that the ghost general inhaled. With each Yin soldier slain, the ghost general's physique expanded, its form becoming increasingly distinct, almost corporeal. It now became clear why the ghost general had not appeared earlier. It had been engaged in internecine slaughter. Zhou Qing realized with a start. The ghost general swiftly dispatched over 100 Yin soldiers, its body growing even more immense, nearly rivaling the 18-yard golden giant behind Zhou Qing. The once crowded ghosts within the Grand Celestial Star Hall had become sparse. With no escape ahead and pursuers behind, Zhou Qing felt a surge of desperation. With a burst of golden light, he moved, just as the ghost general finished off the last Yin soldier. A roar that shook the hall caused the 107 towering star pillars to emit brilliant light, their starlight intertwining. The ghost general raised its blade, generating a powerful gust of wind, and brought it down upon the nearest star pillar. Clang! A blood-red longsword, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, descended towards the nape of the ghost general. With a swift twist of the blade, the ghost general deflected the strike, and as his body twisted, he took a significant step forward, his massive frame betraying no sense of clumsiness, instead exhibiting an almost graceful agility. Zhou Qing collided with the Grandstone Gate, as if plunging into an entirely different realm, hazy and chaotic, reminiscent of his previous experience in the path of unity between heaven and man. Zhou Qing focused his internal energy to mend his injuries, suppressing the surging blood within. Fortunately, the internal disturbance was merely a tremor, with the ghostly energy having infiltrated his body without causing substantial harm. In but a moment, Zhou Qing's injuries healed, and he began to survey his surroundings. What kind of formation is this? This time, he discerned that it was certainly not an illusion, but rather he was ensnared within a grand array. Despite Zhou Qing's profound understanding of formations, he could perceive no discernible clues. Yet within this chaos, there appeared to be no immediate danger. It seemed designed solely to entrap. Zhou Qing exhaled in relief, setting aside thoughts of breaking the formation, and his consciousness delved into the gem nestled within his brow. Separating his primordial spirit from his physical form, allowing the vast and pure mental energy of his spirit to surge forth, Zhou Qing manipulated hand seals, silently refining the spiritual power derived from the 100 or so fierce ghosts. In the depths of the void, the golden light enveloped Zhou Qing, and the six-zhang golden body manifestation emerged behind him, while his 8 arms gradually took form, their 4 faces becoming increasingly distinct, indistinguishable from those of the living. The 8 arms began to move, each wielding an object. One hand held a lotus flower, another a pure vessel, one brandished a spear, another a great sword. One gripped a scepter, one bore a dharma wheel, one held a command token, and one clutched a classic text. Zhou Qing's consciousness was entirely immersed in the pristine, flawless relic, resembling a pigeon egg in size. As his hand gestures continuously transformed, the relic bore Zhou Qing's entire spiritual essence, soaring from his corporeal form and merging into the towering six-zhang golden body. Once the Dharma body was established, it became eternal and indestructible. The ultimate realm of spiritual cultivation lies in the ability to condense the formless and intangible spiritual will into the Dharma body through various methods, subsequently transferring the imprint of consciousness into that body. This bears a significant resemblance to the possession techniques of demonic and mystical paths. The physical body, though substantial, is ultimately subject to the relentless erosion of time and will eventually succumb to decay. Some demons, upon the decay of their corporeal forms, seek out fresh and intact vessels to transfer their primordial spirits. Throughout history, numerous individuals from the path of Tao have also resorted to seizing the bodies of others after suffering severe injuries or having their forms obliterated by heavenly tribulations. The practice of condensing the Dharma body through mental focus and subsequently transferring the primordial spirit is exceedingly rare. Not only is this form of spiritual cultivation extraordinarily challenging, but the very act of solidifying into a tangible form is fraught with difficulties. Furthermore, the methods for condensing the Dharma body vary greatly, and the power of the resulting forms can differ significantly. Without a superior technique for the condensation of the Dharma body, one might end up with a form inferior to the original physical body, rendering all efforts futile. Even in ancient times, when the formidable deity Neza's corporeal form shattered, he resorted to the Kunlun 7-colored immortal lotus to reconstruct his body, refraining from employing this method of Dharma body condensation. Alas, my current form is that of the 4-faced, 8-armed golden body, and it is no wonder I feel so awkward. Chapter 75, The Ode to the Apang Palace. At the very least, I now possess an immortal body. Though it may appear unseemly, the benefits are manifold. Zhou Qing, however, was inwardly jubilant. Unlike the Dharmakaya, the second primordial spirit, while capable of augmenting power and true essence for the execution of Taoist arts, akin to a second self, lacks a direct nexus with the original body. The quintessential purpose of the second primordial spirit is to serve as a bulwark against calamities and tribulations upon the demise of the original body. The second primordial spirit also perishes. Conversely, the destruction of the second primordial spirit merely inflicts damage upon the consciousness of the original body, from which it can soon recuperate. The Dharmakaya is entirely distinct. It can be asserted that Zhou Qing's 6 golden body with 4 faces and 8 arms is now his very essence, while his original corporeal form has transformed into something akin to a second primordial spirit. Indeed, even if the original body were to be annihilated, it would bear no consequence for Zhou Qing. Nevertheless, Zhou Qing would certainly not forsake his corporeal form in such a manner. Aside from other considerations, his Dharmakaya, being newly formed, is not yet solidified, far from achieving the state of perpetual immutability and infinite transformations. Further cultivation is requisite. While its power in combat is greatly amplified, it is not as convenient. Break. After numerous fruitless inspections, Zhou Qing resolved to breach the formation with brute force. Now that his Dharmakaya was complete and his true essence abundant, he wielded the blood transformation saber with greater ease and potency than before. A torrent of sanguine light unfurled, directly dispersing the surrounding chaotic energy. Yet, no matter how far the sanguine light extended, the surroundings remained a primordial chaos, as if the world were in a state of precreation. Could this be a miniature world? Zhou Qing mused with a hint of perplexity. Upon beholding this expanse of palaces and chambers, Zhou Qing was not surprised as to the location, but rather expressed admiration. This place seems somewhat familiar. After a prolonged observation, Zhou Qing sensed a vague familiarity, yet he couldn't quite place it, as his memory held no record of ever having visited such a locale. Lost in contemplation, he was abruptly assailed by an overwhelming divine sense that swept over him, as if he were stripped bare, his very being laid open for scrutiny. The probing even delved into the depths of his corporeal form, examining every minute detail. Startled, Zhou Qing swiftly manifested his golden body, enveloping himself in a radiant golden aura that staunchly repelled the intruding divine sense. A murmur of surprise echoed from the distant palace chambers, followed by a sudden gust of wind. Zhou Qing, wielding his 8 arms, tenaciously guarded his entire being. The scenery morphed continuously until the tempest subsided, and Zhou Qing found himself upon a towering altar within the palace. This altar, immensely vast, spanned dozens of in both length and width, reaching towards the heavens. Its composition defied categorization, being neither metal, wood, nor iron, leaving its true material a mystery. Standing atop this altar, he gazed down upon the sprawling palace complex. The verdant hills, the meandering streams, and the crimson walls and tiles, experiencing a far more profound appreciation than he had from the distant sky. The middle-aged man, adorned in a feathered robe and a starry crown, exuded an ethereal aura. He was the very image of an immortal being. Zhou Qing hastily spoke, "Esteemed immortal, there has been a misunderstanding. This is merely a manifestation of my extracorporeal avatar technique. I apologize for any disturbance I may have caused." Zhou Qing offered a flawless Taoist bow, yet his mind reeled with disbelief. How have I arrived at the Apang Palace? Is this not the place where wronged souls are suppressed in Chongping? Could the rumors be false? Yet, it all seems connected to the great Emperor Qing. Could this man truly be a celestial being? His aura was utterly inscrutable, rendering his cultivation level unfathomable. He was undoubtedly no ordinary mortal and deserved respectful treatment. Legend had it that the first emperor of Qin had gathered numerous eminent individuals. But wasn't the Apang Palace consumed by Xiang Yu's inferno? How could it materialize here? Could it be a mere illusion? A barrage of questions left Zhou Qing utterly perplexed. Immortals? This one is Bai Qi, not an immortal. The middle-aged man scoffed. And with a wave of his hand, the clouds in the sky coalesced once more, obscuring the sunlight. A shiver ran down Zhou Qing's spine, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Bai Qi, you are the god of slaughter, Bai Qi." Despite Zhou Qing's nimble mind, he could never have imagined that the ethereal middle-aged man before him was the legendary god of slaughter, Bai Qi. It was akin to a demon metamorphosing into a Buddha. Chapter 76, The Altars of the Land and Grain. God of slaughter. Ha ha, ha ha. Bai Qi erupted in maniacal laughter, his ethereal aura vanishing entirely, replaced by an arrogance that brooked no rivals. His aura surged wildly, giving Zhou Qing the impression that the heavens and the earth were prostrating at Bai Qi's feet. For a moment, the sun high in the sky, the leisurely clouds, and the gentle breeze seemed to cower in fear of Bai Qi, vanishing into nothingness. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the entire world was filled with Bai Qi's maniacal laughter. If the heavens obstruct me, I shall obliterate them. If the earth obstructs me, I shall destroy it. If the gods obstruct me, I shall slay them. The title of God of Slaughter is one that I, Bai Qi, can bear. Bai Qi's aura and words carried an immense pressure, seemingly containing a murderous intent that could shatter one's courage. Zhou Qing was compelled to summon all his strength to withstand it. You are not simple. To have traversed the primordial expanse and arrived within this Shanisheiji too is quite astonishing. It seems an eternity, over 2 millennia, since I last engaged in combat, and the solitude has become unbearable. Though peculiar in attire, young one, your cultivation is remarkable. Indulge me in a brief exchange. Before Zhou Qing could fully comprehend Bai Qi's words, a fist rapidly approached, expanding to fill his entire field of vision. In that instant, Bai Qi's fist seemed to encompass the entirety of existence, obliterating all else from sight, to encapsulate the world within a mustard seed. Such divine power. Zhou Qing knew that what he beheld was no illusion. His cultivation of the 8-9 arcane art was a supreme method for honing spiritual awareness, capable of piercing through all falsehoods and directly perceiving the true essence. This vanishing world was truly disappearing. Faced with this unavoidable blow, Zhou Qing had no time for contemplation. He summoned his second primordial spirit and met the attack head-on. Bang! Zhou Qing was sent hurtling back 10 meters by Bai Qi's fist. The second primordial spirit was jolted from his body, revealing its true form, a massive silkworm, 30 meters in length and as thick as a water bucket, with 4 wings upon its back. Its entire body shimmered with golden light, as if encased in gold leaf, yet exuding an aura of invincibility. Zhou Qing knew his own limitations. The shell of his primordial golden silkworm was already showing fine cracks, and the trace of divine thought he had attached to it was nearly shattered. Zhou Qing's physical body suffered in turn, his vital energy almost suffocating him. He nearly lost consciousness. Could it be that Bai Qi, after so long in confinement, had descended into madness? Had my spiritual awareness not increased significantly, and my power and true essence not surged accordingly, that single blow would have crippled my second primordial spirit, despite the imprecations in his heart. Zhou Qing harbored no resentment towards the abrupt assault. On the contrary, he held Bai Qi in rather high regard, recognizing a kindred spirit, where their allegiance is not currently ambiguous. Zhou Qing would have genuinely relished the opportunity to converse with this notorious fiend, whose reputation for slaughter was akin to casually imbibing water, to exchange insights and experiences. As Zhou Qing pondered, he suddenly recalled Bai Qi's earlier words, the Shanha Sheiji II, territory map of mountains and rivers? Could it be that this realm was a manifestation of the Shanha Sheiji II? Zhou Qing was no stranger to astonishment, having encountered a series of bizarre occurrences today. Is this not the place where Su Fu sealed you, along with the 40 myriad souls of the soldiers you had buried alive? Zhou Qing inquired, noting Bai Qi's apparent lack of hostility. Legend has it that the Shanha Sheiji II was an immensely powerful artifact of the ancient goddess Enwa, capable of creating its own world. Possession of the Shanha Sheiji II was tantamount to possessing a world under one's dominion. Within the Shanha Sheiji II, the artifact's master held absolute power. Even celestial deities would be at their mercy. The artifact's renown reverberated throughout the 3 realms, having appeared only once during the investiture of the Gods' War before vanishing with Enwa, its whereabouts unknown. What 40 myriad buried souls are you talking about? Bai Qi responded, deviating from his usual taciturn demeanor to pose a question to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing promptly recounted his purpose in coming, including the secrets known to the Xian Yuan Dharma King and a rough overview of the subsequent 2 millennia of history. This exposition lasted for several hours, leaving Zhou Qing parched and his throat ablaze, despite his profound cultivation, such that he yearned to plunge into the river below and quench his thirst. After listening, Bai Qi remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou Qing, however, could not contain himself. He approached the altar and, with a sword technique, gestured towards the vast river below, attempting to draw water upwards. As his verdant sword energy shot towards the surging river, a sudden flash of azure light materialized, shattering Zhou Qing's technique into fragments. Furthermore, the azure light, akin to a serpentine dragon, lunged towards Zhou Qing. The closer it approached, the more Zhou Qing's countenance shifted with apprehension. The azure light was not a mere spark, it was a formidable force. At least 10 yards in thickness and scores of yards in length, crackling with electricity and thundering with sound, its power unparalleled as it crashed towards Zhou Qing. Whom have I offended by merely taking a sip of water? Zhou Qing exclaimed inwardly, to be attacked with such a massive kuei water lightning. Seeing the overwhelming force, Zhou Qing dared not confront it head-on. He soared into the sky, narrowly evading the blast, which instead hurtled towards Bai Qi, who was still lost in contemplation. Humph! That insidious villain Su Fu. Not only did he scheme against me, but he also distorts the truth in such a manner. Bai Qi retorted. With a sweep of his sleeve, a gale arose, diverting the imposing kuei water lightning to an unknown location, leaving Zhou Qing dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, after a millennium, the mortal realm has undergone such significant changes. Humph. Those celestial deities have still failed to control this mortal realm, making my efforts back then worthwhile. Bai Qi muttered to himself, leaving Zhou Qing utterly bewildered. Su Fu trapped me with the mountain and river divine map. Within this realm, only this Apang Palace remains free of restrictions. The rest of this land is laden with them. Otherwise, I would not have been able to transport you here. You are fortunate indeed that your arrival did not trigger any of the enchantments. With a dismissive gesture, Bai Qi declared, there is naught here to quench your thirst, so you would do well to endure it. He recounted, in my days, I waged wars across the lands on behalf of my king, annihilating countless nations. As we neared the unification of the 9 provinces, the heavens grew envious. During the Battle of Conferring, 400,000 celestial soldiers descended and possessed the Zhao army, leaving me no choice but to slaughter them all. Subsequently, the heavens unleashed tribulation lightning, yet I managed to thwart it. As the empire was on the cusp of unification, the sorcerer Su Fu swayed my king to ensnare me within this Apang palace, using the territorial map of mountains and rivers to confine me, sealing both me and the palace away. Bai Qi spoke with measured cadence. Chapter 77. The water-repelling divine pearl. Zhou Qing's gaze was vacant, like that of a lifeless fish. His understanding of history had been utterly overturned. Yet, Bai Qi was a figure of such stature that he would surely not stoop to falsehoods. Zhou Qing was already inclined to believe him. A sense of reverence arose within him for this peerless god of slaughter, who had resisted celestial armies and thwarted lightning tribulations. He then inquired, General Bai, I am curious as to why the heavens would send down celestial soldiers to impede the Qin Emperor's unification of the 9 provinces? This question had been gnawing at Zhou Qing's mind. Zhou Qing responded with gravity, heaven and earth are impartial, treating all things as straw dogs. Sages are impartial, treating the populace as straw dogs. The force of heaven is mightier than that of man. The law of the jungle prevails. The strong devour the weak. Such is the way. Huh. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, Bai Qi erupted in a bout of maniacal laughter. His formidable aura permeated the entire altar, causing his feathered garments to flutter and his starry crown to tilt slightly. So, the strong devour the weak is the way you have comprehended? The cosmos is boundless, and the way is infinite. Each person's enlightenment is unique, not necessarily conforming to others. There are myriad paths to the way, and I have chosen but one. Standing tall, Zhou Qing fixed his unwavering gaze upon Bai Qi's eyes, defying the oppressive aura that emanated from him. Despite the seemingly arrogant nature of his words, Zhou Qing remained composed. Retorting, what is heaven? Bai Qi paused momentarily, then confessed, I know not. How then can one defy heaven? Zhou Qing pressed. That too, I know not. Bai Qi admitted. How can one act when all is unknown? Zhou Qing challenged. To act against all odds, to proceed even in ignorance, to cleave the clouds and reveal the sky, to let the waters recede and expose the stones, to advance even in uncertainty, Bai Qi declared, that is the way. Zhou Qing was taken aback, musing to himself. Even in verbal sparring, Bai Qi surpasses me. It is truly perverse. Having been consistently overwhelmed by Bai Qi's presence, and acutely aware of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, Zhou Qing harbored a lingering sense of unease. He had hoped to gain a slight advantage over Bai Qi through words, but his efforts proved futile. Now, Zhou Qing was left without any recourse. There is a minor matter, Bai Qi continued. I am trapped within this mountain and river state diagram and unable to leave. I require you to deliver a message to a person beneath the 10,000 Zhang Ci in the Eastern Sea. Simply relay this message. Heaven overturned. The cosmos inverted. He will comprehend its meaning. Bai Qi refrained from disclosing the individual's name. What is the person's name? And does the general perhaps possess a means for me to escape? Zhou Qing inquired, keenly aware of the hidden implications. Overjoyed, he thought. It is merely a matter of delivering a message. Although I cannot descend to the depths of the 10,000 Zhang Ci, once I am free. Whether or not I go is entirely my choice. Zhou Qing harbored these thoughts inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an air of solemnity. For 2 millennia, though confined, I have discerned the patterns within this mountain and river's map. Furthermore, Su Fu's seal was specifically intended for me. Your intrusion, while resulting in your entrapment within this map, paradoxically simplifies your egress. By expending half of my power and leveraging the strategic advantage of the Apang Palace's terrain, I can breach a small aperture, facilitating your departure with relative ease. Bai Qi conveyed this with an air of assuredness, adding, I am unaware of the individual's name. Simply relay the message. The abyssal sea chasm poses a formidable challenge to your current abilities. Therefore, I shall furnish you with a token of assistance. With a gesture, a luminous pearl, roughly the size of an egg, materialized in his hand. Zhou Qing received the noctilucent gem, scrutinizing it intently before exclaiming, "This is a water-repelling pearl." Zhou Qing's expertise in appraising treasures was unparalleled. Bai Qi responded with marked approval. "Indeed, it is precisely a water-repelling pearl, acquired from the slaying of a celestial dragon in bygone eras. With this pearl, navigating the abyssal sea chasm will be considerably less arduous." Zhou Qing was elated. The water-repelling pearl, while lacking offensive or defensive capabilities, possesses the ability to part water, enabling its bearer to traverse aquatic environments with the same ease as terrestrial ones. The ocean's depths teem with abundant resources and remain largely untouched by human presence, rendering it a repository of natural treasures far exceeding those found on land. The deeper one ventures, the more profuse the treasures become. However, the immense pressure of the deep sea presents a significant obstacle. Even a transcendent transformation cultivator can only descend to approximately 800 fathoms, which is already the limit. Even an adept of Xian Yuan Dharma King's caliber can only plunge to a depth of 1,500 fathoms. As for the abyssal sea chasm, it would pose a considerable challenge even for celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. With the miraculous treasure of the waterproof beads now at his disposal, Zhou Qing naturally felt compelled to scour their potential, even contemplating the establishment of a subterranean abode beneath the sea. Presently, he bore the title of an overseas wanderer, making the notion of a hidden sanctuary beneath the ocean entirely justifiable. Yet, a significant question loomed in Zhou Qing's mind. Who could possibly reside in the depths of the ocean's abyss? The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas? Bai Qi's words were rather vague, concealing certain truths. Nonetheless, Zhou Qing chose to disregard these uncertainties. His priority was to emerge victorious and seize the benefits, leaving the dissemination of any messages for another time. Bai Qi, undeterred by lingering doubts, swept his sleeves with fervor, unleashing a formidable force from the ethereal palace of Apang below. This power converged upon Bai Qi's form, and with a thunderous roar, the very landscape of mountains and rivers, transformed by the map of the nation, trembled violently. Had Zhou Qing not instinctively enveloped himself in true essence, he might have succumbed to the reverberating shock of that earth-shattering cry. Even so, his true essence wavered precariously, nearly unraveling under the strain. However, Zhou Qing remained unfazed. With Bai Qi's extraordinary nature, anything was possible. With deft gestures, Bai Qi conjured blinding rays of brilliance that relentlessly bombarded the sky. Gradually, a small rift began to form in the heavens, just large enough for a human figure. Zhou Qing, ever astute, seized the moment. As the rift appeared, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed into the opening, which then vanished without a trace. Bai Qi, panting heavily, gradually regained his composure. He gazed at the vast emptiness of the sky and sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "Master, I have sown this seed. Whether you can return to the world depends on this lad. Let him not be as solitary as a disciple like me. Indeed, the bond between my master and me is quite profound. I wonder if this young lad will follow in our footsteps. Ha ha." Bai Qi laughed heartily once more, then, with a swift motion, dashed into one of the palaces within the Yifeng Palace, leaving behind an empty altar. Chapter 78. The Secret Abode of Condensed Jade. Mauname, located in Sichuan, is renowned as a remarkable destination in the region, adorned with countless temples and monasteries. The legend of the Sword Immortal has long been whispered in Western Shu, attracting numerous seekers of the divine and those eager to explore the mountain's enchanting beauty. While many have encountered peculiar occurrences, none have encountered the fabled Sword Immortal. Thus, over time, the tale has faded into mere folklore. In contemporary society, the seekers of the divine have dwindled, yet the influx of tourists has surged dramatically. Throughout the 8-Shu region, both Amei and Qinsheng have been fully developed into tourist attractions, with temples of all sizes bustling with incense offerings, and Taoist priests and monks living in comfort, their faces aglow with vitality, devoid of any semblance of asceticism. The rear of Mount Amei presents a perilous terrain, rife with steep cliffs and treacherous precipices. The path leading to the Golden Summit is akin to a knife's edge, almost vertically ascending, making the ascent by sheer human effort akin to reaching the heavens. Most visitors opt for the cable car to experience the panoramic views from the summit, with few daring to climb the newly established trails. In the serene stillness, Su Jiankong stealthily summoned his flying sword, employing a subtle illusion to propel it towards the golden summit, where it vanished into a sea of clouds. Filled with a sense of achievement, Zhou Qing had recently ascended to the divine transformation stage, thanks to the teachings of the three esteemed elders of Mount Shu. His progress was meteoric, seemingly surpassing that of Yunzi, the foremost disciple of Kunlun, thereby claiming the title of the most distinguished youth in the Taoist realm. Today marked the day when elderling Su Daoran of Mount Shu emerged from seclusion. His master, Qing Su Daoran, had summoned him early in the morning to await at Taiyuan Cave, located on the majestic Ningbai Cliff. This cliff served as the secret abode of Mount Shu, a sanctuary that had been established a millennium ago when the eminent Qian Kuan I Qi Miao of Mount Shu invited celestial beings from across the realm to collectively breach the boundaries of space and create this ethereal dwelling. Surrounded by enchanting peaks, Ningbai Cliff featured a cascading waterfall that converged into a crystal-clear stream. Beside the towering Baitsun mountain stood a grand camphor tree, several zhang high, with a trunk measuring nearly 5 to 6 feet in girth. Its low-hanging branches cast a verdant canopy over several acres of ground. Behind the tree, vines draped gracefully, adorned with numerous unknown exotic blooms. Amidst the verdant moss, the words Ningbai were subtly etched in large characters. The elders and senior members of Mount Shu often secluded themselves in this sacred place, rarely emerging into the world. Thus, Ningbai Cliff was regarded as a forbidden zone. Any disciple lacking the sword token from the sect leader was strictly prohibited from entering. Violators faced severe repercussions, risking the loss of their entire cultivation and expulsion from the sect, a punishment most stringent. However, disciples of lower rank are utterly unable to enter. The cave abode opened by the ancient sword immortal, a marvel that transcends the boundaries of the mortal realm, is beyond the reach of those without the cultivation of the transformation stage. Not only is entry impossible, but even if one were granted access, locating the entrance would be futile. This is the first time Zhou Qing has ventured into the fabled sacred land of Mount Shu. Standing atop the precipice, he gazes down into the unfathomable depths of the cliffs below, where billowing seas of clouds swirl. He recognizes that the Ningbai Cliff stands suspended above the clouds of a May mountain, and taking a deep breath of spiritual energy, he feels his limbs and bones brimming with true essence, invigorated beyond measure. It becomes evident that the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeds that of the Lingsui Peak, where disciples of Mount Shu typically cultivate. In modern society, the circumstances differ greatly from those of ancient times. Ancient practitioners established sects, often seeking out places abundant in spiritual energy, where they would set up restrictive formations. Indeed, certain famous mountains and rivers are fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts and serpents, seldom trodden by human feet. In contrast, the present day sees even the smallest patches of land frequented by people, and no peak of any sect remains undisturbed. Apart from the cave abodes opened by the ancients in spaces torn from the fabric of reality, no sect possesses its own territory. The major sects, such as Kunlun, Maoshan, Shushan, and Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master Dao, all have their own cave spaces established by their venerable predecessors, while other sects have either vanished or integrated into society. A gentle chime resonates from the jade-like cliff, and the entire Ningbai Cliff reverberates with melodious echoes. The clouds below churn tumultuously as Zhou Qing respectfully faces the towering peak. Suddenly, a soft azure glow bursts forth from a cave nestled in the mountainside, and a Taoist clad in a blue robe inexplicably floats into the air, gradually gliding towards Zhou Qing. The esteemed Zhou Qing hastily prostrated himself before his venerable master, who was none other than Lingshu Daoren, one of the 4 grandmasters of the Taoist sects across the realm. With 3 strands of inky black beard cascading down, Lingshu Daoren stood effortlessly in midair, unassisted by any flying swords or magical artifacts. Noticing Zhou Qing's respectful bow, he waved his grand sleeves, and an invisible force lifted Zhou Qing, accompanied by a hearty laugh. No need for such formalities. Zhou Jin, what brings you here at your master's behest? Yesterday, your master sent a message via flying sword, yet it was shrouded in mystery. Lingshu Daoren radiated vitality, his skin as smooth as that of a freshly peeled egg. Presenting a visage that belied his years of cultivation, he appeared rather as a middle-aged practitioner. Zhou Qing, upon witnessing such a countenance, trembled with elation and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, have you indeed transcended the tribulation of Huashan and attained the immortal state of return to the void?" though his words bore a hint of irreverence. Lingshu Daoren showed no sign of offense. Ah, Shujian, your cultivation has significantly advanced, and your insights have ascended to a new echelon. It seems our Shushan has promising successors. He spoke with great satisfaction, continuing, your master mentioned that in just a few days, we shall hold the centennial grand ceremony of our sect, inviting fellow practitioners from across the land to witness. Currently, our disciples have been dispatched to extend invitations. Your master instructed me to meet you here at Ningbi Cliff, seeking a fateful encounter. However, with your master uncle's recent breakthrough to the supreme realm of Tao, you shall undoubtedly surpass the other 3 grandmasters, emerging as the foremost expert in the world. This grand ceremony of Shushan will serve as the perfect opportunity to eclipse Kunlun and reclaim our status as the preeminent Taoist sect, reminiscent of our founding master's grandeur. The ethereal Jian Kong was filled with excitement at the thought. It seemed that the master also shared this sentiment. The few of us old fellows have not been idle. Despite retreating in the Xingbai Cliff over the past few years, we have made considerable progress. Kunlun, established by the revered 3 Pure Ones, holds a prestigious position and has historically been the leader of the Taoist sections. Unfortunately, this is not the time to discuss origins. What matters now is strength. After years of accumulation, it is finally time for Shushan to soar to new heights. As the chief disciple of Shushan, the master has entrusted you with the responsibility of seeking celestial opportunities, and naturally, the master will not let you down. This is the era of the youth. The stronger your abilities, the better. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, the elder Lingshu interjected before Jian Kong could respond, posing the question, what allows Shushan to thrive and flourish? Our path of sword cultivation at Shushan possesses boundless power, far surpassing the swordplay techniques of other sections. Our cultivation speed is also unparalleled within the Taoist realm. The mountain-guarding treasures, the Zhou Qing twin swords, are unmatched in their might. And the intricacies of the 2 instruments' dust formation are profound and exquisite. By the way, I've only heard of the 2 instruments' dust formation as an ancient celestial array, the method of which was serendipitously acquired by our founding master, Zhang Meijinren, thus becoming the cornerstone formation of Shushan. Yet, our disciples have never learned it, nor even laid eyes upon it. Why is that? Chapter 79, The 2 Instruments' Dust. Elder Lingshu smiled faintly. Kunlun possesses treasures, but that does not mean Shushan lacks them. You will see shortly. However, the duel between you 2 with flying swords is perilous. It is fortunate that no one has been harmed, suggesting the presence of a wise mediator. Indeed, Elder Lingshu's conjecture proved accurate, as if witnessed firsthand. Su Jian Kong, with a perplexed expression, addressed his master. Master, the timing of this incident is indeed fortuitous. Just as Ling Fei and I were about to determine the victor, a young rogue cultivator named Zhou Qing, hailing from the overseas Heavenly Tao sect, appeared unexpectedly. Despite his youth, his profound cultivation and mastery are remarkable. It seems that his abilities are on par with my own. In an attempt to win him over, I even presented him with a token from our Shushan sect. However, I later received word from Xiang Hui that this Zhou Qing had previously been involved with the Monster Alliance, where he rescued a fox spirit. Additionally, last month, he was seen alongside a fearsome young man with formidable prowess at the headquarters of the Dragon Group, where he engaged in a contest with a hidden expert known as the Taoist Hongjun. Following their encounter, the Taoist Hongjun conceded defeat. What did you say? The usually unflappable Ling Su Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his astonishment. Master, what is the identity of this Taoist Hongjun? Su Jian Kong was taken aback by the sudden change in Ling Su Taoist's demeanor. Taoist Hongjun is an elder of the Shield and Armor sect, a formidable practitioner who achieved the late stage of the transformation realm 30 years ago. He holds a higher status than our 4 great masters, having gained renown at an early age. He is a figure of considerable expertise, particularly in the realm of formations, where it is said he has reached the formless state. He is among the most likely candidates to transcend the physical body and attain immortality. To defeat him would be an impossible task for me at present. When did so many experts emerge in the world? You mentioned he is an overseas rogue? Ling Su Taoist's expression grew grave. If he is indeed a rogue cultivator from overseas, it is plausible. Such individuals are often inscrutable and indifferent to worldly matters. Yet now, 2 powerful figures have emerged. What could be their true intentions? Despite their most strenuous efforts, neither could fathom Zhou Qing and Xianyuan Dharma King's true intentions. Their conversation gradually led them to a colossal alchemy platform, where Lingxiu, the venerable Taoist, halted and declared, "Alas, as unforeseen circumstances have arisen, we must adhere to our established plan. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to unraveling the mysteries of Ningbi Cliff. At long last, I unearthed an ancient tome within our sect's archives, revealing that Ningbi Cliff, in its entirety, comprises 5 peaks, 9 springs, and 18 grottos. Throughout this expanse, the treasures, elixirs, and rare artifacts of our esteemed Shushan predecessors lie concealed. The grandest repository of these treasures resides within the sea of clouds beneath this very alchemy platform. Beneath this platform lies our Shushan's paramount protective formation, the Two Worlds Microdust Array. When unleashed to its fullest potential, this array can transform a minuscule speck into a boundless cosmos. Millennia ago, our Shushan commanded all throughout the realm. While we remain a formidable force, we have yet to recapture the glory of Amei's 3 sword duels. It appears that our Shushan forebears, in their desire for us to refine our swordsmanship, concealed all magical artifacts within this Two Worlds Microdust Array. Subsequently, the intricacies of this array were lost, and Shushan never regained its former eminence. Then, has Uncle Master discovered the means to enter the Two Worlds Microdust Array and unlock the treasures within? Su Jiankong, a man of keen intellect, swiftly grasped the pivotal point. Lingxiu Taoist nodded approvingly. Indeed, within a grotto on Ningbi Cliff, I chanced upon a Taoist scripture left by Qi Jinkan, a venerable figure of our Shushan lineage, from which I deciphered the profound secrets of the Two Worlds Microdust Array. Lingxiu executed a series of incantations, and the sea of clouds beneath the platform was suddenly suffused with ethereal mists and radiant, ever-shifting colors. This formation comprises 6 gates: vitality, mortality, obscurity, radiance, illusion, and annihilation. Entrants who avoid the illusion and annihilation gates will find their fate hanging by a thread. To enter, one must proceed through the mortality gate. Su Jiankong closely trailed Lingxiu, summoning the golden broadsword to protect himself as he plunged from the platform into the sea of clouds. He felt the iridescent clouds ripple and transform, revealing a boundless white expanse. Looking up, the sky seemed low and equally white. He listened to Lingxiu's voice, guiding him through the mysteries of true Dharma. He calmed his mind, observing the array's changes while heeding Lingxiu's instructions. Within the array, the mortality gate lies in the northeast, the vitality gate in the southwest, the illusion gate at the center, the annihilation gate in the far east, the obscurity gate in the extreme south, and the radiance gate in the northwest. The mortality gate is difficult to enter, but offers a path to survival. The vitality gate is easy to enter, but leads to entrapment. The annihilation gate is the crux of the array. The illusion gate is endlessly shifting, leading to disorientation and the trapping of true spirits. The obscurity gate is pitch black, posing a challenge to most. Only the radiance gate in the northwest offers a clear passage. After an indeterminate time, a light appeared, and Su Jiankong found himself in a stone cave. The cave was ancient and refined, with flowing streams. It spanned tens of feet in width and hundreds in length. Every few feet, a massive hole in the cave wall contained a radiant treasure, its powerful magic emanating a chilling aura. Here lie 139 supreme magical artifacts, some even surpassing the power of the purple and azure twin swords. These are the very instruments that once made our Mount Shu renowned throughout the world. Lingxiu Daoist's pride was palpable. With a swift grasp of his hands, he captured a radiant blue light, which, despite its fervent pulsation, eventually stilled under Lingxiu's incantation infused with true essence. The light transformed into a small, half-foot diameter azure disk, adorned with a myriad of celestial bodies, intricately woven like a pearl net. At its center lay a silver needle, approximately 4 to 5 inches in length, from which emanated a delicate, thread-like glimmer, remarkably luminous. Pointing towards 2 small mounds of crystalline sand, one blue and the other yellow, they appeared minuscule at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, each grain sparkled with an ethereal brilliance, captivating yet overwhelming to behold. This artifact was known as the Zhaoguang Disc, containing fine golden sands refined from the essence of earth and wood by immortals, each possessing unparalleled power and boundless transformations. Once separated from the disc, each minuscule particle weighed as heavily as a mountain. The central needle, known as the Meridian Divine Needle, was particularly formidable. Once unleashed, it would infiltrate like a maggot, annihilating both spirit and form, rivaling the might of the renowned purple and azure twin swords. Lingshu then gestured towards several dazzling, blinding glimmers, stating that they represented the 9 heavens primordial sun ruler, the Michin treasure banner, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-repelling shuttle, among the most potent artifacts here. With only a few days remaining until the grand ceremony of the sect's establishment, I shall assist you in subduing one of these treasures. The day of the ceremony shall mark the dawn of Shushan as the foremost sect. Master, why are we going to Shushan? Is it for revenge? But my sister and I are both monsters. Those wicked Taoists will not treat us kindly. Pouted the little fox, Zhou Qing, as she questioned Zhou Qing, who was cradling her while gliding through the sky upon clouds. Chapter 80. The Eccentric Monk and Taoist. Haha. How could Master allow those from the Taoist sect to act against you? I have heard of the grand ceremony at Mount Shu, I must say. I am honored to be a guest there. This occasion is perfect for proclaiming the status of my heavenly Tao sect to the world. Zhou Qing gently patted the little fox on the head, while with a flick of his wrist, he produced the token from Su Jiankong's song. He handed it to Liao Shaojin, who was soaring through the air on his sword. Liao Shaojin had recently made remarkable progress. His rapid advancement in cultivation left even the most gifted practitioners in the realm feeling ashamed. Remarkably, without the aid of any elixirs, he had ascended from the initial to the latter stage of qi induction in just over a month, a feat largely attributed to his ancient demonic bloodline. Liao Shaojin grasped the token, panting as he pulled Zhou Qing onto Zhou Qing's white cloud. Master, we are heading to Mount Shu, and you can take us all with you. I have just reached the latter stage of qi induction and can barely fly on my sword. If I were to carry 2 people, my vital energy would be completely depleted. Liao Shaojin examined the iron token in his hand. Aside from its noticeable weight, he could discern no further details. Zhou Qing, however, was astonished. This must be the token of a guest elder from Mount Shu. Master, how did you acquire it? Have you, perchance, slain an elder from Mount Shu? Zhou Qing was aware that his seemingly benign master was, in truth, ruthless and cunning. One could not judge him by appearances, for he was quicker to turn than the pages of a book. Zhou Qing was, of course, cognizant of his vulpine apprentice's thoughts. He was just about to offer an explanation when several resplendent sword lights, each spanning dozens of feet and of varying hues, rent the firmament. The keen whistling of the swords reverberated through the clouds, displaying an extreme arrogance. The rapid flight stirred the air, creating fierce gusts that made it difficult for the four to breathe. The heavens were in turmoil, and the little fox, whose cultivation was the weakest, not even having reached the mid-stage of qi induction, was nearly blown off the clouds, facing a fall that would have turned her bones to clay. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Qing transformed the aurora canopy into a polychromatic shield that enveloped the four. The iridescent light shone brilliantly, and no matter how fierce the gusts, the inside of the shield remained serene. The aurora canopy was crafted from auroras harvested from the polar regions. Auroras reside high in the heavens, where the gales are of immense power, yet they cannot be dispersed by them. The gusts caused by the sword qi splitting the air were vastly different from the gales of the high heavens, and thus could not shake the aurora canopy. Liao Shaojin, having recently made great strides in his cultivation, was eager to prove himself. Regardless of whether the sword-wielding individuals were intentionally or unintentionally arrogant, he let out a cold snort. His flying sword transformed into a beam of purplish gold light as thick as a bucket, and he cleaved it towards the azure sword light that leaped past. The speed of sword flight could not compare to the speed of a sword used for cleaving. In an instant, the purplish gold radiance caught up with the azure sword light. Primal chaos as one, divine thunder of the ninth heaven, shatter. A golden beam of sword light erupted with a resounding roar, while the azure sword light appeared unfazed. As if accustomed to such encounters, it came to a halt, undeterred, as two massive bolts of thunder descended from a higher altitude. The surrounding elemental energies surged and fluctuated rapidly, sweeping away the billowing white clouds to reveal a cerulean sky. The gentle sunlight cascaded down, offering a unique charm to the scene. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow slightly, releasing Zhou Qing. With a flick of his left pinky, a torrent of intangible true essence surged into Liao Shaojin's body. Liao Shaojin, fully devoted to wielding his flying sword against the clashing thunder and lightning, felt his consciousness expand exponentially with Zhou Qing's immense support. The brilliance of his sword light intensified as he discerned the vulnerable points where the true essence coalesced into thunder. Like a fish darting through water, the sword light sought out the flaws within the colossal thunder, striking with precision and severing the thread of true essence that had summoned the elemental energies. The thunder dissipated like a burst water column, transforming into pure elemental energy that vanished into the air. This technique is remarkably effective. Once I expand my sect and recruit disciples, it will serve as a perfect means of imparting knowledge. Alas, the absence of a cave dwelling is a setback. Nevertheless, once this matter concludes, I shall utilize the water avoidance pearl to establish a sect at the ocean's depths. As for Bai Qi's request to Zhou Qing, it was of little concern to him. Even more maliciously, Zhou Qing remained fixated on the map of mountains and rivers that ensnared Bai Qi. Yet, one cannot blame him. The renown of the map of mountains and rivers resounded throughout the three realms. Possessing it would be tantamount to owning one's own world, an enticing prospect for both mortals and immortals alike. Zhou Qing harbored doubts regarding the origins of Bai Qi and Su Fu. Perceiving the use of the map of mountains and rivers to entrap individuals as akin to employing a cannon to swat a mosquito, he sensed that this matter might be enveloped in a grand conspiracy. Despite his significant increase in power, he remained acutely aware that he could not compare himself to the legendary celestial beings and deities. Knowing too much may not necessarily be a blessing. Although curiosity stirred within him, Zhou Qing was not in haste to uncover the truth. Suddenly, 3 beams of sword light sliced through the air, and 5 figures materialized in the sky, 10 zhang away from Zhou Qing and his companions. The 3 beams of light varied in length, indicative of differing levels of skill, and revealed 3 middle-aged Taoists clad in moon-white robes, their attire uniformly neat, yet devoid of any ethereal aura. Their expressions exuded a fierce arrogance, and had it not been for their robes, Zhou Qing and his companions might have mistaken them for common bandits. The other 2 figures, astonishingly, were adorned in bright crimson kasayas, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, with a round face and prominent ears. They stood upon purple-gilded lotus platforms, an aura of tranquility emanating from them, accompanied by the resonant sounds of sacred chants. They indeed possessed the bearing of high monks, however. Both wore tall yellow lama hats that rendered them a curious blend of monk and lama, lacking a definitive identity. The 3 Taoists fixated on Zhou Qing and his companions, who were enveloped in a multicolored barrier. The Taoist standing at the forefront, his feet resting upon golden sword light, exclaimed in a piercing voice, "Who dares to lay hands upon us? Are you courting death? Which sect do you belong to? Quickly state your name, that we may ascertain our connection. Otherwise, prepare to face annihilation, your souls eternally bound to oblivion." Chapter 81. The 7-colored fairy Zhou Qing, undeterred by their clamorous taunts, discreetly assessed the cultivation levels of the 5 individuals before him. Having absorbed the spiritual energy of over 100 ghostly soldiers, his own mental prowess was formidable. Coupled with the unparalleled intricacies of the 8-9 mysterious arts, the 4 celestial eyes at the center of his brow opened, revealing the full extent of their capabilities. He discerned not only the cultivation levels, magical treasures, and the flow of true essence within their bodies, but also the color of their undergarments, the number of threads woven into them, and their intricate patterns with astonishing clarity. Truly an extraordinary ability. The speaker among the trio of Taoist priests was evidently their leader. Zhou Qing, employing his silent and unseen celestial vision, swept his gaze over the man, who remained completely oblivious to the scrutiny. Zhou Qing soon realized that this Taoist was a formidable figure at the mid-stage of the transformation stage. Although his cultivation was not as refined as that of the old Taoist Qin Kong from Ileo Mountain, whom Zhou Qing had vanquished with the blood transformation divine blade, the difference was negligible. He was undoubtedly a notable expert within the realm of cultivation. Particularly notable was the subtle yet palpable fluctuation of magical energy emanating from within him, suggesting the presence of a powerful treasure refined using his own primordial spirit. The process of refining a treasure with one's primordial spirit involves selecting an artifact of exceptionally pure quality, ideally suited to resonate with one's spiritual fluctuations. Through daily refinement with one's own primordial spirit, the goal is to achieve a harmonious fusion of body and treasure. This results in the physical form embodying the nature of the artifact, rendering it extraordinarily powerful and enabling its use with unparalleled agility, akin to extending one's own arm, thus unleashing the full potential of the treasure. This approach is both straightforward and practical, devoid of significant drawbacks. Although the principle is simple, the execution proves to be quite challenging. With countless magical artifacts available, the fluctuations of one's primordial spirit vary significantly, making it nearly impossible to find an artifact that harmonizes with one's unique essence. unless one painstakingly discovers rare materials and crafts an artifact tailored to their own spiritual vibrations. In ancient times, when materials were abundant and spiritual energy was plentiful, the method of refining magical artifacts flourished. However, in the modern era, fortune does not favor such practices. Rare materials are scarce, and even when practitioners manage to create artifacts, their quality is often subpar, rendering them incapable of merging with the physical body. Artifacts that can integrate with the body are typically immensely powerful, and over time, the art of primordial spirit refinement has become seldom practiced. Yet, Zhou Qing comprehends this principle and detects abnormal fluctuations of artifact energy within the three practitioners, indicating the presence of potent artifacts they have cultivated. Zhou Qing is inwardly astonished, pondering the origins of these three individuals. His blood transformation divine blade is an ancient demonic weapon. Should it merge with him, he could wield it with complete control. Unafraid even in the presence of celestial beings or divine entities, Zhou Qing has contemplated utilizing the art of primordial spirit refinement to command the divine blade. Yet the two are fundamentally incompatible. To force such a refinement would likely lead to dire consequences: madness, backlash from the blade, shattered flesh, and a fragmented spirit. Even now, as Zhou Qing has formed his Dharma body, he does not dare entertain such thoughts. Although his Dharma body can employ mystical techniques, the 8 weapons are mere shells, devoid of substance. Zhou Qing must proceed methodically, simultaneously cultivating his mental focus to solidify his Dharma body while gradually infusing energy into the 8 weapons according to the recorded incantations, drop by drop. However, Zhou Qing was a paragon of patience. Especially the 8 weapon shells formed by psychic power were profound and exquisite. The intricate formations within were incomprehensible even to Zhou Qing, a master of formations. After all, one knows one's own affairs best. Zhou Qing vaguely felt that if these 8 weapons were successfully forged one by one according to the incantation, they would probably be no less than any divine weapon in the world. However, at the current rate, it would probably take thousands of years for these 8 weapons to take shape. The 8-9 arcane art is based on transforming the intangible into the tangible. What a difficulty! Thinking of this, Zhou Qing couldn't help but admire the creator of this 8-9 arcane art. Transforming the intangible into the tangible is the act of creation. These thoughts seemed complex, but in reality, they occurred in an instant. These 3 Taoists were all experts in the middle stage of divine transformation. Their flying swords were righteous and not evil, and they were probably from the Taoist sect. However, their expressions were arrogant, without any trace of Taoist attachment. The other 2 strange barbarian monks had concealed auras, like dragons lurking in the Yellow Springs. Their cultivation was probably even higher than the 3 Taoists. The purple gold lotus pedestals under their feet were also good magical treasures, and their bodies also had multiple fluctuations of magical power, apparently possessing many magical treasures. It was clear that the 5 were in league with each other, and now that the other party was looking for trouble, Zhou Qing felt that it would be difficult to deal with. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter. Summoning the divine blade and beheading these 5, although still difficult, was not impossible. If it didn't work, he could still escape. But now that he had these 3 disciples, Zhou Qing was not confident. With just one of them, he could probably kill all 3, and even Liao Shaojin wouldn't be able to escape. The difference in cultivation was not just a little bit. The foremost Taoist, noticing Zhou Qing and his companion's silence, underwent a swift alteration in his countenance, verging on an outburst. However, a neighboring Taoist gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Senior brother, perhaps this is imprudent. Observe that iridescent shield. Argale sword art's tempestuous winds scarcely leave a ripple upon its surface. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Given these youths' possession of such a valuable artifact at their tender age, they likely hail from a significant lineage. With the upcoming grand ceremony of the Shu Mountain sect, which has extended invitations to cultivators far and wide, the number of itinerant cultivators has swelled considerably. Should we dispatch them and word spread, it might prove disadvantageous." "What is there to fear?" retorted the first Taoist. "For decades, the 5 of us have roamed the western regions with impunity. Neither the Kunlun sect nor the lamas of the Patala Palace have managed to subdue us. Is there any sect within the mainland that could possibly eclipse Kunlun? The more formidable the treasure, the better. They possess no true masters among them, merely a nascent god at best. Any one of us could obliterate these whelps." A gaunt, bamboo-like monk advanced, utterly disregarding the presence of others, regarding Zhou Qing and his party as mere meat upon a butcher's block, chickens in a cage. In truth, the 5 had detected the quartet long ago, deliberately employing their sword chi to stir up a tempest, testing Zhou Qing's party's cultivation. Liao Shaojin's earlier counterattack, however, was so ingenious that it gave them pause, lest they would have already launched a violent assault. Ha ha, ha ha. Ethereal laughter wafted from the distant clouds. Zhenling, Zhengguang, Zhenkong, Huiya and Huihai. Have you five not been brigands in the western regions? What brings you to the mainland to pillage? Tread carefully, for you have amassed a considerable number of adversaries. As the words faded, much to the astonishment of Liao Shaojin and his companions, a resplendent, polychromatic dragon boat, spanning 3 fathoms in breadth and extending over 10 fathoms in length, emerged from the distant cumulus clouds. From afar, one could discern 2 or 3 dozen young women of radiant beauty and captivating charm adorning the vessel. Zhou Qing, however, remained unfazed. The centennial inauguration ceremony of the Mount Shu sect had long been heralded throughout the cultivation world, attracting a diverse assembly of onlookers. Furthermore, having witnessed such legendary entities as the god of slaughter by Qi, the Apang Palace, and the map of mountains and rivers, Zhou Qing found little to be surprised by. Before the echo of his voice could dissipate, the iridescent dragon boat had already surged forth, halting not far from the 2 factions. The speaker, a woman seemingly in her mid-20s, was adorned in classical court attire, exuding an aura of noble elegance. The woman in court dress strained her gaze but could not discern the visages of those within, only vaguely perceiving several young individuals and a little girl. With a mellifluous laugh, she inquired, "Genuine spirits, why are you 5 Western region vagrants not engaged in pillaging in the Western regions, but instead seizing the opportunity to join the revelry in the mainland?" The Taoist leading the group, evidently the genuine spirit Taoist to whom the woman referred, now wore an exceedingly grim expression. He retorted coldly, "Fairy of the 7 colors, your repeated instigations have tested our patience. Out of deference to your status as women, I have refrained from engaging in disputes with you, lest I be subjected to criticism. However, now that we have arrived in the mainland, you once again seek to disrupt our affairs. Do you presume that we 5 vagrants are intimidated by your great freedom palace? The paragons of virtue, veritable in their breadth and depth and transcendent in their purity, were once adherents of the Mount Hua sect, steeped in the ancient traditions of Taoist cultivation. 3 decades prior, during the cataclysmic clash between the righteous Taoist orders and the malevolent demonic sects, the Taoist forces emerged triumphant, yet the victory was Pyrrhic, marked by grievous losses. Their venerable master perished at the hands of the demonic adversaries. The Mount Hua sect, already afflicted by dwindling numbers, consisted merely of these 4 souls, ensconced within a modest Taoist hermitage. With the demise of their master and their own incomplete grasp of the esoteric arts, the lineage of the Mount Hua sect faced imminent extinction. Providence, however, intervened, delivering them from the precipice of oblivion. In their hour of dire need, they stumbled upon the hidden grotto of the esteemed ancient cultivator, the venerable Huayang, Tao Hongjun. Within, they unearthed the Huayang Sutra, etched upon the grotto's stone walls, and discovered within an alchemical crucible a cache of exquisite elixirs. Alas, their aspirations to restore their sect to its former glory were thwarted when a dispute erupted between the 3 brothers and several disciples of the 5 Elements sect over a century-old purple fungus. A fierce altercation ensued, and the brothers, possessing superior skills and wielding the formidable immortal techniques of Huayang, unleashed a thunderous strike that instantly felled one of the disciples, while severely wounding the others, who managed to flee. Thus, a bitter enmity was forged between the 3 brothers and the 5 Elements sect, prompting the sect's elder, the Celestial Unity Taoist, to personally pursue them with murderous intent. The Celestial Unity Taoist, whose power had reached the advanced stages of divine transformation, rivaled even the 4 Grand Masters. His mastery of the 5 Elements arcane arts was unparalleled. The 3 brothers, barely having attained the initial stages of divine transformation, were no match for the Celestial Unity Taoist. Fortunately, among the Taoist arts left behind by Huayang was an ethereal escape technique known as the Grand Unity Soaring Illusion, which allowed them to evade their pursuer and flee to the western regions, seeking refuge from the impending storm. Huiyan and Huihai, formerly Buddhist disciples of Famen Temple, absconded after their scheme to pilfer the fingerbone relics left behind when Buddha entered nirvana was discovered by their order. They sought refuge in the Potala Palace. Although Buddhism is considered a sanctuary, sectarian disputes exist. Buddhism in the Central Plains was the Chan sect, propagated from Bodhidharma, while esoteric Buddhism prevailed in the western regions. Their doctrines differed, and although not openly hostile, they remained estranged. Huiyun and Huihai found tranquility in the Potala Palace for several years, but their restless nature led them to illicitly study the esoteric Buddhist practice of Anuttara Tantra. When the elder Kti of the Potala Palace discovered this, he sought to eliminate them. Having previously studied Shan Buddhism and then esoteric Buddhism, they had also mastered numerous forbidden arts, making them formidable. Catching Kti off guard, they wounded him and escaped. They then encountered the Junling trio, who were seeking refuge in the western regions, and the five formed a gang, engaging in robbery. The western regions are a treasure trove, with many undeveloped mountains, unlike the secular central plains. It is a serene place for cultivation, attracting numerous wandering cultivators. The five specifically targeted these cultivators and lamas, robbing them of their magical artifacts, Taoist books, and cultivation techniques. They even forcibly robbed the mountain gates of weaker factions. As all five were nascent soul stage experts, they rarely failed, causing widespread fear among cultivators in the western regions. The mere mention of the five outlaws of the western regions sent shivers down the spines of individual cultivators. In the realm of Kunlun and the Potala Palace, even the most formidable sects find themselves at a loss. It is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the cunning of five individuals who evade capture with remarkable skill. They possess no fixed location, striking swiftly and vanishing into thin air, employing the exquisite techniques of Taiji flying sky illusion. At the slightest hint of danger, they retreat without a trace. These five bandits have amassed a considerable fortune over the years, accumulating heavenly materials, treasures, and profound teachings. Through their plundering, they have cultivated the essence of their spirits, significantly enhancing their powers, which has emboldened them in their misdeeds. As one traverses the riverside, it is inevitable to get one's feet wet. Having grown accustomed to their own arrogance, the five have become increasingly reckless, ultimately encountering a formidable obstacle. The Great Freedom Palace, an enigmatic sect shrouded in mystery, remains concealed in the western regions and has never ventured into the central plains. It is said that within the Great Freedom Palace resides an assembly of stunningly beautiful women, and among them is the one referred to by the true spirits as the Colorful Fairy, a member of the 12 Lords of Great Freedom. On one occasion, the five true spirits unexpectedly crossed paths with the Colorful Fairy, who was accompanied by another of the 12 Lords, the Cloud and Mist Fairy, on a mission. Oblivious to their true identities, the two unruly monks, Huiyun and Huihai, who had been secretly studying the Joyous Zen technique, were utterly captivated by the beauty of these young female cultivators, unable to restrain their desires. The quintet launched a concerted assault, only to be soundly trounced. In terms of cultivation, the Rainbow Fairy and the Rosy Cloud Fairy were not necessarily superior to the five, but the treasures of the Great Palace were immensely powerful. The two fairies wielded the seven-colored relic banner and the Rosy Cloud spirit extinguishing shuttle, one for offense and the other for defense, their coordination seamless. Both were ancient treasures, far superior to the plundered artifacts of the five brigands. After a severe drubbing, the five scattered and fled, but the two fairies had employed tracking techniques, relentlessly pursuing them and causing them endless grief. Their flight into the central plains was largely to evade the pursuit of these two, yet they had been overtaken nonetheless. Small wonder the faces of the five immortals were unsightly. Chapter 83, Celestial Retribution, Part 1. The Rainbow Fairy emerged from the dragon boat, her feet treading upon colorful clouds. Her palatial attire swayed gracefully in the breeze, accentuating her lithe figure. Coupled with her considerable beauty, the title of fairy was indeed well-deserved. Humph! You infamous five immortals of the western regions, even in the central plains, you have no shortage of enemies. Even if our great palace were to spare you, you would likely not survive long. You would do well to die at my hands, for I could preserve your souls and grant you favorable rebirths. You seek your own demise. At that moment, a crisp, cold voice, laced with a hint of murderous intent, echoed from afar. The faces of the true spirit five changed drastically, recognizing the voice of the Rosy Cloud Fairy. They exchanged glances and, with a unified roar, unleashed five distinct rays of light, engulfing the Rainbow Fairy in a torrential barrage. Having interacted with the Great Palace on numerous occasions, the quintet recognized the technique as the palace's long-distance voice transmission. The Fairy of Colored Clouds was likely still hundreds of miles away, but at her velocity, she would arrive within a quarter of an hour. Should the two join forces, along with the numerous disciples of considerable cultivation, the five might meet their end just as they entered the central plains. Furthermore, given the great palace's sudden incursion into the Central Plains interior. It was likely that even more formidable figures had arrived to establish their authority. The Fairy of Colored Clouds was merely 2 of the 12 heavenly masters, yet already so difficult to contend with. What if all 12 were present, along with the unfathomable palace master? At this thought, the 5 felt a chill in their hearts. The 5 wanderers of the western regions, having engaged in banditry for years, possessed a near telepathic understanding. Instead of fleeing, they advanced, aiming to seize the Fairy of Colored Clouds first, thereby gaining a bargaining chip. Heavenly Master, be careful. The girls on the colorful dragon boat, witnessing the 5's sudden attack, exclaimed in unison and rushed out with their swords drawn. Instantly, the sky was filled with fluttering colorful robes and melodious voices, leading ordinary people to believe that the celestial jade pool had collapsed and the fairies had descended to the mortal realm. TSK, these women are formidable, all having reached the late stage of chi induction, some even more skilled than I am. How did so many experts suddenly appear? Liao Shaojin marveled within the Aurora cover. Originally facing trouble, someone had now intervened, and he was naturally delighted to watch the drama unfold. What kind of background does that great palace have? Zhou Qing had long since eavesdropped on the conversation between the two parties. He turned to Zhou Chun and remarked that among the 4 disciples, Liao Shaojin was undoubtedly oblivious to the situation. Although Zhou Qing possessed a modest understanding of the general landscape of the cultivation world in the Central Plains, the Dazizai Palace was evidently rooted in the western regions. While it remained within the domain of China, Zhou Qing was still unaware of its intricacies. Zhou Chun, albeit slightly more knowledgeable than Zhou Qing, was equally in the dark regarding the enigmatic Dazizai Palace. Upon noticing Zhou Qing's inquiry, he shook his head in bewilderment. The little fox, Zhou Can, expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Master, you must assist that elder sister who is being besieged by those 5 individuals." She held a favorable impression of the 7-colored fairy. Zhou Qing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Naturally, I cannot stand idly by. Regardless of the grievances between the Dazizai Palace and those 5 rogue cultivators, they have already taken on this burden for us. And I will certainly not remain a passive observer." Intrigued by the mysterious Dazizai Palace from the western regions, Zhou Qing pondered. Theoretically, such a formidable sect should have long been renowned in the realm. Even if they were practicing discretion, they would possess some degree of notoriety. How could they remain so inconspicuous? While residing within this Aurora shield, they would immediately retaliate with flying swords at the slightest hint of intrusion. Zhou Qing commanded, and the other 3 nodded in agreement. A single grain of rice can also shine brightly. The 7-colored fairy was no fool. In fact, each of the 12 masters of the Dazizai Palace was exceptionally shrewd and had anticipated that the 5 rogue cultivators would act out of desperation. Envision 5 beams of resplendence enveloping him, his iridescent celestial raiment fluttering ethereally. He stood poised, countenance serene, and without any discernible gesture, a 7-hued Buddhist radiance, akin to the purest stained glass, enveloped his entire being. In that instant, the 5 divergent emanations from the 5 free men crashed against the iridescent, limpid Buddhist effulgence, unleashing volleys of thunderous conflagrations and deafening detonations. The polychromatic stained glass Buddhist light rippled with the subtlest of undulations, as if merely tickled. The 7-treasure relic banner, a paramount treasure of the ancient Buddhist sect, was indeed extraordinary, transcendent beyond measure. The thunderous lightning swords of these 5 free men could not penetrate its defenses by even a fraction, seemingly surpassing even my Aurora shroud by a considerable margin. Zhou Qing had barely emerged when he witnessed this spectacle. 2 to 3 dozen comely maidens, astride flying swords, had already encircled the 5 free men of the western regions, forming an arcane array. The true essence of each maiden interwove, and a colossal torrent of energy surged skyward, dispersing the clouds above. Minute starlight shimmered beside the once dominant sun in the firmament. The 28 constellation grand formation, while not as formidable as the Dipper array that sealed the ferocious specters of Chongping, similarly invoked the power of the celestial bodies, achieving the same effect through different means. These 5 free men were likely in dire straits. Humph. It seems I need not intervene. The strength of this great Freedom Palace perhaps exceeds that of some major sects in the Central Plains. Zhou Qing meticulously observed the unfolding situation. Neither contingent noticed him, and even if they had, they would not have paid him any heed. Both sides perceived Zhou Qing as a disciple of some major sect, his magical treasures somewhat wondrous, but his cultivation base insignificant, hardly worthy of their attention. As the true spirit found the ambush to be in vain, it remained unperturbed, as if having anticipated this encounter. The 5 adversaries simultaneously erupted into a sinister laughter, declaring, "Rainbow Fairy, today you shall transform into a ghost." True Guang, True Calm, Hui Yun, and Hui Hai each extended a hand to press against the back of the true spirit, forming an intricate hand seal with one hand, while the true spirit itself clasped its hands in a seal of its own. The quintet's vital energy flowed in unison as they simultaneously chanted 5 simple incantations. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from them, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. The 28 maidens, who had just formed the 28 constellations formation to harness celestial power, were caught off guard by this immense pressure. The force disrupted their footing, causing several of the less powerful ones to tumble down, while the others rushed to offer assistance. In an instant, the once formidable formation shattered into disarray. Apocalypse of the Abyss. The true spirit bellowed fiercely. The 5 beams of light, which had persistently assailed the radiant 7-colored brilliance, suddenly converged, forming an intricate sigil above the Rainbow Fairy's head. Destructive power. The cataclysmic force surging within that sigil was tenfold stronger than the earlier combined might of the 5. Upon witnessing this, the Rainbow Fairy's demeanor shifted. Her once carefree visage now pale with dread, she exclaimed, "Where did you learn this Apocalypse of the Abyss incantation? Everyone disperse. This is beyond your capability to withstand." With her hands united, a resonant chant enveloped her, and radiant colors dazzled the onlookers. A towering light pillar, 5 zheng in height, appeared above her, surrounded by 7 differently colored relics that circled the light. Various golden Buddha figures flickered in and out of visibility upon the pillar, creating an ethereal spectacle. Chapter 84, Celestial Retribution, Part 2. The archaic Sanskrit phrase Apigius Yin translates to the essence of creation and annihilation. The Apigius Yin Fenshin incantation is a prescribed ritual within esoteric Buddhism, rumored to harness the most profound and formidable force in the cosmos, karma. However, it appears these 5 individuals have only gleaned a partial understanding, having surreptitiously acquired the knowledge. In actuality, Hui Yun and Hui Hai stumbled upon fragmented scriptures within the secret chambers of the Padala Palace, discovering the remnants to be a form of sorcery. The 5 labored assiduously to decipher them. Only in recent days have they managed to jointly unleash the incantation, albeit imperfectly. Upon their initial attempt, they were elated to find it a truly earth-shattering technique. Seizing this opportunity, they ventured to the central plains to settle old scores and resolve long-standing grievances. Unbeknownst to them, the name of this very sorcery was uttered by the 7-colored fairy, much to the astonishment of the 5 hermits of the western regions. Yet, now is hardly the time for astonishment. Each of the 5 exerts their power, their faces ashen, their entire being pulsating with true essence. Around them, a distinct, diaphanous cocoon of energy forms, contracting and expanding in concert with the spatial collapse, gradually absorbing even light itself. Within a Tinjong radius of the 5, the space turns pitch black, rendering figures invisible. The maidens, recently scattered by the force field, are at a loss, unable to approach the combat zone. Occasionally, a maiden attempts to attack with a magical artifact, only to have it pulverized upon contact with the tenebrous space. As the oppressive aura intensifies, the maidens can only watch anxiously from afar. There appears to be no feasible solution. 6 formidable experts at the mid-stage of transformation, bolstered by forbidden spells and ancient artifacts, are simply insurmountable for those in the late stages of chi cultivation. The resplendent fairy of colors has summoned the true form of the 7-colored relic pagoda, a substantial orb radiating with vibrant, prismatic light. An unusual talisman looms over the 7-colored orb, seemingly pressing down like a mountain. Dark streams of energy continuously converge upon the talisman, causing it to expand ominously. A series of faint cracking sounds reached Zhou Qing's ears, and to his astonishment, fissures began to manifest on the surface of the orb. Zhou Qing understood that the Fairy of Colors was nearing her limit. Although the 7-colored relic pagoda is a treasure of the Buddhist sect, the fairy's capabilities were insufficient to fully unleash its power, akin to Zhou Qing's own struggles with the blood transformation blade. Additionally, the 7-colored relic pagoda is inherently a defensive artifact. The principle of rigidity cannot endure prolonged pressure, and flexibility cannot persist in a disadvantageous position. "Thief, how dare you?" The anxious voice of the Fairy of Clouds echoed from afar, the sound waves surging closer with intensity. In the dark, collapsing expanse. The piercing cries of true spirits reverberated. That woman, Yunxia, is still several dozen miles away. Let us unleash our full might and eliminate the Fairy of Colors. The remaining 4 responded in unison, causing the peculiar talisman to swell further, while the vibrant orb of glass appeared on the verge of shattering. However, the materials were rather commonplace, ordinary silk, intricately embroidered with platinum thread that Zhou Qing had tempered with true fire. In combat, it was hardly capable of fending off a flying sword strike. Even a mere bolt of lightning could reduce it to chaos. A purely ornamental and impractical individual, yet a vast improvement over the previous urban youth attire. At the very least, he now appears to be a genuine and accomplished Taoist, save for his youthful countenance. To dare injure someone before my very eyes is a blatant disregard for the celestial Tao sect. Zhou Qing, channeling his true essence, enunciated slowly, each word resonating like thunder across the void. Upon uttering the 3 words celestial Tao sect, they materialized in the sky, shimmering with golden light and exuding a majestic aura. While speaking, Zhou Qing remained suspended in the void, his feathered robes billowing, adorned with the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. A colossal golden hand erupted from the crown of his head, morphing 8 times in the void, swelling to dozens of times its original size. Its volume surpassing even the transformed talismans of the 5 wanderers of the western regions by a third. This golden hand was a manifestation of Zhou Qing's Dharmakaya, formed by condensing his inner essence and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This technique, inspired by Xianyuan Dharma King's lifeblood hand, incorporated his own comprehension and methods, resulting in considerable power and a magnificent spectacle. Zhou Qing estimated that, in conjunction with the 7 treasures relic pagoda of the 7-colored fairy, it could alleviate the situation and perhaps even that wretched Apigeaxian Finchen magic curse. In reality, Zhou Qing could have resolved the matter with a mere summoning of the blood transformation divine saber. But the overwhelming demonic aura unleashed by the saber would likely be sensed by cultivators within 1,000 miles. Moreover, with the imminent opening ceremony of Mount Shu sect in a day or 2, the number of visiting cultivators was rapidly increasing, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles. Indeed, Zhou Qing's arrival at Shushan carries a deeper significance. Xianyuan, the Law King, and Wen Lanxin are undoubtedly restless. With such a grand opportunity before them, they have no reason to refrain from causing chaos at Shushan. In this regard, Zhou Qing intends to settle the grudges with those 2 within the secret path of chomping. As for the question of whether he can triumph in a confrontation, Zhou Qing does not dwell on it. This is not due to arrogance. Rather, Shushan invites cultivators from all over the world, boasting masters in abundance. Zhou Qing only needs to engage in a little mischief. The girls, anxiously hovering in the air on their swords, were startled by Zhou Qing's sudden emergence, yet their reactions seemed to suggest they were aiding him. They breathed a sigh of relief. Although their abilities were somewhat lacking, the disciples of Ziyu Palace possessed keen insight. Upon witnessing Zhou Qing articulate his words and manifest the might of a golden hand, they recognized that this young cultivator was undoubtedly a master among masters. In that moment, the name Tiandao sect was indelibly etched into their hearts. It seems we can no longer remain obscure. Liao Xiaojin, watching Zhou Qing create such a commotion, felt an exhilarating rush of blood. Had it not been for his own insufficient strength, he would have charged forward long ago. His desire to elevate his powers swelled ever greater. Zhou Qin shared similar sentiments, while only the little fox, Zhou Can, gazed intently at Zhou Qing, her face alight with admiration, akin to a fervent fan beholding their idol. How peculiar! Zhou Qing concentrated his mental energy into a golden hand, which grasped the peculiar talisman. A familiar wave of energy emanated from it, causing his innate law body, concealed within his physical form, to pulse with vitality. Zhou Qing clearly sensed that the destructive energy contained within this strange talisman was precisely what he had painstakingly refined from the essence of 8 weapons. Chapter 85. The Heavenly Taoist Retribution. With a resounding bang, the talisman emitted a powerful spatial tremor, shattering the golden hand formed from Zhou Qing's mental energy into fragments. Rather than feeling alarmed, Zhou Qing was filled with joy. With a mere thought, he immersed half of his consciousness into his law body. The towering golden figure, standing 6 high with 8 arms, emerged from his form, radiating a brilliant golden light that illuminated the heavens, making it seem as though Zhou Qing alone stood in the vastness of the universe, devoid of any other presence. He left half of his consciousness to control his physical body, as he could not trust it to possess any defensive capabilities. Caution is the mother of safety. This was Zhou Qing's inherent nature. The myriad beings appeared as mere ants to him, and the cosmos itself felt equally insignificant. As Zhou Qing surveyed his surroundings, this realization washed over him. He commanded his law body to rise to great heights, his heart steadfast as a rock. The law body, being a manifestation of his spirit, was devoid of any negative emotions. Zhou Qing extended his 8 arms and struck the talisman with the colossal weapons, akin to a great whale drawing in water. One of the enormous swords devoured the peculiar talisman entirely. Indeed, it was this energy. It could equate to a year's worth of my arduous cultivation. The familiar energy wave flowed into the great sword, Zhou Qing mused to himself. As the colossal sword suddenly gleamed, only to revert to its original form, Zhou Qing discerned that the singular nature of this energy was insufficient. Nevertheless, having reaped the rewards of a year's arduous cultivation, he felt a sense of elation. Break! Zhou Qing exclaimed in unison, as 8 formidable golden hands immersed themselves within him, seizing the encroaching pitch-black spatial collapse that surrounded the 5 wanderers of the western region. This collapse, capable of reducing even magical flying swords to mere dust, posed no threat to Zhou Qing's 8 mighty hands. The dark spatial distortion was rent asunder, revealing the utterly astonished faces of the 5 wanderers. However, now that he retained his corporeal form, Zhou Qing could allocate a portion of his consciousness to simultaneously engage in dual cultivation. The true essence and mental energy cultivated within his physical body could be seamlessly transmuted and infused into his Dharmakaya. Even the true essence automatically transformed by his second primordial spirit could be replenished within the Dharmakaya. Yet, the second primordial spirit could not cultivate mental energy. It could only absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to convert into true essence. Nonetheless, this arrangement effectively allowed 3 versions of Zhou Qing to cultivate concurrently. Although the speed of true essence condensation from the second primordial spirit combined with the physical body could not match even half of that of the Dharmakaya. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, is it not? Zhou Qing, devoid of miraculous elixirs or extraordinary treasures to enhance his prowess, was determined to seize every fleeting opportunity. One could only imagine the venerable figure who pioneered the 8-9 profound art, witnessing Zhou Qing's tenacity, would undoubtedly nod in silent admiration, exclaiming, "This lad possesses remarkable spirit." The true spirit spells were shattered, causing the vital essence within to reverse, resulting in a violent internal upheaval. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, and the individual staggered, nearly toppling over on the flying sword. The other 4, too, appeared pallid, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from their foreheads, their predicament utterly disheveled. The 5 practitioners of true spirit hastily retrieved emerald-hued, fragrant pills from their robes and ingested them, their complexions finally regaining a semblance of color. Zhou Qing stood resolutely, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "So, you are the 5 wandering masters of the western regions. To dare flaunt your might before this sect leader is folly. I have no qualms about transforming you into the 5 specters of the West." Although his words were delivered with calmness, the underlying tone was audaciously arrogant. However, after Zhou Qing had just demonstrated his prowess, none present dared to question the capabilities of this youthful sect leader, whose demeanor belied his age. Though the 5 wandering masters of the West had not witnessed Zhou Qing revealing his true form, they could hardly dismiss the fact that this leader of the Tiandao sect had effortlessly breached the combined force field created by the 5 brothers. It was likely that none among the 4 great masters of the world possessed such strength. This youth, it seemed, had perhaps entered the realm of returning to void. The thoughts swirling in the minds of the true spirit practitioners shifted to astonishment. Their previously pale faces now turned a ghastly yellow, akin to that of the deceased. What did returning to void signify? The 5 wandering masters of the West had some inkling, initially believing these youths merely to be disciples of a certain sect, their magical artifacts merely formidable. Yet now it appeared they had inadvertently struck a far tougher barrier than the Great Freedom Palace. They felt as if lambs had suddenly transformed into ferocious tigers. No, it was more like lambs had morphed into dragons. The 5 wandering masters exchanged glances, and even the rotund monk, Hui Hai, pinched his own thigh hard to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a dream. Zhou Qing furrowed his brows, utterly astonished at the stark contrast between reality and his expectations. He had anticipated that these 5 individuals would either plead for mercy or fight desperately, perhaps even resorting to escape techniques. Could it be that this person was an ancient relic, rejuvenated? The seven-colored fairy observed Zhou Qing, adorned in celestial robes and a star crown, and mused that his attire resembled that of a bygone era, perhaps from a millennium ago. Chapter 86. The iron-backed centipede. Even if Zhou Qing possessed tenfold the divine abilities, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a relic of the past. He cast a discerning glance at the woman before him, the seven-colored fairy. With willow-like brows and a delicate visage, she was draped in an elegant palace gown. Her hair adorned with a fiery red phoenix hairpin, emanating a subtle wave of fire elemental energy. This exquisite ornament was crafted from the finest fire jade, and her form shimmered intermittently with the radiant hues of the seven-colored, glazed Buddha light. Zhou Qing recognized this as a manifestation of the seven-colored relic banner being refined and merged with her true essence. Though she lacked a physical body and magical artifacts, she could still harness 6 or 7 parts of their wondrous capabilities, showcasing formidable power. Noticing Zhou Qing's scrutiny, the seven-colored fairy's cheeks flushed slightly, and she inwardly scorned. Could this old ghost be a lecherous soul? Surely his intentions in rescuing me are not pure. She had firmly concluded that Zhou Qing was a centuries-old specter, merely possessing profound cultivation that allowed him to appear youthful. Given that one would have to begin cultivating from birth and consume elixirs of spiritual essence, it was implausible for anyone at his age to reach the void realm. Thus, her misunderstanding was not entirely unwarranted. With a dramatic flourish of his robe, Zhou Qing scattered starlight. Embodying the demeanor of a sect leader, these 5 scattered individuals came with intentions towards our sect. Naturally, we cannot stand idly by. This is our duty, dear fairy. You need not be so courteous. Amidst their discourse, an air of antiquity lingered, further solidifying the resolve within the heart of the rainbow fairy. The 5 scatterers each maintained their domains, their magical artifacts at the ready. In the hands of the true spirit was a celestial measuring rod, approximately a foot in length, upon which wisps of vapor subtly danced. The true broad wielded a pair of white jade hooks, radiating a chilling brilliance, while the true void brandished a feather duster, its silken threads gleaming with a crystalline luster. The handle of the duster shimmered like silver, yet Zhou Qing discerned it to be fashioned from a rare, celestial iron, even more resilient than the finest celestial gold, and far superior to jade in storing true essence. This remarkable material was exceptional for crafting instruments. The lustrous threads of the duster were no ordinary fibers. They were spun by ice silkworms residing beneath the eternal ice of the polar regions or the towering ancient mountains. Known for their frigid nature and infused with the essence of the Kuei water, they possessed unparalleled toughness, impervious to swords, blades, or fire. Ancient practitioners often fashioned these into robes of power, imbuing them with magical energy to create unparalleled defensive treasures. The true broad, unbeknownst to the source of his acquisition, had procured only a meager portion, insufficient for a complete robe, and thus fashioned it into a duster. When wielded in battle, the cold emanating from the Kuei water essence would disperse widely, shattering lesser flying swords upon contact, showcasing immense potency. Meanwhile, Huiyun and Huihai stood upon violet golden lotus platforms, grasping a pair of archaic golden prayer beads, their surfaces dull yet inscribed with intricate mantras, embodying the subtle brilliance of esoteric Buddhist artifacts, leaving one to ponder whether these two had pilfered them from the Patala Palace. 5 individuals formed a defensive formation, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon Zhou Qing, unwilling to relax their vigilance. Zhou Qing's pervasive consciousness was effectively severed from the realm of their formation. However, Zhou Qing harbored no intention of engaging in combat with the 5. It is worth noting that their magical artifacts were far from ordinary. Although they paled in comparison to the 7-colored fairy's illustrious 7-colored relic, aside from the golden treasures wielded by the 2 barbarian monks, Huiyun and Huihai, the artifacts in the possession of the 3 Taoist priests were evidently refined through divine cultivation, allowing them to wield their power with remarkable proficiency. Should these 5 mid-stage transformation gods fight for their lives, Zhou Qing, despite his fearlessness, would inevitably suffer some degree of injury in the face of their desperate counterattack. Moreover, he had his own ulterior motives. Despicable scoundrel, meet your demise. A dart-shaped beam of radiant clouds surged swiftly from the horizon, arriving above the heads of the gathered individuals in the blink of an eye. The dart-shaped lights split in the wind, transforming into an expansive web of luminescence that descended upon the 5. The 7-colored fairy, taken aback, urgently cried out, "Xiaomei, do not strike." She had witnessed the light net enveloping even Zhou Qing, realizing that the might of the cloudy radiance fairy's celestial dart was formidable. Despite Zhou Qing's profound abilities, a sudden assault could still result in injury, potentially provoking the ire of the enigmatic leader of the heavenly Tao sect, which would likely lead to dire consequences. Thus, the seven-colored fairy summoned the luminous Buddhist light of her relic to shield Zhou Qing from the entanglement of the radiant web. Upon witnessing the luminous net, transformed from the cloudy radiance annihilation divine shuttle, descending upon them with unmatched might, the five scattered beings were not alarmed. Rather, they felt a surge of exhilaration. Having encountered the formidable power of this extraordinary treasure on numerous occasions, the two barbarian monks, Huiyun and Huihai, bit their tongues, allowing their essence to flow forth as they conjured two ancient, dimly glowing golden charms. Instantly, the charms radiated brilliance, and countless intricate incantations emerged, morphing into palm-sized, twisted golden characters that soared forth to confront the luminous net. With a series of resounding thuds, the twisted golden characters collided against the net, shattering one after another, momentarily hindering its advance. Simultaneously, the Taoists Zhou Qing and Zhun Guang raised their hands, unleashing a barrage of dark lines directed at Zhou Qing and the colorful fairy. Zhenling, like a master magician, summoned a long flag, over a foot in length, adorned with the celestial patterns of the Tai Ascension. With a flourish, an ethereal blue energy materialized, enveloping the five of them completely. The luminous net, having obliterated the twisted golden characters, descended upon them, encasing the ethereal blue aura. Instantly, a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted within the enclosure, accompanied by chaotic fireballs and thousands of razor-sharp rays of light, manifesting as a storm of celestial energy. In a heartbeat, the azure essence was utterly annihilated, and the luminous net dissipated, leaving the space vacant and devoid of any trace of presence. Once again, these rascals have escaped. A figure appeared in the distance, soaring towards them with the brilliance of sword light. Ignoring the descending luminous net, Zhou Qing remained unfazed. Though the radiance was formidable, the colorful fairy's sacred banner provided ample defense, allowing him a moment of serenity as he remained vigilant against the dark lines projected by Zhun Qing and Zhun Guang. Zhou Qing, with keen insight, discerned clearly that the numerous dark lines were none other than a dozen ferocious iron-backed centipedes, cloaked in a pitch-black hue, resembling solid iron, each measured 5 inches in length. Their eyes glimmered like fiery diamonds, exuding a menacing glow. Between their mandibles and claws flickered a subtle blue light, a clear indication of their lethal venom. A look of delight spread across Zhou Qing's brow. The 5 wanderers of the western regions have indeed been struck with fear, releasing such monstrous creatures to bite. I shall seize this opportunity to capture them. They will serve as powerful allies in the future. Zhou Qing concentrated his true essence, his wide sleeves resembling a sturdy iron plate, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the air towards the aggressive centipedes. The fabric of space parted, creating a dark fissure, and an invisible force drew the iron-backed centipedes into the abyss. The rift then sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 87. The Celestial Palace. The iron-backed centipede, a creature of formidable poison, typically dwells beneath the decaying foliage of ancient forests, feasting upon the vital essence of animals. It thrives in cold environments and is notorious for its deadly bite. True to its name, the centipede possesses an extraordinarily tough exoskeleton, impervious to ordinary blades. Furthermore, it is highly intelligent and boasts a remarkably long lifespan, making it a valuable asset for the art of insect refinement. Zhou Qing recalled the records regarding the iron-backed centipede found in the Comprehensive Guide to Weapon Forging. While these creatures are quite rare in modern times, they were far from extraordinary in ancient days, especially when compared to the 6-winged golden silkworm that Zhou Qing had condensed into his second spirit. Even now, the shamans of Miaojiang frequently utilize them for crafting poison insects. The guide briefly mentions the art of insect refinement, but Zhou Qing currently faced a scarcity of resources. Such venomous creatures were indeed hard to come by, and he saw this as an excellent opportunity to train and nurture them, infusing them with magical talismans, thereby enhancing his power in future confrontations. Through the infusion of talismans and elixirs, the practitioner nourishes the iron-backed centipedes with their own divine consciousness and true essence, thereby unblocking their meridians and enhancing their intellect. Once perfected, these dozen or so iron-backed centipedes will possess an impenetrable resilience, impervious even to the sharpest of flying swords. Furthermore, Their inherent vitality is accompanied by a lethal venom, rendering them far superior to any ordinary enchanted weapon. Over time, it is not inconceivable that these centipedes may evolve into formidable creatures. Moreover, with the considerable remainder of the sacred blood of Jiuli obtained from Liao Shao, it serves as the perfect sustenance for these centipedes, yielding effects that surpass those of any mystical pills. Additionally, the black demonic mist acquired from the depths of Chongping, contained within a jade vial, can be refined within the venom glands of these centipedes, amplifying their power exponentially. Suddenly, a beam of sword light rushed towards the colorful dragon boat, where the disciples of the Grand Freedom Palace bowed in respect, hailing the celestial of cloud and mist. Clearly, this was the fabled fairy of cloud and mist spoken of by the five scatterers. Despite the distance, Zhou Qing, with his celestial sight, discerned her distinctly, a youthful maiden, perhaps a year or two younger than the enchanting fairy of color. She possessed a delicate beauty, with skin as radiant as snow and a slender waist akin to a willow. The fairy of color was currently supporting a luminous net with her glass-like Buddhist light. Observing this, the fairy of cloud and mist swiftly gathered her incantations and flew over, dispersing the radiant mist. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, she paused in surprise and inquired of the fairy of color, "Sister, who is this person? Is he not an ally of the five scatterers?" As she spoke, her breath was fragrant like orchids, enveloping Zhou Qing in a delightful aroma. As the celestial maiden of cloud and mist witnessed the seven-colored fairy assisting this peculiar young man in deflecting her cloud and mist annihilation needle, a vague sense of misjudgment stirred within her heart. However, she was enveloped in confusion. She and the seven-colored fairy shared a bond akin to that of sisters, always inseparable. Yet she had never seen the seven-colored fairy acquainted with such a youth. Subtly, the celestial maiden of cloud and mist employed her divine sense to investigate Zhou Qing's cultivation. As her consciousness touched upon him, she was struck with astonishment, for this individual bore an unyielding presence, towering like a mountain, vast as the ocean, and profound as the starry sky. Zhou Qing stood there, suspended in midair, his feathered garments billowing gently in the breeze. Though his attire was exquisite, his appearance was rather ordinary. Yet, to the celestial maiden, he seemed to embody the grandeur of the cosmos. An ancient, desolate aura surrounded him, reminiscent of the primordial silence of the archaic world. The celestial maiden felt an inexplicable fluttering within her heart. Thump, thump, thump. She could even hear the thunderous beats of her own heart. "Xiame, what troubles you?" The seven-colored fairy, noticing the celestial maiden's dazed gaze fixed upon Zhou Qing, her body trembling slightly, felt alarmed as her flying sword dimmed in radiance, nearly causing her to plummet. It was as if she had encountered something utterly terrifying. In a state of panic, she grasped the celestial maiden's hand, channeling her true essence to circulate a refreshing energy within her. Only then did the celestial maiden regain her composure. This esteemed individual hails from the heavenly Tao sect. The seven-colored fairy began, relieved to see the celestial maiden unharmed, but faltered as she remembered that the venerable figure before them had not introduced himself. Her beautiful eyes turned inquiringly towards Zhou Qing. "I am Zhou Qing, a wandering cultivator from overseas." Realizing the celestial fairy of seven colors' intention, Zhou Qing offered a perfect Taoist obeisance. Earlier, the celestial fairy of Yunxia had attempted to probe Zhou Qing's cultivation using her divine sense. However, Zhou Qing's own divine sense was exceptionally potent, allowing him to perceive her actions. Such a blatant investigation of another's cultivation was only acceptable in two scenarios within the cultivation world: either a senior examining a junior, or an intentional provocation. Zhou Qing had no intention of allowing the beautiful girl before him to delve her divine sense into his body. He subtly employed the mind transmission technique from the 8-9 arcane arts, imprinting the spiritual mark he had perceived during his accidental entry into the Tao of oneness under the pressure of the Xian Yuan Dharma King into the celestial fairy of Yunxia's divine sense, causing her a minor setback. Despite the celestial fairy of Yunxia's beauty, Zhou Qing felt no tenderness. In the face of eternity, all beings were as insignificant as ants. And even the most beautiful woman would eventually succumb to time, becoming nothing more than a skeleton. "Ah, this is Zhou Zhenren, the sect leader of the Heavenly Tao sect." It was this senior who offered assistance earlier, preventing those five immortals from breaching the glazed Buddha light of my seven-colored relic treasure canopy. Unexpectedly, those five immortals have even mastered the Apogeaxian burning heaven demonic incantation. This matter must be reported to the palace lord. The celestial fairy of 7 colors explained. Taking the celestial fairy of Yunxia's hand and inviting Zhou Qing aboard the 7-colored dragon boat. The celestial fairy of 7 colors moved her lips slightly, whispering something to the celestial fairy of Yunxia. The celestial fairy of Yunxia visibly shuddered, gazing at Zhou Qing with a mixture of doubt, confusion, and belief. Having suffered a setback earlier, the celestial fairy of Yunxia would naturally refrain from acting rashly again. Zhou Qing, however, did not hear the conversation between the two women. With his level of cultivation, it would not have been a challenge to listen in. He simply found it beneath his dignity. The interior of the colorful dragon boat was remarkably spacious, adorned with opulent decorations. Beneath his feet lay a crimson carpet, while the furnishings, tables, and chairs were crafted from exquisite hardwoods such as mahogany, rosewood, and agarwood, emanating a subtle and pleasant woody fragrance throughout the cabin. The walls were embellished with several ink-wash landscape paintings, some majestic and imposing, others graceful and lively, each a testament to the skill of renowned artists. Zhou Qing, a connoisseur of antique calligraphy and paintings, recognized one piece, the layers of rivers and peaks, as an authentic work from a Yuan dynasty Taoist, which left him astonished. The deck was equally exquisite, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes. As Zhou Qing's consciousness penetrated the vessel's interior, he discovered that the dragon boat was constructed from solid red pine, though it had been hollowed out and embedded with hundreds of formations of varying sizes. This transformation had entirely altered the nature of the red pine, making it not only more durable and resistant to pests, but also significantly lighter. A powerful gathering formation had siphoned the surrounding spiritual energy, continuously drawing it into the boat's interior, where it was compressed. Zhou Qing could even sense that the spiritual energy was on the verge of condensing into droplets of liquid. Such a large piece of red pine. It must be at least several thousand years old. How could such a tree not have turned into a spirit? The design of this vessel was nothing short of a marvel of craftsmanship. Zhou Qing was quite astonished by the opulent grandeur of the Grand Freedom Palace. More importantly, the formation set upon the colorful dragon boat was impeccably arranged, neither excessive nor insufficient. The finesse with which the artifacts were crafted left Zhou Qing, a legitimate heir of the artifact refinement sect, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Noticing Zhou Qing's composed demeanor and contemplative silence, the colorful fairy, with a flicker of her enchanting eyes, spoke, "Senior Zhou, your journey from overseas to the Central Plains must surely be to witness the centennial grand ceremony of the Shu Mountain sect." With a gentle clap, 6 young maidens, around the age of 15 or 16, akin to the little fox Zhou Can, gracefully presented several tea trays. Each seated guest, Qing Kai, Yun Xia, Zhou Qing, Liao Xiaojin, the little fox, and Zhou Chun, was served a cup of fragrant tea. Even before the lids were lifted, a delicate aroma wafted throughout the cabin, mingling with the scent of wood, creating a refreshing and natural ambience that enveloped everyone. The little fox inhaled deeply, a look of rapture illuminating her face. Seated beside the colorful fairy, Yun Xia, whose expression had remained aloof, suddenly scrutinized the little fox, and Zhou Chun. Liao Xiaojin, although maintaining a posture of decorum, cast furtive glances around the cabin. Upon witnessing Yun Xia's covert appraisal of Zhou Chun and the little fox, he felt a surge of indignation. Damn. This young lady overlooks such a handsome fellow as me to gawk at my 2 junior sisters. Could it be that such exquisite beauties are mere glass dolls? Indeed. Liao Xiaojin was clad in a cerulean Taoist robe, a garment Zhou Qing had insisted he wear, arguing that it was only fitting to dress appropriately for a gathering of the cultivation community. However, Liao Xiaojin's attire was also quite befitting. Coupled with his handsome countenance and slender, perfect physique, he exuded an extraordinary air, a veritable heartthrob. Yet, she did not cast a single glance his way, leaving Liao Xiaojin with a rather unpleasant feeling. It seems the cultivation world is even more pragmatic than the secular one. As long as one possesses strength, others will fawn over you. Liao Xiaojin noticed the rainbow fairy smiling radiantly at Zhou Qing. Just look, this master of mine. Other than being a bit more powerful and having deeper cultivation, what else is there? A complete country bumpkin, humph. In truth, the Cloud Glow Fairy was merely curious about the little fox and Zhou Chun. When the 3 had just entered, the ancient magical treasure Cloud Glow God-slaying shuttle, infused with her true essence, had stirred slightly. The Cloud Glow Fairy had noticed the 3 of them. Liao Xiaojin was fine, showing no abnormalities, but these 2 siblings, Zhou Qing and the little fox were of genuine demon descent. Although the demonic aura on their bodies was concealed by the magical artifacts and talismans refined by Zhou Qing, faint traces still leaked out. Originally, Zhou Qing had estimated that as long as others' cultivation did not surpass his own, they would definitely not be able to discern that the two were demons. Alas, the cloud glow god-slaying shuttle, a treasure of such extraordinary quality, had slain countless demons and monsters in the hands of ancient immortals, and was extremely sensitive to demonic aura. Not even the slightest wisp could escape its detection. The cloud glow fairy was indecisive. Fortunately, with Zhou Qing as a cautionary tale, the cloud glow fairy did not dare to divert her divine sense to examine the two of them further. Otherwise, with the cloud glow fairy's mid-nascent divinity cultivation, wouldn't it be immediately clear when examining two fox spirits who had not even reached the late Qi induction stage? The sprightly Zhou Qing, adorned in contemporary attire, exhibited an unwillingness to don Taoist robes, a preference Zhou Qing chose not to contest. Conversely, Zhou Qing, clad in a plain Taoist robe, appeared unremarkable, yet the more the cloud rosy fairy observed her, the more astounded she became. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Qing possessed a countenance capable of captivating fish and causing birds to plummet, a beauty that would shame the moon and humble flowers. Even the cloud rosy fairy, herself an exquisite beauty, felt overshadowed by Zhou Qing's allure. The cloud rosy fairy furtively glanced at Zhou Qing, who remained silent in contemplation, her thoughts inscrutable. Is the great palace engaging in the employment of child labor? Zhou Qing mused, observing the young girls serving tea. Each possessed delicate features and the potential for great beauty. Their footsteps were steady, their gazes clear, and their bodies emanated a subtle, radiant glow, undoubtedly emanating from superior magical artifacts. Zhou Qing's curiosity regarding the great palace deepened. Each girl possessed profound cultivation, nearly all in the late stages of Qi induction, a level of strength that likely surpassed the combined forces of Kunlun, Shu, Dragon Tiger, and Mao Mountains. Zhou Qing, having encountered members of the Dragon Squad composed of disciples from those sects, drew this conclusion based on his comparisons. Hearing the question from the seven-colored fairy, Zhou Qing lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. His cheeks filled with fragrance, and a warm current flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his body, inducing a languid comfort, as if one were about to float away on the wind. In an instant, the indolent energy coursing through his body transformed, and a cooling sensation invigorated his entire being. Zhou Qing sighed inwardly. Indeed, this is exquisite tea. Zhou Qing naturally heard the words of the seven-colored fairy. After taking another sip of tea, Zhou Qing said, Indeed, this time I have come to witness the opening ceremony of Mount Shu. Having lived overseas for a long time, I feel quite lonely. Besides, several of my disciples also want to see the cultivation sects of the Central Earth and learn from their strengths in cultivation. Zhou Qing rambled on, his face not blushing, his heart not skipping a beat, listening to Zhou Qing, Liao Shaojin, and the little fox looking at each other. Coupled with Zhou Qing's solemn appearance, the three of them more or less despised Zhou Qing in their hearts. However, Zhou Qing changed the subject and said to the seven-colored fairy with a serious expression, Although I have lived overseas for a long time, I know more or less about the Taoist sects in the Central Plains and the Western regions, but I have never heard of your sect. I wonder which ancient immortals lineage your sect inherited? This question hit the nail on the head. Seeing that the magical treasures of the seven-colored fairy and the Yunxia fairy, the seven-colored relic treasure banner, and the cloud glow-extinguishing divine shuttle, both flashed with Buddhist light, and when the seven-colored fairy fought with the five loose immortals of the Western regions, she blurted out the name of a forbidden technique, such as the Apigeaxian Burning Heaven Demon Curse. Zhou Qing vaguely felt that this great Freedom Palace was probably inseparable from Buddhism. Chapter 89. The Palace of Freedom, Sihong Taoist? Zhou Qing fell silent upon hearing this name, pondering for a moment. The two women, seven-colored and Yunxia, did not speak, looking straight at Zhou Qing. Liao Shaojin and the other three also quieted down. For a time, the atmosphere in the cabin was very quiet, with a strange taste. After a long time, Zhou Qing suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Could it be Sihong Taoist, one of the 12 true immortals of the ancient Chan sect? For those in the cultivation world, although the history of the two sects of Chan and Jie is ancient, they no longer exist. However, the prestige of the ancient Battle of the Gods is known throughout the three realms. The 12 true immortals who demonstrated their divine power in the Battle of the Gods are also well known. Zhou Qing naturally knows this. But Zhou Qing has some questions that he cannot understand, but he is too embarrassed to ask, so he can only think about them himself. The seven-colored fairy nodded. Indeed. The founder of my great freedom palace is this Zhihong Taoist. Then are you disciples of Kunlun? Zhou Qing asked again, as his conjecture was confirmed. The seven-colored fairy smiled without answering, but the cloud-rosy fairy, who had been silent all along, flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Not knowing whether it was directed at Zhou Qing or at Kunlun, which Zhou Qing had mentioned. Realist Zhou has resided overseas for a long time, concentrating on cultivating the supreme heavenly path, and worldly affairs are like fleeting clouds. Presumably, you don't remember very clearly. Hearing what Realist Zhou said, could it be that the Kongtong sect of the Central Earth Taoist school is also from Kunlun? Her cold tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Zhou Qing's skill was profound, but the cloud-rosy fairy did not appreciate it. In addition, she had been played by Zhou Qing earlier and suffered a small loss. The cloud-rosy was naturally proud and acted entirely according to her own preferences, even in the Great Freedom Palace. Even the palace master could not do anything about her. Zhou Qing heard the sarcastic tone in the cloud-rosy fairy's words, but he chuckled dumbly and was not offended. Haha, this poor Taoist has misspoke. Please do not blame me, fairy. Zhou Qing chuckled softly and performed a Taoist salute towards the celestial maiden Yunxia as a gesture of apology. His demeanor was neither submissive nor arrogant, exuding a clarity of spirit reminiscent of a transcendent sage, possessing an aura that hinted at profound mastery. Zhou Qin, the little fox, and Liao Shaojin exchanged glances, each sensing that the worldly aura surrounding Zhou Qing was gradually dissipating. His every action and word carried an ethereal quality, increasingly embodying the grace of a grandmaster in the art of cultivation. Zhou Qing inwardly acknowledged that his inquiry had indeed been somewhat naive. It is true that the founder of the Kongtong sect, a branch of Taoism in the Middle Kingdom, is Guangqingzi, one of the 12 true immortals of the Chan teachings. However, in contemporary times, the Kongtong sect has not garnered much renown. Its disciples rarely venture beyond its sacred confines, diligently practicing within the paradisiacal realms established by Guangqingzi in Kongtong Mountain. Consequently, its reputation pales in comparison to the four major sects, Kunlun, Maoshan, Shushan, and Longhushan. Even esteemed figures within the Taoist community remain largely unaware of the exceptional talents residing within. Nevertheless, no one dares to underestimate the ancient sage Guangqingzi and the sect he founded. Following the Battle of the Gods, the primordial supreme being withdrew from the mundane world, vanishing without a trace, and his disciples dispersed in various directions, some ascending to the celestial realm, while others established their own sects in the mortal world. As they branched out, the lineage of the teachings persisted, leading to the current proliferation of Taoist sects throughout the realm. To trace their origins, one finds that virtually every practitioner of Taoism, to varying degrees, is connected to the Chan teachings. Thus, the Kunlun sect has rightfully claimed a position of orthodoxy, earning the respect of Taoist sects throughout history. From ancient times to the present day, however, the 12 great celestials held extraordinary status within the cleansing sect. After the disappearance of the primordial celestial venerable, the sect revered the 12 as paramount figures. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the 12 celestials seceded from the cleansing sect, establishing their own distinct factions despite their origins. Zhou Qing momentarily lost himself in thought, but now comprehended this principle, although his mind remained filled with doubts. Kunlun is Kunlun, and the cleansing sect is the cleansing sect. The Rainbow Fairy deliberately initiated a conversation, her melodious voice reaching everyone's ears. Although Kunlun Mountain was once the foundation of the cleansing sect, since the ascension of the primordial celestial venerable, one of the three purities, to the 33rd heaven, he entrusted the Jade Void Palace to Jiangshang, who had rendered great service in the investiture of the Gods' War. Alas, although Jiangshang was a genius of his time and a disciple of the primordial celestial venerable, his cultivation period was short, and his seniority and Taoist magic in the Jade Void Palace were far inferior to the 12 great celestials, not to mention some peripheral disciples. Consequently, he was unable to command respect. Later, for reasons unknown, Guangqingzi departed and independently founded the Kongtong sect. Following this precedent, the 12 great celestials and other disciples with profound Taoist magic and formidable strength emulated Guangqingzi. Our great palace's founder, Zhihong Taoist, did likewise. Jiangshang was naturally unable to prevent the fragmentation of the cleansing sect. To prevent the sect's reputation from suffering, he renamed it Kunlun. From then on, the cleansing sect vanished. The current Kunlun sect, while bearing the banner of the Primordial Celestial Venerable, actually inherits Jiang Shang's Taoist magic. The seven-colored fairy spoke at length. Yet Zhou Qing discerned nothing of substance from her words. Was this not merely a tale of internal strife within a sect due to succession disputes, leading to fragmentation? Such occurrences have been more abundant than the hairs on a cow throughout history. Although this particular sect might be somewhat larger and the individuals embroiled in conflict more formidable, the essence remains unchanged. Presently, the three conversed with great delight, even the cloudy fairy interjecting occasionally, which lightened the atmosphere considerably. Meanwhile, Liao Shaojin, Zhou Qing, and the little fox murmured among themselves. This dialogue persisted for over an hour, until Zhou Qing suddenly recalled his own pressing matters. He quickly rose to take his leave, uttering some insipid farewells filled with platitudes. In the spirit of courtesy, the two women, the seven-colored and cloudy fairies, attempted to retain him, and amidst their mutual pleasantries, a young girl entered the cabin to report, "Esteemed masters, there is an elderly Taoist outside, accompanied by a man and a woman. The old Taoist claims to be the leader of Kunlun and seeks an audience with our palace master." Chapter 90, The Entanglement of Three Lives. The leader of Kunlun. Upon hearing the young girl's report, the seven-colored fairy exchanged astonished glances with the cloudy fairy. Seeking an audience with our palace master? Could it be that this Kunlun leader is acquainted with her? Yet, we have never heard of such a connection. Although our Grand Freedom Palace shares the western regions with Kunlun, we have never fostered any relationship or communication. Why would the Kunlun leader come all the way to the Central Plains to seek our palace master? The cloudy fairy inquired of the seven-colored fairy, who merely shook her head in response. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. We should go out and ascertain the Kunlun leader's intentions. After all, he is a master of his generation, and we must not lose our sense of decorum. The two individuals had made up their minds. Yet it was the ethereal fairy Yunxia who, for the first time, took the initiative to speak to Zhou Qing, saying, "Zhou Zhenren, your Tiandao sect has long resided overseas. I imagine your encounters with fellow practitioners from the Central Plains are scarce. Although Kunlun lies in the western regions, it is still categorized within the Central Plains. Why not accompany me to witness the grandeur of the foremost sect leader in the Central Plains?" Zhou Qing nodded slightly, and, with a respectful bow, replied, "I sincerely appreciate your kind invitation, fairy. I, too, have been inclined towards this notion. It is said that there are 4 great masters of cultivation in the Central Plains, and the Kunlun leader is among them. Naturally, I wish to behold the demeanor of such a revered master. Though my Tiandao sect is situated overseas, its lineage undeniably traces back to our illustrious Huaxia. The flourishing state of the Huaxia Taoist tradition fills me with immense joy." Zhou Qing's words were exquisitely articulated, devoid of any negative undertones, radiating sincerity that even the astute Liao Shaojin and Zhou Qing, who were well aware of Zhou Qing's background, found themselves momentarily enchanted. The colorful fairy was left astounded. Her sister, who had always been proud and aloof, never initiated conversations with men, let alone engaged in such extensive dialogue. Although those on the path of cultivation typically held no gender taboos, this behavior was indeed rather unusual. Could it be a case of misfortune? The fairy of rainbow hues suddenly recalled the words the palace master had spoken to her upon her departure. "In your and Cloud Radiance's journey to the Central Plains to represent the great palace at the founding ceremony of the Mount Shu lineage, exercise utmost caution in all matters. The Central Plains is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, with your cultivation and the ancient magical artifacts, the 7-colored relic canopy and the Cloud Radiance God-extinguishing shuttle, self-preservation should not be an issue. Your prudence is reassuring. My concern lies with Cloud Radiance, whose innate talent for cultivation is exceptional, yet she is haughty and headstrong. Furthermore, her karmic entanglements from a previous life remain unresolved. Although her cultivation has advanced rapidly with the aid of elixirs, her foundation is not entirely stable. You must keep a close watch over her. My reasons for sending you, despite my reservations about Cloud Radiance, are rooted in destiny. Cloud Radiance is burdened by karmic entanglements from a past life, ultimately leading to her disembodiment and rebirth. However, these karmic debts persist, requiring 3 lifetimes to be extinguished. Cloud Radiance must undergo 2 more reincarnations to eliminate these hindrances. This matter has been a constant source of concern for me. To untie the knot, one must find the person who tied it. My use of the 9 Palaces divine calculation has revealed that Cloud Radiance's journey to the central planes holds a significant opportunity to resolve her karmic entanglements. Good fortune and misfortune are intertwined, yet the secrets of heaven are elusive, and I cannot foresee the specific circumstances. These words were rather ambiguous, and the Fairy of Rainbow Hues only partially understood them. Although she kept them in mind, nothing eventful occurred along the way, and she gradually forgot them. The arts of calculation and divination, while seeking the ultimate principles of heaven and earth and attempting to glimpse the secrets of heaven, are ultimately limited by the unpredictability of those secrets. The number of great evolutions is 50, and the removal of one initiates infinite variations. Even the great Luo golden immortals, the 3 pure Taoist venerables, and the Western Buddhas would not dare claim to be able to calculate all variables. In the heart of the colorful fairy, a certain contemplation began to take shape, yet it remained unspoken. They decided to set it aside for the moment. As the crowd emerged from the cabin, they beheld 3 figures standing outside the vibrant dragon boat. 2 magnificent blue lotuses radiated brilliance, while an elderly man, with flowing white hair and a youthful visage, donned an uncommon 8-trigram robe typically worn by practitioners of the Tao. He was of average height, his long, dark beard cascading down his chest, exuding an air of otherworldliness. However, his eyes lacked luster, and his expression bore a hint of melancholy. At first glance, he could indeed intimidate many, but he lacked the essence of a grand master. Prolonged observation revealed an unsettling quality. Standing atop another blue lotus was a young man clad in a simple blue robe, possessing a wholesome demeanor and appearing to be around 28 or 29 years of age. Had he not been positioned upon the blue lotus, one might easily mistake him for a simple, honest country lad. Beside him stood a woman, her face radiant like a peach blossom, attired in a notably stylish manner. Yet, juxtaposed with the earnest youth, her elegance seemed somewhat incongruous. The peculiar circumstances surrounding these 3 individuals left the onlookers both perplexed and astonished. The 2 from the realms of colorful clouds and rainbows exchanged skeptical glances, questioning if this was truly the demeanor of the leader of the so-called greatest sect in the world. Was this indeed Qianji Taoist, the foremost among the 4 Grand Masters? How could such a person attain the status of a Grand Master when it seemed no true experts remained in the world? In that moment, both colorful clouds and rainbows found their thoughts eerily aligned. As Zhou Qing emerged from the cabin, he was immediately struck by the sight of the peculiar old Taoist. Suddenly, the blood transformation divine blade within him stirred, its energy fluctuating violently, and even the heavenly god's slaughtering great array above showed signs of a slight activation. Zhou Qing was taken aback by this unexpected disturbance, his heart trembling as he hastily summoned his formidable true essence to suppress the chaotic eruption of the blood transformation divine blade. What treasures could this old man possess to provoke such an ancient demonic weapon? As the leader of the Kunlun sect, he could hardly be destitute and devoid of resources. He must possess exquisite treasures that could resonate with my blood transformation divine blade. Surely, they must be of at least equal caliber. Could it be that this old Taoist harbors some ancient relic from the legendary War of the Gods? Boom. 2 invisible streams of divine consciousness collided in the air, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Standing upon the dragon boat, Zhou Qing felt the vastness and resilience of the opponent's divine will, which was not in the least inferior to his own. Thud, thud, thud. An invisible force surged towards him. Despite his lack of utilizing his Dharmakaya, Zhou Qing's physical form could not withstand the direct impact of this immense power, forcing him to retreat 3 steps to dissipate the force. The old Taoist, Qianji, was not spared either. He let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly as a faint rumbling emanated from the azure lotus beneath his feet. The lotus dimmed, its spiritual energy leaking, subtly hinting at a tendency to collapse. Chapter 91. Minor troubles. Though the divine consciousness is formless and intangible, ethereal in nature, both masters possess profound skills that have solidified their mental energies into a tangible essence. The clash of their spiritual wills is akin to the fierce confrontation of ordinary cultivators' magical artifacts. The tumultuous winds, generated by the collision, sliced through the air, creating a chaotic surge that resonated with haunting wails, while the tumultuous currents surged toward the onlookers like a razor-sharp sword's aura. Zhou Qing retreated 3 steps, yet still retained considerable strength. Observing the unfolding chaos, he elegantly waved his grand sleeves, causing the air from all directions to swiftly solidify, becoming as viscous as liquid. In a manner reminiscent of extinguishing a fire at its base, the absence of airflow led to the immediate cessation of the chaotic currents, which dissipated seamlessly into the atmosphere. The surroundings returned to their original state, a gentle breeze wafting through as occasional white clouds drifted past, imbuing the scene with a vibrant, lively ambience, teeming with exuberant vitality. In stark contrast, the elder Taoist Qinji, with his long black hair and beard, found himself far from Zhou Qing's ease. The immense azure lotus beneath his feet trembled violently, as if cracking like dry beans, on the verge of disintegration. This leader of Kunlun and foremost among the four grandmasters appeared somewhat disheveled, hastily weaving hand seals as he gathered the dissipating pure energy beneath him, restoring it to its former state. His once dim eyes now gleamed with sharp intensity, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Qing, silent and inscrutable, lost in thought. Nearby, a pair of individuals atop the azure lotus were rendered speechless, their minds momentarily short-circuited by the spectacle before them. In their mental clash, the two combatants separated with alacrity. While it appeared Zhou Qing had the upper hand, he was, in fact, standing upon the dragon boat. This resplendent vessel was itself a superior magical artifact, designed specifically for bearing weight, and thus capable of withstanding immense force. Zhou Qing, standing firmly upon it, was able to smoothly dissipate the impact. Conversely, Taoist Qinji was suspended in the void, the azure lotus beneath his feet merely a conjuration of magical power, not a genuine treasure. Consequently, he had no means of mitigating the force. Though imperceptible to onlookers, both combatants were acutely aware that the contest was, in truth, evenly matched. During their brief mental duel, Zhou Qing, without exerting his full power, had ascertained that Taoist Qinji's cultivation had only recently reached the returning to emptiness stage. The gulf between the transformation of divinity and returning to emptiness stages is neither vast nor insignificant. In terms of combat prowess alone, absent the disparity of magical treasures, a cultivator newly ascended to returning to emptiness could contend with 3 or 4 late-stage transformation of divinity cultivators simultaneously, provided no prearranged formations were in place. Engagements between cultivators hinged not solely on the height of one's cultivation, nor the potency of one's true essence, but also on the quality of magical treasures. The deployment of formations, the sophistication of one's Taoist techniques, and the strategic acumen employed. Cultivators in the Qi induction stage temper their physical bodies with the primal energies of the heavens and earth, rendering them exceptionally robust.